Chapter 451, Warlord Separatist. Announcement to all Huaxia players. Since the epic battle event, fighting against Dongjua was launched, many players in Huaxia have participated in it, and exerted their subjective initiative to change the outcome of the battle. With the help of players in the prince's camp, the princes outside the pass successfully conquered Hulao Pass, and forced Dongjua to burn Luoyang and move west to Chang'an. Therefore, the system determines that the players in the prince's camp won this event. Announcement to all in the Huaxia district, the prince's camp won, and the players who participated in the prince's camp had their merit value increased by 10%. Announcement to all in the Huaxia district, in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, heroes emerged. In the process of suppressing the Yellow Turban peasant uprising, local landlords took the opportunity to expand their power and occupy territory, thus forming a separatist force, striving to merge and become stronger. Announcement to all in the Huaxia district, the ambitions of the princes in the hero separatist state will gradually expand over time, and they will launch expeditions to surrounding areas at any time and anywhere. Please be cautious and ensure the safety of your life and property. Announcement to all in the Huaxia district, Dongjua moved west to Chang'an, so the hero separatist state was turned on. As long as a player or lord occupies a county or a state, he can call himself a county governor or state governor. Every time a player or lord goes on an expedition, they are no longer restricted by the court. They only need to consume part of the public opinion and public security value to justify the declaration of war and conquer the surrounding territories. Announcement to the whole Huaxia district, after entering the hero's separatism state, the system will not actively issue epic battle activities. As long as the player or lord meets the conditions for starting the battle, the system will automatically generate the corresponding battle, which is not affected by historical time. The content of these system announcements is huge, so Li Ji had to stop what he was doing and spend some time to consume them. First, the system announced that the prince's camp won the battle against Dong, and Li Ji, as one of the princes, was naturally the winner, and his merit value also increased by 10%. This merit reward has also appeared in the Yellow Turban event and the National War event, so Li Ji was not surprised. Before the merit reward, Li Ji had won more than 4.5 million merits in the battle against Dong. Now it has increased by 10%, and the total merit value has exceeded 5 million, with a total of 5 million merit points. He ranked first in both the vassal camp and the Dongjua camp, far ahead of the second place. So Li Ji once again made a lot of money in this level of activity, and the rewards he received were extremely generous. In addition to mentioning the merit rewards, the system also proposed the concept of warlord separatism. In history, when the Han Dynasty suppressed the Yellow Turban Rebellion, local landlords took advantage of the chaos in the court to expand their armed forces, forming one after another vassal forces that nominally obeyed the Han Dynasty, but secretly acted as local tyrants. After Dongjua entered the capital, this trend became more and more popular, until Dongjua moved west to Chang'an. The distribution of vassal states outside the Great Wall had already taken shape. Here, the system also determined that most of the vassal states outside the Great Wall had formed a considerable force. So it directly announced that the Huaxia region had entered a state of warlord separatism. In the state of warring states, players can defeat local county magistrates or state governors, seize their land and recapture the county city or state capital, and then they can establish themselves as county magistrates or state governors. This is legally recognized and will not cause much commotion among the people. As for the last campaign condition, it is actually very clear that the system will not force the corresponding campaign activities to be launched at the corresponding time according to the historical process time. In fact, this has been reflected in the activity of the Anti-Dong War. The Anti-Dong War in history took place in 190, and this time was in 186, with a time difference of 4 years. It can be said that under the intervention of the player, the historical timeline can no longer be taken into account, and the various princes will not launch corresponding attacks as time progresses under the instigation of the player. Just like Gong Sun Zan attacked Lu Yu, he might launch an offensive a few years in advance with the help of Yao Luan. And Lu Yu, with the assistance of Ding Xia, would not necessarily lose to Gong Sun Zan with more soldiers and generals. For example, Cao Cao would not become the governor of Yanzhou after Lu Dai's death. He was fully capable of launching a coup in a short time and replacing Lu Dai as the governor of Yanzhou. The famous Battle of Guandu, the Battle of Beima, the Battle of Shuzhou, the Battle of Chibi, the Battle of Hanzhong, and a series of other events in history may have different times of occurrence due to different protagonists. Due to the appearance of players, The system does not know when these famous battles will occur. So it is simply handed over to players and NPCs for control. Whoever meets the conditions will start the corresponding battle events. There are both advantages and disadvantages to doing this. The advantage is that such events are controlled by player lords and NPC lords. And there is no need to worry about an event suddenly popping up while the two sides are fighting, thus disrupting everyone's deployment. The disadvantage is that different protagonists and times mean that the outcome of the event may also change. And players who want to invest in the winning side need to think carefully to avoid a situation where everything is lost. For Li Ji, such a change is more beneficial to him. After all, he is in the south, and the intensity of the war in the south is much lower than that in the north. He can secretly reorganize and unify the south while the northern lords are fighting fiercely, as long as there is the danger of the Yangtze River. Even if Li Ji no longer wants to unify the entire China, relying on the natural danger in front of him, he can live his life safely. Of course, the route of unification from the south to the north is extremely difficult. In the 5,000 years of Chinese history, there are basically few people who can complete this challenge. The route of unification from the north to the south is relatively simple. Any founding emperor in history can be used as a reference. Congratulations to the player for ranking first among all Chinese players on the personal merit list in the Anti-Dong War event. You will be rewarded with a recruitment order for peerless generals and civil officials, a recruitment order for random talents, and a special Chinese blueprint. Congratulations to the player for ranking first in personal merit among the princes. You will be rewarded with a recruitment order for top generals and civil officials, a god-level equipment, a special blueprint, and a special building blueprint. Congratulations to the player for winning the Anti-Dong War. Due to the player's outstanding performance, the system has rated your performance as Class A, so you will be rewarded with a recruitment order for top generals and civil officials, 3 recruitment orders for recruiting generals and civil officials, 1 recruitment order for recruiting talents, 1 god-level equipment, 1 special blueprint, 1 special building blueprint, and 1 Chinese blueprint. Although this reward is not as generous as that of the National War, it is much more generous than that of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, especially since he can recruit 4 talents for his own use. Li Ji can't help but feel a little excited. He still has the tokens of Witsubing and Yufei on hand, which can increase the probability of recruiting these 2 people. And he has already obtained the corresponding recruitment orders. It only depends on whether his luck is good enough to recruit these 2 people. One is one of the 2 pillars of the Han Dynasty, a cavalry genius, and the other is a national hero, whose name has been praised by later generations. No matter which one is recruited by Li Ji, it is enough to strengthen Li Ji's power. Sir, Mr. Wang is here to see you. Just when Li Ji took out the reward and prepared to recruit military generals and civil officials, Du Chan's voice came from outside the house. Let Jin Blue come in. It has been a while since Li Ji and Wang Ming met. Even when he just returned to Longke City, he was in a hurry to deal with government affairs, and did not summon Wang Ming, who was far away in Wujuan. As a result, Li Ji did not look for Wang Ming, but he came to the door himself. Ming has privately expelled Zhang from Wujuan without the consent of the Lord. Please punish me, Lord. However, before the so-called etiquette between the monarch and his subjects was performed, Wang Ming walked directly into Li Ji's house and bowed his head to apologize. Li Ji did not expect Wang Ming to make such a gesture. He then pulled Wang Ming up and comforted him. I was already worried about how to deal with the 4 surnames of Wujuan. I never thought that Jinglu's action would solve this troublesome matter for me. This is a merit. How can I punish you? If it is spread out, others will think that I don't know how to use people. However, Li Ji's words did not succeed in dissuading Wang Ming. Wang Ming shook his head and knelt down and said, this action has damaged the reputation of the Lord. Please punish me and report to the court to remove my post as the governor of Wujuan. After listening to Wang Ming's words, Li Ji did not understand what Wang Ming meant. This guy was afraid of being gossiped by others because his position was equal to Li Ji's. So he took advantage of the issue to give Li Ji a reason to report to the court and remove his position. In this way, he, Wang Ming, can return to his original position and obey Li Ji obediently without being affected by the gossip outside. Li Ji looked at Wang Ming and saw that this guy had such a tough attitude. He could only sigh and said, since Jin Blue is entangled in this, I have to report to His Majesty that you have a bad personal morality, and you don't have to be the governor of Wujuan. Before the new governor of Wujuan arrives, please take over this position first to avoid turmoil. Wang Ming was delighted to see that Li Ji agreed to his request, and then added a sentence for Li Ji, pushing Li Ji to the position of the owner of Wujuan. It must be said that Wang Ming is really a smart man. He is better at political means than anyone else. After his operation, he directly handed over the territory of Wujuan to Li Ji in a reasonable way. At this time, the state of heroes fighting for power has been opened, and Li Ji can openly take Wujuan into his pocket. As for whether Dong Zhuo will appoint a new governor of Wujuan, Li Ji is not very worried. After all, no one is Lu Biao, who dares to ride alone into Jingzhou. After Wang Ming stuffed the official uniform, seal and other symbols of power of the governor to Li Ji, he smiled like a fox and said, although the Lord is temporarily acting as the governor of Wu County, Wu County still needs a few military officers and civil officials to garrison. I wonder if it is possible. After saying that, Wang Ming's eyes showed a gleam of light. You guy. Li Ji shook his head and laughed. Wang Ming's attitude clearly showed that he knew that he would be sent to Wujuan by Li Ji to preside over government affairs. So he simply asked Li Ji for a few people to help him on the spot. Tell me, who do you want? Just don't empty my Kuaiji. My lord, I heard that General Li Cunxiu made a big fuss in Chang'an City and was extraordinary. I wonder if he can go to Chang'an with me. If you can persuade Cunxiu to go, I will naturally let him go. Li Ji did not expect Wang Ming to be so bold and directly set his sights on the strongest general under his command. However, since Li Ji agreed to let Wang Ming pry his people at will, he did not obstruct him much, but asked the other party to persuade Li Cunxiu to agree to go to Wujuan with his eloquence. However, Wang Ming knew that Li Cunxiu's temper was as stinky and hard as a toilet stone. Except for Li Ji, no one else could mobilize him. Without Li Ji's order, even Wang Ming, the second in command, might not be able to lure Li Cunxiu to Wujuan. My lord, you have to give me Huang Zhong and Huang Hansheng. Okay. Huang Zhong was second only to Li Cunxiu in Li Ji's power, and Wujuan needed a peerless warrior to take charge. So Huang Zhong was naturally the best choice. In the following period of time, Li Ji and Wang Ming argued with each other, and finally finalized the military and civil officials of Wujuan, led by Wang Ming. Yu Fan and Wen Tianxiang were deputies, and Huang Gong, Shi Jingxi, Lu Xiufu, Zhang Shiji, Fan Zhongyan, Lu Pai, Gong Du, and Pei Yuanshao became the backbone of Wujuan. There was both military force and wisdom. The number of military and civil officials in Wujuan might be a little scarce, but they were not inferior to other princes in a fight. After deciding on the team of Wujuan, Li Ji ordered Yangsu's navy to be stationed in the Qiantang River area, with Qiantang, Fujian and Yuhang counties as the center and waterways as the veins, so that the influence of the Longke Navy can extend outward along the rivers. The Longke Navy is commanded by two talented generals, Yang Su and Li Shanchen, so there is no need to worry about the tactics. But there are no military generals in the formation. There are only Dong Shi, Ling Chao and Zhou Song, and there is no top combat power. If they encounter a navy led by a top military general like Taisher Ci, they may suffer a loss in this regard. So Li Ji made up his mind to find a top military general who is good at water warfare for the navy. In Kuaiji, because Li Ji's team is too strong, even if Wang Ming has poached many talents, there are still tough men like Zhang Jujing in charge, and government affairs will not be affected. My lord, the celebration banquet is ready, and all the generals are here. Li Ji and Wang Ming were arguing with each other, not realizing that so much time had passed. Now was the time for the banquet to begin. So, Li Ji led Wang Ming out of the house and joined the banquet. At the banquet, the generals under Li Ji had basically experienced extremely intense wars. At this time, they were finally able to relax and couldn't help but drink a few more cups. Li Ji did the same, accepting the toast from several people in a row. But in order to stay sober, he pretended to be drunk at a certain point in the banquet and went back to rest first. After all, there is a difference between the monarch and his subjects. Even the few people closest to Li Ji would not dare to do anything beyond Li Ji's status. If Li Ji had stayed at the banquet, it would have hindered the opportunity for these warriors and literati to express their feelings. But before leaving, Li Cunxiu pretended to be drunk and stopped Li Ji, and introduced someone to Li Ji. Chapter 452 Activity Rewards. The criminal Su Huang meets the prefect of Kuaiji. Li Cunxiu introduced Su Huang to Li Ji, but he never thought that Su Huang would kneel down in front of Li Ji with the idea of asking for forgiveness. Li Ji raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting Su Huang to do such a thing here, but he quickly reacted and helped Su Huang up with one arm. Afterwards, Li Ji smiled and asked, Gongming helped Cunxiu to leave Chang'an City safely. What is the crime? Su Huang replied. The prefect accused Huang of being disloyal, unrighteous, unkind and unfilial. Su Huang thought hard for several days, and felt that the prefect was right. Why wasn't Huang a criminal? So this is the reason. Li Ji didn't expect that a casual question that day would make Su Huang entangled until this time. Perhaps it was because of this question that Su Huang had the idea of surrendering to him. At first, Li Ji was still annoyed about why he let Su Huang, a good general, go so easily. Now that Su Huang has surrendered to him because of what he said, it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Su Huang has been struggling with this problem, and only Li Ji, the one who tied the bell, can help Su Huang untie it. Thoughts flew through his mind like lightning, and Li Ji only pondered for less than a breath before he thought of the words to deal with it. He grabbed Su Huang's arm and took him to the center of the banquet, saying loudly, Gongming has now left Dongzhuo and surrendered to me. It can be said that he has abandoned the dark and surrendered to the light. How can he be said to be unfaithful, unjust, unkind, and unfilial? In my opinion, Gongming is a person who is both loyal and righteous, and puts benevolence and filial piety first. Huang is stupid. Please explain it to the governor. After hearing Li Ji's words, Su Huang began to be confused. How could he be a person who was unfaithful, unjust, unkind, and unfilial in Dongzhuo's camp, but became a person who is both loyal and righteous, and puts benevolence and filial piety first in Li Ji's camp? Gongming can be called loyal because you surrendered to me and served His Majesty, which is loyalty to the court. Gongming can be called righteous because you stayed away from Dongzhuo and no longer opposed our righteous army, which is righteousness to the princes outside the pass. Gongming can be called benevolent because you helped me to defeat Dongzhuo and gave the people of the world a bright and clear world, which is benevolence to the people. Gongming can be called filial because there must be a way to travel. Gongming serves me and the people of the world. Telling your parents about this will definitely make them happy, which is filial piety to your parents. I wonder if Gongming still thinks he is unfaithful, unrighteous, unkind and unfilial after hearing what I said? As soon as the voice fell, Su Huang's eyes suddenly became clear, and his previously confused thoughts became particularly clear. Li Ji's words directly cleared the fog for Su Huang. As if he saw the light, Su Huang immediately bowed his head and said loudly, the words of the prefect are like a clear spring that cleanses Huang's soul and benefits Huang a lot. Huang is willing to serve the prefect and fight for him. Gongming is a man of both loyalty and righteousness, and he puts benevolence and filial piety first. Why should I refuse him? Su Huang made this gesture, undoubtedly showing his loyalty to Li Ji. Li Ji had no reason to refuse the service of a five-talented general. Afterwards, Li Ji helped Su Huang up again, glanced at the generals at the banquet, and laughed. I have heard that Gongming has the legacy of Zhou Yafu. Now I have Gongming's service, just like Emperor Jing of Han got Zhou Yafu. Congratulations, Lord, for getting a good general. Wang Meng was very perceptive and immediately stood up to congratulate Li Ji. The others also repeated Wang Meng's words with the courage of alcohol. After successfully subduing Su Huang, Li Ji also drank a few more cups and talked with Su Huang to enhance the relationship between the two sides. In the meantime, the top generals such as Yang Su and Wang Meng raised their glasses to toast Li Ji, and they wanted to ask Li Ji for Su Huang, the new general, in their words, who would dislike the lack of generals under their command, especially Yang Su, whose navy has not yet had a decent general in charge. When he learned that Su Huang was on par with Chen Dao in front of Hulao Pass, his pupils were so eager that they were almost green. So Yang Su took advantage of the great opportunity of the banquet to try to use sweet words to get Su Huang from Li Ji. However, Yang Su overlooked one point. That is, Su Huang was born in Hedong County and might not be familiar with water. If Su Huang accidentally fell into the water during the battle on the river, he would probably lose his life. The same is true for Wang Meng. Although there are fierce generals like Huang Zhong and Shi Jingxi and Wu Juan, who would dislike good generals entering their own system. Moreover, Wang Meng also learned from Li Tsunxiao that Su Huang is not only a martial arts master, but also proficient in military tactics, and has the ability to arrange troops and battle formations. In particular, he was evaluated by Li Ji as quite a legacy of Zhou Yafu, which instantly increased Wang Meng's interest. Facing the requests of the two generals, Li Ji couldn't help but smile. But he didn't announce Su Huang's destination on the spot. After all, everyone present was not as familiar with Su Huang as Li Ji alone. Su Huang has the ability to cut off the enemy's food and grass, and his bravery and command are not low. The most suitable position is to become the main general of an army. It is indeed a bit of a waste to serve as someone else's deputy general. However, it is not the time to move the knife yet. Su Huang's card has not yet been played. So Li Ji simply let Su Huang stay in Kuaiji County and wait for future instructions. Wang Meng and Yang Su, seeing that they could not pry Su Huang away from Li Ji, had no choice but to give up and return to their seats to drink to cover up their loneliness. The banquet was almost over, and Li Ji was a little drunk, so he found an excuse to leave the banquet. Before leaving the banquet, Li Ji also specifically instructed Su Huang to lead a team of personal soldiers to Hedong County to take his parents back to Kuaiji County to live. Doing so can prevent the enemy from using Su Huang's parents to threaten Su Huang in the future, so as to reduce unnecessary trouble. Sir, didn't you attend the banquet? Why did you come back like this? Du Chan asked curiously while helping Li Ji undress. The banquet is almost over, so I came back early. You go down and rest first. I have something important to deal with. Du Chan understands. After Du Chan left, Li Ji sat behind the table, and while he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, the true energy in his body began to surge along the meridians of his limbs, evaporating the alcohol in his body out of his body. The alcohol in his body disappeared, and Li Ji's eyes became bright. It was dark now, so it was a good time to draw the reward. Let's draw a special drawing of China first, and see how lucky we are today. Congratulations to the player for using the Huaxia special blueprint and obtaining the blueprint of the Forbidden City of Ming Dynasty. Forbidden City of Ming Dynasty? Is it the Forbidden City of Yingtianfu? The southern Forbidden City that was half burned down by Zhu Di? The Forbidden City of Ming Dynasty, also known as the Ming Palace, was the Imperial Palace of Yingtianfu, the capital of Ming Dynasty, which is the Imperial Palace of Nanjing in later generations. The Forbidden City of Ming Dynasty is the epitome of the palace architecture of Xia Dynasty, and a model of following the ritual order. Its architectural form was inherited by the BJ Palace Museum, and is the blueprint of the Forbidden City in later generations. It was built in the 26th year of Zhizheng in Yuan Dynasty, 1366, and basically completed in the 25th year of Han Wu in Ming Dynasty, 1392. It took 26 years to complete. It can be said to be an extremely labor-intensive and costly project. The Ming Palace was designed by Lu Ji, a master of geomancy. Zhu Yuanshang ordered Lu Ji and others to choose a site for the new palace. Finally, this site was selected as the Feng Shui treasure land of Zhongfu Longpan and Emperor's House. More than 200,000 military and civilian craftsmen were recruited to fill Yankai Lake and rebuild the new city. However, after the Jing'an campaign, Zhu Di burned down most of the palaces in the Ming Palace. Later, the capital was moved to Beijing, and the Ming Palace was not repaired. After the Ming Dynasty was destroyed and the Qing army entered the pass, the Ming Palace was constantly destroyed, and its former glory could no longer be seen. Later, with the approval of Kangxi, the glazed tiles, 9 dragon caissons, and red steps of the Ming Palace were demolished. The 9-dragon hall was built in Phaya Temple on Putua Mountain in Zhejiang. During the Xianfeng and Tongji years of the Qing dynasty, the Nanjing Palace Museum suffered another major destruction due to the war between the Taiping Army and the Qing Army. Except for the stone foundation buried underground, there was almost only a ruin with broken walls, broken tiles, snakes and rats. So even in later generations, it was basically impossible to see the magnificence of the Ming Palace. Name Ming Palace. Quality Chinese characteristic architecture. Description: the Nanjing Palace Museum is the Imperial Palace of Yingtianfu, Nanjing, the capital of the Ming Dynasty. It is also called the Ming Palace and formerly known as the Forbidden City. The Imperial City covers an area of 6.53 square kilometers, and the Palace City covers an area of 1.16 square kilometers. It is the largest palace in the Middle Ages, the largest palace complex in the world, known as the world's #1 palace. Special effects. World's #1 palace. When the Ming Palace is completed, if the owner successfully becomes emperor and unifies the world, the morale of the soldiers in the country will remain high, and various values will increase. Emperor's House. If the player chooses to establish the capital in Yingtian Prefecture and successfully builds the Ming Palace, the player's descendants have a chance to obtain high-level personal characteristics and become a wise ruler. Zhongfu Longpan. Gathering dragon energy. The number of high characteristic talents born in the country will increase significantly, and the people will be enlightened. Laboring the people and wasting money. The money consumed should be 10 times the conditions, and the time should be twice. After construction, the player will receive The people's morale in the land has declined, and it is easy for rebels to appear. Construction conditions: it needs to be built near Angtian Prefecture, with 10 million in timber, 10 million in iron ore, and money. Construction time 26 years. As a characteristic building of China, the characteristics of the Ming Palace are naturally linked to the land of China. Li Ji previously obtained the drawings of the Afong Palace in the National War event. Like the Ming Palace, once the construction is completed, its effect will radiate the entire land of China and improve the quality of the population. However, as wonders, the Ming Palace and the Afong Palace also have the negative effect of wasting money and labor. During construction, not only a large amount of resources are consumed, but also the people will feel resentful. The construction site of the Ming Palace was in Angtian Prefecture, which is Nanjing in later generations. If it is converted to the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, it is actually Moling County. Moling County was the capital of Sun Quan, the king of Wu in the Wei Dynasty. It was renamed Jianya in 221. At this time, Moling County belonged to Danyang County, which was next to Li Ji's sphere of influence, and was also Li Ji's next target to conquer. If Li Ji conquered Danyang County as he wished, he could start preparing to build the Ming Palace. The construction of the Ming Palace took a full 26 years, which was too long. Li Ji had no reason to touch this wonder construction when his career was rising. If Li Ji wanted to build the Ming Palace, he had to wait until he completely took over the entire prefecture of Yangzhou and extended his hand to Jingzhou. In this way, he would be able to build the Ming Palace despite the negative effect of wasting money and labor. This is the most easily accessible feature drawing for Li Ji at present. But it is not of much use to him, who only owns 2 counties now. Furthermore, special blueprints like this are used to face the entire Chinese land. It is best to wait until the entire Chinese land is unified before the power of these blueprints can be brought into play. Putting away the blueprint of the Ming Palace for the time being, Li Ji's eyes fell on the remaining event rewards. Congratulations to the player for successfully drawing a special blueprint and obtaining a special blueprint, Thunderbolt. What is it? Li Ji scratched his ears. When he heard this somewhat mighty and domineering name, he subconsciously thought he had heard it wrong. Special blueprints include the black technology of China for about 5,000 years, ranging from various ships and fleets to various strange and weird things. It is not surprising that Li Ji did not recognize this thing when he first heard of it. Name: Thunder Bomb. Quality: special prop. Construction conditions: gunpowder, master craftsman, pig iron, hemp rope. Construction time: 1 hour. Special effects: Thunder Bomb. A loud noise is generated when it explodes, which may cause hearing loss to the enemy. Thunder and fire. When it explodes, the pig iron that explodes turns into fragments, causing 150% damage to the enemy's armor and 200% damage to the enemy's flesh and blood. Thunder causes 120% damage to buildings. Description: Thunder Bomb. A gunpowder weapon developed in the late Northern Song Dynasty. Has a thick body and a small mouth, and contains gunpowder. The outer SHL is wrapped in pig iron and a fuse is installed. When used, the length of the fuse is determined according to the distance of the target. The system seemed to be afraid that Li Ji would not understand it, so it not only sent the Thunder Bomb's forging drawings, but also sent a Thunder Bomb's instruction manual. What's the difference between this and a grenade? After looking at it for a long time, Li Ji held his forehead and smiled helplessly. The description on the drawing is very clear. The Thunder Bomb ignites the gunpowder with a fuse, and then explodes the pig iron wrapped outside. The exploded pig iron forms countless fragments, which damage the enemy's buildings. There are 2 ways to use the Thunder Bomb. One is to use a catapult to throw the Thunder Bomb into the enemy's formation to achieve the effect of blooming in the center. The other is to bury the Thunder Bomb in place, ignite the Thunder Bomb with a fuse, and explode it in place. For example, during a city defense battle, the defending soldiers can throw the ignited Thunder Bomb under the city, and it will directly fall on the enemy's head and explode. The history of Jin records that the defenders of the city have a cannon named Thunder Bomb. The iron can is filled with gunpowder and ignited with fire. The cannon is fired, and the sound is like thunder. It can be heard 100 miles away. The area surrounded by more than half an acre is burned, and the fire is ignited. All armor and iron are penetrated. From this, we can see how exaggerated the power of the Thunder Bomb is. Chapter 453. The Thunderbolt appeared in the war between Song and Jin, and at that time, gunpowder-burning weapons had already begun to be active on the battlefield. In Volume 12 of Wu Jing Zongyao, a thing called Thunder Fireball is mentioned. Its production method is, Use 3 sections of bamboo with a diameter of 1.5 inches without cracks, and keep the sections without penetrating. Use 30 pieces of thin porcelain such as iron coins, and 3 or 4 pounds of gunpowder, and wrap the bamboo into a ball. Leave about an inch of bamboo at both ends, and add medicine outside the ball. When using this thunderbolt fireball, it is ignited with a red-hot branding cone and thrown at the enemy with a cannon. When the ball opens, the sound is like thunder. It is no longer based on burning, but on the broken porcelain pieces during the explosion to injure the enemy. At the same time, there is a huge sound to shock the enemy, and there is smoke and flames. The thunderbolt has the same effect, and it is even 3 times more powerful. If it is thrown out, it is like a modern big bomb or grenade if it is placed in a tunnel. It can be regarded as a primitive landmine if it is ignited in the water. It can be regarded as a primitive water mine. Li Ji came from the later era, when firearms had become the most active equipment on the battlefield. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run, playing with bombs. He could learn a thing or two from the army of the later era. The materials for the thunder bomb required gunpowder, pig iron and other things, all of which were produced in Li Ji's territory. But the amount of gunpowder mined was small, and Li Ji needed to buy it from outside to supplement it. In addition to the required materials, there was another problem in front of Li Ji. That is, the production of the thunder bomb required a master craftsman to preside over it. In Li Ji's territory, only Oyezi reached or even surpassed the master craftsman. It takes a craftsman an hour to produce a thunder bomb. If Oyezi was asked to produce this thing day and night, he could only produce 12 bombs a day. And Oyezi was not a craftsman who was good at producing gunpowder equipment. Sword casting was the foundation of Oyezi's existence. It would be a bit of a loss for the greater good if Oyezi abandoned his job and did other things. Therefore, Li Ji felt that the production of the thunder bomb needed to be discussed with Oyezi and his ministers to see how many pieces should be produced per day. Of course, if there were enough master craftsmen in Li Ji's territory, he would not have to worry about this problem. Putting the thunder bomb drawings aside temporarily, waiting to be sent to Oyezi's residence tomorrow, Li Ji then began to draw special building drawings. To date, Li Ji has drawn a lot of special building drawings, such as the Temple of Literature, the Temple of Martial Arts, the Imperial Academy and other buildings, and the effects they bring have brought a lot of improvements to the various data of the territory. Therefore, whenever Li Ji draws a special building drawing, he will raise the construction priority of the building to the forefront. Congratulations to the player for using the special building drawing and obtaining the special building drawing Yiyang Tower. If you live in a high place in the temple, you will worry about the people. If you live far away from the rivers and lakes, you will worry about the king. The dead memory is attacking Li Ji, which makes Li Ji start to have a headache, and thinks of the fear of being dominated by Yiyang Tower when he was in school. Yiyang Tower was first built in the late Eastern Han Dynasty by Lu Su, who was then General Hengjiang. At first, it was not called Yiyang Tower, but was named Yujun Tower by Lu Su. Later, it was renamed Bailing Tower in the Western Jin Dynasty. It was not until the Eastern Jin Dynasty that it was officially changed from a military facility to an observation tower. The word Yiyang did not appear at the beginning, but in the Southern Song Dynasty, the 2 words appeared in the poem written on the return of Shiren County to the capital with Zhang Xiangzhou on the Bailing Tower written by the poet Yin Yanji. The clear air in Yiyang, the light shining on Lano. This is the first poem about Yiyang Tower. The name Bailing Tower was used for hundreds of years, until the Kaiyuan period of the Tang Dynasty, when it was renamed Nanlu, also known as Yiyang Tower. In the Middle Tang Dynasty, the poet Li Bai wrote climbing Yiyang Tower with Xia 12, officially calling it Yiyang Tower. Yiyang Tower has suffered many fires and man-made disasters, and has been repaired many times in the long river of history. The prose of Yiyang Tower was written by Tung Zijing, the prefect of Bailing at that time, after he rebuilt Yiyang Tower and invited his good friend Fan Zhongyan to write it. Name Yiyang Tower. Quality 9th level special building blueprint. Description since ancient times. It has been known as Dongting Lake is the best water in the world. Yiyang is the best building in the world. It is known as the 3 famous buildings in Jiangnan together, with the Yellow Crane Tower in Wuhan, Hubei, and the Tingwang Pavilion in Nanchang, Jiangxi. It is one of the top 10 historical and cultural buildings in my country, and one of the 4 famous buildings in ancient times. It is known as the #1 building in the world. Special effects. It has a fatal attraction to literati and poets, and enhances the territory's attraction to talents. The poems and prose written here have a chance to become a masterpiece. Construction conditions: wood, iron ore, colored glaze, gold mine. Construction time 6 months. The Yiyang Tower is now in the hands of Li Ji. And Fan Zhongyan is also working under Li Ji. I don't know if Fan Zhongyan can write a prose here after the Yiyang Tower record is completed. I don't know if he can write an article like the Yiyang Tower record. However, it doesn't matter to Li Ji whether he can do it or not. After all, he has reached the age where he doesn't need to memorize books. If he wants to torture them, he will only torture those children who will go to school in the future. If the glory of Yiyang Tower is to be restored, the best place to build it is on Dongting Lake. But the current Dongting Lake is in Jingzhou, which is 18,000 miles away from Kuaiji County. Unless he will conquer the territory in Jingzhou and defeat Liu Biao in the future, then he can start to build Yiyang Tower. Of course, Li Ji has another choice. He can build Yiyang Tower next to Taihu Lake. At this time, Taihu Lake is in Wu County, and the entire Wu County has been taken into his pocket. It is easier to build Yiyang Tower on Taihu Lake. Perhaps the popularity of Taihu Lake may be inferior to that of Dongting Lake, but it is still worthy of the reputation of Yiyang Tower. However, if Yiyang Tower is built on Taihu Lake, will those players from later generations confuse their memories and cause unnecessary complaints? Forget it. Let's talk about it later. The effect of Yiyang Tower is to attract special professional people such as poets to enter the territory. For Li Ji at this stage, it does not have much effect. However, if Yiyang Tower can attract a few people like Fan Zhongyan to Li Ji, it is not impossible. However, at this time in Huaxia district, there are not so many literati like Fan Zhongyan who can write poems immediately. Putting aside the matter of building Yiyang Tower for the time being, Li Ji came to the garden in the mansion and used the night breeze to blow away the smell of alcohol on his body. Next, Li Ji will draw the god-level equipment. Every time he draws equipment props, there will always be some noise, such as the previous Overlord's spear and bees swallowing black gold armor, which almost demolished his mansion when they were drawn. This time, Li Ji simply went outside to draw directly. It was impossible that when he drew it, his mansion garden would be destroyed. Congratulations to the player for successfully drawing the god-level equipment and obtaining the god-level warhorse. The cloud-stepping black horse. Li Ji only felt that endless brilliance burst out in front of him, instantly submerging him in it. After a while, the brilliance quickly faded in the void like a tide, and a divine warhorse suddenly appeared in front of Li Ji. The warhorse was like black satin, shiny and glossy, except for the 4 hooves, which were as white as snow. The black horse had a long back and a short and straight waist, and the joints and tendons of the limbs were well developed. Li Ji had seen the god-level warhorse of Li Tsunxia's 5 famous horses before, but it was obviously inferior to the black horse in front of him. Even the red hair horse ridden by Liu Bu was only equal to this black horse in terms of visual impact. Tian Wuzhui. Such a familiar name. Isn't this the BMW that Xiang Yu rode in the Romance of the Western Han Dynasty? Known as the best horse in the world. Li Ji recalled the memory of Tian Wuzhui. At first, he was a little surprised, but now he was overwhelmed by joy. The mount of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. In the Battle of Jiulu, Xiang Yu relied on this warhorse, holding a weapon and relying on martial arts to lead the Jiangdong soldiers to 9 victories, defeating more with fewer troops, and fighting more than 60 Qin generals without defeat. The overlord's spear did not touch the ground, and the horse did not retreat half a step. The overlord had fought hundreds of battles without defeat. For several years, Xiang Yu relied on Wuzhui horse to move forward and made rapid progress. In the Battle of Gaixia, Xiang Yu was forced to commit suicide in the encirclement and suppression of Liu Bang and Han Xian's main forces. Before his death, he ordered a soldier to take Wuzhui horse and cross the river by boat. However, the black horse was loyal to the overlord. It roared and jumped, looked back at the overlord, and was reluctant to board the ship, even under the coercion of the generals. The black horse neighed a few times, jumped into the middle of the river, and went nowhere. It is said that there was a horse called the Black Horse, which was full of arrows but still galloped. The generous King Xiang dragged his head behind him, and no one knew whose body was wrapped in the leather. Guimorua also wrote an untitled poem directly to praise the character of the Black Horse. Name Wuzhui. Stepping on the clouds. Quality God-level warhorse. Running speed 999. Instantaneous speed 1000. Special effects. 8,000 miles a day. Marching speed plus 100%. No step back. Physical strength recovery speed plus 100%. Unstoppable. Impact force plus 100%. Loyalty. Absolute loyalty to the warhorse owner. Description: this horse is like black satin. Shiny and shiny. Except for the four hooves, which are as white as snow. Wujue has a long back and a short and straight waist. The joints and tendons of the limbs are well developed. There is a story about this horse, called Wujue stepping on the clouds. Wujue stepping on the clouds is a peerless horse. But good horses have a common problem. That is, they have a bad temper and are wild and difficult to tame. Li Ji heard from Li Tsuinxiao that Li Tsuinxiao punched 5 horses several times in order to tame them, and almost knocked them out. Therefore, if Li Ji wanted to ride the Taiyan Wujue horse, he could not only extract it, but also tame the wild horse himself. Just as Li Ji guessed, the look in Taiyan Wujue's eyes when he looked at him was like looking at rotten fish and shrimps. The personified disdainful expression really made Li Ji unhappy. Immediately, Li Ji grabbed the reins, twisted his waist, and jumped onto the back of the black horse like pulling onions out of dry land. The sudden ride caught the black horse by surprise, and a burst of anger suddenly appeared in its eyes. The muscles all over its body bulged because of the force. As hard and powerful as granite, the 4 hooves that seemed to be stepping on the snow began to swing. And Li Ji, who was sitting on the horse's back, felt that he was flying in the clouds, and his soul was about to be thrown away with the movement of the horse. Suddenly, the eyes became dark, and Li Ji's upper and lower teeth clenched, and his arms were like a python, winding back and forth around the neck of the black horse, although the back half of Li Ji's body floated up and down with the movement of the black horse. The situation at this time was much better than before. At least, there was no possibility of being thrown off. It's not an exaggeration to say that wild horses are hard to tame. If you want to tame this wild horse, you need to give it some pain. Li Ji's brain was almost as sticky and chaotic as a ball of paste. If he continued, he would be thrown off the horse after a while. So, he also imitated Li Tsuinxi's approach. Taking advantage of the gap, he picked up his fists and punched the black horse on the head. Although Li Ji's strength was much worse than Li Tsuinxiao, his bravery was at least at the level of a first-class general. Bang, bang, bang. Several noises suddenly sounded, and the black horse felt that its nose was almost crooked by Li Ji, and it couldn't help but let out a painful wail. The heavy breathing sounded, and a cunning look appeared in the eyes of the black horse. The limbs stopped jumping and swung forward instead. The piercing noise exploded in Li Ji's ears, and his hearing was damaged in an instant. With his eyes slightly blurred, Li Ji, who was holding the horse's neck tightly, forced himself to lower his body to avoid the strong wind. However, the next second, Li Ji's eyes turned white, and a white wall suddenly appeared in front of him, accompanied by the roar of horse hooves. The black horse was about to hit the wall, but it suddenly changed its direction, and changed its direction directly by rubbing against the wall. But Li Ji didn't have this ability. The unexpected action of the black horse made him unable to react at all. The inertia caused by the change of direction of the warhorse directly caused half of Li Ji's body to be thrown out, hitting the wall and leaving a hole. The severe pain made Li Ji utter a painful sound, and half of his body was scratched with countless scars and began to ooze blood, which was scattered in the air with a strong wind. Young master, what happened? The noise in the garden was so loud that Duchan, Xie Yunshu and Dongjai Guidai, who were resting in the house, ran out immediately. The messy garden, the noisy black horse, and Li Ji riding on the horse. This scene came into the eyes of the 3 people, and then caused a burst of exclamations. This beast is really noisy, and it is so energetic. I must fight with you. Chonner, take my whip. Li Ji mobilized the true energy in his body, and finally suppressed the tingling and numbness from half of his body along the meridians. Anger appeared on his face. Li Ji grabbed the reins of the black horse with one hand and reached out with the other hand, like a dragon claw exploring the clouds. The moment his whole body left the horse, he reached out and snatched the whip from Duchan's hand. Then, he lifted the horse's belly with his legs, and Li Ji swung the whip in the air, making a crackling sound, and suddenly hit the black and shiny horse's butt. The black horse was immediately in pain, neighing, and under Li Ji's traction, it suddenly accelerated, smashed the door of the mansion like an arrow, and rushed out like a fly. Sister Duchan, what should we do? The 3 women had never seen such a scene before, and panic expressions appeared on their beautiful faces. Today is the time when the young master set up a celebration banquet. I think they are still drinking at the banquet. We will go there immediately to find Mr. Wang and others for help. Chapter 454 Assassination. I didn't expect the guards of Longhai City to be so cautious. We had to go through a lot of twists and turns to get in. Li Ji just came back from Luoyang City. He will definitely hold a big banquet to celebrate his military exploits. It's normal for the guards to be lazy. Otherwise, we can't enter the city smoothly. Longhai City, like the Han Dynasty, has a curfew system. So when Li Ji held a banquet, there were basically no civilians on the streets. In a house in the city, although there was no light, there were crowds of people in the dark. And it seemed that many people were hiding in it. The people in the house were covered by the darkness and gathered together. They tacitly kept their voices very low. They didn't seem to want to be discovered. One of them continued with a cold face, "Humph. I didn't expect that Li Ji could actually defeat Dong Zhuo. It seems that Yan Baihu's death in his hands is not unjust. My general just fell into their trap. Otherwise, if we occupy the mountain stronghold, how could Li Ji defeat us?" As soon as the first person finished speaking, a hurried voice came from the darkness, wanting to know the point just now. If there were any Longhai soldiers who participated in the crusade against Yan Baihu here, they would be shocked after hearing their conversation. Yan Baihu had been suppressed and defeated by Li Ji and others before the crusade against Dong Zhuo began, and no one knew where his body was buried. However, such a person whose body was cold was mentioned here. That's right. My general once cooperated with your master. You slaves dare to insult my general? There was also a voice in the darkness that denounced. Judging from the content of the speech, it seemed to be in the same camp as the former. It is not difficult to guess that all of them were once subordinates of Yan Baihu, the chief of Shan Yu clan. They seem to have appeared in Longhai City for a certain purpose. As soon as this person finished speaking, the other people in the house were speechless. Many people's faces began to turn red, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. We are all the family master's followers. Now he died at the hands of Wang Ming, and Wang Ming is Li Ji's subordinate. We must kill Li Ji and Wang Ming, as well as their spirits in heaven. Everyone was silent for a long time, and finally one person stood up from among them. His eyes, like the lonely and cold moon, swept around and took in the figures of everyone present. Then, he said to the remaining troops of Yan Baihu, "Your chief died at the hands of Li Ji, and our family master died at the hands of Li Ji. You and I have the same goal. Why do we still have to argue?" At this point, the identity of the people hiding in this room has become very clear. These dozens of people are divided into two forces. One from the remaining troops of Yan Baihu, and the other is the followers raised by Su Gong. They all had a common enemy and wanted to kill Li Ji, so they acted together. After hearing this, the dozens of Yan Baihu's remaining troops hiding here showed expressions of agreement on their faces. They looked at each other, and then a thief, who seemed to be the leader, said, "You are right. Before we achieve our goal, we must remember not to fight among ourselves. After dealing with Li Ji and Wang Ming, we will settle the grudges between you and me." His words were very clear. That is, to get rid of Li Ji first. And once Li Ji died, they would settle the grievances between the two forces. Su Gong was once the commander of Wujuan, and Yan Baihu was the Shan Yu commander of Wujuan. Both of them wanted to get rid of Sheng Xian and join forces. But before that, due to the conflict of duties, they actually had many conflicts. And Su Gong's retainers and Yan Baihu's remaining troops also had many conflicts because of their different positions. Some retainers believed that Yan Baihu's remaining troops were weak, poorly equipped, and were Shan Yu bandits, and they had already looked down on each other. And Yan Baihu's remaining troops had a lot of resentment in their hearts because they had been enduring the other party's condescending and disdainful eyes. If it weren't for Li Ji, the number one target, the two sides would never mix together. Let's talk about these things later. At present, we have already mixed into Longhai City. It's time to target Li Ji and Wang Ming. The retainers headed by Su Gong said loudly, but a trace of worry flashed across their faces. They said they had sneaked into Longhai City, but Longhai City was heavily guarded. If they hadn't acted quickly and found an empty house to hide in, they might have been plundered long ago. Moreover, Li Ji's generals were all in the city. If they happened to encounter generals guarding around when they assassinated Li Ji, they wouldn't be able to resist for long with just a few dozen people. After this, everyone in the house fell silent again, and no one could make the best assassination plan. I heard that Li Ji held a big banquet today to entertain all his generals. Should we take this opportunity to sneak into Li Ji's mansion and kill him late at night? Someone came up with a plan that was both skillful and daring. This plan was extremely dangerous. After hearing it, everyone's eyes flickered slightly, and their expressions were a little uncertain. Obviously, they didn't think this was the best way. This plan. The retainers were the same, and some were unsure whether this plan was good or bad. At this moment, there was a sudden neighing sound outside the house, followed by a series of thunderous horse hoof sounds, which passed by them as quickly as the wind. Go and see what's going on. A remnant of Yen Baihu was sent out to watch the situation outside on tiptoe. Not long after, he quickly returned to the house and reported the situation. Just now, it seems that someone rode a warhorse, whipped the horse and rushed towards the gate of Longcay City. Isn't there a curfew here? How come someone dares to appear in the city at this time and rides a warhorse? Someone asked with confusion. With the seriousness of Longcay City, the one who dares to be so arrogant here is probably not Li Ji, but the generals and counselors around Li Ji. Then what should we do? Should we catch up and take a look? He has a warhorse, and we only have 2 legs. How can we catch up with that guy? Moreover, if it is not Li Ji and Wang Meng, then we are working in vain? Some people hold the opposite view and think it is best to stay in the city and wait and see. Everyone, I see that the man is not wearing any armor, and he has no sword or weapon to protect himself. The bandit, who was watching the situation outside just now, added. Is that so? The retainers headed by Su Gong fell into deep thought, and after a while they said, if that's the case, then this person is obviously not a military messenger. Perhaps this person is so brave that he dares to go out in the wild without armor or soldiers. Could he really be Li Ji's general? Then should we stay here? We have several war horses hidden outside. We will go out of the city through the dog hole, go out late at night, and return early in the morning. We will follow quietly. If it is Li Ji's general, we will return immediately. If it is Li Ji's counselor, we will use this person to threaten Li Ji. What do you think? That's the only way. The leaders of the 2 forces immediately agreed to the plan. At the same time, there was a commotion in Longcay City. Li Ji grabbed the reins with one hand and whipped the black horse under his crotch with the other hand. The black horse neighed in pain and swung its hooves wildly. Under Li Ji's strong control, it rushed towards the city gate like a chariot running at full power. Is that the governor? The soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army guarding the city gate recognized Li Ji's face and exclaimed, "Open the city gate quickly and let me out of the city." Li Ji couldn't control the black horse's movements skillfully yet, although he could sit on it without being overturned. He couldn't control the black horse's walking and stopping, unless the black horse's physical strength was exhausted by Li Ji, or was forcibly suppressed and surrendered by Li Ji. Otherwise, with the black horse's temper, Li Ji might have to sit on it for a while. Ah! The soldier was a little confused by Li Ji's order, but he didn't dare not do it, and commanded others to open a gap for Li Ji to pass. At the same moment the city gate opened. The black horse, whipped by Li Ji, was like a shot of stimulant. It let out a long whistle and blew towards the city gate like a black wind, taking Li Ji away from the city in the blink of an eye. Centurion, should we lead the troops to chase after him and protect the safety of the Lord? A soldier said worriedly. That makes sense. Where is the Lord? The centurion finally reacted. But with just a moment of distraction, Li Ji's figure disappeared from his sight. However, the centurion's worry did not last long. Just when he was about to send someone to inform his superiors, several hurried horse hooves came from the streets in the city. Li Xianxiu and other fierce generals of the Dragon Sparrow army wore armor, held various weapons, and looked solemn. But the smell of alcohol brought by the night breeze made the centurion a little intoxicated. However, when he saw such a large battle in front of him, he became nervous instantly. Where is the Lord? Wang Meng, surrounded by the generals, got out. He looked at the city gate that had not been closed yet, and his face suddenly changed. You let the Lord out of the city so easily? The governor personally ordered us to open the gate, and we dare not open it. The centurion knew that Wang Meng was the second in command in the army, and he did not dare to offend him easily. He had to kneel on the ground and tremble, and told the whole story. Hearing this, Wang Meng's face froze, and he didn't know what to say. The beast that the Lord rode was so bad-tempered that even the Lord could not subdue it. It's really curious. Li Xianxiu did not seem to worry about Li Ji's safety. Instead, he was curious about the warhorse mentioned by Duchan, blinking his eyes. Although Li Ji had not charged into battle for a long time, the generals present had no doubt about Li Ji's martial arts. After all, he was the first to lead the troops in the national war. Wang Meng coughed lightly, then looked at the generals beside him, and then said, Generals, now the Lord has gone out of the city on a wild horse, and is missing. Please take a cavalry out of the city, and find the Lord as soon as possible. I will be here in person to prevent any accidents in the city. He always felt that the atmosphere was a little unusual and frowned slightly. Huang Gong, Shi Jingxi and others immediately took the order, and then retreated to the barracks and led a light cavalry out of the city. The reason why the Lord was taken out of the city by the beast is that he has not completely subdued the beast. If you find the Lord, please don't act at will to avoid any accidents. Before leaving, Lu Xiangxing gave instructions to the generals. Lu Xiangxing was good at identifying horses. Through Diachan's narration, he immediately knew why Li Ji made such a fuss. The stronger the warhorse, the wilder it is, which means it is more difficult to tame. The taming process is to let the wild horse recognize its master. If others help, it may make the wild horse unable to completely recognize its master and tame the horseman. The reason why Lu Xiangxing made such an entrustment was that he was afraid that these generals would not know the situation and blindly help Li Ji, but would end up making Li Ji unhappy. Most of the generals on horseback also knew the truth in Lu Xiangxing's words, and nodded to indicate that they understood. Late at night, in the deserted wilderness, the sound of horse hooves spread in all directions with the breeze. Li Ji frowned. His legs clamped around the horse's belly, and sat on the black horse as steady as Mount Tai. Now Li Ji can ride on the black horse as steady as Mount Tai, and there is no need to worry about being tossed off the horse by the wild horse under his crotch. But now there is still a problem. That is, how can Li Ji force the black horse to stop, and then let it listen to him and take him back to Longcay City? At this time, he was in the wilderness, and he was not wearing armor or carrying a blade. If a team of enemies suddenly appeared, with his martial arts, he might not be able to kill them intact with his bare hands. The horsewhip whipped the black horse frantically, but the black horse seemed to enjoy such whipping. Every time Li Ji whipped it, it would neigh excitedly and run faster. A man and a horse swept across the plain like a black hurricane, and soon rushed into a dense forest. At this time, Li Ji's mind had been consumed for the most part, and his face was tired. The black horse seemed to be a little tired, and its limbs began to slow down. And then it took small steps to take Li Ji to wander in the dense forest. It seemed to acquiesce that Li Ji was sitting on the horse's back. Even if Li Ji was sore from sitting, it did not think of throwing Li Ji off the horse's back. Li Ji seemed to have reached the last step in taming the black horse. Good horse. Good horse. Follow me back to Longcay City later. Li Ji noticed that the black horse had softened a little, and patted the horse's neck with satisfaction. But the result was a disdainful snort from the black horse. Obviously, the black horse seemed to have the intention to recognize its master, but it had not yet reached the point of completely recognizing its master. It seems that I have to give him a show of strength. Li Ji's thoughts kept flashing, and his eyes swept around. But all he saw were countless trees. In the romance of the Western Han Dynasty, Xiang Yu tamed the black horse by suppressing it with his unparalleled strength. Although I don't have the strength of a hegemon, maybe I can follow suit and suppress the black horse to make it submit. Chapter 455 Wuzhui Wuzhui. Thinking of this, Li Ji immediately squeezed the horse's belly, loosened the reins with one hand, but held the mane of Wuzhui tightly. As he exerted force, Wuzhui neighed in pain. With a trace of human grievance in his eyes, Wuzhui immediately stepped forward with 4 hooves, and the speed that had just slowed down suddenly increased to the extreme. Li Ji only felt that his ears were filled with harsh noises, and his vision suddenly became blurred. The surrounding scene was rapidly retreating backwards, like a horse turning off the lights. In an instant, the sound of horse hooves like thunder was transmitted again in the dense forest that had been silent, as if a gust of black wind was blowing from the ground. However, the next second, Wuzhui, whose speed reached the extreme, suddenly neighed, and his thunderous and lightning-like figure suddenly stagnated. At the same time, a towering tree in the dense forest seemed to come alive, and the leaves hanging on the branches shook wildly, making bursts of rustling sounds. Li Ji, riding on the back of the black horse, stretched out his arms, and while riding, he hugged the tree trunk with one arm. The true energy in his body poured into his arms like a flood with his thoughts, and instantly became as hard as steel. The black horse felt that it was locked by a rope, and immediately let out a painful long howl. Then exerted force again, and swung its limbs violently. Li Ji, who hugged the tree trunk with one hand and the horse's neck with the other, clearly felt the sense of power coming from the black horse, as if the whole person would be torn in half in the next moment. But Li Ji still clenched his teeth tightly, and the true energy in his body evaporated like boiling water, watering in the meridians of his limbs and turning into power. greatly enhancing the toughness of his body. Like a yoke, Wuzwima and the tree were firmly fastened together. No matter how Wuzwima exerted his strength, he could not escape Li Ji's control. The four limbs of the horse's hooves stepped on the ground, and as Wuzwima continued to move, four deep grooves were left, almost swallowing the horse's hooves. Li Ji and Wuzwima were like gladiators in the arena. The two were entangled and constantly competed for strength. However, they were deadlocked for a short time, and neither could do anything to the other. One was a first-class general, and the other was a god-level warhorse. If they only competed in strength, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time, unless one of the party's strength was exhausted. The situation would remain deadlocked here. However, Li Ji overlooked one point. That is, the tree he was hugging was just an ordinary tree, and it was basically not tough. Soon, as the two sides continued to wrestle and collide, the trunk of the towering tree suddenly made a crisp sound, and a crack spread rapidly on the outline of the trunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Li Ji felt his arm suddenly loosen, and the tree in his arm spun like a bird, and a large amount of wood chips were swept in all directions by the strong wind. Wu Zhuima also felt this way. The previous immortal rope seemed to be cut off by humans, and the pressure on his body suddenly dropped to the extreme. He couldn't help but let out an excited neigh. However, the roar that followed immediately made him show human surprise. A tree trunk suddenly flew out of his spiritual eyes, accompanied by a roar, and suddenly brushed against him and flew forward for several meters, then hit the ground, leaving a shallow hole and splashing smoke and dust. Li Ji did not expect that the tree could not withstand the tossing and broke just like that. However, what surprised him even more was that the black horse under his crotch suddenly bent its front legs and showed a kneeling posture. Only then did Li Ji realize that he had reproduced the scene of Xiang Yu taming the black horse, and the black horse should be surprised at his strength and kneel directly on the ground to show his recognition of Li Ji. Good horse. Good horse. Li Ji grinned and fell from the horse's back to the ground, smiling and patting the neck of the black horse. The black horse also showed intimacy, stretching out its wet tongue to lick Li Ji's palm. Seeing the black horse's flattering look, Li Ji realized that this wild horse had been completely subdued by him. Now he has the three-piece set of weapons, armor and BMW, and the limits of these three sets can reach the level of god-level equipment. Moreover, most of these three pieces of equipment have some connection with Xiang Yu, which is really a bit puzzling. This place is deserted. Since we have completely subdued Wuzwima, we should return to Longke City as soon as possible to prevent any accidents. I just don't know if Wuzwima has enough strength to go back after being tossed around for so long, Li Ji muttered. And although his voice was not loud, Wuzwima heard it clearly. Wuzwima was quite intelligent and roughly understood the meaning of Li Ji's words. He immediately snorted in dissatisfaction and snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Then he neighed, knelt on the ground with his front legs, and leaned towards Li Ji. This posture was obvious. Wuzwima wanted Li Ji to get on the horse and carry his new master back to Longke City. Li Ji patted the head of the black horse with satisfaction, then grabbed the reins and climbed onto the horse's back lightly, lifted the horse's belly with his legs, and the warhorse under his crotch understood and immediately spread its four hooves towards the city. The noise in his ears sounded again, but the black horse seemed to sense Li Ji's state. After a long cry, the black body surged with dim light, wrapping Li Ji up like a shadow. Li Ji only felt that the noise disappeared instantly, and his body, which was originally a little bumpy, stabilized again, sitting on the black horse like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. In addition to the common advantages of extremely fast speed and abundant physical strength, the god-level warhorses also have their own characteristics. Just like Lu Bu's red rabbit horse, it is red all over, and when running, it will show divine fire, which can cause different degrees of deterrence to the enemy and the enemy's warhorse. Li Ji's Wuzhui horse can cast a layer of dark light on Li Ji, which can improve his stability and provide him with a certain degree of defense. In the past, when Li Ji faced the rain of arrows that covered the sky, he needed to consume his inner energy to resist. Now that he has Wuzhui horse, he does not need to consume his inner energy to block the rain of arrows as before. He can only rely on the defensive dark light provided by Wuzhui horse to block it. This layer of dark light may have other wonderful uses. Li Ji stretched out one hand, looked at the dark light wrapped in his palm, and began to fall into deep thought. He did not carry any weapons and armor when he left the city, so he could not verify whether this dark light could be attached to weapons and armor. If the dark light of Wuzhui horse can be attached to weapons and armor to improve the toughness of the equipment, then the practical value of Wuzhui horse will also be greatly improved. As he was thinking like this, the black horse under his crotch suddenly changed. Its 4 hooves suddenly trampled on the ground and made it pit. Its figure, which was as fast as a sharp arrow, stopped in an instant. If Li Ji had not been protected by the dark light of the black horse, this sudden change would have been enough to make him fly away and fall off the horse's back. What's going on? Li Ji frowned, patted the somewhat uneasy black horse, and then looked forward. Dozens of people riding war horses suddenly appeared in his field of vision, blocking his way in the middle of the night. Li Ji could think without thinking that these people were definitely not good people, and they were not even ordinary mountain bandits, but these who came directly to him. Li Ji, there are dozens of people on the opposite side, and they are all on horseback. It's a pity that I don't carry the Overlord's spear and the 7-star sword. Otherwise, I don't have to be afraid of these thieves. I don't know if there are still people following them. The best way now is to show weakness, and use the power of the black horse to quickly escape from their encirclement. Thoughts flashed through his mind, like a flash of lightning. In an instant, Li Ji understood the pros and cons, and began to think about the escape route. I am an envoy sent by Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji. It is a capital crime to intercept my way. Quickly disperse with me. Otherwise the governor will definitely send heavy troops to wipe out you thieves. Li Ji shouted, trying to use his reputation to threaten the group of people to disperse. He didn't know whether these people were simply intercepting him halfway or actively targeting him. Li Ji decided to hide his identity first and wait and see. As soon as these words came out, these thieves immediately caused a commotion, as if they were threatened by Li Ji's words. The leading thief's eyes flashed with an inexplicable expression, and then he glanced at the crowd around him, who were a little commotion, and said, "We are nearby bandits. We heard that the governor of Kuaiji accepted the clan, so we intercepted the envoy here on purpose. I hope the envoy can introduce us." After hearing the other party's words, Li Ji suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He had suddenly rushed out of Longhai City, and no one could have predicted his whereabouts. How could the other side know his way accurately and intercept him halfway? There were obvious loopholes in the other side's words. Li Ji instantly realized that the group of thieves on the other side were not ordinary bandits at all, but thieves who specifically targeted him. Even after he left the city, the other side had been following him. As for why they targeted him, Li Ji hadn't figured it out at this time. Resisting the chill in his heart, Li Ji chuckled and replied, "In this case, if you want to surrender to the governor, there's nothing wrong with me introducing you. Please go back to your own stronghold first, and I will let the governor recruit you personally tomorrow." Li Ji didn't see the opportunity to break out now, so he decided to stabilize these guys who were plotting ill. He left Longhai City abruptly, and Wang Meng and others would never sit idly by. At this time, they had already sent troops to look for his traces. Li Ji now needs to stabilize the other group of people and delay, as much as possible, until his troops arrive, so that he can escape safely without injury. There are only a few dozen people in our village. If the governor is asked to recruit them personally, it would be an exaggeration. We brothers just want to serve the governor and serve as a small soldier. If the envoy just mentions it for us, we will be very grateful. It was obvious that Li Ji was not going to be spared by these words. But what surprised Li Ji was that the other party did not seem to recognize his identity and really treated him as an ordinary envoy. After thinking of this level, Li Ji immediately calmed down and replied with a chuckle, "I know the general of the governor's army, and I can introduce you to him. If the general appreciates you, it is possible to serve as a personal soldier." Serve as a personal soldier? The leader of the thieves frowned slightly. In fact, they were the group of retainers, and the remnants of Yan Baihu, who wanted to kill Li Ji. They chased out to see if it was Li Ji himself, but it turned out to be an ordinary envoy, and they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Moreover, the other party wanted to recommend them as the personal soldiers of the general of the Dragon Sparrow army. With their strength, if their identities were discovered, they would be dead. Thinking of this, he suddenly had the idea of retreating, so he wanted to speak up to reject Li Ji's proposal. However, the next second, a sudden exclamation came from behind him, which instantly changed his mind. This doesn't seem to be an envoy. It should be Li Ji himself. Really? I followed Sheng Xian to attend Lu Yao's banquet before, and I heard Li Ji's voice. The speaker was a retainer that Su Gong had placed beside Sheng Xian. After Sheng Xian's death, he returned to Su Gong's side and helped Su Gong to recruit troops. If he had not been sent to Wu County on the day Su Gong died, he would have become a corpse and slept in the ground at this time. So, he was one of the few people among these people who had seen or heard of Li Ji. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were stern, and they looked at Li Ji with bursts of fierce light in their pupils. Seeing this, Li Ji cursed inwardly, saying that it was not good. The other party had such a change, and it was obvious that he was rushing towards him. Then he shouted loudly, scolding, "Who are you? We are Su Gong's retainers, and we are here to avenge our master. Our commander died at your hands, and we want to avenge him." The group of thieves in front of him heard two different voices, big and small, on the left and right. Li Ji heard them very clearly and understood their identities instantly. These people were either Su Gong's retainers or Yan Baihu's former subordinates. Now they blocked his way to avenge their masters. Li Ji even suspected that he had picked up the script of Jiangnan Little Overlord. Not only was his territory similar to that of Dongwu, but he was always assassinated by thieves when he was alone in the wild. He silently complained in his heart. But Li Ji did not dare to be careless. He did not have weapons and armor to protect himself. So how could his fists fight against these dozens of assassins holding long spears and broadswords? Besides, he still had the BMW Wuju under his crotch. If he couldn't beat them, could he not run away? Immediately, Li Ji swung the reins with one hand, squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and shouted, "Wu Shui! Wu Shui!" The horse he was riding understood his master's tone, neighed, turned the horse's head, and ran back like the wind. It was like a black wind blowing on the ground. Li Ji, who was in the sight of the assassins, shrank quickly, and turned into a black dot in the blink of an eye, hiding in the distance. Li Ji is about to run away. What are you still doing? Hurry up and chase him. The leader of these assassins suddenly became anxious and shouted to the left and right. Chapter 456 Survivor. Damn it. How can Li Ji's horse run so fast? Above the wilderness, the scene that was originally shrouded in the night. As time went by, a layer of fish-white halo began to emerge in the distance. Su Gong's followers and the remaining troops of Yan Baihu have been chasing Li Ji in this wilderness for a long time. But they all ignored the speed of Wuzwima. After chasing for such a long time, not only did they fail to catch up with Li Ji, but the distance between them and Li Ji became farther and farther. Although Wuzwima had consumed most of its strength due to Li Ji's tossing, its energy and leg strength were far beyond that of ordinary war horses. And these assassins, because of their special status, were able to get dozens of war horses at once, which was extremely difficult. And how could they get a god-level war horse that could match Wuzwima? If Li Ji had not consumed a lot of energy in order to subdue Wuzwima. Otherwise, how could these assassins have been hanging behind Li Ji's ass? And Li Ji would have thrown them away by now. Of course, they should also be thankful that Li Ji's Wuzhui horse was not in the best condition. Otherwise, they would not have followed Li Ji for a whole night without being thrown off. It will be dawn in a while, and we can't catch up with Li Ji's warhorse at all. It's better to let Li Ji go first and find an opportunity to kill him later. Some people looked at Li Ji, who was as small as a black dot, and felt helpless in their hearts. And then, they had the idea of giving up. Now is the opportunity to hunt down Li Ji. Once he successfully escapes back to Longke City, that guy will definitely not let us go easily. He will definitely send a large army to turn the entire Kuaiji County upside down and find us out. That's right. With Li Ji's temper, he will not let us go. And with Li Ji's character, he will definitely be more vigilant in the future. And the chance of assassination will become extremely small. Some people are worried that if they let Li Ji go, they will be retaliated by Li Ji's thundering means. So they don't agree with this idea. There were divergent opinions on the left and right. The leader of the assassins immediately frowned and said, "You are all right. We can't catch up with Li Ji now. And we will definitely be retaliated by him in the future. Unless we leave Kuaiji County, we will die. But if we leave Kuaiji County, we will no longer have the opportunity to assassinate Li Ji. Have you really thought it through?" The attitude of the assassin leader wavered, and he was a little hesitant. After hearing the leader's words, the expressions of the remaining people suddenly sank. And they obviously understood the pros and cons. No matter which one they chose, Li Ji would escape safely, and they would have troubles in the future. The assassins who were chasing behind suddenly changed. Li Ji, who had been focusing on them, soon discovered that something was wrong, and his thoughts immediately flashed through his mind. The assassins were caught in a dilemma, and Li Ji easily guessed it. After all, the black horse under his crotch was a rare famous horse in the world. which was not comparable to ordinary war horses. So Li Ji expected that the other party could not catch up with him all night. And since they could not catch up with him, it was not surprising that the assassins wanted to retreat. After thinking about this, Li Ji slightly urged the black horse to slow down a little and shorten the distance between himself and the assassin. Li Ji wanted to see if these assassins would continue to chase him when they found a chance to catch up with him. Look, leader. Li Ji's horse seems to be unable to hold on, and its speed has slowed down a lot. Some people didn't know that this was Li Ji's intentional act, and immediately explained to remind their companions. As he said, the black horse seemed unable to withstand the long-term charge, and could no longer hold on to the previous sprint, and its speed dropped again and again. Li Ji, who was the size of a small black dot before, now appeared clearly in everyone's vision, and his outline gradually became clear. Fortunately, we didn't give up. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen Li Ji's moment of failure. Someone laughed happily. They didn't think there was anything wrong. They just felt that Li Ji's horse had been galloping for a long time, and could no longer hold on. And the speed began to slow down. Catch up. With the leader's order, everyone cheered and whipped their horses at the same time. With the neighing of the horses, they rushed towards Li Ji like arrows. The sound of horse hooves behind him became louder and louder. Li Ji knew what was happening behind him without turning his head. It was nothing more than the hope that he would catch up with them. These assassins rushed over like chicken blood. Li Ji sneered and clamped his legs lightly on the horse's belly. The black horse, who had been ridden all night, had developed a certain tacit understanding with Li Ji and immediately understood what Li Ji meant. The cheerful neighing sounded in the rumbling sound of horse hooves like thunder. The black horse immediately swung its 4 hooves and galloped out. The speed that had just been suppressed ushered in a burst again. In the blink of an eye, under the horrified gaze of many assassins, Li Ji and the black horse were like black wind on flat ground, blowing through the wilderness and running away. Hack! That Li Ji is playing with us! Many people saw this and immediately started to curse Li Ji's relaxed attitude. They knew that Li Ji was playing with them, and suddenly slowing down was just teasing them. Retreat! These assassins no longer wanted to entangle with Li Ji, and immediately turned their horses' heads and ran in other directions under the command of the leader. Even if Li Ji slowed down again, they would never choose to chase Li Ji. They dared not be fooled easily again. Li Ji, who was running in the front, heard the sound of horses' hooves behind him gradually weakened, and his brows could not help but frown. The other party's sudden giving up surprised him a little. However, the other party let him go. But he, Li Ji, had no intention of letting the other party go. Li Ji then turned his horse's head and urged the black horse to hang far behind these fleeing assassins. What's wrong with Li Ji? We let him go. How dare he follow us? Someone noticed that Li Ji was following them, and their scalp was numb, and their tone was very unfriendly. The identities of both parties were quietly exchanged, and Li Ji seemed to have become the hunter in this chase, while they became the prey. The leader of the assassins also sighed lightly, looking particularly helpless. They couldn't catch up with Li Ji. How could they do anything to him? Now they chose to run away. And Li Ji was so skilled and daring that he dared to follow these assassins. Who is the real assassin? Leave Kuaiji County in batches. Under the order of the leader, these people dispersed in 2s and 3s and fled in the wilderness in different directions. Faced with such a situation, Li Ji was powerless. After all, he was only one person and had no clone technique, so it was impossible for him to catch up with all the people. However, the situation changed again at this time. On the horizon in the distance, a black silk thread suddenly appeared. And then, this black silk thread rose rapidly and turned into a rolling torrent. Woo! Woo! In the distance, a dull horn sounded, echoing for a long time in the sky above the wilderness. Rumble! The sound of horse hooves like thunder sounded, shaking the ground constantly. Li Ji was the farthest away from them, but he could clearly see the armor style of this cavalry, which was the cavalry of his dragon sparrow army. Immediately, Li Ji shouted loudly to the cavalry in the distance, "Catch these assassins for me!" What? The assassins caught between the two sides heard Li Ji's words clearly, and their faces suddenly changed. Li Ji's words were very clear. The opponent's cavalry was definitely from a cavalry of the dragon sparrow army. Boom! As expected, as soon as Li Ji's voice came out, the cavalry suddenly changed. The sound of the horseshoes of the elite cavalry of the dragon sparrow army came from far away, and the unstoppable momentum broke out like a mountain in fire. They charged together, and the murderous aura that soared into the sky swept the whole world. bringing a suffocating and unbearable sense of oppression. The assassins facing this cavalry were like falling into an ice cellar, and the coldness penetrated their bones. The general who commanded this cavalry was Yang Zixing, the general recruited by Li Ji through the battle order. When he heard Li Ji shout, his eyes suddenly shot out a burst of light. But when he saw the assassins in the middle, his pupils also revealed a murderous aura. "Follow me to kill them and bring back the Lord." There was no need for Li Ji to explain. Seeing this scene, Yang Zixing knew that Li Ji did not return to Longke City all night because he was being hunted by these assassins. Under Yang Zixing's order, the cavalry, like a black torrent, rushed forward like a tide. They were silent and did not shout and kill as excitedly as Yang Zixing did. But the murderous aura they exuded rushed towards the assassins, making the group of assassins feel terrified. Fight to the death and never surrender. The leader of the assassins forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and immediately roared wildly, although he did not know who the general who rushed up in front of him was. The momentum exuded by the other party made him know that he was definitely not his opponent. Moreover, Yang Zixing's cavalry had hundreds or thousands of people at most, and the number of assassins was no more than 100. So they were no match for the other side's elite. Once a collision and fighting occurred, their group of assassins would definitely lose, since it was a losing situation. If they, as assassins, fell into Li Ji's hands, they would definitely end up with a fate worse than death. Rather than being tortured by Li Ji, it would be better to die here in battle, so that they could have a reputation of being loyal to their master, and it would be worthy of Su Gong and Yin Bai, whose training and care for them. Boom! The assassin in front of him did not choose to surrender, and Yang Zixing was not surprised at all. But it was fine. He could also go all out without any scruples. Yang Zixing roared wildly, and the golden spear in his hand suddenly swung forward under the push of huge force. In an instant, the void exploded, and the surrounding space shattered and rolled up a torrent, and the cavalry around the two were immediately covered. The cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army wore sophisticated armor, and the rolling torrent did not cause much damage to them at all, but only hit the hard armor and made a crackling sound. On the other hand, most of the assassins did not have armor to protect their flesh and blood. Only the few people in the lead had leather armor inside, and the air blades hidden in the torrent did not hinder them at all, and directly pierced through their bodies. With the sound of puffing, more than a dozen assassins around them screamed miserably. The leader, who was the first to be hit, didn't even make a sound before Yang Zixing's gun swept across his waist and abdomen. His whole body exploded like a watermelon, and countless blood and flesh flew out in all directions. The cavalrymen behind him also roared loudly. The silent and heavy murderous aura suddenly broke out in an instant, like a mountain torrent breaking through the river bank. The violent momentum swirled up into the sky and enveloped all the remaining assassins. Kill! 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 The deafening shouts of killing continued to sound, and the Dragon Sparrow army cavalry rushed into the assassins and killed them. With the thunderous sound of horses' hooves, the assassins were chopped to the ground one after another. Almost at the first sight, Yang Zixing led the cavalry to kill the assassins in pieces. They all fell off the horse's back like dumplings falling into a pot, and were trampled into a ball of meat by the horse's hooves following closely. At this time, Li Ji also urged his warhorse to the place of the battle. After seeing the one-sided situation, he shouted loudly, "Zixing, leave a few alive." Understood. Yang Zixing received Li Ji's order, and the spear that was originally swept out suddenly turned, as if the power that could crush the hard stone was reduced by a few points, and smashed into the assassins, who had been standing firm until now, and threw them away. Several cavalrymen understood, and immediately broke away from the battle and rushed out, grabbing the assassins, who fell to the ground and almost fainted, with one arm, and dragged them to the back of the horse. In order to prevent these people from biting their tongues to commit suicide, these cavalrymen were very careful, and they tore off a piece of bloody clothes from the assassins and stuffed it into their mouths. Not long after, without spending much time, Yang Zixing led the cavalry to easily wipe out the group of assassins, and led a few assassins, who were not dead yet, to Li Ji. Yang Zixing got off his horse, knelt on one knee, and apologized to Li Ji, saying, "I am incompetent. I just found the master at this time, and put the master in danger. Please punish me." Li Ji shook his head and smiled, helped Yang Zixing up, and comforted him. "If Zixing had not arrived in time, I would still be chased by these assassins and escaped in a panic. What crime have you committed?" Then Li Ji asked again, "When did you lead the troops out of the city to find me?" "Last night. The master's maid found Mr. Wang, and the generals in the army went out of the city to find the master under the command of Mr. Wang. Yang Zixing bowed and answered truthfully. Hearing this, Li Ji nodded slightly, and then his eyes fell on the captured assassins, and ordered, "These assassins must not be let go easily. When I return to the city, I will immediately send people to interrogate them to see if I can pry anything out of them." Chapter 457. The guilty minister Wang Ming greets the Lord. In Li Ji's mansion, the civil officials headed by Wang Ming and the military generals headed by Li Xuanxia seem to have agreed in advance that when Li Ji returned to Longke City, they would come to plead guilty as soon as possible. Facing a large group of people kneeling and pleading guilty, Li Ji's face twitched slightly. Afterwards, in order to save the face of his ministers, Li Ji personally helped them up one by one, and patted their arms to express his forgiveness. These assassins should not know my whereabouts in advance, unless they stayed in the city all the time and saw me riding out of the city with their own eyes. They would not be able to accurately intercept me on the road. Li Ji's eyes slowly scanned the people below, and then fell on the generals responsible for the city defense mission last night. Seeing Li Ji watching him, the general immediately lowered his head and said in a whisper, "After the Lord left the city, I have ordered the soldiers at the city gates to strengthen their guards, and no one was found entering or leaving the city. If they didn't leave the city, how could they kill me halfway?" Li Ji said with a sneer. "Maybe there is a passage in the city that we don't know about." At this time, Wang Ming bowed and stepped out of the line, putting forward his own ideas. This passage may not allow a large number of people to cross the city walls smoothly, but it can allow dozens of people to bypass the guards of the soldiers and enter the city smoothly. If this is true, then the spies and assassins of the enemy forces can bypass our eyes and enter Longke City to carry out activities, which is a bit of a hidden danger, Shishisai said worriedly on the side. Li Ji waved his hand and said loudly, "Whether they left the city with wings or through dog holes, their appearance has already shown that there are loopholes in Longke City's defense system. Jing Lu, Xuanxiao, the two of you personally lead troops to patrol the city walls and the situation near the city. If you find any loopholes, report to me in time." At this point, Li Ji paused and looked at Jiasu, and ordered, "Wenhe, I still left a few of these assassins alive. They claim to be Su Gong's retainers and the remnants of Yin Baihu. You take people to interrogate them and see if you can find out from their mouths whether there are any accomplices." Jiasu is ruthless and known as a poisonous scholar. He is the most suitable candidate to torture the enemy among Li Ji's generals and advisors. Using him to interrogate prisoners can maximize the information they want. Finally, Li Ji's eyes fell on the general in charge of the city wall defense again, and he slowly said, "The assassin sneaked into the city, and you didn't know it. As the saying goes, the death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime is hard to be pardoned. You go to the army to accept the punishment and be demoted 3 levels. I obey your order." This general also knew what mistake he had made. Even if Li Ji said that he would die to apologize, he could only say that he was unlucky and encountered such a situation. However, Li Ji still gave him a break and did not order him to be executed, which made him shout that he had escaped from death and was convinced by Li Ji's punishment. And Wang Ming, Li Xuanxiao and Jiasu, who were named by Li Ji, also took Li Ji's order and thought about how to start their own tasks. After solving the assassin issue, Li Ji asked his advisors and generals about the commotion in Longke City last night. He was relieved to learn that there was not much commotion. As long as Li Ji was not dead, Wang Ming's methods would be enough to suppress the villains in the shadow corners of Longke City. Then, Li Ji sent everyone out and started today's work tasks. Li Ji, who had been tossed around by the black horse all night, was exhausted at this time. After sending everyone out, he wanted to take a nap to replenish his sleep. But before that, he still needed to open the remaining rewards in the Anti-Dong War event. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the special talent recruitment order and recruiting the legendary commander, Lu Bing. Commander? Lu Bing? Li Ji remembered that the position of commander was a military officer position that appeared in the late Tang and 5 Dynasties period. But with the name Lu Bing, this combination was somewhat intriguing. If I remember correctly, Lu Bing was a commander in the Ming Dynasty. His mother was the wet nurse of Emperor Shizong Zhu Hotsong, and his father was Lu Song, the commander of the same magistrate. Because he inherited his father's position, Lu Bing's identity was actually the legendary commander of the Jinui. Because of his mother, Lu Bing was able to enter and leave the palace since he was a child. After growing up, he served Zhu Hotsong, who would later become Emperor Shizong. Every day. Therefore, when Emperor Shizong successfully ascended the throne, Lu Song and Lu Bing also received great favor from the emperor, and their status rose. Zhu Hotsong and Lu Bing lived together since childhood, so Emperor Shizong also valued his playmate very much. After Lu Song's death, Emperor Shizong promoted Lu Bing to the position of commander, and soon after, he temporarily took over the position of commander. 2 years later, he promoted Lu Bing to the commander of the Jinhui, and nominally confirmed this identity. After becoming the leader of the Jinhui, the royal violent machine, Lu Bing's ability did not disappoint Emperor Shizong. First, during the southern tour, when the palace caught fire, Lu Bing carried Emperor Mingshizong on his back and escaped from danger, saving his life. Later, during the Renin Palace incident, Lu Bing heard the news and rescued the emperor, and executed all the rebels. After waking up, Emperor Mingshizong was very happy to hear about this. In the following years, Lu Bing was gradually promoted, from the commander to the commander-in-chief, and then to the governor-in-chief, and his power was further expanded. However, the greater the power, the greater Lu Bing's ambition. During his tenure, he constantly used strategies to deal with colleagues who despised him, accepted bribes and colluded with Yen Song, and eliminated many ministers. But Lu Bing was not as bad as the legend said. He also protected He Weibai and privately submitted only the memorial but not the request. Later, when he was questioned and scolded by Emperor Mingshizong, he did not refute. When he was appointed as the left commander-in-chief, Lu Bing was promoted to the position of Xiao Bao and served as the prince's tutor for his meritorious service in impeaching Xiao Huan and capturing Ha Zhou, becoming the first official in the Ming dynasty to hold both the position of public official and the position of orphan. Lu Bing was a complicated person. Because of his status as a Jinhui, he repeatedly launched major cases, and officials in the court were in awe of him. At that time, whether it was the promotion or demotion of officials in the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War, or the payment and settlement of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, or even the interrogation and judgment of the Ministry of Justice, all had to be decided by him, and half of the censors in the court were his students. The history of Ming dynasty therefore called him powerful, and powerful throughout the world. Emperor Shizong of the Ming dynasty created many major cases, and Lu Bing often protected some people, treated people with respect, and never framed anyone. So many people in the court praised him. A burst of light suddenly rose in front of Li Ji, and then dissipated to reveal a figure. This person was tall and strong, with a red complexion, standing like a pine or cypress, wearing a flying fish suit, holding a short knife in his arms, and his eyes occasionally showed a gleam of light. It must be said that to be favored by a generation of emperors, not only must one have decent ability, but also must be above the standard in terms of face. I, Lu Bing, greet the Lord. Lu Bing bowed to Li Ji respectfully. Name Lu Bing Ziwenfu. Occupation Jinhui Commander, Life System. Identity Longqueching Citizen. Level 100. Brave 90. Commander 80. Wisdom 85. Political Strategy 60. Charm 60. Luck 50. Personal Characteristics. Money making, black 120% of the required salary. Minions, blue when working for the lord of the faction. Personal combat power plus 10%. Subordinates action efficiency plus 10%. Talented in the world, purple Lu Bing. Yen Shifan and Yang Bo call themselves talented in the world. For every additional person who appears in the same faction, Lu Bing's personal combat power plus 10%. Diligent in work, purple when handling beauties. Lu Bing's work efficiency plus 30%. Physical strength limit increased. Physical strength recovery speed increased. Loyalty and integrity, purple the ambition value of the court officials decreased, and the occurrence of transgressions was reduced. Jinhui, purple when performing the Jinhui function. Lu Bing's four-dimensional data will be temporarily +1. Natural God General, gold when being valued by the Lord. Lu Bing's luck value will temporarily rise to 90, and greatly improve the Lord's luck, reducing the probability of the Lord's death. Heroic and cunning, gold the probability of solving cases will be greatly increased. The combat effectiveness will be greatly increased when guarding at night, and it is very likely to obtain additional information during interrogation. Skills interrogation, S level. Quick knife, S level. Prison, S level. Smell, S level. Mental method, none. Equipment flying fish suit, diamond level equipment. Embroidered spring knife, diamond level equipment. Special arms Jinhui, special arms from level 1 to 5. Jinyui was a military and political intelligence collection agency of the Ming Dynasty. Its predecessor was the Gongwei Division established by Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang, and later renamed the Personal Army Dui Mansion. It was not until the Han Wu period that Zhu Di abolished it and changed its name to Jinyui. As a military organization for the Emperor's Guards, the main functions of the Jinyui were to guard the Emperor's Guards, patrol and arrest, engage in reconnaissance, arrest, interrogation and other activities, and also participate in collecting military intelligence and instigating enemy generals to rebel. If we change to the modern world, the function of the Jinyui is actually an advanced version of a security bureau, because it is directly responsible to the Emperor. The power of the Jinyui is even greater. The Jiajing period of Emperor Shizong of the Ming Dynasty was the heyday of the Jinyui. During this period, the power of the Jinyui gradually increased. When Lu Bing took charge of the guard politics, the power of the Jinyui reached its peak, and the guard power even surpassed the factory power. And the East factory also bowed its head to it. There is no doubt that Li Ji recruited Lu Bing. In fact, he had recruited the most powerful Jinyui in the Ming Dynasty. However, Li Ji did not have a deep bond with Lu Bing like Emperor Shizong of the Ming Dynasty. If Lu Bing did something out of line, he would be the first to stand up and deal with him without the need for his subordinates to do it. I don't know what Wen Fu is good at. I am proficient in investigation and interrogation. I don't know what the Lord needs me to do. As Lu Bing spoke, he showed a gentle smile. But if you knew Lu Bing's character, you would never think that Lu Bing was a humble and polite person. Under the gentle smile, there is a devilish face. I was assassinated recently. The assassin failed to assassinate me, but I caught him. With Wen Fu's skills, what can he interrogate for me? Li Ji did not cover up at all and directly expressed his thoughts. After hearing Li Ji's words, Lu Bing still kept a gentle smile and replied, "If it is just a simple interrogation, I can naturally complete it. But if there are other requirements, I need more accurate instructions." Lu Bing is a smart man. Naturally, he knows that the task assigned by Li Ji will not be simple. He simply becomes Li Ji's mouthpiece and directly asks Li Ji more conditions. Li Ji was a little stunned by Lu Bing's question, but he quickly reacted and said straight to the point, "Those assassins claim to be Su Gong's followers and the remnants of Yan Baihu. But I don't think they are simple. I heard that Lu Yao is in Zhejiang and secretly helped Su Gong and others." Before he finished speaking, Lu Bing instantly understood what Li Ji meant, and immediately chuckled and said, "I understand what the Lord means. Please give me some time, and I will definitely find out their crimes for the Lord." When he said the word they, Lu Bing's tone became a little heavier, obviously telling Li Ji that he, Lu Bing, knew it. Li Ji also nodded and said to Lu Bing, "Since you understand, you will find Wen He tomorrow and tell him all my intentions. With his intelligence, he will definitely understand what I mean." "I understand," Lu Bing replied with a bow. "In addition, I have another thing for you to do." When Lu Bing left, Li Ji pulled him back and instructed him, "Please give me your orders." "Lord, I will do my best. I want to establish an intelligence agency that is only responsible to me. On the one hand, this intelligence agency needs to collect all the information about major events in the world, from the Emperor in Chang'an to the warlords in various states and counties. I need to place my spies around them. On the other hand, I hope that they can also secretly perform various tasks for me, such as assassinating the leaders of the princes and destroying the order of the city. These tasks are important nodes for me to clear obstacles. Wen Fu, do you have the ability to build this agency for me and become a sharp sword in my shadow?" Li Ji said slowly. He thought very clearly. Since he had recruited talents like Lu Bing, it would be a bit of a waste of talent if he was only assigned the task of investigation and interrogation. But letting him form a Ming Dynasty Jinyui and reproduce the glory of Jinyui can fully demonstrate the ability of Lu Bing, the head of Jinyui. The Jinyui is notorious and notorious, but that is only for others. But for the beneficiary Li Ji, this is undoubtedly the best weapon. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will lead to victory in every battle, no matter when. Intelligence is always an important factor in winning the war. After listening to Li Ji's plan, Lu Bing felt his heart pounding and thought that such an organization was his best destination. Without thinking too much, Lu Bing knelt on the ground and said to Li Ji loudly, "The Lord has ordered that I must complete the task assigned by the Lord even if I die." Chapter 458. "But my lord, if you follow your idea to build such an intelligence agency, the manpower and material resources required are extremely huge. Moreover, If you want such an intelligence agency to be active in the Han Dynasty, it will probably take a lot of time. Although Lu Bing took over Li Ji's task, he did not dare to pat his chest and say to Li Ji that he would build this intelligence agency without any reason. So he proposed the conditions he needed to Li Ji on the spot. When Li Ji heard it, he nodded to Lu Bing secretly. The other party is worthy of being the commander of the Jinui. Although he has been with Emperor Ming Shizong since childhood and has been appreciated and valued by the Emperor, his skills and abilities are also quite outstanding. Otherwise Emperor Ming Shizong would not have reused this person. Haha. Wen Fu's words make sense. If you want to build such an intelligence agency, it will probably take 3 to 5 years. What I mean is that you should build the framework within 1 year, and the rest of the personnel can be filled in over time. Li Ji also knew the difficulty of establishing the Jinui. The predecessor of Jinui was established as early as the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang, and it was only later that it was successfully reformed and changed during the Han Wu period. If the prototype of Jinui had not appeared, even if Li Ji recruited more Jinui, they would not be able to fully exert their true talents. Now that the war against Dong has just ended, the various princes are in a period of self-cultivation, and basically no high-intensity wars will occur during this period. So Li Ji planned to let Lu Bing take advantage of this period to fabricate the prototype of Jinui, at least to play a little role in the early stage of the chaos. Of course, chaos also has its advantages. That is, Li Ji can take advantage of the chaos and insert various spies into the armies of other princes to obtain useful intelligence. After sorting out his thoughts, Li Ji paused and continued. As for money, you don't have to worry. If you need it, just ask me and I will privately allocate it to you. Li Ji remembered that Lu Bing's personal characteristics included collecting money, and he didn't know whether this guy would do something to collect money for himself. Wen Fu, you must not tell anyone about the existence of this intelligence agency. Even if you recruit outsiders for your own use, try to find other reasons to cover it up. Bing will naturally understand the pros and cons. Please rest assured, my lord, Bing will not let you down. I will let you see the effectiveness of this intelligence agency within a year. Lu Bing also knew the importance of this task. With his intelligence, he also understood the meaning of Li Ji's words. He then knelt on the ground and said to Li Ji in a decisive manner. Li Ji smiled and helped Lu Bing up, patted his arm, and said kindly, Wen Fu, since I asked you to do this, I naturally know your ability. I hope that after this year, the Jinui can become the sharpest sword in my hand. Jinui? But is it the name of this intelligence agency? When Lu Bing heard the 3 characters Jinui, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, and then asked Li Ji. Although he had a rough answer in his mind, Lu Bing didn't dare to take it all in and directly decide the name of this agency. So he asked Li Ji a question. Could it be that Wen Fu doesn't like this name? Since Wen Fu is the main person in charge of this intelligence agency, and the brocade sleeves on his body are so luxurious, why can't he be called Jinui? Li Ji explained with a smile. When Lu Bing heard this, his eyelids drooped slightly, covering his twinkling pupils a little. How could he believe that Li Ji casually named the intelligence agency because of his gorgeous clothes? He felt that the 3 words Jinui must have other meanings. However, what he would never think of until his death was that the reason why Li Ji chose this name was just to copy the Jinui of the Ming dynasty. And there was no other strange meaning. My lord, rest assured, Bing will definitely complete the task you assigned. Please check it after a year. If it fails, punish me severely. Lu Bing's thoughts were fighting wildly in his mind, but he expressed his loyalty to Li Ji again. It's late tonight, and there are still some guest rooms left in my mansion. You can rest here for a while. I will arrange accommodation for you tomorrow. After that, Li Ji called Buchan out. Thank you for your trust. My lord, I will take my leave first and will not disturb you. After that, Lu Bing respectfully left the room under the leadership of Buchan, and then strode forward, thinking about how to build the Jinui that Li Ji needed. In Lu Bing's view, the power of this Jinui involves many aspects, and the only person he is responsible for is Li Ji. If he can successfully build it, then his status in Li Ji's heart will rise sharply, and even surpass some veterans in the army. With the appearance of Lu Bing, Li Ji has relevant personnel to build his own intelligence system. When the Jinui gradually grows and expands its influence, Li Ji will no longer need to get true and false news from the players. He can rely on the Jinui to predict the enemy's moves and be invincible. After sending Lu Bing away happily, Li Ji set his sights on the final reward of the event. 2 top military and civil officials recruitment orders, and 1 peerless military and civil officials recruitment order. Do you want to use a top military and civil official recruitment order to recruit a top military or civil official? The player has Huitsubing's token. Do you want to use the token to increase the probability of recruiting Huitsubing? Yes. With Li Ji's order, the token he had obtained in the campaign copy, and the recruitment order in his hand suddenly turned into a ball of brilliance. Then they gathered in the air and formed a figure. The brilliance faded, revealing a young military general wearing Han Dynasty standard armor. Li Ji looked at the very familiar face, and immediately remembered the identity of the general in front of him. With an ecstatic look in his eyes. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the top military and civil official recruitment order and recruiting the top military general, Huitsubing. The system's voice sounded in his ears. Li Ji had recruited one of the two pillars of the Han Dynasty. Champion Ho Huitsubing. If the Xiongnu is not destroyed, how can we have a home? I am willing to sweep across the world for you. Pacify the 4 barbarians. And bring peace and prosperity to the people of the Han Dynasty. Huitsubing was full of ambition and vigor on his face. Huitsubing, who was recruited by Li Ji, was just starting out and was only about 17 or 18 years old. Name Huitsubing. Occupation Military General War. Identity Citizen of Longhai City. Level 60. Brave 90, 96. Commander 92, 98. Wisdom 76, 80. Political Strategy 35, 45. Charm 80. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Died young, black envied by the heavens. The upper limit of bravery cannot be changed. No famous doctor can regulate the body. And it is easy to die of illness at an early age. Good at riding and shooting. Blue when riding a warhorse. The speed of the warhorse is increased by 10%. The accuracy of personal bows and arrows is increased. And the personal combat power is increased by 5%. The two pillars of the Han Dynasty, Purple Huitsubing and Wei Qing, are collectively known as the two pillars of the Han Dynasty. If Huitsubing is in the same faction as Wei Qing, his personal combat power is increased by 15%. Wu Guangdi, Purple when conquering enemies and expanding the territory for the Lord. Huitsubing's personal combat power is increased by 15% for each county he conquers, and by 20% for each state he conquers, until the end of the war. Not bound by ancient methods, Gold Huitsubing's military tactics are not bound by ancient military tactics. He has a chance to make unconventional moves and obtain situations and effects that are beneficial to his own forces. Where is home, Gold when fighting? Huitsubing's personal combat power is increased by 25%, and the combat power of his troops is increased by 15% if facing foreign races. Huitsubing's personal combat power is increased by an additional 10%. The combat power of his troops is increased by an additional 15%. And the speed is increased by 20%. Brave and brave, Gold when charging into battle. Personal combat power is increased by 20%. The combat power of his troops is increased by 20%. And it is not easy to get injured. Brave and fierce, Gold when fighting with others. Huitsubing's personal combat power is increased by 0%. Attack speed increased. Attack power increased when charging. Huitsubing's personal combat power plus 20%, and his troops' combat power plus 10%. Personal and troop charging speed greatly increased. Physical strength and physical strength recovery speed greatly increased. Champion Marquis, color the most meritorious in the whole army. When fighting with others, Huitsubing's personal combat power plus 50%. If his official position is higher than the opponent, Huitsubing's personal combat power is additional plus 20%. Fenglangjutsu, color Huitsubing's personal combat power plus 40%. Each time a great achievement is completed, Huitsubing's personal combat power is permanently plus 20%. Skills 1000 Miles Raid, S level. Killing Sword, S level. Protecting the Heaven, S level. Kirin Arrives, S level. Zai Jigon Gu, S level. Mental Method Ping Ce Mental Technique. Equipment Ring-Headed Sword, Diamond level equipment. Special Arms 800 Han Army Cavalry, 9th level Cavalry Special Arms. The upper limit of 800 people that can be recruited. Top military commanders with double 95 or above level. Because it was in the battle copy, Li Ji could not view the data panel of each military commander in the copy, and naturally did not know Huitsubing's peak data. Now seeing it, Li Ji's scalp tingled. Huitsubing debuted very early, and also died very early, and his military career was only 7 years. But in these 7 years, Huitsubing's immortal achievements have won the admiration of all ages. 800 cavalrymen went deep into the grasslands to capture the royal relatives of the Xiongnu in the 2 battles in Heshi. They defeated the Xiongnu, seized the Xiongnu's golden man for offering sacrifices to the sky, and went straight to Qilian Mountain, in the Battle of Mabe. They won a great victory, and completed the feat of sealing the wolf's lair. If any of his achievements were attributed to a general in another dynasty, he would have been promoted to a higher position, a title of nobility, or a chancellor. In just 7 years, Huitzubing was promoted from a small lieutenant to the Grand Marshal and General of the Cavalry by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. His salary and status were equal to those of the Grand Marshal and General. He and his uncle Wei Qing jointly controlled the military and political affairs, becoming the most powerful foreign relative in the court. Li Ji looked at Huitzubing with a fiery look. If I could recruit Huitzubing's uncle, I would have the 2 pillars of the Han Dynasty. How could the Xiongnu and other foreign races be my opponents by then? The 2 pillars of the Han Dynasty were military generals, who specialized in fighting foreign races, with them guarding the border. Not to mention being able to expand the territory. At least the border could be stable for decades. Li Ji held another top military general and civil official recruitment order in his hand. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the top military generals and civil officials recruitment order and recruiting the top military general, Wei Qing. As the system sounded, a figure thinner than Huitzubing appeared, wearing armor and a Han sword on his waist. A military general dressed in Han style appeared in front of Li Ji and Huitzubing. When Huitzubing saw Wei Qing appear, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity and strangeness in his heart. He is really one of the 2 pillars of the Han Dynasty. Wei Qing, the Marquis of Chongping. It is enough for a slave to live without being beaten and scolded. How can he be granted a title of nobility? I am willing to conquer the 4 directions with my humble body for my lord. Wei Qing looked to be more than 30 years old, and had long passed the age of youthful vigor. The gentle and elegant temperament was implicit in his body, which made people feel at ease. Li Ji suppressed his ecstasy, and checked Wei Qing's data panel. Name Wei Qing, Zi Zhongqing. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity Citizen of Longhai City. Level 60. Brave 75-80. Commander 95-99. Wisdom 85-85. Political Strategy 40-50. Charm 80. Luck 10. Personal characteristics. Born as a lowly slave, Blue with a low starting point. He is easily loved by the soldiers. Avoid power and stay away from suspicion. Blue know how to handle the relationship in the court and reduce the monarch's suspicion of himself. The 2 pillars of the Han Dynasty, Purple Wei Qing and Huitzubing, are collectively known as the 2 pillars of the Han Dynasty. If he is in the same faction as Huitzubing, the combat effectiveness of Wei Qing's troops will increase by 10%. Born as a general, Purple, when commanding the army, the combat effectiveness of Wei Qing's troops will increase by 15%. No worries about lack of prestige. Gold, the loyalty of his troops will be greatly improved, and the morale will remain high during the battle, and mutiny will not occur easily. The combat effectiveness of the troops will increase by 20%. Heaven's resources. Gold. Wei Qing has extremely high talent. When he is the main general commanding the army, the combat effectiveness of his troops will increase by 30%. And the formation, attack power and defense power will be improved, opening up the land, gold, every time he conquers a state for the monarch. One of Wei Qing's 4-dimensional data will be randomly increased by 1 point. De phone, gold when fighting. The combat effectiveness of the troops under your command is increased by 30%. Attack power is increased. Physical strength is increased. Physical strength recovery speed is increased. And marching speed is greatly increased. Chongping Ho, Color General Huan Huan of Chongping. When commanding troops to fight, the combat effectiveness of the troops under Wei Qing is increased by 50%. If your official rank is higher than that of the opponent, the combat effectiveness of the troops under Wei Qing is increased by an additional 20%. Feared by the 4 barbarians, color when conquering the 4 directions. If Wei Qing's target is a foreign race, Wei Qing's 4-dimensional data will be temporarily +1. Personal combat power +40%. Combat power of his troops +40%. Attack power greatly increased. Defense power greatly increased. Physical strength greatly increased. Physical strength recovery speed greatly increased. Speed greatly increased. Skills on swordsmanship, S level. Spears and halberds, S level. Vertical and horizontal efforts, S level. Swift thunderbolt, S level. Trampling dragon city, S level. Hard method conquering the 4 directions, hard method. Equipment Han sword, diamond level equipment. Special arms Yulin cavalry, 7th level cavalry special arm. The upper limit of recruitment is 30,000 people. Chapter 459. the other of the two pillars of the Han dynasty. Wei Qing, the Marquis of Chongping. Li Ji looked at Wei Qing with his eyes shaking like an earthquake. And he didn't know what words to say with his open mouth. He just wanted to take advantage of his good luck in recruiting Hu Xubing to see if he could recruit Wei Qing. As a result, the goddess of luck favored him, and let him recruit Wei Qing in one go. In this way, Li Ji put together the two pillars of the Han dynasty of Emperor Wu of Han, the two top foreign war commanders in history. After calming down a little, Li Ji focused on checking the personal data panels of Hu Xubing and Wei Qing. Wei Qing and Hu Xubing can be called the two pillars of the Han dynasty. The command values of these two people are the top existence. And they also have personal characteristics specifically targeting foreign races like the Xiongnu. Among them, Wei Qing's personal characteristics are mainly to strengthen the combat capability of the army, while Hu Xubing's personal characteristics are more inclined to enhance his own bravery, which is more in line with the combat style of the two in history. Historically, Wei Qing did not show much in terms of bravery, because his sister was the concubine of Emperor Wu of Han. Wei Qing, who was originally a cavalry slave, became a royal relative, and was valued by Emperor Wu of Han for his talents. So when Emperor Wu of Han attacked the Xiongnu in 4 directions, Wei Qing was able to lead an army alone, defeat the Xiongnu, and even go deep into the desert to attack Longcheng. Of the other 3 routes that cooperated with Wei Qing, 2 were defeated and 1 returned without success. Such a sharp comparison further highlights Wei Qing's outstanding ability. Therefore, in the subsequent northward expeditions against the Xiongnu, Wei Qing participated as a major general, and won a lot of credit, and was successfully promoted to general. Unlike Wei Qing, because of Wei Zifu, Hu Xubing became a member of the foreign relative family, since he was born and lived an upper-class life. Hu Xubing was good at riding and shooting in his youth. Emperor Wu of Han liked him very much and pulled him to his side to become a close minister. At the age of 18, he was appointed as the lieutenant of Piaoyou. After Hu Xubing had an official position, Emperor Wu of Han ordered him to follow General Wei Qing to attack the Xiongnu. After Wei Qing received the imperial edict, he granted Hu Xubing a warrior. Afterwards, Hu Xubing and 800 light and brave cavalry left the army for hundreds of miles, waiting for an opportunity to attack the Xiongnu army. This was Hu Xubing's first time leading troops to fight, but he captured too many heads and prisoners in one fell swoop, which shows that Hu Xubing also had extraordinary talent in commanding. Hu Xubing's military tactics were eclectic. He once said to Emperor Wu of Han, "I only care about strategies, not ancient military tactics." Wei Qing was good at commanding large troops to fight, while Hu Xubing was better at using elite troops to defeat the enemy. But the two also had similar styles of using troops. That is, when dealing with the Xiongnu, they were more willing to adopt the tactics of outflanking and flanking the enemy. The two have different characteristics in using troops, and it seems that they complement each other. If Li Ji wants to form a legion, it is best to put Hu Xubing and Wei Qing together, so that the abilities of the two can be maximized. Wei Qing's intelligence is higher than Hu Xubing, and Hu Xubing's bravery is higher than Wei Qing. The two just complement each other's shortcomings, and cooperation will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. I now have a lot of Western Han generals. If he forms a legion, Wei Qing can be the main general, Hu Xubing as the deputy general, Li Guang, Zhao Penu and others as the generals, and then the Yulin cavalry and the border guard cavalry as the main force, with various arms, and finally a military advisor. You can form a complete army. Unfortunately, Wei Qing and Hu Xubing can only fully exert their abilities when they need to call on cavalry to attack foreign races. Li Ji's power is located in Yangzhou, where waterways run crisscross. Cavalry's actions here are greatly restricted. If you want to give full play to the ability of the Han dynasty's double wall combination, it is best to throw them to the border areas such as Yuo and Bingzhou. Of course, if a new round of national war activities is launched now, the Han dynasty's double-walled forces recruited by Li Ji will definitely become a killer. Ji has 2 generals, Wei Qing and Hu Xubing. Like regenerating 2 arms, Li Ji's arms are full of strength, and he helped Wei Qing and Hu Xubing up at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and comforted him. After recruiting these 2 Han dynasty's double-walled forces, Li Ji's cavalry commander can be innovated. In this way, the cavalry commander is Wei Hua, the infantry commander is Wang Ming, and the navy commander is Yang Su. Except for the lack of excellent commanders in the archery army, other arms have top-level commanders to command. Not long ago, I and other princes went to fight against Dongzhuo. I am afraid that there will be no war during this period. Please wait for a while. When I recruit soldiers, I will definitely use you as generals to defeat the enemy. Li Ji pulled the two to his side and roughly explained the current situation. Please rest assured, my lord, I will lead the cavalry to defeat the enemy. Huitsubing was only 18 at this time. He was young and energetic. After hearing Li Ji's words, his tone was quite frivolous. However, Huitsubing also had the capital to despise him. After all, there were basically no historical generals who could be compared with him at this age. Wei Qing, who was a little older, was more stable than Huitsubing. When he heard what Li Ji said about the current situation, he couldn't help but frown. Now that my lord has become the governor of Kuaiji and actually controls the two county cities of Kuaiji and Wujian, if he wants to go further, he must deal with Liu Yao of Jiujiang County. Oh! Shongqing, do you have any good ideas? Li Ji showed curiosity after hearing Wei Qing's words. Wei Qing's wisdom is much higher than Huitsubing's, reaching 85 points at his peak. In addition to not being as stupid as Jiasu, he can also be regarded as a second-rate strategist. In terms of strategy, Wei Qing is much better than Huitsubing. Wei Qing pondered for a moment, then said, now Dongjue controls the emperor, moved west to Chang'an, and owns 800 miles of Guangzhong, with 4 passes and the Yellow River as a barrier. As long as there is no major change in his internal affairs, the princes outside have no way to deal with him. Similarly, the emperor who has no princes to respond to cannot do anything to Dongjue. In this way, the emperor's prestige will be greatly reduced. And the lord just said that the princes outside the pass own states and counties, recruit elite soldiers and generals for their own use. And there are many ambitious people. Obviously, they don't take the Han family seriously. Naturally, based on the behavior shown by the lord before, it should not be limited to Kuaiji County. So I dare to say that the lord will take action against Liu Yao. Facing Wei Qing's undisguised exposure of his thoughts, Li Ji was not very angry. After all, as the other party said, Li Ji, like Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, was surrounded by elite soldiers and generals, and it was obvious that he had other thoughts. However, Li Ji was somewhat puzzled. Was his action so obvious? If the lord wants to wipe out Liu Yao, he must first wipe out the county cities around him. Qing dares to guess that Wang Ao of Yuzhong County and Zhou Xian of Danyang County should be the lord's next target, Wei Qing said cautiously. After hearing Wei Qing's words, Li Ji raised his eyebrows. Although he roughly mentioned the current situation to Wei Qing, he did not say the next target of his forces. Wei Qing was able to say this, which shows that his wisdom is not low. Li Ji couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth and said, both of you are my generals. Although you have just joined our army, you must also know the future movements of our army. Shongqing is right. My next goal will start from these two county cities. Xubing, if it were you, which target would you choose? Instead of continuing to ask Wei Qing, Li Ji turned his head and looked at Huitsubing, who was eager to try. It was obvious that this 18-year-old handsome guy already had his own ideas. Huitsubing, who was named, said immediately, Yuzhong County is full of mountains and forests, and ordinary cavalry cannot pass through it on a large scale. There are also rivers blocking it. The lord is known for using cavalry, so he will naturally not choose to attack Yuzhong County. As for Danyang County, Chui County in the north of Wu County is close to the Yangtze River. The lord can use Chui County as a bridgehead and choose to go upstream to Danyang County. So I think the lord's next target should be Zhou Xian's Danyang County. Huitsubing's wisdom is also not bad. Under Wei Qing's suggestion, combined with the terrain of Kuaiji County and Wu County, he quickly guessed Li Ji's intention. The two pillars of the Han dynasty spoke one after another, and Li Ji's intention was exposed in a few words, which made Li Ji quite emotional. And at the same time, he had some doubts about himself. Could it be that he was so obvious that a slightly talented person could see at a glance what he wanted to do next? Danyang is famous for its elite soldiers. The reason why Tao Qian can sit in the position of Shuzhou Mu safely is that the elite soldiers in Danyang have a very important influence. If the lord wants to mobilize troops against Zhou Xian, he must pay more attention to the elite soldiers in Danyang. Even Tao Qian in Shuzhou, Wei Qing added. After Wei Qing mentioned this, Li Ji remembered that Tao Qian was from Danyang County, and the elite soldiers in Danyang were very fierce. In the Battle of Shuzhou, Tao Qian once presented Liu Bei with 5,000 elite soldiers from Danyang. And these 5,000 elite soldiers from Danyang also became an important capital for Liu Bei to establish himself in the future. Not only that, Li Ji always felt that Tao Qian did not look so simple. After all, He was able to become a governor in a foreign state. And his means were also very impressive. If Li Ji wanted to mobilize troops against Danyang County, Tao Qian might not be able to sit still. After recruiting the two pillars of the Han dynasty, Li Ji talked with Wei Hua for a long time to enhance their relationship. Afterwards, Li Ji ordered Jia Chan to prepare a guest room for Wei and Hua, so that they could rest for a night, and introduce them to other generals and counselors of the Dragon Sparrow army tomorrow. After sending Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing away, Li Ji still had one last reward left to unlock. Whether the player uses the Peerless Military General and Civil Official Recruitment order to recruit a Peerless Military General and Civil Official for his own use. It is detected that the player has Yu Fei's token. Whether to use it to increase the probability of recruiting Yu Fei. Yes. Li Ji's tone was unquestionable. Just now, he used Hua Tsubing's token to successfully recruit Hua Tsubing. And with the help of this luck, he also recruited Wei Qing, another of the two pillars of the Han dynasty. Now, he wants to take advantage of this high momentum and use the token to increase the probability and recruit Yu Fei, a general who has left a deep mark in Chinese history. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the Peerless Military General and Civil Official Recruitment order to recruit the Peerless Military General, Yu Fei. He really recruited Yu Wumu, who is loyal to his country. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Ji, and he couldn't help but admire him. This man, with a burly figure, wearing golden armor, a purple python robe, a jade belt around his waist, one hand on the sword, the other hand around the spear, majestic and handsome, made Li Ji like him at first sight. Name Yu Fei Zipingju. Occupation Military General War. Identity Citizen of Longke City. Level 60. Brave 94-98. Commander 95-100. Wisdom 78-80. Political Strategy 60-60. Charm 90. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Spear General, blue when using a spear. Personal Combat Power plus 5%. Spear Skill Power plus 25%. For Generals of the Restoration, purple Yu Fei, Zhang Jun, Han Shizhong, and Lu Guangche are collectively known as the four generals of the restoration of the Southern Song dynasty. For every additional person in the same faction as Yu Fei's personal combat effectiveness plus 8%, and his troops' combat effectiveness plus 10%. Brave and Elite, purple when fighting with others. Yu Fei's personal combat effectiveness plus 15% when charging into battle. Yu Fei's personal combat effectiveness plus 10%. Attack power increased. Attack speed increased. Defense power increased. And charge speed increased. Loyal and Brave, gold Yu Fei's personal combat effectiveness plus 25%. If Yu Fei's loyalty reaches the die-hard state, his personal combat effectiveness will be additionally plus 10%. Bravest the three armies, gold when charging into battle. Personal combat effectiveness plus 20%. The combat effectiveness of the troops under his command is increased by 20%. And they are not easily injured. Linking Hishua, Jin when Yu Fei leads his troops to fight. There is a probability that an uprising team will appear in the enemy's territory, and the enemy's army supply line will be destroyed, consuming an additional 50% of food. Dawuda-1, Jin when participating in the battle. Yu Fei's personal combat effectiveness is increased by 20%, and the combat effectiveness of his troops is increased by 20%. The poems written by Yu Fei are likely to resonate with poets in the territory, increasing the attractiveness of poets to the living talents. Shaking Yu's army, Kai the morale of the troops under Yu Fei's command remains high, and mutiny is not likely to occur. The army's combat effectiveness is high. Fighting power plus 30%. If the commander is Yu family army, the morale of Yu family army will always remain high. No mutiny will occur. And the army's combat power plus 60%. Wu Mu, color when leading the army in battle. Personal combat power plus 40%. Unit combat plus 50%. Morale remains high. And when at a disadvantage, the soldier's physical limit will increase. Physical recovery speed will increase. Defense will increase. Attack power will increase. And attack speed will increase. If the bravery value of the soldier or general is less than 60, their bravery value will be +1. Be loyal to the country. Color Yu Fei's loyalty will always remain in a die-hard state. When he leads his army to fight against enemy forces, Yu Fei's personal combat power is plus 50%, and his troops' combat power is plus 25% if the enemy force is not a civilized country. Yu Fei's personal combat power is plus 25%, and his troops' combat power is plus 50%. Skills Lichu and Spirit Snake, S level. Yu Family Spear, S level. Raging Hare, S level. Heroic and impressive piercing bull, S level. Stepping on the moon and returning, S level. Hard method Wumu hard technique. Equipment Leech and Spear, diamond level. Special arms U family army, special arms from level 3 to level 8. With a maximum recruitment limit of 100,000 people. Chapter 460 Yuehua. As a rare grassroots general in history, Yu Fei's ability is unquestionable. Since he met Zhongzhe in the 2nd year of Jianyan, until the 11th year of Shaoxing, Yu Fei participated in and commanded hundreds of battles of all sizes, and his combat experience was very rich. At the same time, Yu Fei was also one of the few main anti-Jin faction generals in the southern Song court, and his political stance was extremely firm. However, facing Yu Fei's advocacy of anti-Jin, Song Gaozong Zhao Go's attitude was relatively negative. During Yu Fei's first northern expedition, although Zhao Go appointed him as the frontier commander of Jinghu North Road and decided to recover Xianghan, he ordered Yu Fei and the Yu family army not to claim raising troops to the north or saying to recover Bianjing, and only limited to recovering 6 counties. Otherwise, even if he made extraordinary achievements, he would be punished. After recovering the 6 counties of Xiangyang, Yu Fei was ordered to move to Yizi, and Yizi became the base camp of Yu family army from then on. During this period, due to Yu Fei's efforts to rectify defense and attach importance to the development of production, the Xianhan area finally healed the wounds of the pseudo-Qi and the war, and became a strategic place for the southern Song dynasty to connect Sichuan and Shanxi and the central plains in the north. Although Yu Fei and the southern Song dynasty recovered a lot of lost territory in the first northern expedition, Song Gaozong Zhao Go was not very interested in it. In the second northern expedition, Yu Fei, Han Shizhong and others sent troops from various routes. Other routes chose to temporarily give up the attack due to the cool weather. But Yu Fei ignored Zhang Jun's instructions and sent his Yu family army to the north alone. After 2 months, the progress of Yu family army to the north was very smooth, and it once fought to the Yi and Luo areas. But because of the deep penetration of the isolated army, the originally recovered land was forced to be lost again. Zhao Go, who learned the news, was not as happy as before, but rather a little cold, and said to Zhang Jun, Yu Fei's victory was not without reason. So you should write to him and ask him in detail. I am not stingy with my reward, but I want to get a solution. During the 3rd and 4th northern expeditions, Jin Taizong Wanyan Sheng died. Wanyan Tan succeeded to the throne, and the military marshal Wanyan Zonghan began to lose power gradually. So that after Wanyan Zonghan's death, Wanyan Ta's family came to power. During this period, the pseudo-Qi regime sandwiched between the southern Song dynasty and the Jin dynasty officially announced the abolition of the 8-year regime because its leader Lu Yu was arrested. The Jin dynasty officially bordered the southern Song dynasty, and the Jin dynasty emperor began to mention the matter of peace talks with the southern Song dynasty. However, the Jin dynasty's attitude was not to make peace with the southern Song dynasty, but to edict, and also called the southern Song dynasty Jiangyan, and asked Zhao Go to kneel down to receive the Jin dynasty emperor's edict in person, completely placing the southern Song dynasty in a vassal position. And it was obvious that he did not take the southern Song dynasty regime seriously. Facing the contempt of the Jin dynasty, many ministers in the southern Song dynasty expressed their opposition, but most of them were dismissed from their posts. Since then, Qin Hui began to monopolize power in the court. As a pro-war faction, Yu Fei naturally disagreed with Zhao Go's approach and directly wrote a letter to request the removal of his military post. The words between the lines were ironic about the peace talks. Zhao Go and Qin Hui ignored it at first, and then issued an order not to approve the request. In the 4th northern expedition, in Yanqing, Yu Fei and Jin Wushu broke out in a battle that could be recorded in the history books. This grassroots general, using the coordinated operations of infantry and cavalry, defeated the world-famous Iron Pagoda in one fell swoop, forcing Jin Wushu to withdraw his troops. Since then, Yu Fei and his army marched northward with high morale, and completely defeated Jin Wushu in Juxian town. At this time, Jin Wushu had only one choice left, which was to abandon Kaifeng and cross the Yellow River to the north. However, to everyone's surprise, the emperor of the southern Song regime far away in Huainan suddenly played 12 golden medals in a row, and hurriedly recalled Yu Fei's army. Later, Yu Fei was framed by Qin Hui and beheaded on false charges, leaving only the 8 characters "The sky is clear." The sky is clear. Looking at Yu Fei's military life, it can be seen that Yu Fei's strategic thinking and tactical dispatch were very advanced. Not only that, Yu Fei's martial arts were also very good. Yu Fei was born with supernatural power. When he was less than 20 years old, he could draw a bow of 300 song jin and a waist crossbow of 8 stones, which was amazing to people at that time. When he was in the army in his early years, Yu Fei relied on his own martial arts to win the appreciation of Zhongzhe. And then he was able to step onto a bigger stage. The Yu family army under his command was even more amazing. Not only was their combat effectiveness extremely terrifying, they were able to fight head-on with the main force of the Jin people. And their military discipline was strict, which was extremely rare in history. Don't demolish houses even if you freeze to death. Don't plunder even if you starve to death. It's easy to shake a mountain, but it's difficult to shake the Yu family army. These praises of the Yu family army undoubtedly show the terrifying nature of the Yu family army. Li Ji recruited Yu Fei, which means that he can build a complete Yu family army. Of course, all the high and middle level generals in the Yu family army need Li Ji to fill in. At present, Li Ji has Yu Fei and Yang Zixing, 2 generals of the Southern Song Dynasty Yu family army. He can first build the framework of the Yu family army with them as the core. When Li Ji recruits the rest of the generals of the Yu family army, or finds suitable generals, he can reproduce the elite Yu family army here. The Yu family army was divided into various types of troops according to their functions. For example, the Beiwei soldiers that Li Ji had recruited with the Tiger Talisman were the core troops of the Yu family army and the most powerful troops in Yu Fei's hands. Another example was the Yi army led by Yao Sheng that Li Ji met in the battle copy. Their function was to be mainly responsible for the situation around the battlefield. Similar to the reconnaissance troops, it can be said that each department in the Yu family army performed its duties and had different functions. There was no need for Li Ji to make too many adjustments. Under the command of Yu Fei, they could become a large army of 100,000 people. 30 years of fame and honor are dust and soil, and 8,000 miles of road are clouds and moon. I am willing to unify the world for my lord and wipe out the Huns. Yu Fei was loyal to Li Ji, so naturally he did not pledge allegiance to the Han dynasty, as he did to the Southern Song dynasty in history. Moreover, the current Han dynasty was no longer worthy of its name. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the little emperor was just a puppet of Dongjue. I heard that when Pingji was born, there was a bird as big as a swan flying and singing above the room. After seeing him today, I know that Pingju is indeed a remarkable man. Li Ji helped Yu Fei, who was kneeling on the ground, up, fearing that this peerless general had suffered any grievances. Hearing this, Yu Fei shook his head in a depressed mood and replied, "That is just a random fabrication by others. My lord, you must not believe it. If my lord wants to conquer the world, please do not listen to other people's slander." Pingju is honest. Yu Fei's way of speaking is obviously not as pleasant as that of smart people like Wang Ming. He is the kind of person who speaks out whatever he has. But being honest also has its advantages. People like Li Ji who know Yu Fei's temper will not be angry when Yu Fei exposes them bluntly. Then, Li Ji talked to Yu Fei for a few more sentences to get closer to him. At present, Li Ji has 5 famous generals in history: Wang Ming, Yang Su, Wei Qing, Hu Zubing, and Yu Fei. Each of them can command an army and lead the army to fight outside. This means that their desire for military power is also extremely terrible. With Li Ji's current 2 counties, it may not be able to satisfy their appetite. Wang Ming and Yang Su are okay. One can hold a position in the local area, and the other can be in charge of the navy. These 2 people can be left alone for the time being. But Wei Qing and Hu Zubing are both large cavalry families. If they want to exert their true abilities, they need to be equipped with enough cavalry. Li Ji is located in Yangzhou, and now he has offended Dongjue. At present, the warlords are divided, and the northern war horses may not be available for him to buy as much as before. The best solution is to let Li Ji open up multiple horse farms on his own territory and train his own war horses for the army. As for Yu Fei, because the Yu family army can be used as a large army, and now he does not need to form a 100,000-man army to deal with the enemy. So in the future, Yu Fei may have to command other armies to gain military merits. After talking with Yu Fei for a long time, Li Ji's eyelids were about to fight. Fortunately, Yu Fei's emotional intelligence was not much lower than that of normal people, and he said frankly that he was tired and needed to rest first. Li Ji also took advantage of this opportunity and, like Wei Hua, temporarily arranged for Yu Fei to rest in his mansion for a night, waiting to introduce him to other generals of the Dragon Sparrow army tomorrow. Before leaving, Li Ji held Yu Fei's arm, took out a military book from his arms, and handed it to Yu Fei. This volume of military books is exactly the reward that Li Ji got from the battle copy, Wu Mu's posthumous book. Now it is returned to Yu Fei, which can be regarded as returning the property to its original owner. Fei has not made any contribution, so I dare not accept the reward from my lord. Yu Fei was very frightened, and did not dare to take the military book handed over by Li Ji. This book is not very useful in my hands. Only you can make use of it. Li Ji rolled his eyes helplessly. He knew Yu Fei's wooden head and temper, and he didn't care about anything and directly kicked Yu Fei out of the door. After a while, Yu Fei's voice of thanks and a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the house. Li Ji knew that Yu Fei should have successfully accepted Wu Mu's posthumous book. Although Wu Mu's posthumous book can add a color feature to oneself. That's all. If this volume of military books is given to Yu Fei, it can make Yu Fei's commander value change from the upper limit of 100 points to 103. If Yu Fei completes the breakthrough task, his commander value will be even more terrible. After seeing Yu Fei off, Li Ji finally got a chance to rest. But before that he had one last thing left, which was to use up all the merits he had. In the previous activities, Li Ji had exchanged most of the blueprints in the mall, leaving only a few 9th level blueprints. The merits needed to exchange these blueprints are just a drizzle for Li Ji, who currently has a large amount of merits. After sweeping the mall, Li Ji set his sights on the equipment treasure column. If it were before, Li Ji would never dare to look at this place. After all, the cheapest one of the things would cost millions of merits. The cheapest god-level BMW requires 1 million merits. What's the difference between this and robbery? Li Ji kept flipping through the content above and couldn't help complaining. God-level equipment treasures require millions of merits. And the equipment like Li Ji's is worth tens of millions of merits. Which is really scary. After flipping through it several times, Li Ji selected several war horses on it. And the millions of merits on hand were instantly cleared. And there was no remaining at all. At the same time, there were a few more docile war horses in the noisy courtyard. These war horses have received systematic professional training, and their temperaments are not as unruly as the black horses. They only need to be tamed a little bit before they can directly recognize their masters. Li Ji intends to reward these war horses to the generals who have made military achievements in the war against Dong, so as to encourage them to continue to fight bravely. Of course, these war horses are not enough for them to share. So Li Ji also needs to improve their official positions and expand their military power. But the promotion of official positions is not something that Li Ji can decide alone. The final decision is still in the hands of Fatty Dong, who is far away in Chang'an. After all, Li Ji is currently only the governor of Kuaiji and the lieutenant of the anti-rebellion school. There are too few positions that can be promoted. The next day, when the sky was just getting light, Li Ji was forced to open his eyes. He did not wake up naturally, but was awakened by Yu Fei's request for an audience. My lord, time is running out. Please get up early to handle government affairs. Looking at Yu Fei with a serious look on his face, Li Ji opened his mouth helplessly and finally uttered the word okay. There was no way. Yu Fei went to bed almost at the same time as him. If the other party could get up so early, he, the lord, should also get up early. Afterwards, Li Ji woke up Wei Qing and Huitsubing, the two uncles and nephews, and let the two great men see the first general of the southern Song dynasty. After the three met and got to know each other, under the leadership of Li Ji, they were introduced to the main civil and military officials of the Dragon Sparrow Army one by one to meet and get to know each other. During this period, Li Ji rewarded the god-level war horses exchanged last night to gain the loyalty of his subordinates. Because there was no war, the whereabouts of Yu Fei, Wei Qing and Huitsubing were very simple. They were directly sent by Li Ji to the army to train soldiers and began to recruit their special troops. Yu Fei's army has 100,000 quotas. But Li Ji does not have the financial resources to support Yu Fei to organize such a large army. So Li Ji pulled the previous Beiwei soldiers over and built a smaller Yu Fei army with them as the core. As for Wei Qing's Yulin cavalry, since there are many special cavalry in Li Ji's territory, he did not plan to recruit too many. So he let Kanzei and Zhang Juzhen, who are in charge of finance, take care of it, as long as it is not too loss-making. As for Huitsubing's 800 cavalry, Li Ji directly asked for the 800 cavalry that were previously allocated to Li Guang, and also handed over military marquises such as Zhao Penu and Gao Bushi to Huitsubing. Although this approach would make Li Guang dissatisfied, Li Ji had already made preparations and directly traded with Li Guang with a god-level warhorse. Compared with 800 soldiers, Li Guang preferred a god-level warhorse. After dealing with these trivial matters, Li Ji could finally relax and start dealing with the harvest of these days. Someone, bring Hua Xiong, Taisher Ci, and Zhao Fan up to me. Chapter 461 Captives. Hua Xiong, Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan. These three brave generals have now become prisoners, forced to wear various shackles, and came to Li Ji under the urging of the soldiers. The former was captured by Li Cunxia in the melee during the battle against Dong Zhuo, and the latter two were captured by Yang Feng and Lu Xiufu when Wang Ming conquered Sugong. Li Ji, if you want to kill, then kill. If you want to cut, then cut. I, Hua Xiong, will never retreat. It has been several months since Hua Xiong was captured by Li Cunxia, but these months of imprisonment do not seem to make Hua Xiong bow his head to Li Ji. As for the other two captured, Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan, although their performance was not as radical as Hua Xiong, Li Ji could read from their eyes that they were also unwilling to accept it. Most warriors have some strange tempers. Li Ji also expressed his understanding. After all, these three people were good at martial arts. The reason they were caught by Li Ji was that they fell into the trap set by Li Ji and Wang Ming, not that they were defeated on the battlefield. You, Hua Xiong, have already taken the lead by raiding the army of the governor of Nanyang, but you can't even take a move from our general on the battlefield. It's ridiculous. Although Li Ji understood what was in the minds of these warriors, it didn't mean that he would indulge their bad temper. Sometimes, these ignorant guys have to know who is in control of the county city of Kuaiji. Facing Li Ji's ridicule, Hua Xiong, who was originally a little stubborn, suddenly turned red. As Li Ji said, he had already gained the lead by raiding Yuan Shu's army. If nothing unexpected happened, he could lead the Xiliang army to return with a great victory. But in the middle of the raid, Li Ji's reinforcements arrived in time, not only blocking most of the Xiliang army's retreat, but he also met Li Cunxia, a fierce general, on the way of retreat. And as Li Ji said, he couldn't even take Li Cunxia's move, and was captured alive by Li Cunxia. He sat in prison for several months in a row, and was only brought up by Li Ji today. Hua Xiong, Dong Zhuo was forced to retreat to Chang'an by our coalition of princes, and there is no possibility of advancing eastward. I think you are a good talent. You might as well be loyal to me, which is also a good story of abandoning darkness and joining the light. As the goalkeeper of a first-class general, Hua Xiong's strength is worse than that of an ordinary first-class general, but he ranks among the top second-class generals. Li Ji adheres to the principle of not giving up in vain, so he speaks out to recruit the Xiliang general. Before Lu Bu joined Dong Zhuo's camp, Hua Xiong could be said to be Dong Zhuo's #1 general in Xiliang, and his strength was much stronger than Li Ju, Guasi and others. Li Ji also witnessed Hua Xiong's general strength when he suppressed the Liangzhou rebels. However, since Lu Bu became Dong Zhuo's adopted son, Hua Xiong's status in Dong Zhuo's heart began to decline sharply, especially with the addition of warlords such as Ma Teng and his son, and the Guanzhong lords, which made Hua Xiong's status plummet. After all, Hua Xiong's strength was just that. Even if Dong Zhuo had valued him in the past, the emergence of a more powerful general would inevitably squeeze Hua Xiong's position in the Xiliang army. Therefore, Li Ji also had a lot of confidence to include Hua Xiong, a Xiliang general, in his own camp. After hearing Li Ji's recruitment, Hua Xiong still stiffened his neck and said loudly, I, Hua Xiong, will never serve two masters in my life. Although I become your prisoner, I will never betray Dong Zhuo. Oh, is that so? After listening to Hua Xiong's words of loyalty, Li Ji immediately showed an intriguing expression. Then without thinking too much, Li Ji waved to the General Chen Dao who was guarding outside and ordered, since you, Hua Xiong, are so loyal to Dong Zhuo, I have no choice but to help him. Shuji, take this man away and execute him immediately. Ah? Hua Xiong showed a horrified expression for a moment. Li Ji's sudden change of heart really caught him off guard. It was agreed that he would be recruited. But why did Hua Xiong refuse a little? And you, Li Ji, wanted to chop off his head. Do you know what it means to respect the wise and humble? My lord, do you really want to behead this man? I think he is strong and powerful. It would be a pity to behead him like this. Chen Dao asked Li Ji while grabbing Hua Xiong's collar. This man is too loyal to Dong Zhuo. It seems that I have no chance to recruit him. It is better to behead him, which can be regarded as Hua Xiong's loyalty, so that Hua Xiong will have a reputation of loyalty after his death. I understand. Chen Dao had no relationship with Hua Xiong. He asked a question before, but just wanted to know what Li Ji really meant. Now seeing Li Ji's serious tone, Chen Dao naturally would not speak for Hua Xiong. So he had to pull Hua Xiong's collar sullenly and drag him out like a dead dog. Hua Xiong was so frightened that his soul almost flew away, and his rough face turned pale. He just wanted to go through the process to express his loyalty to Dong Zhuo, so that Li Ji would feel that he was not a frivolous person. But Li Ji seemed to take his words seriously, and had no intention of retaining him, and directly started the beheading process. Hua Xiong was at least the first general under Dong Zhuo, and an important commander of the Xiliang Iron Cavalry. Why did you, Li Ji, look down on him at all? Isn't it too rough to directly ask him to behead him for failing to recruit him? Hua Xiong really has a little self-knowledge. His ability is really not ranked in Li Ji's army. If Hua Xiong's thoughts were known to Li Ji, it would definitely make Li Ji laugh. Hua Xiong, who was dragged on the ground, struggled hard, delaying time as much as possible to see if Li Ji would regret it. However, Li Ji had been sitting firmly in the main seat, and had no intention of letting Chen Dao stop. Hua Xiong couldn't help but feel desperate. Could it be that Hua Xiong had to pledge his loyalty to Li Ji himself? If so, wouldn't his previous words of loyalty be worthless? If it got out, he would definitely be ridiculed. It would be fine if he lost face. But even if Hua Xiong saved his life, how would Li Ji view him? His future path to promotion and wealth would basically be cut off. However, just as Hua Xiong was about to be dragged outside, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside, and a thin figure appeared in front of them. My lord. Wait a minute. Please listen to Wenhe's advice. Jiasu landed in front of Hua Xiong like a savior, and his figure almost made the Xiliang man who escaped death cry out. Li Ji raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, Does Wenhe have any other meaning? My lord. General Hua Xiong is loyal and dedicated. In my opinion, he is a rare and unparalleled loyal and righteous person. Moreover, when I served Dong Zhuo, I saw behind General Hua Xiong, and he was also a rare and brave general. Now my lord is so hasty to ask General Hua Xiong to be executed. Is it unfair? Jiasu said with a bow. Since Hua Xiong is as loyal and righteous as you said, why can't I execute him to preserve his reputation? No. My lord. I think General Hua Xiong was just bewitched by Dong Zhuo, and his loyalty should be to a wise master. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a tree to roost in, and a good minister chooses a master to serve. I believe General Hua Xiong must understand this truth. After saying that, Jiasu turned his head and looked at Hua Xiong, who was sitting on the ground at a loss, with a cunning old fox in his eyes. At this time, Hua Xiong also saw that Li Ji seemed to be persuaded by Jiasu, and his frightened heart finally calmed down a lot. Afterwards, Hua Xiong knelt down to Li Ji and said, Mr. Jia is right. Before, I was just blinded by lard and became loyal to the damned Dong Zhuo. Today, after meeting Li Taisho, I, Hua Xiong, know what a true wise leader is. It seems that Hua Xiong wants to surrender to me. After hearing this, Li Ji burst into laughter, then grabbed Hua Xiong's arm and helped him up, saying, Hua Xiong, surrendering to me means abandoning darkness and surrendering to light, turning from evil to good. My lord is right. I, Hua Xiong, am willing to drive the cavalry across the world for you and pull that old thief Dong Zhuo out of Chang'an. Hua Xiong was still a little frightened at this time, and his legs were trembling as he stood there. If Li Ji hadn't been supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground and continued to tremble. After hearing Hua Xiong's somewhat vulgar words, Li Ji couldn't help but smile. Name Hua Xiong. Occupation Military General War. Identity Prisoner of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Level 95. Brave 88, 89. Commander 65, 65. Wisdom 40, 40. Strategy 10, 10. Charm 30. Luck 10. Personal characteristics. Reckless, black vulnerable to ambushes and other tactics set by the enemy. Sword General, blue when using sword weapons. Personal combat power plus 5%. Sword skills power plus 25%. Cavalry, blue Hua Xiong's warhorse's sprint speed is greatly improved. Heavy cavalry assault. Purple when Hua Xiong leads the cavalry to charge. The speed and impact of his cavalry will be greatly increased. Xiliang General, purple when fighting with others. Hua Xiong's personal combat power is plus 15% when charging, if he leads the Xiliang Iron Cavalry to fight. Hua Xiong's personal combat power is plus 10%, and the combat power of his Xiliang Iron Cavalry is plus 10%. Challenging the heroes, purple when fighting with others. Hua Xiong's personal combat power is plus 15%, and for every additional enemy general killed with a bravery of 70 or higher. Hua Xiong's personal combat power is additionally plus 5%, and the enemy's army's morale declines faster. Skills: Devil Blade Devouring Blade, S level. Demon Flame Raging, S level. Curtain Rolling Blade Technique, A level. Majestic and Powerful, A level. Mental Technique Demon Flame Hard Technique. Equipment: None. Special Arm Shiliang Iron Cavalry, 5 level cavalry special arm. Can recruit up to 30,000 people. As a Shiliang general beside Dong Zhuo, Hua Xiong's bravery value ranks at the top of the second-rate generals. At the same time, because he has led the Iron Cavalry in battle, Hua Xiong's personal characteristics also have the blessing of cavalry. However, as a cavalry commander, Hua Xiong's reckless characteristic is also quite fatal. The appearance of this black characteristic basically declares that Hua Xiong has no possibility of being the main general of an army, and he cannot even serve as a pioneer. Hua Xiong's position is very clear. That is, he serves as an ordinary general in the army. When he is free, he can be sent out to fight with others. When he is busy, he can lead a cavalry to charge into the enemy formation without thinking. Given Hua Xiong's characteristics, it would be best to assign him to a cavalry-based corps. Li Ji's current commanders, who are good at commanding cavalry operations, are Wei Qing and Hu Zubing. If a corps with them as the corps is built, this will be the best place for Hua Xiong. As Dong Zhuo's main combat force, Hua Xiong Shiliang Iron Cavalry is rated quite well in the system, and is basically at the same level as Li Ji's Crow Army. However, the Crow Army has black crows that can detect the surrounding area as an auxiliary, and its use is much greater than that of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Therefore, Li Ji did not plan to let Hua Xiong recruit many Shiliang Iron Cavalry. After all, the Liangzhou horses needed by the Iron Cavalry were firmly controlled by Dong Zhuo and the Liangzhou rebels. When Hua Xiong, who had just surrendered, heard that Li Ji allowed him to recruit Shiliang Iron Cavalry, his unhappiness immediately disappeared. As a surrendered general, being able to command an army at the beginning, even if it was just a small group of troops, was already Li Ji's greatest kindness to Hua Xiong. If it was Dong Zhuo, whom Hua Xiong served before, without any real skills, and not from the Shiliang army, I'm afraid Dong Zhuo would not even want to look at him. After sending Hua Xiong, who was full of joy, away, Li Ji set his sights on the two defeated generals in the hall. Hua Xiong was just an appetizer, and the two in front of him were the main course. One was Taisher Ci, who once said a real man should stand with a 3-foot sword, and the other was the legendary young general of Chue. No matter whose news was released, it would attract a wave of players' pursuit. He is just a villain who curries favor with the powerful. How can he be loyal? Facing Li Ji's gaze, Taisher Ci did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he sneered in the direction of Hua Xiong and scolded him with disdain. As one of the few loyal generals in the Eastern Wu camp, Taisher Ci's silent scolding of Hua Xiong did not surprise Li Ji. On the contrary, if Taisher Ci had not scolded him at this time, Li Ji would have suspected that he had caught the wrong person. Taisher Ci, I heard that you are from Donglai County and are famous for your filial piety. Now that I have seen you, your reputation is well deserved. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. I have seen through all your tricks. I was just careless and fell into your trap. Come on. Kill me, or cut me up as you wish. In the face of Li Ji's kind advice, Taisher Ci did not show any good face, and even mercilessly exposed the tricks between Li Ji and Jia Su. In this way, Li Ji and Jia Su could no longer continue to play the red and white cops. However, Li Ji had other ways to deal with such a righteous man. Chapter 462. Taisher Ci is a man of great integrity and loyalty, and he has the spirit of the ancients. For a person like Taisher Ci, who takes integrity as his trademark and puts filial piety first, Li Ji's method of playing the good cop and the bad cop against Hua Xiong will naturally not work. On the contrary, he will be exposed by Taisher Ci's words, which will put him in an embarrassing situation. Therefore, if Li Ji wants to win over such a person as his general, he needs to think of other ways. And the best way is to resonate with Taisher Ci and let him take the initiative to surrender to him. Taisher Ci takes his integrity very seriously, and he will not be like Hua Xiong, who will be weak in the knees after being slightly intimidated by Li Ji and surrender to him. Therefore, if Li Ji wants to win over Taisher Ci, he must first make an effort on the point of integrity. Although Z is from Qinzhou, I, who am in Yangzhou and Kuaiji, have heard of Z's integrity. Even though I have never met Z before, I highly respect Z's integrity. So when I learned that Z was captured by our army, I ordered someone to send Z's battle robe to relieve my feelings. Li Ji said this, and moved his body to one side, revealing a worn-out battle robe stained with large patches of blood. Taisher Ci took a quick look and found that the battle robe looked very familiar, and then stared at it for a while, and recognized the owner of the battle robe. This battle robe was exactly the one he was wearing when he was captured by Yang Su, Lu Xiufu and others. After listening to what Li Ji said, he couldn't help but feel happy. Although he had never met Li Ji in person, he had heard about Li Ji's suppression of the Yellow Turbans and Liangzhou rebels, and knew that Li Ji participated in the battle against Dongzhuo, and was a brave man of the Han dynasty. However, even though he admired Li Ji in his heart, he had to follow Lu Yao's instructions, and help Su Gong deal with Li Ji and Wang Ming because of the different camps. As a surrendered general, Taisher Ci felt a little ashamed of Li Ji's confiscating his battle robe, but he was more of a recognition of his reputation. Even the lord on the opposite side recognized his strength and reputation. So as a surrendered general, he had a lot of face. Although Taisher Ci and Hua Xiong were both captives of Li Ji, Li Ji's operation made Taisher Ci feel that his position in Li Ji's heart was not comparable to Hua Xiong. And Taisher Ci's expression changes were all seen by Li Ji, and Li Ji couldn't help but laugh secretly. To put it bluntly, for a general like Taisher Ci, face is much more valuable than life. As long as Li Ji gives him enough face, he can make him want to surrender. However, although you can give face to the surrender general, you can't give enough face. Li Ji needs to give both favor and pressure, and use both kindness and force. Otherwise, Taisher Ci will be arrogant and may cause a big conflict in the future. Therefore, Li Ji just hung the battle robe aside and did not keep it personally. This not only allowed Taisher Ci to save face, but also let Taisher Ci know the identity of the surrendered general. Afterwards, Li Ji personally went down to untie the restraints on Taisher Ci, and also put his own battle robe on Taisher Ci. Li Ji smiled and said, "I know Z is a real man. Su Gong is a stupid thief, and I dare not hand over all the military power to Z. So it is not surprising that Z was defeated by our army." Li Taisho, "I don't know." Taisher Ci's face suddenly showed a hesitant expression, and he began to speak hesitantly. "Oh, what else is hidden in this?" Taisher Ci heard Li Ji's question and clenched his teeth. After a while, he seemed to make a decision and then said, "Li Taisho, in fact, I am not a general in Su Gong's camp, but I was entrusted by others to help Su Gong deal with the Taisho's army." "Others? Z, can you tell me who this person is?" Li Ji knew who Taisher Ci was talking about, but it was not easy to expose it now. So he had to pretend to be confused and let Taisher Ci take the initiative to reveal the identity of this person. "I am from Qingzhou. I once served as a county official in Donglai County. Later, I was valued by Kong Qingzhou because I repelled the Yellow Turban Army. I have been serving as a general beside him." Some time ago, Lu Yangzhou wrote a letter to Kong Mu, claiming that he needed Kong Mu to send a general to help him. I also knew Lu Yangzhou, so the task of support fell on my head. Originally, I thought Lu Yangzhou needed to lead troops to suppress the bandit clans in the prefectures and counties, but I never thought that I was asked to secretly help Su Gong and fight with Wang Taisho. Taisher Ci's words made Li Ji quickly understand the cause and effect, and also understood why Taisher Ci appeared here at this time. According to the historical process, Taisher Ci was still an official in Qingzhou at this time. The incident of avoiding disaster in Liaodong did not happen, and naturally, he would not appear in Yangzhou at this time. Although he knew that all this was done by Lu Yao, Li Ji still put on a panicked look and exclaimed, "I have no grudges against Lu Yangzhou. Why did he send you to help Su Gong? Could it be that he didn't know that Jin Glu was the governor of Wujiu and appointed by the court, and Su Gong was just a traitor? I don't know about this. Taisher Ci was just a guest general, and he had been in Yangzhou for a short time, so he naturally didn't know the twists and turns between Lu Yao and the governor below. However, he also felt that Lu Yao's actions were quite lacking in consideration, and he was also ashamed of Lu Yao's character. Lu Yangzhou and I are both officials appointed by the court, but this villain took advantage of my crusade against Dongzhuo to do something behind my back. One day I will impeach this man to your majesty and expose his behavior to the world," Li Ji said indignantly, and suddenly grabbed Taisher Ci's hand, staring at him, and said, "Zi, I wonder if you can work with me to expose such a villain." This, Taisher Ci's face suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. To be honest, as a surrendered general, he was able to receive such treatment from Li Ji. If it were before, he would definitely surrender to Li Ji. But now, he still has the identity of Kong Rong's general. And he is just a guest general beside Liu Yao. Because Kong Rong is also like Li Ji. He once crusade against Dong Zhuo. And it stands to reason that he is currently in the same camp. Taisher Ci can use this identity to let Kong Rong come forward to redeem himself. But Li Ji treated him so well when he didn't know his identity, which made him want to join him. I know Z's difficulties. If Z doesn't want to work here, I won't make things difficult for you. I can let you go back to Qingzhou today. Li Ji knew that Taisher Ci was a man of integrity. As long as his former master did not do something too outrageous, he would most likely not choose to leave. Unless Li Ji defeated Kong Rong, Taisher Ci would be willing to surrender to him. However, Qingzhou and Yangzhou were 108,000 miles apart. When Li Ji reached Qingzhou, he didn't know whether Kong Rong could hold on for so long. The governor is very righteous. But Ci will not ask for anything since he has been captured by the governor. Ci is willing to worship the governor as his master. But before that, Ci has another request. After a period of ideological struggle, Taisher Ci finally decided to surrender to Li Ji. Oh, you can say it. Li Ji's face showed a happy expression. I was originally a general under Kong Qingzhou. Now I have surrendered to the Lord. I think I need to inform him. In addition, my mother is still in Donglai. I haven't seen her for many days. I want to take this opportunity to visit my mother. This is human nature. So I agreed. Taisher Ci's character is like this. He puts loyalty and filial piety first. If he doesn't do one of these things, it will surprise Li Ji. After conquering Taisher Ci, Li Ji turned to look at another captive, Zhao Fan, and asked, Zhao Fan, with your bravery, if you surrender to our army, you can definitely serve as a general of an army. I am originally from Chue, Wujun, and it is natural for me to surrender to the prefect. In addition, I admire General Taisher's righteousness, so I am willing to surrender to the prefect and serve him at his side. As the younger brother of Taisher Ci in the novel, the young General Chue automatically bowed to Li Ji without Li Ji spending much time talking, and performed the ceremony of loyalty. Okay. I got you too. Like having two arms. Li Ji laughed and untied Zhao Fan's restraints. He took Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan's arms, one on each side, and they looked like a happy monarch and his subjects. Name Taisher Ci. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity Prisoner of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Level 54. Brave 90, 96. Commander 70, 72. Wisdom 54, 60. Political Strategy 30, 35. Charm 70. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Spear General, blue when using spear weapons. Personal Combat Power plus 5%. Spear Skill Power plus 25%. Sharpshooter, blue when using bow and arrow weapons. Bow and arrow skill power plus 25%. Accuracy plus 10%. With a very small chance of causing instant kill, related to the difference in bravery between the two sides. Oath with Sword, purple has a deep friendship with Sun Tzu. If Taisher Ci and Sun Tzu are in the same faction, Taisher Ci's personal combat power plus 15%. Bow and arrow accuracy increased. Chivalrous style, purple it has a certain appeal to swordsmen, chivalrous men and other life talents. Able to skillfully use various weapons. In a battle, each time a weapon is switched. Taisher Ci's personal combat power plus 10%. Bow and horse skill, purple when shooting arrows on horseback. Taisher Ci will not be affected. The accuracy of the bow and arrow will increase. The probability of instant kill will increase. The sprint speed of the warhorse will increase. And the speed of the bow and arrow will increase. Brave and courageous, gold when fighting with others. Taisher Ci's personal combat power plus 20%. And there is a probability of causing the enemy to fear. If the enemy is in a state of fear, Taisher Ci's personal combat power will be additional plus 10%. Loyalty and fidelity, gold if Taisher Ci accepts a task from others. His personal combat power will increase by 1% to 30% according to the corresponding situation. The more dangerous the situation, the greater the increase. Tiger of Jiandong, gold when charging into battle. Taisher Ci's personal combat power increases by 25%. And his troops' combat power increases by 10% when fighting with others. Taisher Ci's personal combat power increases by 30%. 3-foot sword, gold the higher the official position of Taisher Ci, the more personal combat power increases by 1% to 30%. Heavenly righteousness, color when Taisher Ci occupies the moral right. His personal combat power increases by 50%. Skills unparalleled archery, S level, 10,000 arrows, S level. Heavenly Righteousness Halberd. Equals Law, S level. Spear and Halberd Dual Mastery, S level. Hard Method Tiani Hard Technique. Equipment none. Special Arms Tiani Longbowman, 7th level Crossbowman Special Arms. Maximum recruitment of 30,000 people. Name Zhao Fan, Chue Junior General. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity Prisoner of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Level 49. Brave Force 89, 93. Commander 29, 45. Wisdom 39, 49. Political Strategy 10, 20. Charm 20. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Spear General, blue when using a spear weapon. Personal Combat Power plus 5%. Spear Skill Power plus 25%. Cavalry, blue the sprint speed of the warhorse increases. Knight, blue quite a knight. Attracted to knight-like life talents. One against many, purple when fighting with others. Zhao Fan's personal combat power is plus 10%. If he is besieged, his personal combat power is additionally plus 10%. Spear support, purple when serving as a deputy general. Zhao Fan's personal combat power is plus 10%. If the main general goes to battle, Zhao Fan will boost morale and increase his combat power by 10%. One rider against 1,000 gold when charging. Zhao Fan's personal combat power is plus 20%. And when the number of enemies besieging around is greater than 1, Zhao Fan's personal combat power will be plus 10% plus 20%, affected by the number of enemies and their bravery. I can help him, gold when fighting with others. If the number of people on your side is less than that of the enemy, Zhao Fan's personal combat power will be plus 20%. If assisting others, Zhao Fan's personal combat power will be additionally plus 10%. Skills Group Battle Unparalleled, S level. Unparalleled Spear Technique, S level. Rain of Pear Blossoms, S level. Left and Right Coiling Dragon, S level. Mental Method when riding the Heart Technique. Equipment none. Special Arms none. Taisher CI deserves to be able to tie with Sun Tzu, the little overlord of Jiandong, in the forces of Don Wu. His bravery value can be in the first echelon. Basically, except for Sun Tzu and Gan Ning, there should not be many Don Wu generals who can be on par with Taisher CI. And the young General Zhao Fan of Chue deserves to be able to stop Sun Tzu's 12 riders including Zhou Tai, Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, etc. on his own. His personal characteristics are all related to group battles. However, Taisher CI and Zhao Fan were not very high-ranking generals, so they basically had no chance of being the main generals of an army. So the best arrangement was to serve as the generals who charged into battle in the army. Z, since you are going to serve as a general under my command, why not take this opportunity to move your family to Kuaiji, so that you can also fulfill your filial piety? Li Ji remembered that Taisher Ci's mother lived in an ordinary environment. If it weren't for Kong Rong's continuous support, she would have starved to death in this world. Moreover, Taisher Ci was also a filial general, and Li Ji was afraid that someone would use this to threaten Taisher Ci. After hearing what Li Ji said, Taisher Ci said helplessly, "My mother may not listen to the Lord's advice, so I have to try my best." Well, Li Ji then looked at Zhao Fan and ordered, "Zhao Fan, Z is going back to Qinzhou to visit his relatives. Why don't you also lead a team to guard around and follow Z back?" "I understand." Chapter 463 People from All Sides. My lord, Taisher Ci has just surrendered and is now heading north to Qinzhou. I don't think he will come back. Li Ji looked at the backs of Taisher Ci and his group leaving, and the generals around him expressed their opinions. But Li Ji just shook his head slightly and replied, "Taisher Ci is a famous scholar in Qinzhou, and he has always put loyalty and trust first. If he first surrendered to me and then left me, where in the world can accommodate him? Whether in Wuli or Jiang Biaoshuan. Although Taisher Ci left Sun Tzu and went north to Qizhou, he would eventually return to Jiandong and become a capable general under Sun Tzu. So Li Ji was not worried that Taisher Ci would leave him. After all, Taisher Ci walked around the world with a sign of loyalty and trust, and would not ruin his reputation. As for whether Taisher Ci could persuade his mother to move south to Kuaiji, Li Ji was not very sure, because Kong Rong also knew that Taisher Ci was a talent and often helped Taisher Ci's mother. Maybe when Taisher Ci returns this time, Kong Rong may play the family card and try to keep Taisher Ci in Qinzhou. After seeing off Taisher Ci and his party, Li Ji led the generals back to their respective posts. Shi Jisai, who has been in charge of diplomatic work, found Li Ji. My lord, Lu Yao's envoy has been waiting for a long time. I see that he can't wait any longer. Shishitsai stood beside Li Ji and said in a low voice, if you come to negotiate, you must abide by our rules. Even if Lu Yao is the governor of the state above me, he must behave honestly. After hearing what Shishitsai said, Li Ji's face suddenly darkened, and the not-so-nice scene of the past few days emerged in his mind. On the second day after accepting the surrender of Taisher Ci, an uninvited guest broke into Li Ji's territory. The visitor was the envoy sent by Lu Yao. This man relied on Lu Yao as his backer. When summoned by Li Ji, he not only wanted to take away the captured Sun Shao, but also shamelessly asked Li Ji for various things to compensate Lu Yao for his losses. If it were someone else, Li Ji would probably order someone to take down the envoy on the spot. But after all, the other party had Lu Yao's support, and Lu Yao was Li Ji's nominal boss. So Li Ji had to suppress his anger and directly kick this man out, and did not summon him for several days. What's more, now is a state of warlords fighting for power. Although the official positions of the Han dynasty are still in effect, when the warlords fight each other in the future, they will not be afraid of whether the other party's official position is higher than their own. If the various princes had not made a fuss at this time, Li Ji would probably have directly used a whip to greet the envoy sent by Lu Yao. Bring him up here. I want to see what new tricks Lu Yao, the envoy, will come up with. Li Ji asked Shishitsai to bring the envoy sent by Lu Yao, and also asked Li Tsuanqiu, Shi Jingxi, and other generals to guard him. Not long after, the somewhat impatient Lu Yao envoy seemed to lose his temper and rushed in before Shishitsai. The envoy, who had been left aside by Li Ji for several days, had already reached the maximum anger. So when he learned that Li Ji had summoned him again, he thought about cursing Li Ji directly when he met Li Ji. However, before he could say anything, he was stunned by the murderous aura that came to his face, and he stood there in a daze. In his sight, several mighty generals wearing armor and holding swords were silent, but they exuded the murderous aura honed on the battlefield, making him feel like he fell into a forest of swords, and the slightest movement would end up with a bruise all over his body. The envoy sent by Lu Yao is not a mute. It can only mean that Lu Yao has no one else to use. Li Ji took in all the other party's postures under his eyes, and the arc at the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. His deterrent killing move made the envoy in front of him, who was impetuous a few days ago, unable to say a word now. Li Tsuanqiu, Shi Jingxi, and other dragon bird generals present laughed after hearing Li Ji's sarcasm. At this time, Lu Yao's envoy finally came to his senses and found that his face was completely lost by Li Ji. He couldn't help but feel ashamed, and his thick skin in the past also showed a trace of shame. However, he quickly changed his mind and said to Li Ji with a stern face, now that you have humiliated me in every way, I will definitely tell the governor of the state about this situation. Li Taisho, you just wait for the governor's punishment. After saying this, Li Ji couldn't help but roll his eyes at the other party. What the other party said was just like when he was a child. The other party couldn't beat him and threatened to tell his parents directly. It was so childish. Besides, at this time, Lu Yao didn't know if he had the courage to argue with him, the governor of 2 counties. If Lu Yao wants to ask for punishment, he can come here in person. I, Li Ji, will definitely welcome him in Kuaiji, Li Ji said disdainfully. It just so happened that he would also use a knife to attack Lu Yao later. If the other party came to Kuaiji in person, Li Ji would definitely not be stingy with him. He would directly imitate Xiang Yu and hold a Hongnan banquet to see if Lu Yao had the courage of his ancestors and dared to accept Li Ji's invitation alone. Lu Yao's envoy seemed to know the tense relationship between his master and Li Ji, and he had basically guessed Li Ji's blatant little thoughts. But he didn't dare to refute, let alone accept Li Ji's invitation for Lu Yao. If he did so, it would be no different from pushing Lu Yao to H.L. If Lu Yao knew about it, he would definitely not be able to gain a foothold in Yangzhou, and it might even involve his family in Zhejiang. So after listening to Li Ji's words, Lu Yao's envoy consciously kept silent and resolutely refused to step into the trap set by Li Ji for him or Lu Yao. But this also means that in the first confrontation between the two sides, the party headed by Li Ji won the upper hand. Tell me, what did Lu Yao want to do by sending you here? Seeing that the other party was choked by him and couldn't speak, Li Ji's mood suddenly improved a lot, and then waved his hand nonchalantly and asked, the governor heard that Mr. Sun was in the hands of the governor, so he sent me to negotiate with the governor Li, hoping to bring Mr. Sun back. The envoy, who was suppressed by Li Ji, was already 3 points weaker in momentum. Now hearing Li Ji's question, he did not dare to be careless and directly told his purpose. In fact, Li Ji knew why Liu Yao sent someone here at this point without the other party speaking. Let's not talk about it first. A few days ago, this arrogant envoy threatened Li Ji to take Sun Xiao away and demand compensation. And Li Ji and Liu Yao basically had no intersection. Apart from the official positions of governor and governor, there is only Sun Xiao, a counselor who has a connection with Liu Yao. Sun Xiao was originally a Gong Chao of Beihai State. Later, he followed Liu Yao to Yangzhou to take up an important position. He was one of the few wise men around Liu Yao. At the last banquet of Liu Yao, Li Ji had met Sun Xiao and saw at a glance the extraordinary qualities of this future prime minister of Dongwu. Later, when Su Gong rebelled, it was Sun Xiao who made plans and made plans. If he had not met a capable person like Wang Ming, Su Gong would probably have to jump for some time. As for now, Sun Xiao has become a prisoner of Li Ji like Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan. But his situation is different from that of Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan. Li Ji has no intention of recruiting him at all, and has always sent Sun Xiao to the prison to eat big meals. I heard that Sun Xiao is a close minister to Liu Yao. How can I take Sun Xiao away from Liu Yao? Li Ji asked, pretending not to understand. Although he had no intention of recruiting Sun Xiao was very important to Liu Yao. So Li Ji did not intend to let him go. It would be a better choice to hold Sun Xiao and reduce Liu Yao's strength. Don't joke, Governor. On that day, your troops defeated Su Gong's troops, and Mr. Sun was among them. The face of Liu Yao's envoy froze. He seemed to understand the meaning of Li Ji's words, and knew that his task was extremely difficult. Li Ji, however, touched his chin, with a hesitant look on his face, and said uncertainly, at that time, I was still leading troops to fight against Dong Thief in the Hulao Pass area. How could I know that Sun Xiao was captured? Then Li Ji looked at Shishai beside him, and asked, Shishai, do you know that Sun Xiao was captured by us? My lord, it is true. On that day, Junshi and Chu Dao each led a troop of troops to attack Su Gong from the front and back, causing him to be defeated, and captured many soldiers, including Sun Xiao. Shishai's eyes rolled slightly, and then he answered with his hands cupped. Hearing this, Li Ji was shocked and exclaimed, Isn't Sun Xiao Liu Yao's man? How come he suddenly appeared in Su Gong's traitorous army? Could it be that Sun Xiao secretly colluded with Su Gong to murder Jing Lu? Sun Xiao has no official position, and is Liu Yao's advisor. Logically speaking, there is no reason for him to collude with Su Gong. I think there may be someone behind Sun Xiao. Shishai's tone was not very firm. Sun Xiao is from Qingzhou, and his connections are all in Qingzhou. He probably only knows Liu Yao and others in Yangzhou. Could it be that the person behind this is Liu Yao? Liu Yao is the governor of Yangzhou, and Jing Lu is the governor of Wujiu and appointed by the court. The governor and the governor are in a superior-subordinate relationship. If Liu Yao wants to make a move, he can look for other places. But Liu Yao colluded with Su Gong, the traitor, to murder the court ministers. This person's behavior is too dirty. Shishai saw all of Li Ji's reactions, and thought that Li Ji's acting skills were quite good. Li Ji and Shishai sang the same tune, and Liu Yao's envoy below instantly understood the meaning of this monarch and minister, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. The conversation between the two was full of all kinds of assumptions without evidence, which easily put the blame on Liu Yao. If this news got out from here, no matter whether Liu Yao was colluding with Su Gong or not, he would have to bear the blame. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Liu Yao's envoy forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and explained, Li Taisho's idea is too unrealistic. The character of the governor would not do such things. Then why did Sun Xiao not stay in Zhejiang County, but appeared in Su Gong's army? Maybe Mr. Sun Xiao wanted to experience the customs of Wu County, but never got involved in Su Gong's forces. Do you think you will believe this excuse? Faced with Li Ji's series of questions, Liu Yao's brain was about to be burned, and his body temperature was about to rise several degrees. In the end, Liu Yao's envoy was afraid of speaking, so he simply kept silent. Except for Sun Xiao's questions, he would not answer Li Ji's questions. Seeing the other party's stubborn attitude, Li Ji knew that he would not gain anything if he continued to talk. So he said to the other party, Sun Xiao is indeed in my hands now, but you can't take him away just by talking. I have no intention of letting Sun Xiao go, so you should go back and report. The governor is right. The governor once told me before he left that he was willing to pay a price in exchange for Mr. Sun's life. Liu Yao's envoy had to take out his trump card and persuaded carefully. I have a big appetite. I'm afraid Lu Yao can't satisfy me. The governor. Just say it. I want horses. And a large number of maras. Let's start with a simple hundreds of thousands of horses. What? The envoy touched his ears. He thought he had just heard wrong. How could the other party put forward such an outrageous condition? The lack of horses in the south is a well-known fact. Even Lu Yao, who is at the level of governor, does not have so many cavalry on hand. Li Ji even asked for a large number of maras. It was obvious that Li Ji had also started to build his own horse farm to avoid being constrained by others in this regard. Are the conditions of the prefect too harsh? Is Sun Shao's life not worth such a condition? If not, go back and report to Lu Yao. Li Ji showed a very impatient look and waved his hand to have the envoy dragged away. When the envoy saw that Li Ji was starting to play for real, he immediately panicked and agreed, I am just an official, and I am not qualified to accept the conditions of the prefect on behalf of the governor. Please give me a chance to let me report the conditions of Li Taisho to the governor. Go away. Go away. Li Ji drove the other party out like slapping a fly. He knew how outrageous his conditions were. Even the princes in the north did not dare to agree to Li Ji's conditions. Therefore, Li Ji did not expect Lu Yao to agree and directly expelled the envoy from Luoke City. After sending off Lu Yao's envoy, Zhang Jujing immediately found Li Ji and said, My lord, Dongjue sent an envoy to ask for an audience. Donghua? He was just forced to move west to Chang'an by the prince's army. Why would he send an envoy? Uncle, bring this person here. Zhang Jujing responded to Li Ji's order. And after a while, he led a man dressed as a scholar in. Qin Hui and Qin Huiji meet Li Taisho. Chapter 464 Generals who fight against rebellion. Qin Hui and Qin Huiji. If you want to choose a person to be responsible for Yu Fei's unjust death, the name Qin Hui will appear in most people's minds. The infamy of being a sinner through the ages has always been firmly attached to Qin Hui, and many people sneer at this treacherous minister. Looking at Qin Hui, who has a face like a red date and eyes like lacquer, Li Ji's eyes flickered slightly, and then glanced at a corner. A burly general stood in the corner. Although he had not shown his talent as a new member of Li Ji's forces, he had the temperament cultivated by thousands of soldiers in his chest, which made people dare not underestimate this person. Li Ji glanced at Yu Fei and did not find anything wrong with Yu Fei. But this was normal. After all, Yu Fei now had no connection with Qin Hui. And even in the same force, he did not do it. Qin Hui was a shrewd man and had already noticed the change in Li Ji's eyes. So he slightly side-eyed and looked at Yu Fei with his peripheral vision. However, apart from the fact that Yu Fei was tall and strong, Qin Hui did not find anything extraordinary about him. Come here. Take this man down. Just when Qin Hui was distracted from observing Yu Fei, Li Ji, who was sitting in the first seat, suddenly shouted with a cold face. As soon as these words came out, Li Tsunxiu, who was the closest, clenched his fists and made crackling sounds, and then took a big step towards Qin Hui, grabbing Qin Hui like a chicken. Is this how Li Taisho treats guests? Although Qin Hui was held by Li Tsunxiu and could not move, his expression was not panicked at all, and his tone was very calm. It seemed that Qin Hui had long expected Li Ji to take such action. Qin Hui's calm response surprised Li Ji, but his expression did not change much. Li Ji slapped the table in front of him and angrily shouted at Qin Hui. Dongjue held the emperor hostage and treated the emperor and the Han dynasty as nothing. I, Li Ji, am a minister of the Han dynasty. How can I be a guest to Dongjue? And you, Qin Hui, as a minister of Dongjue, naturally do not need to treat me as a guest. Haha. Since Li Taisho thinks I am not a guest but an enemy, why don't you kill me immediately? Faced with Li Ji's threat, Qin Hui did not show any fear, but laughed loudly, as if he was fearless. Since you want to die, Tsunxiu will take him down to take his head, and then hang his head on the city wall for 3 days. Li Ji did not feel any guilt for killing Qin Hui, so Li Ji directly took over Qin Hui's words and pushed him to die. Anyway, Qin Hui was in Dongjue's power, and was irreconcilable with the princes outside the pass. If Qin Hui was killed, it would not damage his reputation, and would even win praise from the players. But Li Ji just executed Qin Hui like this. Wasn't it too easy for him? Qin Hui, who was pushed by Li Tsunxiu, looked ugly in an instant. He never thought that Li Ji was serious this time. It was agreed that the two armies would not kill the messenger when fighting? With the strength transmitted by Li Tsunxiu, Qin Hui fell to the ground and squirmed like a maggot to delay time. Then, Qin Hui said to Li Ji, doesn't Li Taisho cherish his reputation? Killing me will not benefit you in any way, but will make you lose a fortune. Even a small envoy will make me lose a fortune. So if I execute Dong Zhuo, will I lose even more wealth? Li Ji laughed repeatedly. And now he had some guesses about Qin Hui's or Dong Zhuo's purpose. After saying this, Qin Hui's words were choked. If Li Ji could execute Dong Zhuo, then Li Ji's sphere of influence would be able to reach Guangzhou, which means that Li Ji's influence almost occupied half of China. With such a large territory in hand, the emperor held hostage by Dong Zhuo was basically dispensable to Li Ji. So there was not much use in executing Dong Zhuo. Qin Hui didn't know what to say to refute Li Ji's question, so he could only lower his head and say to Li Ji, I came here under the order of my master to reward the princes outside the pass. Doesn't Li Taisho care about his official position now? But even if the Taisho doesn't care about the official position, there must be someone who cares about these among your generals and civil officials. After hearing this, Li Ji's expression finally changed. Although Li Ji successfully suppressed Qin Hui and gained the upper hand in the verbal confrontation just now, Qin Hui's next turn of words instantly put Li Ji in an awkward position. It is true that not everyone follows others to conquer the 4 directions for official positions. But no matter what, there are always a group of people who are willing to follow others in order to seek a lifetime of glory and wealth. For example, among Li Ji's generals, Zhu Yi, the commander of the first-line death squad, is the most eager for fame and fortune. Otherwise, he would not have defected to Yuan Shao for an official position. As for other people, even heroes like Yu Fei, they will more or less pursue fame and fortune in their hearts. Once there is no future for their official career, these people will leave them sooner or later, and their power will fall apart sooner or later. Sun Qiu, let him go. Qin Hui's words hit Li Ji's soft spot, forcing Li Ji to give in a little. At present, Li Ji is just a county governor and an ordinary lieutenant. There is a big gap between his official position and other princes. So naturally there is too little room for him to promote his subordinates and civil officials. If the northern princes at the level of governors use high positions and generous salaries to seduce Li Ji's subordinates and civil officials, Li Ji has no way to do it. At most, he can draw some big cakes to persuade the subordinates and civil officials who want to leave. At present, the emperor is still in the hands of Dong Zhuo, who only controls the channels for official positions and rewards. If Li Ji wants to take a step further, he still has to send people to Chang'an to negotiate with Dong Zhuo. After completing the war against Dong Zhuo, Li Ji had compiled the promotion of his subordinates and ministers, and wanted to send someone to Dong Zhuo to ask for the corresponding official positions. However, since Dong Zhuo took the initiative to send someone to negotiate with him, it means that Li Ji can sit on the Diaoyu Island first and see what bargaining chips Dong Zhuo can give him. Thank you, Li Taisho. Qin Hui gritted his teeth and felt the pain on his body. He could feel a sharp pain when he twisted his body slightly. Li Xuanxia's strength was enough to lift a 1,000-gene tripod, and Qin Hui's small body naturally couldn't stand the other party's wolf-like tossing. Tell me, what does Dong Zhuo want you to do? Li Ji waved his hand at Qin Hui and asked casually. Li Taisho once suppressed the Yellow Turban Bandits and the Liangzhou rebels. My lord knows that you, Li Taisho, have made great contributions to the Han dynasty. So I commend your achievements and promote your official position to your majesty. I didn't expect that Dong was so kind that he dared to promote me, a vassal outside the Great Wall. However, Qin Hui, you are wrong about one thing. The achievements of suppressing the Yellow Turban Bandits and the Liangzhou rebels are far inferior to my achievements of attacking Hula Pass and forcing Dong Zhuo to move west to Chang'an. After this, Li Ji's left and right civil and military officials laughed, obviously understanding Li Ji's sarcasm. But Qin Hui was used to it and expected that Li Ji would take advantage of the topic to mock him and Dong Zhuo. But he did not refute it, and could only avoid the main point and say, Your Majesty knows the achievements of the prefect, and the emperor is very pleased. So His Majesty agreed to my lord's suggestion, and is willing to appoint you as the General of Suppressing Rebellion. General of Suppressing Rebellion? This is an official position of a general of a miscellaneous title, and its status is much higher than Li Ji's Lieutenant of Suppressing Rebellion. It is a position that has crossed several levels and directly became a general, just below the important general. However, most of the generals with miscellaneous titles were nominal positions, with names given based on the troops they led, such as Xiaoqi and Saiguan, the tasks they performed, such as Li Guangli's attack on the city of Ershi, or even nursery rhymes, such as Longxiang, while the vast majority were given powerful names, such as Guanjuan and Yang Wei. Among the hundreds or thousands of generals with miscellaneous titles, the post of General of Suppressing Rebellion was a relatively famous position. And the most famous general of suppressing rebellion was Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiangdong. Although he moved his position from the lieutenant to the position of general with miscellaneous titles, this did not satisfy Li Ji's appetite. If it were the peaceful period of the Han Dynasty, it would be a meteoric rise to prominence. But in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the various princes fought against each other endlessly. Not to mention lieutenants who could lead troops. Even generals with miscellaneous titles were everywhere. Only by becoming a general with a heavy title like Siping Xian could Li Ji feel satisfied. Just a general of a miscellaneous title? Li Ji's tone did not show much interest. And Qin Hui felt that Li Ji was not satisfied with this position at all. With his brows slightly wrinkled, Qin Hui clasped his hands in front of his chest and said carefully, "Your Majesty also rewarded 3,000 gold and 30,000 rolls of silk and satin." However, before he finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Li Ji. "If it is just a general to suppress rebellion, Dong Zhuo is still childish. And the pattern should be bigger. What does the governor mean?" Qin Hui raised his eyebrows and instinctively felt that something was wrong. Then, he watched Li Ji take out a large roll from his arms and spread it out in front of him. Qin Hui looked at the densely packed names and densely packed official positions on it, and felt that the world began to spin in front of him, as if it was already dark at this time, and there were golden stars in front of his eyes. Before he came to Kuaiji, he had prepared to welcome Li Ji's lion's mouth, but he never expected that Li Ji's appetite was so big. He was simply swallowing people. Not to mention that all the officials under Li Ji were promoted. Li Ji was eyeing the post of governor of Yangzhou and wanted to replace Lu Yao as the new governor of Yangzhou. The general who fought against rebellion was nothing compared to the governor of Yangzhou. If Dong Zhuo agreed to let Li Ji become the new governor of Yangzhou, then Li Ji would become the youngest governor and could hold this position for decades. How could the world accommodate such a young governor? How would the old governors in their 40s or 50s feel? Moreover, Qin Hui was not only responsible for the reward of Li Ji. After completing the reward of Li Ji, he had to go north to other princes to bring them Dong Zhuo's appointment. If other princes knew that Li Ji replaced Lu Yao as the new governor, then these old foxes would certainly follow suit and ask Dong Zhuo for governors, like Li Ji did. Originally, Dong Zhuo's appointment did require some princes to become new governors. But this was Li Ru's strategy of alienation, and Li Ji was not included in this category. After sorting out his thoughts, Qin Hui said in embarrassment, "Li Taisho, you also know that Lu Yangzhou has only been the governor for a short time. If you replace him, it would be a bit inconsiderate. Do you think that my ability is not as good as that of Lu Yao?" Li Ji's tone was not polite at all. He did not give face to Lu Yao, who was close to Zhejiang County, nor to Dong Zhuo, who was far away in Chang'an City. Lu Yangzhou was able to be appointed as the governor by the previous emperor. I think he has a lot of ability. But Taisho Li is not bad either. He once suppressed the Yellow Turban Bandits and the Liangzhou rebels. Qin Hui did not have the confidence of Li Ji to offend both parties, so he had to play both sides and find a balance between Li Ji and Lu Yao. However, these words only earned Li Ji's cold eyes. After thinking about it, Qin Hui gritted his teeth and said, "Li Taisho, in addition to the position of governor, I am willing to persuade my master to promote your subordinates, and also persuade His Majesty to reward more money. What do you think? Is it so difficult for Dong Zhuo to make a small governor?" Li Ji sneered, and then said, "Since the governor is not possible, then you go back and tell Dong Zhuo that after we have recuperated for a while, I will definitely summon the princes of the world to fight Dong Zhuo again. Let's see what retreat Dong Zhuo has at that time." This, seeing that Li Ji was about to make a comeback, Qin Hui's face suddenly became ugly. The worst situation he expected was finally going to happen. "Li Taisho, please think twice. My master is the prime minister of the Han Dynasty, and you are also the governor of the Han Dynasty. In essence, we are all ministers of the Han Dynasty, and your Majesty. How can there be a crusade? Is Dong Zhuo also a minister of the Han Dynasty? In my opinion, he is a thief who stole the country. As a loyal minister of the Han Dynasty, I must clear the court and fight against the traitor for your Majesty," Li Ji said righteously. This made Qin Hui panic. Since ancient times, the slogan of clearing the court was mostly used by the side branches of the royal family or local princes to compete for the position of emperor. It is obvious that Li Ji's so-called loyal minister of the Han Dynasty is just a cover. In fact, like most princes, he has other little thoughts. But even so, Local princes like Li Ji still carried out the crusade against Dong Zhuo under the slogan of clearing the court. Thinking of this, Xin Hui gritted his teeth and said, "Since Li Taisho insists on being the governor, I have no choice but to do my best to persuade my master. Goodbye." After saying that, Xin Hui sullenly shook his sleeves and stepped out. However, he was stopped by Li Ji after taking a few steps. "Xin Hui, you don't seem to have handed over the appointment letter of the anti-rebellion general to me." "You?" Chapter 465. The situation changes. Li Ji is really too much. He dared to make such a request to me. It's really too much. After listening to Qin Hui's report, Dong Zhuo, who was sitting in the first seat, was furious. He almost drew his sword and rushed to Kuaiji to challenge Li Ji. Qin Hui below looked at Dong Zhuo timidly, fearing that the other party would be irrational and use him to vent his anger. "My lord, please be patient. In my opinion, Li Ji's request is acceptable." As Dong Zhuo's strategist, Li Ru still maintained a calm attitude, pinching his mustache and continued, "Then Li Ji wants to be the governor of Yangzhou, just to have a reasonable excuse to attack Liu Yao, just like he asked for the prefect of Wujian for his minister before. In this case, we all know Li Ji's purpose. So why should we do as he wishes?" Dong Zhuo asked in confusion. My lord, you don't know the situation in Yangzhou. Although Liu Yao is the governor of Yangzhou in public, most of the governors of Yangzhou do not obey his orders. Only Lu Miao, the governor of Zhejiang County, and Lu Kong, the governor of Lujiang County, are used by him. Liu Yao is weak and incompetent, and Li Ji is now extremely powerful. Sooner or later, there will be a conflict between them, and they will go to war. So it doesn't matter whether Li Ji can ask for the governor of Yangzhou, because in just a few years, he will definitely defeat Liu Yao and take control of Yangzhou and establish himself as the governor of Yangzhou. Li Ji asked Dong Zhuo for the official position of the governor of Yangzhou, which was actually a signal to the outside world, telling the outside princes that his next target of conquest was Liu Yao of Zhejiang County. At this time, the local warlords had begun to show their strength and were looking for opportunities to expand their territory to the surrounding areas. Li Ji's actions were nothing more than a warning to the forces outside Yangzhou not to extend their hands into Yangzhou. Otherwise they would be enemies with him. Li Ji. As for the title of Yangzhou Mu, it is actually not important at all. Even if Li Ji does not have this title, he can find another excuse to use troops against Liu Yao. Since when you said that it does not matter whether he is appointed as Yangzhou Mu or not, why should I obey Li Ji's wishes? Dong Zhuo sneered at Li Ji's behavior and hated this kind of blackmail. However, Li Ru shook his head unexpectedly and replied, "Although this is the case, we can do something to interfere with Li Ji. Besides, the princes outside the pass are not just Li Ji's family. People like Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu also have similar ideas as Li Ji. Then what should we do?" Dong Zhuo asked. Li Ru pondered for a while, then replied, "The Han dynasty has only 13 states, and there are at least dozens of powerful vassal states outside the Great Wall. How can the governors be given to him? Therefore, it is impossible to appoint all of them as governors. But we only appoint some people as governors and others as prefects, which will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among some people, and even go to war for the position of governor. Is this a plan to sow discord?" "That's right." Dong Zhuo was overjoyed after hearing this. The previous coalition of vassal states forced him to move west to Chang'an when they gathered together. He was really afraid that one day, as Li Ji said, they would gather together again and make a comeback. And then, he would have no way to retreat. But Li Ru's strategy of sowing discord gave him hope of maintaining his power. Once a rift appeared between these princes, there would be no possibility of them coming together. And he, Dong Zhuo, could continue to stay in Chang'an and revel every night. Then when you could appoint those princes as governors? My lord, you could appoint the strong governors under the weak governors as new governors, so that these governors can have the idea of mobilizing troops against the governors above. If both the governors and the governors are strong, we can divert the trouble to the east and let the governors of other states become new governors, so that they can fight each other. After this, Dong Zhuo's frown finally relaxed, and then decided to say, "Then appoint Li Ji as governor of Yangzhou, Yuan Shao as governor of Jizhou, Cao Cao as governor of Yanzhou, Gong Sun Zan as governor of Yuzhou, Zhang Lu as governor of Yizhou. You can let Changsha governor Sun Jian be governor of Yuzhou, so that Sun Jian will fight with Yuan Shu. Qinzhou governor Kong Rong is weak, so you can let other governors take the position." Li Ru then added, Good. Dong Zhuo laughed and slapped his thighs repeatedly. And the ferocious appearance of the princes fighting outside appeared in his mind from time to time. What about the other official positions that Li Ji asked for? I've already given them all the titles. I want to see if Li Ji's appetite is that big. Dong Zhuo acted very quickly, and sent his messengers to the territories of various princes to confer new titles on them. Li Ji was also one of them. But when he learned that he was the only one who was appointed as a governor, he instantly understood Dong Zhuo's plan. Dong Zhuo seemed to be generous in appointing a new batch of governors to take office. But in fact, he was provoking conflicts among the princes and igniting the fuse of their explosion. Report to the Lord. The appointment of the governor of Changsha as the governor of Yuzhou seems to have caused dissatisfaction among Kongju and Yuanshu. And Liu Biao also seems to have the intention to mobilize troops, and began to mobilize troops to the south of Changsha. It has been some time since Liu Bing was recruited by Li Ji. Although he has not yet established a large organization like the Jinui of the Ming dynasty, the collection of intelligence information from various places has been basically realized. Not only was Sun Jian appointed as governor of other states, but also the governors of places like Bingzhou and Xuzhou also changed a lot. In addition, the governors of the counties under the jurisdiction of the big states also had to be changed. And the positions of many princes were also moved by Dong Zhuo. And even Li Ji's Kuaiji was not spared. Li Ji was promoted to the governor of Yangzhou, and the governor of Kuaiji naturally became a vacant position. And Dong Zhuo appointed the new governor of Kuaiji, Wang Lang, who was the governor of Xuzhou. Seeing that Wang Situ, who was scolded by Zhuge Liang in the future, was going to run to his territory to serve as the governor, Li Ji didn't know how to complain. Although he was successfully promoted to the governor of Yangzhou, Kuaiji was his base. And how could he, Li Ji, accommodate an outsider to become the new master of his rear? Li Ji was very reluctant to let Wang Lang take office, just as Liu Yao did not agree to hand over the official seal of the governor of Yangzhou to Li Ji. Liu Yao should know that we have become the governor of Yangzhou. Right? Li Ji asked Liu Bing, who was bowing below. Bing's spy stationed in Zhejiang County once saw Dong Zhuo's envoy. I think Liu Yao already knew about this matter. Liu Bing answered truthfully. If he knew, then Liu Yao has not taken any action yet. It seems that he has the same idea as me, and is unwilling to hand over Yangzhou to me. By the way, is there any movement in Xuzhou? There are not too many spies in Xuzhou. But I have monitored Wang Lang's mansion many times, and arranged people to monitor nearby. So far, I have not seen Wang Lang's intention to come to Yangzhou. Xuzhou and Yangzhou are separated by the Yangtze River. Liu Bing was able to deploy spies in Xuzhou in such a short time, which was already very successful. Therefore, Li Ji was very satisfied with Liu Bing's actions. Tao Qian and Li Ji had acted together in the battle against Dong Zhuo, and their relationship was pretty good. But Tao Qian was also a shrewd man, and would not remain indifferent just because he had a good relationship with Li Ji. When it is time to tear your face, such a thing is what a hero should do. However, the young Tao Qian can be a hero. But Tao Qian in his later years has a different spirit. So Li Ji had some guesses. Wang Lang did not leave for Kuaiji at this time. Tao Qian was probably involved. You should withdraw first and continue to monitor the situation in Zhejiang County. Bing understands. Li Ji waved Liu Bing away, and then summoned the important generals and civil officials who stayed in Kuaiji County. Dong Zhuo not only agreed to Li Ji's appointment as the governor of Yangzhou, but also reported Li Ji for promotions of various positions. And he also agreed. Now Li Ji summoned everyone to discuss matters. Not only to discuss how to take back the official seal symbolizing the governor from Liu Yao, but also to reward the official position. The officials of all sizes who were summoned knew that their butts were moving up, and they had received a large amount of generous rewards. They couldn't help but smile, and the smiles on their faces couldn't be hidden at all. This was the first time they had moved their positions up after joining Li Ji's forces, so they were naturally very happy. Wang Ming and others, who were sent to Wu County by Li Ji, were also among those who were rewarded with official positions. Li Ji also sent people close to him to inform them of these situations. However, they were still happy, and they still needed to discuss how to deal with Liu Yao, who was in Zhejiang County. Dong Zhuo has asked me to replace Liu Yao as the new governor of Yangzhou, and I have sent people to inform Liu Yao. But Liu Yao has not made any moves so far. It seems that he will not give up this position immediately. Li Ji sat in the first seat, looking back and forth at the generals and counselors below, and slowly told the general situation. As soon as this was said, Li Tsuinshu stood up and said, since Liu Yao is so ignorant, the Lord can raise troops to attack him. And I, Li Tsuinqiu, am willing to be the vanguard. Zixing is also willing to be the vanguard. Please appoint Guang as the vanguard. Li Tsuinqiu, Yang Zixing, and Li Guang came out one after another and asked Li Ji to go to war. But Li Ji shook his head slightly, and then looked at Shi Shicai and Guijia, who were wise men on the other side. Lu Yao is a relative of the Han dynasty. Even though he no longer has the title of Yangzhou Mu, he is still quite prestigious in Zhejiang and Lujiang, and many people are willing to follow him. Besides, it's not just Lu Yao who is blocking the Lord, Shi Shicai said first. Then Guijia, who was a little drunk, also stood up and said, when Lu Yao was the new governor, Wang Yao, Zhou Xian and others never obeyed Lu Yao at all. Now that the Lord has been promoted from prefect to governor, they will be even less convinced. Therefore, the Lord not only has to deal with Lu Yao, but also has to face the obstruction of Wang Yao and Zhou Xian. You two are right. Jia Su, who had been slacking off, made his final closing statement. No one wants to see a colleague around him suddenly become his boss. Not to mention that this colleague has no relationship with him at all. So it is normal for Shi Shicai and Guijia to have such a guess. And Wang Yao also has a lot of friendship with Dong Zhuo. If Dong Zhuo wants to intervene in the affairs of Yangzhou, he will definitely use Wang Yao to deal with Li Ji, just like Lu Yao used Su Gong to fight against Li Ji. However, even if Wang Yao and Zhou Xian watched Li Ji take down Lu Yao and become the new governor of Yangzhou, with Li Ji's character, he would never tolerate outsiders serving as the governor in his territory. In any case, while Li Ji was dealing with Lu Yao, if Wang Yao and Zhou Xian made any moves, Li Ji could eliminate the two and replace them with his own people as the governor. Since we are going to deal with Lu Yao, we will have to pass through their territory. Do you think they will let our troops pass through? Li Ji asked. It's hard to say. They have been operating their own counties for many years, and they have more than 100,000 soldiers under their command. If they pretend to lend us the road, but actually cut off our retreat from behind, we will definitely lose. Shi Shicai answered without thinking too much. If they agree to lend us the road, we will be in such a risk. What should we do? Li Ji asked again. People's hearts are difficult to guess. Li Ji is worried that these two people will agree to lend him the road on the surface, but secretly form an alliance with Lu Yao. Once Li Ji's troops enter the other party's territory, it will be no different from a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. But the other party is a county governor and an official in the court after all. Li Ji can't directly raise troops to destroy him. This will lose his reputation and prestige. And even someone will take advantage of the situation and raise troops to attack Li Ji's territory. Facing Li Ji's question, Shi Shicai and others were silent for a rare time, thinking about how to come up with a good plan that would satisfy both parties. At this moment, Yu Fei, who was in a corner, suddenly stood up and said loudly, "My lord, I think we can follow the method of attacking Gua by pretending to be a state. Openly attack Lu Yao, and secretly attack Wang Yao and Zhou Xian." Yu Fei was a new face, just recruited by Li Ji. The veterans of the Dragon Sparrow army present were not familiar with his abilities. Now that Yu Fei spoke, he instantly attracted a lot of attention. It's a good idea to attack Gua by pretending to be a passerby. But if we get rid of Wang Yao and Zhou Xian, I'm afraid it will attract criticism. Don't worry. My lord is now the governor of Yangzhou, and you can mobilize the troops in the prefectures and counties at will. My lord can let them gather their own county troops together and let them serve as the vanguard to attack Lu Yao. If they don't move the troops, my lord can eliminate them as they have the intention of rebellion. If they move the troops, we can send troops to the counties step by step from the rear, so that we don't have to worry about being robbed in the rear. And at the same time we can secretly take over the county and plan to make it slow. Facing the questions from others, Yu Fei had obviously anticipated it, so he answered with confidence. The person who asked the question was Yi Qi, who had surrendered to Li Ji a long time ago. When he heard Yu Fei's answer, he immediately admired him, and felt that his ability to use troops was not as good as his opponent. Pingju is really talented. Li Ji, who knew Yu Fei's ability, was also very happy. Yu Fei had joined the army only recently, and had no achievements, so Li Ji found it difficult to entrust him with important tasks. But now Yu Fei has begun to show his potential, which gives Li Ji an excuse to appoint him as commander-in-chief. Chapter 466. The Master of Diplomacy. The famous generals of the northern and southern dynasties. Li Ji has returned from Hulao Pass. He has won the first place in the vassal camp, and is going to recruit 100 famous generals and civil officials. This guy has Li Tsuinqiu and Wang Ming. one civil and one military. If we don't unite, Yangzhou will fall into his hands sooner or later. According to rumors, Li Ji has obtained the title of Yangzhou Mu from Dong Zhuo. Now he can attack Liu Yao without sacrificing the people's support. Liu Yao can still rely on the natural barrier of the Yangtze River to establish a separatist regime in Zhejiang County. But we, the lords of Yuzhong County and Dan'an County, may have no way to retreat. Li Ji's rising momentum rushed straight to the entire Chinese land. And the county lords near Kuaiji County were afraid, fearing that this tiger would suddenly show its fangs to them. Before, they could still develop their power as much as possible by relying on Su Gong's delay. But now Li Ji has eliminated the powerful enemy and has the title of Yangzhou Mu. With the right time, right place and right people, he is about to fire the first shot of unifying Yangzhou. Most of the lords in Yuzhong County felt a terrifying sense of crisis and began to subconsciously gather together to resist the powerful neighbor next door. But the time for them to gather together was too late. Now Li Ji has completed the unification of Kuaiji and Wujian, and governs more than 1 million people. Kuaiji County fell into Li Ji's hands very early, with Wang Ming, Zhang Juzheng and others governing it. This county city has its own system and established a very solid order. Even if Li Ji often makes a big move, it is difficult to shake the security and people's hearts of this county city. Although Wu County fell into Li Ji's hands for a short time, with capable people like Wang Ming sitting in it, the three big families in Wu County also took the initiative to cooperate to regulate the resources of the county city. Wu County's war potential is not much worse than Kuaiji. With two county cities as their backing, these lords are definitely not Li Ji's opponents. If they want to compete with Li Ji, they must unite together and join hands with the local governor. And perhaps they can even compete with Li Ji. We must unite together, organize all the resources in Yuzhong County, and recruit troops at all costs. Otherwise, with Li Ji's strength, we can't stop his pace at all. In front, the lords of Kuaiji County united themselves. And in the back, the lords of Wu County and Su Gong united together. But they were not Li Ji's opponents, and were all defeated by Li Ji. Li Ji is strong, and the lords of a county are not opponents. And the lords of a county plus the governor of a county are not opponents. If we want to deal with him, we must expand the alliance. In the past, when Li Ji unified Kuaiji County, the opponents he encountered were only some lords of Kuaiji County. Later, when he conquered Wu County, he not only encountered resistance from all the lords of Wu County, but also from the local NPC Su Gong. But they all couldn't stop Li Ji's troops. If the lords of Yuzhong County wanted to fight against Li Ji, they not only had to get all the lords of the county to join the alliance, but also had to drag Wang Yao, the governor of Yuzhong County, into the water. As the governor of Yuzhong County, Wang Yao had worked hard for several years and had 100,000 soldiers under his command. Moreover, the people of Yuzhong County were on his side, which was far beyond the comparison of Su Gong, the backstabbing villain. Have you tried to test Wang Yao's attitude? Does he want to recognize Li Ji as the governor of Yangzhou or continue to occupy the county as the king? Wang Yao knows Dong Zhuo. He had a close relationship with Dong Zhuo when Dong Zhuo was in Yuzhou. I don't think he has any intention of submitting to Li Ji. On the contrary, he has been expanding the size of his army recently. It seems that he also wants to fight Li Ji. That's good. With Wang Yao joining us, our chances of stopping Li Ji will be greatly improved. The many lords present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There are only 1 or 2 great lords in Yuzhong County. Their military strength is just over 10,000. The combined military strength of all the lords is only about 100,000. Moreover, the quality of the soldiers is worrying. And there are basically no special arms. If Wang Yao hadn't joined, their mob would definitely not be Li Ji's opponent. But now Wang Yao is as willing as them to resist Li Ji's unification of Yangzhou. So the pressure on them will be less. Now they only need to send someone to persuade Wang Yao. And they can get Wang Yao's powerful help. Do you have any powerful lecturers? It's better to have personal characteristics that can influence other people's emotions, so that there is a chance for Wang Yao to join our camp. I have recently recruited a group of refugees. Among them, there is a capable person who claims to be a master of diplomacy. Diplomaticists? But the school founded by Gagouzi? It should be. Most of the lords present took a breath of cold air. The School of Diplomacy is an academic school founded by the strategist Gagouzi. It was extremely active during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, and was mainly engaged in a series of political and diplomatic activities. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, diplomaticists refers to a unique group of counselors which can be called the earliest and most special diplomatic politicians in the 5,000 years of the Xia dynasty. They are fickle, undecided, and often make plans based on subjective political requirements. Their ancestor Giguzi once taught 4 major disciples: Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Sun Bin, and Pang Wan, all of whom were influential figures during the Warring States period. The main representatives of the Hezong faction are Gong Sun Yin and Su Qin, and the main representative of the Lianheng faction is Zhang Yi. However, after the end of the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, such a prosperous sect fell into decline, and there were fewer and fewer disciples of the Zhonglin school walking around in the world. The most famous representatives of the Zhonglin school are Su Qin and Zhang Yi, followed by Gong Sun Yin, Gong Mao and others. I wonder who you recruited. None of them. This person claims to be Su Li. Do you know where this guy came from? Most of the lords present had never heard of this name, so they had to shake their heads to indicate that they didn't know. This person has the same surname as Su Qin. Do you think he has some relationship with Su Qin? Su Li is Su Qin's brother, and also a member of the Zhonglin school. At this time, a voice came from a corner, answering the question for everyone. Do you know where he came from? Someone asked. This Su Li is Su Qin's cousin, active in the Warring States period. But there are few stories about him, so he is not as famous as Su Qin. However, this man is very eloquent, and once used the story of hitting the target every time to persuade Bai Qi not to attack the state of Wei. Persuaded Bai Qi? The lords of Yuzhong County were shocked, their faces full of shock. Bai Qi had the title of manslayer, and he killed people without blinking an eye. As a result, Su Li dared to persuade Bai Qi alone, and he was able to get away with it. Although there were not many deeds, Su Li proved his ability with this incident. Can you check the data panel of this person? If the data is good, this person should be Su Qin's brother. Su Li has not recognized me as his master until now, but he is just temporarily living in my territory. If he didn't owe me a favor, I couldn't mobilize this person to win over Wang Ao. The lord who took in Su Li shook his head and said, the talents of the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period were all circulated at will. And the same was true for the strategists. They didn't even write the word loyalty in their dictionaries. The strategists liked to pursue fame and fortune the most, and didn't care about any national sentiment at all. After all, at that time, the name of the Zhou emperor sharing the world was still there. No matter which country he served in, he was nominally working for the Zhou emperor. But this man's eloquence is extremely terrifying. When I first talked to him, I fell into his trap and gave him a lot of money and good land. Speaking of this, the lord showed an embarrassed smile on his face. It was obvious that Su Li's tongue was too powerful. Even he, a later generation, couldn't resist. Who cares if he is or not? Just treat this Su Li as real. You will send him to persuade Wang Ao later, and make sure Wang Ao joins our same front. I know. Just when everyone was secretly happy to pull Wang Ao on their pirate ship, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. You may have forgotten that Li Ji not only owns 2 counties and governs millions of people, but also has the assistance of Li Cunxiao, Wang Ming and others. Do you have any famous generals who can resist these heroes? Li Cunxiao, Wang Ming. These 2 names are like 2 mountains, weighing heavily on the chests of all the lords of Yuzhong County, suppressing them so that they can't say anything. As this person said, even if they have hundreds of thousands of soldiers, if there is no qualified commander to command them, then these soldiers are no different from a mob. Once they encounter the army commanded by Li Cunxiao and Wang Ming on the battlefield, these people will not be able to take any advantage at all, but will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, Li Ji's generals are not just these 2 people. There are also Yang Su, Lu Xiangxing, He Qi, Fan Zhongyan, and others who have the ability to command troops. Not to mention Huang Zhong, Shi Jingxi, Yang Zixing, and other brave generals. Besides, Li Ji has another chance to recruit 100 military generals and civil officials. If he recruits 100 commanders, then they don't have to play anymore. The appearance of these words, like a warning bell, sounded the vigilance of the lords of Yuzhong County again. They now feel that it is not enough to win over Wang Ao, and they must win over more people to join in. There are few generals around Wang Ao that we have heard of. We must be the generals who command the troops. Have you recruited any famous generals in history? Most people looked at each other. Obviously, they had not recruited a qualified commander. At this time, a great lord of Yuzhong County stood up and said, I have recruited Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu, fierce generals from the northern and southern dynasties. although they are both famous for their military strength. There are no qualified generals now, so we can only let them take over. Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu are both famous generals in the southern dynasties. Although their abilities are not as abnormal as Li Tsunxiu and Wang Ming, they are enough to serve as the main generals of an army. Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu were active in the southern and northern dynasties. Perhaps due to the influence of the period, their reputation is not as great as that of famous generals and fathers in other dynasties. But they fought very fiercely. They once joined forces to defeat tens of thousands of Xianbei cavalry, and won a great victory. But the problem is that neither of them is a general with outstanding command ability. They rely more on bravery to win the war on the battlefield. If the two of them meet Li Tsunxiao, they can fight against General Feihu for a short time. But if they face Wang Ming, they may be killed by Wang Ming. Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu are under your command. If you give you a little more time to develop, I am afraid that Wang Yao will be defeated by you. These lords of Yuzhong County don't know whether to feel fortunate or what. The trump card of potential opponents will be exposed at this time. However, the lord who had Zhou Panlong and his son did not feel very happy. Instead, he said with a sad face, the command value of these two people is not too high. If they encounter Wang Ming's army, they can only hold on for a while. We must find a famous general with a high command value. What you said makes sense. Even if we lend Zhou Panlong and his son to Wang Yao and let them command these hundreds of thousands of troops, it will only delay the time. We need to attract more allies to join in. Lu Yao of Zhejiang County, Lu Kang of Lujiang County, and Zhou Xian of Dan'an County are all our potential allies. If we persuade them, we can get hundreds of thousands of troops in an instant. In this way, we will have the confidence to resist Li Ji. Su Li needs to go a few more times and must persuade them to join in. I will try my best to persuade Su Li. The lord who took in Su Li had a bitter face. He has not yet subdued Su Li. But now, he has to ask for help in various ways. I am afraid that he will not be able to repay all these favors even if he gives his life in the end. Since we are talking about Dan'an County, I heard that a lord in Danyang County recruited Wei Shaoquan, a famous general of the Northern Wei dynasty. Should we look for this person and win him over? But Wei Shaoquan in the Battle of Yubi? One plan determines the border, and one plan destroys the enemy country. If a lord really recruits Wei Shaoquan, he will be the commander-in-chief, and he will be assisted by Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu, father and son, so that we can withstand Li Ji's attack. Yes, Wei Shaoquan is also a wise commander, and can be regarded as half a counselor. We don't have to worry that he will fall into the conspiracy of Li Ji's counselor group. The lords of Yuzhong County seem to see hope. After the meeting, they returned to their own territories to prepare their troops. The lords with tasks also began to move towards their goals, using the principle of lips and teeth to persuade Lu Yao, Wang Yao, Zhou Xian and others. Currently, there are 2 great lords in Yuzhong County, 3 great lords in Dan'an County, 1 in Lujiang County, and 2 great lords in Zhejiang County. These lords have at least one famous historical general in their hands. Once they join forces, the scale of the civil and military officials formed is also quite terrifying. In addition to Wang Yao, Zhou Xian, Lu Yao and Lu Kang, if these local forces are involved at the same time, the combined force will be as many as hundreds of thousands, which is an extremely large number. Chapter 467 Invitation to come out of retirement. I didn't expect Miss Kai to be proficient in music. This piece of music makes Ji feel like he is facing a mountain stream, and his heart is like a clear spring washing. At this time, Li Ji, who has become the focus of Yangzhou, is now listening to the song in Kai Yong's mansion, and talking with Kai Yong and Lu Ji. Mobilizing troops cannot be done in a short time. It requires coordination of troops from various counties. And he also needs to raise enough food and grass to fight to Zhejiang County in one go. Kai Wenji half-hugged the Jiaowei Qin. After hearing Li Ji's praise, a hint of shyness appeared on her pretty face. Haha. Don't you see whose daughter this is? Yenner's Qin music has inherited 100% of my skills. Kai Yong is now idle at home. He only needs to take a few days a month to go to the Imperial College. His life is so leisurely. However, Kai Yong's only good friend in Kuaiji County is Lu Ji. Although Li Ji provides food, clothing, housing and transportation, he doesn't have to worry about it. But he has too much free time, which sometimes makes him feel empty. Now that Li Ji, a famous figure in Yangzhou, came to visit in person, Kai Yong did not hide his temper and showed off his daughter to Li Ji directly. Lu Ji, who was standing by, saw his friend's arrogance and shook his head secretly. If Li Ji was still the ordinary governor of Kuaiji, Kai Yong would not have to be polite in front of Li Ji with his family status. But now Li Ji is the governor of Yangzhou appointed by the court. And he only needs to get the official seal from Liu Yao to confirm this title. Kai Yong is now far away from his hometown and came to Kuaiji. Although his title is still that of a great scholar. In troubled times, a great scholar is far inferior to a governor with military power. If Li Ji gets angry because of Kai Yong's impoliteness, he will be in big trouble. However, Liu Ji saw that Li Ji did not react at all, and knew that Li Ji was not angry. Miss Kai is proficient in music, and comes from a noble family. I think there must be many sons of noble families pursuing her. Li Ji remembered that Kai Yong gave birth to a pair of daughters, Kai Wenji and Kai Zhenji. The eldest daughter, Kai Wenji, married out very early, and the younger daughter, Kai Zhenji, married young later. Of course, my daughter is so outstanding. Of course, there are many outstanding sons of noble families who want to marry my daughter. Do you know the Hedongwei family? They are the family of Chomping Ho. Their sons also want my daughter to marry there. Kai Yong spoke with his head held high, and he almost blew his beard up to the sky. But Li Ji silently turned his head to one side and looked at Wei Qing and Wu Xubing beside him. The real owner mentioned by Kai Yong is here. If Li Ji remembered correctly, Kai Wenji's first husband was Wei Zhongdao from the Hedongwei family. But he was a sickly person. Less than a few years after Kai Wenji married him, he died of illness. And now, because Li Ji had brought Kai Yong's family to Kuaiji County ahead of time, Kai Yong has not married Kai Wenji off yet. That's pretty impressive, Li Ji said with a sense of awe. He remembered that the Hedongwei family rose to prominence during the Wei and Jin dynasties, when a capable man named Wei Guan emerged from their family and served as a loyal minister during the Wei and Jin dynasties. However, the more powerful this person was in the early stage of his political career, the more tragic it was in the later stage. Wei Guan failed to confront Empress Jia, and the entire Hedongwei family was executed and almost wiped out. That's right. Kai Yong laughed triumphantly, but then said sadly, "It's a pity that their Wei family is close to Dongzhuo's sphere of influence. If I marry Yin'er there, wouldn't it harm her? Otherwise." Li Ji secretly rolled his eyes. You, Kai Yong, ran to Dongzhuo's account to serve, but was imprisoned by Wang Yun and died in prison. Kai Wenji, who followed her father, was also abducted by the Huns who went south, and began an extremely miserable life. Yin'er wants to serve her father more, and doesn't want to marry someone else at this time. Kai Wenji, the object of Kai Yong and Li Ji's teasing, blushed and whispered. As soon as this was said, Kai Yong immediately showed a look of disappointment, and gently scolded, "You must go through the process of raising a husband and children in the future. How can you serve an old man like me for the rest of your life?" Although Kai Yong's tone was a bit heavy, Li Ji felt that the old man was showing off his daughter. Liu Ji, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, "In fact, there are many young talents in Jiangdong. If you want to marry your daughter, you can choose here." After that, Liu Ji secretly glanced at Li Ji. Li Ji, who caught this little action, was immediately amused, and instantly realized that Liu Ji seemed to be acting as a wingman for him. After hearing this, Kai Yong touched his chin and began to fall into deep thought. Liu Zigan, you seem to have some truth in what you said. I live in Kuaiji now. If Yin'er marries here, it is not considered a faraway marriage. Yin'er, I will find a good family for you later. Kai Yan's face became even redder, and Liu Ji also helplessly supported his forehead. In the whole Jiangdong area, there is no aristocratic family that can compare with Li Ji, the governor who is too young. If Kai Yan marries Li Ji, then he, Kai Yong, will be the father-in-law of the governor and become a superior person, with a much higher status than a shabby scholar. Besides, Li Ji has not married yet. If Kai Yan marries him, she will definitely be the legal wife, and the child she gives birth to in the future will definitely be the eldest son. Why can't his good friend think about it? The four people suddenly became embarrassed, and no one took the initiative to speak. But soon Li Ji's personal soldiers entered Kai's mansion, and reported the situation in Yuzhong County to Li Ji. Report to the Lord. The lords in Yuzhong County have gathered together in the past few days. They seem to have sent people to find Wang Ao, the governor of Yuzhong County. Lu Bing played the role of Li Ji's personal soldier, and secretly reported the situation to him. The lords of Yuzhong County gathered together. They want to join forces with Wang Ao. It seems that they are determined not to surrender to us. My lord, don't worry about them. Yuzhong County has many dangerous mountains, and there are few official roads through Kuaijiwu County. It is impossible for them to attack us from Yuzhong County. Huitubing was young and arrogant, and obviously did not take Wang Ao's army of more than 100,000 people seriously. Wei Qing on the other side said, but because of this, the direction we choose to attack cannot be Yuzhong County. If we want to take Yuzhong County, we must first take Danong County above them. Danong County Governor Zhou Xian is mediocre and incompetent. Even if he has the elite Danong elite soldiers, without a good general to lead them, they are no different from a mob. I have learned that the lords in Yuzhong County have recruited 2 generals, Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu, and the lord of Danong County has recruited Wei Shaoquan. They seem to want to persuade the 2 county governors to unite and appoint these 3 as the main generals to command the troops of the county city. Lu Bing secretly dropped a big bomb on Li Ji, making Li Ji silent. Li Ji had heard of these 3 people. They were all good generals who made a name for themselves during the southern and northern dynasties. Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu were known for their bravery, while Wei Shaoquan was known for his wisdom. Their abilities complemented each other. Once Wang Ao and Zhou Xian joined forces, the 3 of them would be a very terrifying lineup. Then, with the addition of some second and third-rate generals recruited by the lords, there would be more soldiers and more troops, which would greatly increase the difficulty for Li Ji to unify Yangzhou. What is the situation on Zhou Xian's side? Did he agree to the alliance between Wang Ao and the lords of Yuzhong County? At present, they have not reached an agreement. I hope there will be a result in the next few days. Li Ji's face suddenly became gloomy. According to Yu Fei's plan to attack Wu through a false pretext, he had sent envoys to Zhou Xian's forces, trying to persuade them to make way for him to attack Lu Yao. However, until now, Li Ji had not received any news from Zhou Xian, and the envoys he had sent out had not returned yet. So he must have been in danger. If Zhou Xian and Wang Ao joined forces and appointed Wei Shaoquan, Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu as the main generals, then Li Ji's unification of Yangzhou would have to be delayed a lot. And if Li Ji did not completely conquer Danong County and Yuzhong County in a very short time, then Lu Yao of Zhejiang County would have led his troops across the river to join forces with Zhou Xian and Wang Ao to resist Li Ji together. Although Lu Yao's left and right arms, Sun Shao and Taisher Ci, were captured or surrendered to Li Ji, there were always some hidden talents among the lords of Zhejiang County, and 1 or 2 famous generals might emerge one day. China has a long history, and there are countless famous generals in it. There are always some players who can recruit 1 or 2 generals who can change their fate. When will Zi and the others return to Kuaiji County? Li Ji was a little anxious, and wanted to send troops to attack them before the other side joined forces. So he planned to gather all his generals at this time to prepare for the attack. However, Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan, who returned to Qingzhou to visit their relatives, have been away for many days and have not returned yet. Lu Bing lowered his head slightly and replied in a low voice. The spy arranged in General Taisher did not send back any news. It seems that they encountered an accident on the way. Li Ji pursed his lips, and he probably guessed what the accident was. Either Kong Rong was so kind to win over Taisher Ci, and Taisher Ci could not return because of the previous favor, or he encountered the siege of the Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou halfway, and Taisher Ci's temper would naturally not sit idly by. No matter which guess it was, it is certain that Taisher Ci should not be able to return to Kuaiji County before Li Ji sent troops. You go down first and continue to send people to monitor Lu Yao and his men. If you find anything, you must report it. Li Ji waved his hand and asked Lu Bing to leave. Seeing Li Ji's serious expression, Lu Ji asked in confusion, and looked so worried. But what difficulties did he encounter? Does he need my help? Lu Ji was different from Kai Yong. He was not as tolerant of loneliness as the latter. Although he could teach his children in the Imperial Academy, this kind of life was not what he wanted. He, a man who had once served as the general of the Central Army, was more eager to make achievements on the battlefield. But when he said this, he regretted it instantly, because he knew that Li Ji's current opponent was Lu Yao, who was far away in Zhejiang County, and Lu Yao was a pure Han Dynasty relative. If he helped Li Ji, wouldn't it be dealing with the royal relatives of the Han Dynasty, which was a great rebellion? However, Lu Yao's title of Yangzhou Mu had been seized by Li Ji, and he also occupied the official seal and did not hand it over to Li Ji. So Li Ji's attack on him was justifiable and would not be despised by the world. Does Lord Lu have any ideas? Li Ji was a little surprised by Lu Ji's question. The voice he just spoke to Lu Bing was not too loud. But it was enough for the people present to hear clearly that Wang Yao, Zhou Xian and others had joined forces. Lu Ji's sudden statement now had some unclear meaning. After thinking for a while, Li Ji said tentatively, "Mr. Lu, I have known you for several years, and you know what kind of person I am. Although I have suppressed the Yellow Turban bandits and followed Zhang Xikong to pacify the Liangzhou rebels, although I can't say that I have made any great contributions, I have also worked hard and made great contributions. However, I have been appointed as the governor of Yangzhou, but Lu Yao has been occupying the official seal and has not handed it over to me. It is obvious that he wants to deal with me. Not only that, Lu Yao also sent his advisor Sun Shao to make plans for the traitor Su Gong. If I hadn't left enough troops in Kuaiji, I'm afraid that the traitor would have rushed into Kuaiji and killed the people when I was fighting against Dongzhuo. Such a disloyal and unrighteous person. I, Li Ji, want to gather troops to fight him." Li Ji enumerated Lu Yao's crimes and magnified Lu Yao's shortcomings as much as possible, so that Cai Yong and Lu Ji would hate him at first sight. Moreover, he was in the right position, and Cai Yong and Lu Ji subconsciously felt that the attack on Lu Yao was very reasonable. Lu Shijun was once the governor of Yangzhou, but he colluded with the traitor. So isn't that? After listening to Li Ji's description, Cai Yan couldn't help but exclaimed, "Yenner, be careful with your words." Cai Yong's face was also a little solemn. If it was really as Li Ji said, Li Ji became a righteous man who attacked Dongzhuo, but was stabbed in the back by the governor. A county governor was targeted by the governor, which was a very pitiful thing no matter how you looked at it. However, this was exactly the case. I wonder what Lord Lu thinks. Li Ji looked at Lu Ji and asked. Lu Ji was quite old at this time, and he was still an absolute loyal minister of the Han dynasty. Li Ji didn't think how likely he was to recruit him. He was just asking a question. What's more, the commanders under his command are more powerful than each other. Let's not talk about He Qi and Zhu Yi, the famous generals in the history of the Three Kingdoms. People like Yang Su, Wei Hua, Yu Fei, Wang Ming, etc. are all top-level commanders in Chinese history. Much better than Lu Ji. It's just that Lu Ji is good at wisdom and command, similar to Wang Ming. But Yu Fei and others are different. So Li Ji felt that recruiting Lu Ji would be a big win, and it would not hurt if he didn't recruit him. Let me think about this. Lu Ji did not agree to Li Ji at the first time, nor did he refuse Li Ji. To be honest, he was a little moved when Li Ji invited him in person. But when he thought about dealing with Lu Yao, a relative of the Han dynasty, he instinctively resisted. Such contradictory thoughts made him hesitate to make up his mind. Since that's the case, Mr. Lu, please consider it first. Then I'll take my leave first. Chapter 468 Plan to attack Danong. Li Ji chose to leave Kai Mansion without waiting for Lu Ji's definite answer, leaving Cai Yong and Lu Ji staring at each other. After being silent for an unknown period of time, Cai Yong's old face was almost red, and he asked Lu Ji, "Lu Zigan, are you really willing to help Li Ji attack Lu Yao? But the other party is." "I know." Before Cai Yong finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Ji. "But why didn't you refuse him?" "I didn't agree to him either." When Lu Ji said this, his face suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. Obviously, when he said this, he felt that he was a little lacking in confidence. Cai Yong looked up at this good friend, pursed his lips and said, "I think it's good for us to do this. At least we won't stir up this muddy water. What's more, Li Ji has many soldiers and generals, and perhaps your joining will not be able to play a big role." "You?" Lu Ji smiled bitterly and shook his head. This old friend of mine was a bit too mean. After all, he was once a general of the Han dynasty and had fought against the Yellow Turban bandits. Although he did not have a great record, he could be said to have made many contributions. As a result, in Cai Yong's words, he was not as good as the generals and counselors under Li Ji. However, Cai Yong's words also made some sense. Lu Ji had talked with Li Ji's generals and officials from time to time, and knew the other party's strengths and weaknesses. There were also several people among them whose talents even Lu Ji had to admire. If he worked for Li Ji at this time, it was really possible that he would not be able to play a big role as Cai Yong said. But because of his identity, Li Ji's generals would not be able to display their full skills. After a fierce struggle in his mind, Lu Ji finally understood the truth. He took a long breath and said, "Bo Ji, you do have some truth in what you said. I won't get involved." "That's right." Cai Yong looked at his friend proudly, and then said, "In my opinion, if you want to repay Li Ji's kindness, You might as well train a few talents for him. There are some good seedlings in the Imperial College. Lu Ji nodded in agreement and said, Indeed. Like Lu Zan and Lu Yi. They are extremely talented. If they are trained, they can serve as the commander of an army. I don't know where he found the prodigy. Their talents are extremely rare. Tai Yong paused and suddenly said, Lu Zigan. Did I underestimate that kid? Li Ji didn't know the content of Kai Yong's subsequent conversation with Lu Ji. At this time, he had already begun to summon his civil and military officials to discuss how to pass the Danyang County position and threaten Jiujiang County north of the Yangtze River. Most of the counties in Danyang County were built along the Yangtze River. So you can go upstream along the Yangtze River, use Chui County as a base, and use the Navy to threaten Jirong County and Jiancheng County in Danyang County. A detailed map of Danyang County was spread out in front of the generals, which detailed the county deployment and general terrain in Danyang County. And it also marked the strong Shanyu tyrants in Danyang County. Yangzhou has many Shanyu. This is not a joke. In history, Dongwu suffered from the invasion of Shanyu for a long time and suffered terribly. Sun Quan spent a lot of manpower and material resources to deal with these bandits. Of course, these fierce Shanyu are all extremely elite soldiers. If Li Ji can integrate these Shanyu, he can get an elite army. Just like the Qingzhou army that Cao Cao incorporated and cut out. Since the attack is mainly by water, the Long-K Navy needs to be the main force. Chu Dao. This battle depends on you. Yang Su, who was named by Li Ji, immediately stood up and said happily, I will obey your order. Except for the battle in Taihu Lake. Yang Su's navy basically did not encounter any large-scale battles. At most, it was a small war to siege Taisher Ci from behind. Now the navy led by Yang Su is named as the main force of this battle. As the commander, how can he not be excited? If he fights well, he will be at the forefront of promotion and wealth in the future. The banner of this battle is to attack Jiujiang County by borrowing the passage. If Zhou Xian sends a message to give way, the governor should not act rashly and should stay in Jirong for a while. The plan of attacking Gua by borrowing the passage proposed by Yufei seems to let Li Ji attack Luyao. But in fact it is to control Danyang County first, and then attack Yizhong County southward. Li Ji must first take over all the 4 counties south of the Yangtze River before Luyao reacts, so that he can at least ensure that Luyao can divide the river and rule. And the territory is similar to that of the early Eastern Wu. However, Wei Xiaoquan and Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu of Danyang County are variables. And there are also a large group of lords who like to make trouble. They will definitely not let Li Ji easily take over Danyang County and Yuzhong County. I understand. Yang Su said after looking at the map. Jirong County and Jiancheng County are the counties closest to the Yangtze River in Danyang County. If Yang Su controls these 2 counties, then Li Ji's subsequent troops and food can be transported to the front line continuously by water. If these 2 counties are taken, even if they are exposed, Li Ji can rely on these 2 bridgeheads to continuously attack the counties of Danyang County. In addition, Jirong County is the county closest to Wu County. Once Li Ji takes this county, it is equivalent to abolishing Zhou Xian's most advantageous attack point for counterattack. I will give orders to Zhou Xian with the title of governor, and let this guy gather troops in the county to attack Liang County and Jiujiang County. Liang County is a county near the Yangtze River in Jiujiang County. It is the gateway to defend the southern part of Jiujiang County. If Li Ji wants to attack Jiujiang County, then this county is the most unavoidable defense point. Therefore, if you want to take down Liang County, the hard bone of Jiujiang County, you must pay a very tragic price. Li Ji ordered Zhou Xian to lead troops as a vanguard to attack this county, which was actually telling the other party to lead troops to die. But Zhou Xian was only a county governor, and Li Ji was now the governor of Yangzhou. The county governor could not disobey the order of the governor. Once Zhou Xian refused Li Ji's transfer order, Li Ji would have an excuse to attack Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian did not refuse, if he dared to lead his troops to the front line, the Dragon Bird army in the rear could take over the county of Danyang County quickly by taking advantage of the empty state of Zhou Xian's rear. This may sound a little unkind, but the way of war is treacherous. In the chaotic world under the division of the heroes, how could the noble morality of the spring and autumn period and the warring states period be taken care of? What's more, there were scenes of countries stabbing each other in the back during the spring and autumn period. Li Ji's move was an open plot. No matter what Zhou Xian chose, he could not escape Li Ji's attack. My lord, many counties in Danyang County are gathered in the south of the Yangtze River. If we rely on General Yang alone, we may face the encirclement and suppression of many troops in a short period of time, and the speed of capturing Danyang County will be reduced. Is Pingju not confident in the navy I lead? Yang Su, who was just immersed in joy, heard someone speak, and his face suddenly darkened. He looked in the direction of the voice, and saw an unfamiliar face in his sight. Yu Fei was recruited by Li Ji not long ago, and Yang Su was mainly responsible for the Lonke Navy, so he was not familiar with Yu Fei. However, the plan of pretending to attack Gua that day made him look at it with some new eyes. Everyone was the top commander of each dynasty, and naturally knew the ingenuity of pretending to attack Gua. But this did not mean that Yang Su would let the other party doubt his ability at will. After hearing Yang Su's question, Yu Fei smiled apologetically and said, "The Lord's Navy is under the command of the general, so there is nothing to worry about. But we must act quickly in this battle, so fast that Wang Yao and even Liu Yao can't react." Yu Fei's voice paused for a moment, and he tapped his finger on the Yangtze River on the map and said, "Lord, look, Wadling and Danyang County is in the middle, with Wuhu and Yuyang as barriers above, Chengdu as support in the west, Guzhong to resist Wuqing in the east, and Jingxian to defend in the south. If the Lord wants to rely on Zhirong and Jiangcheng to attack Wanling, he needs to eliminate Huxiu, Moling, Danong, Shicheng, Wuhu and Yuyang along the way. If these counties resist stubbornly, I don't know how many days it will take General Yang to eliminate them. I'm not sure about that." Yang Su's voice was a little slow. With his ability, if there is no time limit, it would be easy to take over Danyang County. But if there is a time limit, Yang Su dare not guarantee that he can send troops to Wanling County within a few days. Li Ji's eyes flickered slightly, and he agreed with Yu Fei's words. The northern counties of Danyang County are densely distributed. If they are united, they are like a clenched fist. Yang Su must spend a lot of effort to open up the situation. At the same time, Danong County has Wei Shaoquan, a famous general who is good at defending the city. If Zhou Xian appoints him as the main general, Yang Su may not be able to break through a road in a short time. Since Pingju can see this, Pingju should have other plans in mind. Li Ji asked Yu Fei. The Lord's attack route from the Yangtze River to Danyang County is naturally correct. But now we need to race against time. This may not be our best choice. Yu Fei's finger on the map moved slightly, and then landed on Fuchun County and Wu County. "My lord, please look." Fuchun and other 3 counties were built relying on the Qiantang River, and the Qiantang River merges with the Fuchun River. I wonder if you can answer me. What river is the upper reaches of the Fuchun River? Shu River? The generals who were observing the map answered one after another, but many of them had some doubts on their faces. Could it be that Pingju's target is Shi County? Wei Qing's reaction was extremely fast, and he had a very high war intuition and instantly understood Yu Fei's plan. Yu Fei smiled slightly, and then explained, Shu River, as a river running through Danyang County and Wu County, can also be used as the direction of our water attack. The only counties in the south of Danyang County are Lingyong, Yu County and Shi County, and there is only one county on the Zhejiang River, Shi County. It takes much faster to attack Wanling from the south than from Zhirong. Wei Qing muttered to himself, but the light in his pupils became brighter and brighter. What General Wei said is what I thought in my heart. I wonder if the Lord approves of Fei's route, Yu Fei said with a smile while looking at Li Ji. The 2 routes of attacking Wanling from the north and attacking Wanling from the south have their own advantages. The counties in the north are densely populated, although it is difficult to conquer. Once several counties along the way are captured, the supply line does not need to be stretched too long, and there is no need to worry about being cut off by the enemy and destroying the food route. There are few county towns in the south, and the distance between them is large, which means that the speed of mutual support is low. Li Ji can quickly capture the county town and threaten the south of Wanling. But if he attacks from here, he needs to extend the supply line, and the possibility of encountering food robbery will increase significantly. The 2 offensive routes have their own advantages and disadvantages. Li Ji needs to weigh the pros and cons to choose which one. My lord, I am willing to issue a military order to land in Zhirong and break through to the city of Wanling within 10 days, and offer Zhou Xian's head to my lord. Yang Su looked a little anxious. Yu Fei's southern route is indeed easier, as he said, and it takes less time to capture Danyang. But if Li Ji adopts Yu Fei's suggestion, it means that Li Ji does not recognize his ability. For Yang Su, who likes to compete and covet power, this is obviously unacceptable. So Yang Su would rather issue a military order than win Li Ji's approval. General Yang, don't act on impulse. Yu Fei tried to persuade him, but Yang Su gave him an ugly expression and stopped talking immediately. No matter how confused he was, he knew that Yang Su was competing with him at this time. Li Ji, who was caught at this time, began to be in a dilemma. On one side was the top commander of the Sui dynasty, and on the other side was the most famous general of the southern Song dynasty. He didn't know how to accept the suggestions and calm the emotions of the two. At this moment, Guijia, who understood the current situation, suddenly laughed and suggested to Li Ji, since the two generals have different opinions, why don't you divide the troops into two groups and let them lead an army to march to Danyang separately to see who will reach Wanling City first? The winner is. Haha. Fenxia's words make some sense. I wonder if you two have any opinions on this. Li Ji followed Guijia's words. I agree. Fei has no opinion. Yang Su and Yu Fei met and answered at the same time. How many soldiers and generals do the two generals need? Li Ji asked again. Yang Su's face was gloomy, and he said with a cupped hand, I only need to lead the Dragon Sparrow Navy, and the general only needs to be familiar with the water. I only need 3 or 2 small boats that can carry soldiers, and the generals can be assigned by the Lord. Yu Fei's words hurt Yang Su's ears. What do you mean by 3 or 2 small boats? Yu Fei only used small boats to go upstream, while Yang Su needed a war beast like the Wuyu warship. Doesn't this comparison make Yang Su seem weaker than the opponent? Yang Su couldn't sit still and wanted to speak, but Li Ji glared at him fiercely, and he instantly held back the words in his mouth. If he spoke again, he would probably cause Li Ji's dissatisfaction. Chapter 469, the beginning of the chaotic times. Nanyang County. Wan County. Yuan Shu looked gloomy, watching the envoy leave, and a disgusted expression appeared on his face. He exuded a cold, murderous intent, so that the civil and military officials under his command dared not speak easily, and could only lower their heads silently. I didn't expect that Yuan Binshu actually wanted to establish another emperor. He is determined to be the henchman of the Han dynasty. Yuan Shu's voice was a little hoarse. The envoy who just left was sent by Yuan Shao, the governor of Bohai, who wanted to join Yuan Shu to establish another emperor in Guangdong and re-establish the banner of the new emperor of the Han dynasty. And the target of the new Han emperor is the current Yuzhou governor, the highly respected Lu Yu. Yuan Shu was originally eager for the throne of the emperor of the Han dynasty, but Yuan Shao, who was of the same clan, sent someone to ask him to support Lu Yu to become the new emperor. Yuan Shu, who was ambitious, would never agree to the other party. The result is predictable. As soon as Yuan Shao's envoy proposed this idea, Yuan Shu rejected it without hesitation and kicked him out without listening to the reason. The atmosphere in the mansion was extremely cold and terrifying. Facing the murderous Yuan Shu, most military officers and civil officials did not dare to speak, and they did not even have the chance to breathe. Yin Xiang, the chief clerk under Yuan Shu, was silent for a while, then stepped out and said loudly, My lord, the governor of Bohai seems to want to establish a new emperor, but in fact, he has ulterior motives. I think the reason why he wants to establish Lu Yu as the new emperor is to imitate Dong Zhuo's deeds. You mean that if Yuan Binshu lifts Lu Yu to the position of emperor, he can threaten Lu Yu like Dong Zhuo and command all officials? Yuan Shu asked, holding his chin. It is true in my opinion. But what I don't understand is that Lu Yu is the governor of Yuzhou, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers and armors in his hands. He is not as easy to control as the little emperor. Besides, with Lu Yu's character, he may not agree to Yuan Shao's plan. Yin Xiang is one of the few counselors under Yuan Shu who can see the current situation clearly. At the same time, he is also good at divination, which can test the good and bad situation in the near future. Just now, he also secretly divination and found that the success rate of Yuan Shao's establishment of another emperor is too low. And it can even be said that there is no success rate at all. After hearing what Yin Xiang said, Yuan Shu burst into laughter and said directly, Yuan Shao is just a slave in my family. He has to rely on me to succeed. My lord is right. Ji Ling immediately stood up and echoed Yuan Shu. Afterwards, a burst of cheerful laughter suddenly rang out in Yuan Shu's mansion, and the previously cold atmosphere became much warmer. But after the laughter, Yuan Shu's face became gloomy again. In fact, if Yuan Binshu really makes Lu Yu the new emperor, I'd be happy. After all, Dong Zhuo controls the young emperor, and any promotion needs to be controlled by Dong Zhuo. The appearance of the new emperor allows me to be promoted without Dong Zhuo's consent. The civil and military officials under the account understood Yuan Shu's meaning. It was obvious that their lord was still upset about Dong Zhuo's previous appointment of various princes. Among the 21 princes who fought against Dong Zhuo in the past, most of them were appointed to official positions. For example, Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji, was appointed by Dong Zhuo to replace Lu Yao and become the new governor of Yangzhou. These princes were either governors or prefects. If they were to move, they would at least become new governors. However, the Han dynasty only had 13 states, which was not enough for the 21 princes to divide up. Therefore, a small number of princes were consciously ignored by Yuan Shu and did not receive any rewards. They could only watch other princes who were rewarded. Yuan Shu was one of them. He did not get any reward after making some efforts. He was narrow-minded and could not swallow this breath. He had long been disgusted with Dong Zhuo. Not only that, he did not get the reward, but his younger brother Sun Jian was favored by Dong Zhuo and became the new governor of Yuzhou. His position was like a buttocks pressing on his head. The younger brother, who used to follow him around to ask for food, now sat on his head. How could he not make the petty Yuan Shu angry? What's more, his Runan Yuan family's hometown is in Sun Jian's Yuzhou territory. If Sun Jian turns against him and ignores Yuan Shu, then when the two sides meet, Sun Jian can learn from Dong Zhuo and capture his Runan Yuan family's clansmen. His thoughts were a little confused, and a trace of violence flashed in Yuan Shu's eyes, saying, Sun Jian became the governor of Yuzhou, but I have to supply the soldiers and food for his troops. Why should he be the governor of Yuzhou? My lord is right. Why don't we send troops from Nanyang to attack Yuzhou ourselves? Anyway, Sun Jian's troops are still in Changsha. Let's attack Yuzhou and take Kongrong first. Ji Ling is a rough man with no political mind at all. He just said what Yuan Shu meant. When Yuan Shu heard this, his expression was slightly moved. Obviously, he also wanted to be the governor of Yuzhou. The meticulous Yan Xiang caught Yuan Shu's change in an instant, and then persuaded him, My lord, you can't do that. Sun Jian is now the governor of Yuzhou, and you are just the prefect of Nanyang. How can you occupy the position? If it gets out, it will probably damage the reputation of you and the Runan Yuan family. I don't think so. There is a saying that destiny is unpredictable, and only those with virtue can occupy it. That Sun Jian is just an ordinary warrior, and you are from the Runan Yuan family, which has 3 officials and 4 generations. How can Sun Jian compare with you in terms of background? Yin Xiang's suggestion was soon opposed. It was Yuan Shu's chief secretary Yang Hong who spoke at this time. Yang Hong raised his arms and shouted to Yuan Shu, Now Kong Jun is seriously ill, and Sun Jian's troops have not yet reached Yuzhou. My lord can send troops immediately. Occupy Yuzhou and call himself the governor of Yuzhou. Yuzhou governor. After hearing these 3 words, Yuan Shu's eyes flashed with heat. Now he and Yuan Shao are the most outstanding children of this generation of Runan Yuan family, and both of them are governors of a county. If one of them becomes governor first, he will become the first of the young generation of Runan Yuan family. Thinking of this, Yuan Shu slapped his thigh and laughed. Okay. As you said, we will send troops to Yuzhou from now on. Ji Ling, lead 100,000 troops to the east of Yuzhou. And Zhang Sun, you will be the pioneer. If we do this, I'm afraid it will cause Sun Jian's displeasure. My lord, have you forgotten how fierce this Jiangdong tiger is? Seeing that Yuan Shu was blinded by fame and fortune, Yin Xiang spoke up quickly. However, his words soon aroused Ji Ling's dissatisfaction. The most powerful general under Yuan Shu said with a sullen face, Does Yan Zhubu look down on Ji Ling's military strength or the strength of my Nanyang army? He actually thinks that we are not as good as Sun Jian. Yin Xiang hurriedly explained, General Ji, I don't mean that. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yuan Shu's rude voice. I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Yuan Shu waved his hand and said. Seeing this, Yin Xiang had to purse his lips and stop talking. The chief secretary Yang Hong offered advice to Yuan Shu, saying, In fact, the chief secretary's words are not reasonable. The lord can use the excuse of conquering Kong Jun with Sun Jian to take Yuzhou. When Yuzhou is mostly taken, the lord can use the past favor to invite Sun Jian to attack Lu Biao. Once we successfully defeat Lu Biao, we will secretly attack Sun Jian, so that we can easily get Yuzhou and Jingzhou. Okay, then I will follow your plan and conquer Kong Jun and Lu Biao. Yuan Shu was overjoyed, with a glimmer in his eyes. Bohai County. Yuan Shao listened to the report of the envoy returning from Nanyang, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. It seems that my brother is more ambitious than me. Even ordinary people can see Yuan Shu's desire for the position of emperor. As a person who knows his character very well, he can see Yuan Shu's little thoughts very thoroughly. However, this does not mean that Yuan Shao does not want to ascend to the position of emperor. On the contrary, he wants to be the new emperor more than anyone else. It's just that he is more patient than Yuan Shu, and knows when to be arrogant and when to hide. Bo Yuan, since my brother didn't agree to us, do we still need to support Liu Yu to become the new emperor? Cui Hao, who was named, shook his head slightly and said, in my opinion, the success rate of this matter is not high. Liu Yu may not agree to our plan with his personality, so let's just give up on this matter. My lord, we should focus on Jizhou. I know. Yuan Shao believed Cui Hao's words. This Northern Wei strategist has joined Yuan Shao's camp for quite some time. His talent is clearly revealed in front of Yuan Shao, which makes Yuan Shao trust him very much. Even his position in Yuan Shao's heart is much higher than Feng Ji and Su Yu. Then what should we do? Unite with outsiders, and force Han Fu to hand over his position to the Lord. Tell me in detail. Han Fu has a weak character. With his talents, he might be able to serve as a governor in peacetime. But now Jizhou is surrounded by powerful enemies, and he will definitely not be able to stop the surrounding troops. Cui Hao paused and his eyes fell on Feng Ji beside him. Feng Ji, who understood, then continued, My lord, you can contact Gongsun Zan, the governor of Yubiping, and invite him to join us in attacking Han Fu. If Han Fu hears that Gongsun Zan, the White Horse general, is leading his troops southward, he will surely lose his composure. At that time, my lord can secretly place an official beside Han Fu to propose that my lord lead the troops in his place. In this way, my lord can borrow the military power and replace him when the time comes. Although Feng Ji and Su Yu are from the Nanyang faction of Yuan Shao's forces, and are naturally opposed to the Jizhou faction of Cui Hao, but now it concerns the future of their forces. They have to temporarily put aside their contradictions and make suggestions for Yuan Shao. At this time, Yuan Shao's forces were still united, and there was no chaos during the Battle of Guandu. Yuan Shao had not yet developed a hesitant character, so he immediately agreed to the plan and sent people to prepare for it. Not only did the two brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu start to move frequently, but the princes of the entire Huaxia region began to stir. Ding Xia, the great lord of Yuzhou who defected to Liu Yu, led his troops to appease the Xianbei tribes around Yuzhou while being vigilant against Gongsun Zan in Yubiping County in the north. And Yao Luan, the lord who defected to Gongsun Zan, began to lead his troops southward under the guidance of General Bai Ma, stationed troops in the southern county of Yubiping, and stalemate with Liu Yu's army. Liu Yu and Gongsun Zan had opposite attitudes towards foreign races, so there were already many contradictions between the two of them, and they would attack each other as soon as the opportunity came. However, with the addition of Ding Xia, Liu Yu's strength at this time was far greater than in the historical period, and it was not impossible to stop Gongsun Zan from outside, in the direction of Bingzhou. The southern Xiongnu seemed to have learned that the central plains was gradually becoming chaotic, and began to increase their invasion of the border areas of Bingzhou, ready to go south to plunder at any time. In Qinzhou, a large number of yellow-turbaned bandits, led by Guancheng and Guanhai, were plundering the prefectures and counties like locusts passing through the border. Kong Rong, as the governor of the prefecture, had no way to deal with it. If it weren't for the fact that Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan and others were returning home to visit their relatives, the county where Kong Rong was would probably have been captured by the yellow-turbaned bandits long ago. In order to repay Kong Rong's kindness, Taisher Ci temporarily stayed in Qinzhou to help Kong Rong continuously repel the attacks of the yellow-turbaned bandits. Yuzhou and Jizhou, under the impatience of the two brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, began to surge undercurrents and change dramatically at any time. Cao Cao, the governor of East County of Yanzhou, began to let his generals lead troops to sweep across the territory of the lords and bandits who did not obey him, and gradually completed the unification of East County, under the advice of Sima Yan, the lord who surrendered to him. Under Tao Qian's governance, Xuzhou did not have any accidents, except that his cavalry commander Zhang Ba stationed troops in Kaiyang, showing signs of separatism. In Jingzhou, Lu Biao, the new governor of Jingzhou, married Mrs. Kai and got the support of the local family. With the help of the two brothers Kuai Liang and Kuai Yu, he had stabilized Nanjun and began to expand his influence to the surrounding counties. However, when he met the hard bone of Sun Jian, the governor of Changsha, he immediately hit his head and broke his head. Lu Yan, the governor of Yizhou, still sat firmly in it. Because of the geographical advantage, this place had the flavor of a semi-independent kingdom. As the throat of Ezhou and the outside world, Hanzhong was firmly controlled by Zhang Lu. The third generation of the 5 pecks of rice sect began to spread the faith in Hanzhong and recruited believers, and seemed to be moving closer to the Yellow Turban Army. As for Yangzhou, Li Ji had used his title as governor to allow Zhou Xian to pass through his army, and also let Zhou Xian lead his troops to attack Liu Yao first. Zhou Xian was not a fool. With the help of Wei Xiaoquan, he saw through Li Ji's plan, and was persuaded by Su Li to join forces with Wang Yao. In this way, except for the Guanzhong area where Dong Zhuo was stationed and Liangzhou, the war in other places began to burn. As long as a gust of east wind swept across the entire Chinese land, the war would burn even more fiercely in an instant. Chapter 470 Anti-Li Alliance. Report to the governor. The governor of the state has led 100,000 elite troops to Wucheng County, hoping that we will open Guzhong County, and also inform the governor that he can lead the county troops to attack Liu Yao. The soldiers below trembled and carefully told the information from the front line. Danong Governor Zhou Xian sat in the first seat. His face looked very ugly, and it was obvious that Li Ji's words made him feel uncomfortable. Li Ji's Yangzhou governor was only obtained by colluding with Dong the thief. If you want me to submit to him, don't even think about it, Zhou Xian said with strong anger. Then he looked at a thin-looking armored general beside him and asked, Wei Xiaoquan, Li Ji has deployed his troops in Wucheng County. It seems that he wants to attack Guzhong County directly, so as to open the gate of Wanling. I don't think Li Ji will attack from here. Wei Xiaoquan's eyes flashed with a deep look, as if he could see through the hearts of people in the world. The temperament he exuded was natural, and people felt extraordinary at a glance. As a famous general in the northern and southern dynasties, Wei Xiaoquan saw through Li Ji's tricks at a glance, and knew that the other party deployed his troops in Wucheng. But it was just a fox pretending to be a tiger. The other party's real attack route should be somewhere else. Wei Xiaoquan scanned the map several times, and said to Zhou Xian, Look, Governor, Guzhong County has Zidioxi as a barrier, and Tianmu Mountain crosses the river. We only need to send a good general and tens of thousands of soldiers to stay here, and we can easily stop Li Ji from outside. And Li Ji has capable people around him, so he naturally sees the difficulty of attacking Guzhong County. Even if he really has 100,000 elite soldiers in his hands, he will not choose to attack from this position. Zhou Xian doesn't know much about military affairs, but after listening to Wei Xiaoquan's words, he suddenly became enlightened and nodded frequently to agree with Wei Xiaoquan's point of view. Then he asked in confusion, if that's the case, why does Li Ji still want to deploy troops here? In my opinion, it's just a bluff. He is so ostentatious. It should be to cover the attack from other routes. Wei Xiaoquan has heard about Li Ji's deeds and knows that his opponent this time is an experienced old fox, unlike the bandits he has fought before. So he attaches great importance to avoid himself from making any flaws. Then how should Li Ji attack? If I were Li Ji, I would either use the advantage of the navy to attack Jiancheng and Zhurong upstream, or start from the Zhejiang River and attack Shi County. Wei Xiaoquan looked at the map and made his own attack route without much thought. Li Ji's navy was famous in Yangzhou. The Battle of Taihu Lake directly defeated most of the water bandits and Su Gong's navy, while Zhou Xian's navy was only a few cats. If they collided head-on, the Long K navy could easily defeat them in 1 or 2 battles. Therefore, Wei Xiaoquan guessed that Li Ji would not give up the advantage of the navy, and should be more inclined to attack by water rather than by land. Similarly, in order to deal with this situation, Wei Xiaoquan suggested that Zhou Xian disband the navy in his hands, disperse it to the county cities to assist in defending the city, and also burn all the water fort ships to prevent them from being used by Li Ji. Doing so can indeed reduce Zhou Xian's losses, but it also cuts off Zhou Xian's opportunity to counterattack Li Ji. If Li Ji was repelled by Zhou Xian's army would not be able to transport troops to Wujiyuan for counterattack due to lack of ships. You mean, Li Ji will divide his troops? Zhou Xian's expression was somewhat moved. If Li Ji could divide his troops into 2 routes to attack his Danyang County, and at the same time, he could station troops in Wucheng County to confront him, then how many troops did Li Ji have? Wei Xiaoquan frowned, nodded and shook his head. Wujiyuan has always been a large county in Yangzhou, and Kuaiji has been governed by Li Ji, with a large population. I can't grasp how many troops Li Ji has. Maybe he can divide his troops into 2 routes to launch an attack. But it should be more likely that one route is the main attack and the other route is a feint attack. He was recruited not long ago, Although he knew about Li Ji's previous military exploits, he did not personally rush to Quiji County, and he was not very clear about Li Ji's true strength. Moreover, he sent scouts to investigate in Quiji, but they were always dug out by Li Ji's people, and he could not give much useful information. Then how should we defend? Should we gather all the troops in Wanling and wait for Li Ji to attack? Zhou Xian looked a little flustered, and obviously didn't know how to deal with Li Ji's attack. If we just hide in Wanling, we will be conquered by Li Ji sooner or later. We must delay Li Ji's troops as much as possible before Li Ji arrives in Wanling, and wait for the support of Wang Ao and Lu Yao. Wei Xiaquan's voice was a little heavy. Not long ago, Wang Ao sent an envoy Su Li to Wanling to explain the pros and cons. Although this strategist was not as good at talking as his brother, he was enough to convince Zhou Xian. Moreover, Wei Xiaquan also felt that Zhou Xian alone was definitely not Li Ji's opponent. So having Wang Ao as an ally would at least not be at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. Moreover, he also learned from Su Li that Lu Yao, who was far north of the Yangtze River, seemed to have the intention to unite with them to resist Li Ji. If Lu Yao really agreed to unite with them, then the situation in the whole Yangzhou would become very clear. Li Ji's Wu and Quiji counties faced Lu Yao's Jiujiang and Lujiang counties, Zhou Xian's Danong County, and Wang Ao's Yuzhong County. For counties blocked two counties, hundreds of thousands of troops against more than 100,000 troops. And the military advantage was on their side. Wei Xiaquan had full confidence. If these hundreds of thousands of troops were handed over to him for command, he would not only defeat Li Ji, but at least be able to stalemate with Li Ji for a long time. How long will it take them to arrive? Zhou Xian heard that there were reinforcements behind him, and his eyes suddenly showed a gleam, as if a drowning man suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw and had hope of survival. We are here. Before Wei Xiaquan could answer, two burly generals broke into the house, with murderous aura all over their bodies, and the temperature in the house dropped a lot in an instant. The visitors were Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu, two generals from the northern and southern dynasties. Not only the two of them, but also the great lords from Yuzhong County and Danong County. And there were also one or two powerful generals behind them. Their strength may not be as good as Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu, but at least they can enrich the number of middle-level generals in the alliance and expand the size of the general group. Yuzhong County Harlan Sheng meets with the governor of Danong. Zhu Yongqing of Yuzhong County greets the governor of Danyang. Pang Shirgu of Danong County greets the governor. Yun Tianbu of Danong County greets the governor. Wen De of Danong County greets the governor. These generals recruited by the local lords stood out and bowed to Zhou Xian. If anyone is familiar with the novel God of War, they should know that these 5 people are the 36 Thunder Generals in God of War, and their strength should not be underestimated. When Zhou Xian saw these fierce generals appear in front of him, his panicked heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Where is the governor of Yuzhong? The governor is sitting in Yuzhong to count the troops and prepare to support Danong County. Zhou Panlong said respectfully. Li Ji made Danong County the primary target of attack, so he would not be stupid enough to send a troop to attack Yuzhong County with many mountains and rivers. So Wang Ao's situation was relatively safe at this time, and he could safely send some troops from the county to support Zhou Xian. Where is Lu Yao? Zhou Xian did not see the envoy representing Lu Yao appear, and could not help but ask curiously. Mr. Su has successfully persuaded Lu Yao to form an alliance with us, but there has been a recent uprising of barbarians in Jiujiang County, and we are temporarily unable to send troops to support. However, Lu Yao is willing to provide us with food and grass to support us in resisting Li Ji. Zhou Panlong poured out the speech he had prepared long ago. Hearing this, Zhou Xian was immediately displeased, and said angrily, Lu Yao really made a wishful calculation, letting us and Li Ji consume each other on the front line, while he himself sat back and enjoyed the fruits of Jiujiang County. Do you really think that Lu Yao is still the same Yangzhou governor as before? When Lu Yao was still the Yangzhou governor in the past, Zhou Xian and others did not give this Yangzhou governor much face. Even in public, they would not say anything nice to Lu Yao. Now that Lu Yao has been replaced by Li Ji as the governor of Yangzhou, he has become a person without an official position, and he only has the signboard of a relative of the Han dynasty. Lu Yao is even less likely to get Zhou Xian's respect. So Zhou Xian cursed Lu Yao on the spot for his attitude of not working hard, without considering the face of this new ally. Your Excellency, there is no need to be so angry. I have also heard that the barbarians once looted and rebelled in Jiujiang County and Lujiang County, and the great scholar Lu Gong suppressed them in these two counties. Now they have revived without Lu Gong's suppression, and Liu Yao will definitely dispatch troops to deal with him. In the face of the war, the most taboo is the conflict between allies. Wei Xiaoquan had to persuade Zhou Xian to avoid fighting on the front line, while the rear began to be in turmoil. Zhou Panlong also realized this, and persuaded Zhou Xian with kind words. The two sang in unison, and finally calmed Zhou Xian down. Yuzhong Prefect told us that he is willing to make General Wei Xiaoquan the chief commander of the allied forces. And Zhou Fengshu and I will be General Wei's deputy commanders. Su Li was very good at talking. At the suggestion of the Lord of Yuzhong, he directly persuaded Wang Ao to give up the competition for the chief commander, and instead recommend the more talented Wei Xiaoquan as the chief commander. Wang Ao had no problem with this. And Liu Yao, who did not contribute much, would naturally not speak out to compete for the position of chief commander. Naturally, this position was pushed to Zhou Xian, and Wei Xiaoquan became the chief commander of the allied forces. Zhou Xian was so happy that his subordinates became the commanders of hundreds of thousands of troops that he could not refuse this proposal. He nodded and agreed with Zhou Panlong on the spot. As for whether Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu would resent this, it was not a matter for the governors to consider. If Wei Xiaoquan was as powerful as the rumor said, he would definitely be able to appease the emotions of these two fierce generals. After confirming the candidates for the commander and deputy commander, Wei Xiaoquan quickly entered his role. He waved his hand and pointed his finger on the map to start deploying troops. According to my speculation, Li Ji's troops should be divided into two routes. One attacking upstream from the Yangtze River, and the other attacking along the Zhujiang River. General Zhou Panlong, you will lead General Zhou Fengshu, General Heranqing and General Zhu Yongqing to station in Zhurong County. I will lead General Yun Tianbiao, General Pang Shirgu and General Wen De to station in Jing County. The generals whose names were called nodded one after another, and bowed to accept Wei Xiaoquan's orders. If the enemy is going to attack from the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, why do we have to station in Zhurong County instead of Jiancheng County? Zhou Panlong asked with some doubts. Jiancheng County is the county closest to the Yangtze River. If Li Ji launches an attack from the Yangtze River, he must attack Jiancheng County first. After taking Jiancheng County, he can use it as a bridgehead to project his troops to the surrounding counties. This famous general of the northern and southern dynasties felt that if he was stationed in Jiancheng County, he could use the strategy of attacking the enemy halfway when they landed, and defeat the enemies along the way in one go. I know what you mean. Wei Xiaoquan looked up at Zhou Panlong. He didn't expect that the burly general in front of him was so thoughtful. But it's good this way. At least the other party proved that he was not a simple-minded general, and was qualified to lead an army to fight outside. He didn't need to worry about any accidents along the way led by Zhou Panlong. Zhurong County's geographical location in Danyang County is similar to Jiancheng County, but it is farther from the Yangtze River than Jiancheng County. If you are stationed in Zhurong County, you can form a pincer attack with Jiancheng County. Once the enemy attacks Jiancheng County, you can take advantage of the situation to send troops to attack from the flank. And if you are stationed in Jiancheng County, if you are besieged by the enemy, and the enemy uses the strategy of besieging a point and attacking reinforcements, then the northern part of Danyang County will be breached sooner or later. Wei Xiaoquan read the map thoroughly, and knew that Jiancheng County was a bridgehead for Li Ji to attack Danyang County. But for them, it was actually a trap to lure the enemy. Jiancheng County was like a piece of fat meat that everyone wanted. So Wei Xiaoquan used this piece of fat meat as a reward to lure the enemy, and let the other party unconsciously fall into his trap. But what he didn't know was that his opponents this time were the once famous Yang Su and Yu Fei. And his strategy might not work on these two people. I understand. After hearing Wei Xiaoquan's explanation, Zhou Panlong also knew the other party's plan, so he had no objection. Most of the remaining generals did not have Wei Xiaoquan's wisdom, although they were a little confused. Wei Xiaoquan was the real commander after all, and these young generals would naturally not take the initiative to refute, seeing that everything had been settled. Zhou Xian, who was sitting in the first seat, couldn't help but say, Wei Xiaoquan, there is a group of powerful bandits in the Jingxian area, led by Zhu Lang. Will there be any danger if we station here? Zhou Xian was worried that this thief would take advantage of the chaos in Danyang County to send troops to harass them. So he couldn't help but worry. I understand what the prefect means. I choose to station here not only to resist the enemy's attack, but also to subdue this group of thieves. Chapter 471 Attack. They didn't choose to fight us in the Yangtze River Basin. It seems that Wei Xiaoquan on the opposite side is still quite capable. In the Yangtze River Basin, several five-toothed warships were slowly going upstream in the river like war bunkers. At the same time, There were countless small boats of different sizes guarding like a pack of wolves. The Dragon Sparrow Navy was plundering the Yangtze River. Yang-Su led a group of naval commanders to appear on the deck of the five-toothed warship in the middle. They looked into the distance with the help of the high ground. In their field of vision, a man-made ferry had appeared, and a lot of wood chips were floating on the river. Yang-Su didn't need to think too much. Such a masterpiece must be commanded by the opposite commander, with the purpose of preventing the Dragon Sparrow Navy from landing easily. Fortunately, Yang-Su and others had expected this, so there was no panic at this time. Moreover, Yang-Su's navy had no obstacles along the way, and no enemy navy appeared along the way. So Yang-Su concluded that the enemy should be afraid of the power of the Dragon Bird Navy, and chose to defend the city and not fight with them in the wild. Ling Chao, who was beside him, looked at the large amount of wood chips on the river, and frowned, and asked, "The enemy has destroyed all the ferry crossings on the Yangtze River. So how can we land on the shore? Ferry crossings are never made of heaven, and they all need manpower to build. Since they destroyed all the ferry crossings, we can just build a new one." Yang-Su answered nonchalantly. Then he turned his head to the personal soldiers around him and asked, "Have General Dong and General Zhou sent back the news? I have just sent someone back to report that they have successfully landed with their elite soldiers." Among the navy at this time, only Yang-Su and Ling Chao, two senior generals, appeared between the fleets. The two generals Dong Shi and Zhou Song obviously had tasks on their shoulders, and did not guard Yang-Su and landed with a large army. Their mission was simple. That is, each of them led a small group of elite soldiers, took advantage of the night to land on the shore with the help of walking boats, and chose to move forward on their own. This was Yang-Su's backhand. The purpose was to ensure that the enemy attacked when they landed, and Yang-Su and his team could have follow-up troops to counterattack. Before they left, Li Ji once told Yang-Su and Yu Fei that Wei Shiquan's ability should not be underestimated, and everything needed to be handled carefully. Although Yang-Su was arrogant, he still remembered Li Ji's words, and he did not encounter the opponent's troops along the way, and he probably guessed the enemy's next plan. As long as it is a normal general, most of them will choose to avoid the enemy's strengths and attack the enemy's weaknesses. Obviously, Li Ji's Long-K Navy is a unique existence in Yangzhou, and basically no force can compete with it. If Yang-Su sat in Wei Shiquan's position, he would not choose to fight the enemy on the river. The advantage of Zhou Xian, Wang Ao and others is that they occupy the geographical advantage of Danong County, knowing where the dangerous places are, and where the places are easy to attack and difficult to defend. Therefore, if Wei Shiquan was not stupid, he would choose the location of the decisive battle after Yang-Su's troops landed. In fact, Wei Shiquan did not choose to send the navy to fight Yang-Su, but withdrew his troops back to the inland. This approach also made Yang-Su serious, and he realized that the main general on the opposite side was also of good level. In this case, Yang-Su guessed that Wei Shiquan would choose to attack them when they crossed the river and landed, and adopt the strategy of attacking them halfway across the river to defeat them before they attacked. The success rate of attacking them halfway across the river is very high, and there are many successful cases in history. For example, Han Xian's strategy of attacking them halfway across the river directly defeated Long Zhu's 200,000 troops, and defeated the offensive of the Chi-Chu coalition. Later, Han Xian took advantage of the victory to capture King Guang of Qi and pacify Qi. Yang-Su did not expect Wei Shiquan's character to be like Duke Xiang of Song during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, who could wait for his troops to land completely, and also set up a formation to deal with the enemy. Since they had to deal with the enemies attacking them halfway across the river, Dong Shi and Zhou Song's troops became Yang-Su's winning hand to crack this strategy. Dong Shi and Zhou Song were sent out by Yang-Su when he was passing through the Yangtze River, because they were sent out in batches in the middle of the night. The enemy was unlikely to find the whereabouts of these two people. If the enemy really wanted to attack halfway across the river, then Dong Shi and Zhou Song's troops could suddenly attack when the enemy attacked and catch the enemy off guard. At the same time, in order to deal with the enemy's attack halfway across the river, Yang-Su also consciously reminded his soldiers, at least to let them keep a vigilance in their hearts, so that they would not be too panicked when they were attacked by surprise. "General, this is a place where the river is not so fast. Do we have to cross the river and go ashore from here?" "Cross the river here." Yang-Su took a look at the situation nearby and found that the terrain here was relatively flat, and there was no place outside where a large number of soldiers could be hidden. So he judged that this was an excellent place to cross the river. At Yang-Su's order, dozens or hundreds of good players who were familiar with water, dived into the water naked, with a long string of hemp rope tied around their waists. They were like carps crossing the river, swiftly passing through the scouring of the river, and soon floated out from the vicinity of the river bank, crawling on their hands and feet to the river bank. Then, they untied the hemp ropes around their waists and looked for nearby boulders and trees that could fix the ropes. At the other end of these hemp ropes, a 5-toothed large ship was tied to it. The Yangtze River flows very fast. If they only use small boats to land, it is estimated that both the people and the boats will be swept away by the river water to an unknown place. In addition, Yangtze's navy is extremely large in number. If they rely on ships to dock and transport, it is unknown when all the soldiers can land. Therefore, Yangtze planned to build a floating bridge first, with one end connected to the river bank and the other end connected to the sturdy 5-toothed large ship. This floating bridge is not only stable, but also can allow a large number of soldiers to land in a short time. In this way, even if the opponent adopts the strategy of attacking halfway across the river, they can use the floating bridge to allow some soldiers to board the ship safely. Landing. Soon, dozens of pontoon bridges were successfully built. With a loud shout from a general, the Dragon Sparrow Navy quickly landed on the shore through the pontoon bridges like a torrent. As a general in the army, Ling Chao rushed to the front of the team with a short knife in his hand, staring at the distance. He still remembered Yangtze's advice that this landing would most likely be attacked by the enemy. Just as most of the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow Navy successfully landed on the shore and began to arrange their formations under the command of the generals, the void in the distance suddenly became solemn. Here they come! Ling Chao suddenly became alert, and his already serious face became even more solemn at this moment. The next second, the camouflage in the distance, which was originally empty, seemed to be torn off by humans, revealing the figures of thousands of elite soldiers. They were extremely strong and their aura was extremely dangerous. These elite soldiers held longbows and suddenly loosened the tight bowstrings towards Ling Chao and other vanguard troops. In an instant, dense arrows flew into the void, and the harsh noise broke through the space, as crazy as locusts passing through, covering Ling Chao and others. Raise the shield! Ling Chao roared wildly, and the short knife in his hand instantly split the space in front of him like a magic weapon. Countless sharp cold rays swept out with his movements, forming an impenetrable sword storm in front of him. The rain of arrows that covered the sky and the sun poured down. But Ling Chao's sword energy was more fierce. While breaking through the void, these arrows kept making cracking sounds, splitting in two in the air and brushing Ling Chao's figure to fly around. Although these arrows were not fatal to Ling Chao, he also knew that this was just an appetizer, and the general leading this army had not yet appeared. The shrill screams around him continued to sound, and the dragon bird soldiers, who had not yet raised their shields, were instantly pierced through the flesh by the sharp swords, and fell to the ground with a bang while bleeding. The warm blood flowed on the ground and gathered into a river. Ling Chao did not help the soldiers around him. His eyes were fixed on the distance, and the breath in his mouth and nose became heavier as time went by. He sensed that there was an extremely terrifying breath coming from afar, like the solemnity before a volcanic eruption, which suppressed him and made him dare not speak. He might not be able to withstand the strength of the other party's commander. The next second, in the gap between the arrow rain, an extremely powerful momentum suddenly erupted, like a volcano erupting hot lava, and like thunder in the void, a heavy suffocation feeling enveloped the sky. Boom! The sky with thick black clouds was suddenly torn apart by lightning, and strong winds blew on the flat ground. A burly figure appeared in Ling Chao's vision. The warhorse under him swung its 4 hooves and trampled on the ground, while making a thunderous roar. The whole person turned into a meteor rainbow light and attacked Ling Chao. Feeling the ferocious and terrifying momentum, not only Ling Chao, who was facing the enemy, was a little panicked, but even Yangtze, who was still on the Weal warship, also changed his face. He didn't expect that the enemy who came to snipe the generals among them were so terrible. Although they were not as strong as Li Tsunxiao, Huang Zong and others, their strength was also comparable to Taishar Ci. In the Dragon Sparrow Navy, no one could withstand Taishar Ci's attack. Yangtze and others had a deep understanding of this in the last battle of Taihu Lake. Take my dragon stick, Li Sunchen. You come to stabilize the army. Ling Chao was the only general left in the army. Dong Shi and Zhou Song were probably still on their way. As the commander-in-chief, Yangtze had to go into battle himself and stop the enemy's general with Ling Chao. The commander-in-chief had to go into battle himself. But if he let the enemy rush in, not only would Ling Chao, a great general, be killed. But the enemy's strategy of attacking halfway across the river would also be mostly successful. Even if Dong Shi and Zhou San arrived in time, they would not be able to reverse the defeat. Who is coming? Ling Chao roared hysterically, and his leg standing on the ground suddenly moved, rushing out like an arrow from a bow, and the short knife in his hand cut out a sharp cold light, stabbing at the enemy. In the entire Long K navy, he was the only one who had the ability to stop the opponent's footsteps. But his strength could not match the opponent. So this charge was his desperate attack. Either he died in the opponent's weapon, or he cut off the opponent's head. Yuzhong Zhou Fengshu. The person who came was Zhou Fengshu, a general under the command of the great lord of Yuzhou, one of the fierce generals of the southern and northern dynasties. After he and Zhou Panlong were stationed in Zhurong County, he specifically asked to lead a troop to attack Yangsu's Long K navy, although the main general of this battle was Wei Shaoquan. In the defense battle in the north of Danan County, Wei Shaoquan gave Zhou Panlong and others great autonomy, as long as they were not so impulsive as to fight others in the wild. Most of Zhou Panlong and others' actions were allowed by Wei Shaoquan. The strategy of attacking halfway across the river had a very high success rate in Wei Shaoquan's opinion. So he agreed to Zhou Fengshu's action and led a small force to launch a sneak attack. A chicken and a dog, facing Ling Chao's sudden attack with a short knife. Zhou Fengshu sneered repeatedly, and swept the horse lance in his hand forward. In an instant, the void exploded, and the airflow swept out in front. The next second, the horse lance accurately hit the short knife, and a sharp roar burst out in an instant. After Zhou Fengshu felt the impact transmitted to his arms, he slightly pressed the horse lance in his hand, and the great force, like a mountain pressing down on his head, fell from the sky, hitting Ling Chao and making him spit blood. Not only was Ling Chao inferior to Zhou Fengshu in strength, but he also lacked weapons and horses. Facing Zhou Fengshu's full-strength attack, he was instantly hit and seriously injured, and flew backwards in embarrassment. Like a worn-out sack, he flew backwards, spraying a scarlet blood line in the air. After knocking over a dozen soldiers, Ling Chao fell to the ground with a bang, almost fainting. Protect the general. The soldiers around him were intimidated by Zhou Fengshu's strength, but many of them reacted and picked up their short swords and shields and surrounded Zhou Fengshu. However, their strength was even worse. In front of Zhou Fengshu, they were like a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The horse lance only swept across a circle, and the moment it exploded in the void, dozens of soldiers were like watermelons that exploded, and the whole person turned into countless bloody flesh and bones, and splashed in all directions. The flesh exploded, and a large amount of blood splashed in the void, and turned into bloodlines. Under the sweep of the air and wind, the surrounding land and soldiers were dyed red. Zhou Fengshu killed dozens of Long K soldiers in an instant with just this sweep. The surviving soldiers looked at the killing god in front of them with horror on their faces. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they could not move in any direction at all. Kill! Zhou Fengshu roared excitedly, and urged the warhorse under his crotch to attack and kill Ling Chao in the direction where he fell. He originally thought that the general who had just stopped him was just an ordinary lieutenant or military commander in the other navy. But the general explained by the soldiers made him think that Ling Chao was definitely an important general under Li Ji. Those who can be called generals must hold important positions in the army. If Zhou Fengshu kills the other party, he will definitely make an absolute contribution. Chapter 472. Boom! Zhou Fengshu danced with the horse lance in his hand with great vigor, and the surrounding space could not help but be shaken and turbulent, emitting waves of exciting roars. With only the help of the warhorse under him, Zhou Fengshu broke through the enemies who surrounded him in the blink of an eye, and came to the front of Ling Chao, who was still a little dizzy. Raising the horse lance, Zhou Fengshu suddenly pointed at Ling Chao's chest. A sharp sound of metal hitting stone sounded in an instant, and thunder exploded in the void, and flames shot out. At the critical moment, Ling Chao relied on instinct to raise the short knife in his hand, and urged all the strength and true energy that could be mobilized in his body to pour into the short knife like a tide. The next moment, the short knife and the horse lance collided with each other, making a deafening and earth-shaking excitement. Ling Chao, who was already seriously injured, now took Zhou Fengshu's full-strength attack head-on. The bones in his body instantly made a rubbing sound, and his internal organs seemed to be crushed by a huge rock, suffering varying degrees of damage. The whole person was like being struck by lightning, like a kite with a broken string, and was swept away by Zhou Fengshu's horse lance again. Die! Zhou Fengshu laughed excitedly, and the horse lance seemed to turn into a flash of lightning. and the void continued to burst out with lightning. The moment it broke through the void, it suddenly hit Ling Chao's chest. Ling Chao immediately let out a shrill scream. A blood hole the size of a bowl appeared on his body in an instant, and countless blood spurted into the air like a fountain. Ling Chao's face had turned pale, and the pain that constantly stimulated his spirit made him sweat. Ling Chao. Yang Su finally rushed to the center of the battlefield where the two were fighting. Seeing Ling Chao's miserable condition, he couldn't help but roar wildly. If he had come a step later, Ling Chao would have been dead. But Yang Su was not sure that he could save Ling Chao from Zhou Fengshu. After all, his strength was even worse than Ling Chao, and he was no match for Zhou Fengshu. Now he could only hope that Dong Shi and Zhou Cong would arrive here in time. Yang Su roared, swung the dragon stick and jumped up, smashing Zhou Fengshu's head from top to bottom with the posture of splitting Huashan Mountain. Boom! The long stick collided with the horse lance, transmitting a series of violent gusts of wind to the surroundings, blowing the surrounding space tottering. The figures of the two kept intersecting on the battlefield. Blood splashed from time to time, and the armor made an ancient dull sound. In an instant, the fight between the two reached a tragic situation of life and death. However, Zhou Fengshu was much stronger than Yang Su. After only 3 or 4 rounds of fighting, Yang Su's armor had already become fragmented, and countless blood dripped onto the ground along the cracks. The opponent must be Zhou Xian's general. Everyone listen to my orders and immediately form a team to surround and kill this man. Li Shunchen spoke Chinese not very fluently, and his panicked expression finally stabilized. He took over Yang Su's order, urged the soldiers to land, and began to dispatch the soldiers who had already landed. Among Li Ji's generals, the only ones who were familiar with water and had decent strength were Dong Shi and Zhou Cong. But at this time, none of them appeared on the battlefield, and the only ones who could help Yang Su and his men were the Dragon Sparrow Navy soldiers. Li Shunchen gritted his teeth tightly, and his arm holding the weapon trembled unconsciously. If Yang Su was in danger, he, the temporary commander, had to go into battle himself, even if he died here. Quick! Quick! He roared and commanded the soldiers to form a battle array, and kept sending one after another of the assembled squares to attack Zhou Fengshu. Since no one here could stop Zhou Fengshu, they would use the lives of the soldiers as the price to force the enemy's general to stay here. More and more dragon bird soldiers surged up like a tide. Zhou Fengshu had experienced the scouring of countless people and had lost the 2 targets, Yang Su and Ling Chao, to who knows where. He swung his horse spear frantically to smash the enemies, who surrounded him, into pieces of meat. Large pieces of blood mist continued to splash in the air with his movements, forming bursts of bloody rain. Zhou Fengshu's vision was filled with blood red, and the air swept by the strong wind was full of blood. He didn't know how many people he had killed. The arms holding the horse spear actually showed a trace of fatigue. He looked up at the messy surroundings, but found that most of the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow Army Navy had successfully landed on the land. Although they paid a lot of soldiers, they had already survived the panic stage. Under the command of generals at all levels, they gradually gained a foothold and set up a large formation beside the river bank. If we continue to attack, I'm afraid we won't get much results. Relying on his keen sense of the war situation, this famous general of the northern and southern dynasties quickly determined the situation at this time, and the idea of retreating suddenly appeared in his mind. He brought a small number of soldiers and horses this time, and most of them were bows and crossbows, so they would not have too much advantage in close combat. Moreover, the strength of the Dragon Sparrow Navy should not be underestimated. Even if Zhou Fengshu caught them off guard, he could not cause the other side to blow up the camp and retreat in a hurry. Whether it is the level of soldiers or generals, Li Ji's troops are still better than Zhou Xian, Wang Ao and others. Not good. At this time, the soldiers beside Zhou Fengshu cried out, interrupting the general's thoughts completely. Zhou Fengshu looked towards the periphery following the sound, and saw a thin line suddenly rising on the distant horizon. And then the thin line expanded rapidly, and under his gaze, it quickly changed into a rolling torrent, raising thousands of feet of dust. Woo! Woo! The ancient horn sound was blown artificially, and it was transmitted to the center of the battlefield with the help of the vast sky. The crackling and dense footsteps, driven by the air flow and strong wind, enveloped Zhou Fengshu and his troops like a torrential rain. Not friendly troops, but enemies. Zhou Fengshu instantly determined the identity of this unit, and his face suddenly became particularly ugly. His move of attacking halfway across the river seemed to be seen through by the enemy's main general. who deliberately arranged a troop to land on the shore in advance and decisively killed him during a sneak attack to break the situation. Thinking of this, Zhou Fengshu did not dare to stay here for too long. After roaring and giving the order to retreat, he immediately urged the warhorse under him and waved his horse spear to kill his way out of the siege. The square formation under the command of Sun Sin could not stop Zhou Fengshu's desperate charge. After paying the price of hundreds of people, Zhou Fengshu, bathed in blood, forcibly broke through one square formation after another and killed his way out alone. Facing the escape of this fierce general, Li Shunshan was powerless even if he had great ability, and could only watch him leave. Then he set his sights on Zhou Fengshu's troops, waving the flag frantically to let his soldiers fight. These enemies were not as fierce as Zhou Fengshu. With the quality of the Longke Navy, plus the support of Zhou Cong and Dong Shi, they were enough to keep most of them. Try to capture them alive as much as possible. I will be of great use. Yang Su, who was taken to the Weiyao warship at this time, panted and ordered. He was not in a good state now, with bloody scars all over his body, and basically no one was intact. Obviously, these were all marks of being injured by the opponent when he fought with Zhou Fengshu. If Li Shunshan had not reacted in time and forcibly exchanged the lives of his soldiers for Yang Su, I am afraid that Yang Su would have become a cold corpse at this time. Ling Chao on the other side was in even worse condition. The doctors in the army tried their best to block the hideous wound on his chest, but a lot of blood still gushed out from the blood hole. General, we can't treat General Ling Chao here. We must send him back to Longke City and ask Mr. Sun Simiu to help. Why don't you send him back quickly? If Ling Chao can't save you, you have to leave your heads to me. Yang Su roared immediately after hearing the news, but because he pulled the wound too hard, his face was ferocious. The main general was injured. The generals under his command were in danger, and a lot of soldiers were lost. Yang Su's first battle in the northern part of Danyang County was not smooth at all. General, the strength of the generals under the enemy's command seems not something our people can resist. Should we send someone to ask the Lord for help and ask the Lord to transfer a few generals to take charge? Li Shunshan looked at Yang Su's face, which was as black as coal, and had to grit his teeth and said carefully, before setting off. He heard that his superior seemed to be too competitive and did not ask Li Ji for help from several generals. As a result, they suffered a defeat due to the gap in generals. So Li Shunshan would rather offend Yang Su than speak out and ask Yang Su to send a signal for help to Li Ji. After hearing Li Shunshan's words, Yang Su's eyes suddenly became sharp and kicked him hard. But he found that the eyes of the famous general of the Joseon dynasty did not mean to retreat, and it was clear that he wanted to fight him to the end. After thinking about it in his mind, Yang Su had to sigh and replied, I underestimated the opponent in this battle. I will send someone to ask for help from the Lord. Seeing that Yang Su finally gave in, Li Shunshan's nervous mood was finally relieved. He was afraid that Yang Su would not be able to save his face and choose not to ask Li Ji for help, and only rely on the remaining generals and naval soldiers to forcibly attack Danyang County. Zhou Fengshu has shown them the strength of the Anti-Li alliance, which is far from comparable to the previous enemies. If Li Ji wants to deal with them, he will have to pay a lot of price. General, Zhou Cong's support was slow, which led to our army's defeat. Please punish him. General, Dong Shi's support was slow, which led to our army's defeat. Please punish him. When Dong Shi and Zhou Cong led their troops to the battlefield, they found that Zhou Fengshu slipped away from the center of the battlefield like a loach before they formed an encirclement. After losing the target of the enemy's main general, the two of them could only focus on the enemy soldiers who had not yet escaped. Under the command of Li Shunshan, they cooperated with the Longke Navy to capture all these people and take them as prisoners. After the matter went smoothly, Dong Shi and Zhou Cong handed over the command to the deputy generals around them. The two of them came to Yang Su on their own and knelt on the ground to confess their crimes. This matter has nothing to do with you. I underestimated the other party. Yang Su gritted his teeth and found that he would involve the wound if he moved. The pain of stimulating the nerves made him frown. Fortunately, Zhou Cong and Dong Shi had good eyesight. Seeing that Yang Su was not in a good condition, they stood up by themselves. General, our army has just been defeated. Should we stay here to rest for a while to calm the morale of the army? Zhou Cong asked. Yang Su shook his head and replied, I promised my lord that I would conquer the northern part of Danyang County within 10 days and reach Wanling County. If we rest, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. He still remembered that he had issued a military order to Li Ji, threatening to defeat Zhou Xion's defense line in a very short time. If he stopped at this point, he might not be able to fulfill this promise. What's more, this military order also contained his anger. If he arrived at Wanling City later than Yufei because of rest, wouldn't he lose a lot? Li Shunchen, Zhou Tsang, and Dong Shi looked at each other, although they felt that Yang Su was a bit radical. After all, Yang Su was the commander, so they didn't refute him. General, what should we do next? Leave some troops here to build a temporary ferry, and the rest will immediately go to Jiancheng County. The other side has already made us suffer, so we should reciprocate and take Jiancheng County as a return gift. As Yang Su spoke, a sinister look appeared on his face, while Yang Su led his army to Jiancheng County without stopping. The news of requesting support also reached Li Ji, along with Ling Chao, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Please rest assured, Governor of the state, although the general's injury is serious, I can still treat him. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Sunday. After hearing Sun Simi's promise, Li Ji finally felt relieved. So he said goodbye to him and walked on the road with Wang Ming, Guijia, Shi Shicai and Jia Su. There is news from Yang Su that we need to support the general. It seems that they are in trouble, Li Ji said to the group of advisors behind him as he walked. Wang Ming touched his chin and smiled and replied, it seems that Wei Shuquan's plan of attacking halfway across the river has succeeded, and even Chu Dao has fallen. Although Yang Su's personality is a bit arrogant, he has his own ability to be arrogant. Wang Ming knows Yang Su's strengths and recognizes his talents. Chu Dao and his men had a backup plan. If Zhou Fengshu hadn't been so powerful and defeated Ling Chao and his men, the attack at the halfway point wouldn't have been so smooth. Li Ji felt that Yang Su lost because of his generals. If Yang Su had been equipped with a brave general who could stop Zhou Fengshu, he wouldn't have lost the battle with his ability. Since Chu Dao has asked us for help, it seems that they are in trouble. I wonder which general the Lord will send to support them. Whoever wants to go can go. Notify them, and come to the mansion to discuss matters immediately. Chapter 473 Support Personnel. News came from the governor that a general in the enemy's formation had severely injured Ling Chao within 3 moves. So they sent people to request support. I wonder if anyone is willing to go. Li Ji sat firmly in the high position of the county magistrate's mansion of Wucheng County, with many powerful generals of the Dragon Sparrow army displayed below him. Yang Su and Yufei took away some of the troops of the Dragon Sparrow army, in addition to the troops responsible for guarding the counties. Li Ji stationed all the idle troops in Wucheng County. Guzhong County in Danyang County is very close to Wucheng County. Li Ji chose to station troops here in order to involve Wei Shuquan's troops and reduce the offensive pressure of Yufei and Yang Su. Of course, if Wei Shuquan's defense line showed a flaw, he could take advantage of the situation to attack Guzhong County and directly kill to the city of Wanling County. Wei Shuquan also saw through Li Ji's intention and also stationed some troops in Guzhong County. Although there was no general in the county magistrate who was stationed here listened to Wei Shuquan's command and had already adopted the strategy of clearing the fields and gave Li Ji no chance to attack. Li Ji might be able to attack Guzhong County by force, but if he lost too many troops on it, it would delay his speed of attacking Yangzhou. Instead of choosing to attack by force, it would be better to rely on the abilities of Yang Su and Yufei to first defeat the north and south of Danyang County, threaten the safety of Wanling County under the pincer attack, and force Wei Shuquan to shrink his troops and automatically give Guzhong County to Li Ji. After hearing what Li Ji said, the generals below looked at each other and found that the other party was ready to move. The war to unify Yangzhou has begun. These warriors who have nowhere to vent their energy have long been itching to fight. But due to Li Ji's majesty, they did not dare to take the initiative to ask for battle and join the war, except for a few generals that Yufei borrowed from Li Ji. The remaining Dragon Sparrow generals had to follow Li Ji around, training troops day and night in Wucheng County, and only complained about this boring time. However, although they wanted to ask Li Ji to fight to support Yang Su, their eyes swept back and forth among the people around them, and finally fell on the 2 generals in the front row, Li Xuanxia and Huang Zhong, as the military force of the Dragon Sparrow army. Must be the most suitable candidates if they want to support Yang Su. If they speak out to support, I am afraid Li Ji will not choose other generals to support. Sometimes if there is a general in the army with unique strength, it may suppress other generals and make it difficult for them to stand out, and they can only run to other forces to serve. It seems that they noticed that the eyes of the generals fell on Li Xuanxia and Huang Zhong, and their eyebrows were slightly raised, and they took a step forward almost at the same time. Just as they were asking for orders, Li Ji's voice was heard. Li Ji smiled and said to the two men, I don't plan to ask you two to support this battle. After all, the attack on Guzhong County later will rely on your military force. Are others willing to support Yangsu? As soon as these words came out, the minds of the generals became active again. Li Ji's words undoubtedly revealed a hidden message to them. That is, he wanted other generals to gain more credit in this battle so that they could be promoted. Zhu Yi, who had always been eager for fame, jumped out immediately and asked in a rebellious tone, My lord, my vanguard soldiers seem to have not been on the battlefield for a long time, and their bones are rusty. Please let me lead the vanguard soldiers to support General Yang. In the list of official positions drawn up by Li Ji for the generals, all the generals and counselors, big and small, have moved their positions up more or less. And Zhu Yi is the same. But he is not only satisfied with these rewards. He also wants to continue to move his position up, at least to get a title before he dies. However, there are many talented generals in Li Ji's army, and there are many who are more talented than him, which makes Zhu Yi unbearable. With so many people sitting above him, when can he get a title? So when he heard that Li Ji was going to use other people, he was the first to jump out and ask for this opportunity. Of course, he also knew his own weight. The opponent's general was able to seriously injure Ling Chao within 3 moves, which meant that he would never be the opponent of this general. Therefore, Zhu Yi played a little clever and did not choose to go north alone to support Yangsu, but asked Li Ji to let him bring the first batch of death soldiers to support together. Zhu Yi was very confident in the first-line soldiers. If the enemy general was surrounded by the first-line soldiers, Zhu Yi was sure to kill him. Li Ji nodded slightly, and then his eyes fell on other people. Zhu Yi and his first-line soldiers were a good choice for support. But they were not only facing Zhou Fengshu this time. There were other generals who resisted Yangsu. Under Li Ji's order, Liu Bing's Jinui had already secretly entered Danyang County and collected a lot of useful information through various channels. Among them, there were the main generals responsible for defending the northern part of Danyang County. According to the news sent back by Liu Bing from Danyang County, Wei Shaoquan did not personally sit in Wanling County, but chose to lead a troop to station in Jing County, and the northern county of Danyang County was handed over to Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu, a father and son, for defense. In addition to these two generals, the generals who assisted in the defense included Harlan Sheng and Zhu Yongqing from the Bandit Sweeping Records. Both of them are the main characters in the Outlaws of the Marsh. They are the reincarnations of the 36 Thunder Generals, which is quite similar to the background of gods and demons in Water Margin. Harlan Sheng's right arm is extremely strong, but his left arm is no different from that of an ordinary person. He used a one-leg bronze man weighing 75 kilograms. When he was fighting against Lian Shan, he captured Shi Jin and Xianzan alive and killed Mu Chun. His record was remarkable. The book called him the reincarnation of the true lord of the Thunder Palace, who is famous for helping the poor and the needy. Zhu Yongqing is the husband of Chen Liqing, the heroine of the Outlaws of the Marsh. Like Harlan Sheng, he is one of the 36 Thunder Generals, ranking 14th. He once captured Zhang Qing alive, seriously injured Yang Xiong and Shi Xiu, and fought with Leopard Head Lin Chong for dozens of rounds without a clear winner. Compared with Zhou Panlong and others, the strength of these two people may not be outstanding, but at least they have a good record in the Outlaws of the Marsh, and their strength should not be underestimated. If only Zhu Yi was sent, even with the help of the Xianding Death Squad, he might not be able to withstand the impact of these people. Therefore, Li Ji needed more brave generals to fight to ensure the speed of the northern attack. I, Li Guang, am willing to go. I, Shi Jingxi, am willing to go. The two strong and powerful generals stood up in no particular order and asked Li Ji for orders. Shi Jingxi and Li Guang both made great names in their respective times. Their bravery was at the top level, not inferior to Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu. If these two were sent to Yangsu, there would be no need to worry about Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengshu's close assault. Li Ji nodded, and then said, the troops of the governor have suffered some losses. Shi Jingxi, Li Guang, and Zhu Yi, each of you should lead a troop to support them. I will obey your order. The three of them answered in unison. Then, with Li Ji's consent, the three of them withdrew one after another, reorganized their troops, and prepared to rush to support Yangsu. At this time, Yangsu had led his troops to land successfully, stationed his troops in the wild of Jiancheng County, and sent people to repair the damaged ferry. The Yangtze River basin was temporarily controlled by Li Ji's forces. Even if Shi Jingxi and others did not know how to swim, With the help of war beasts such as the Weall warship, they could safely pass through the Yangtze River and reach Danyang County. Is there any news from Pingju? After dealing with Yang Su's affairs, Li Ji focused his attention on another group of troops led by Yu Fei. Compared with Yang Su's storm, Yu Fei's side seemed a little calm. So far, neither good news nor bad news has been received. Li Ji had Jinui as his eyes and ears, and he knew roughly the movements of Yu Fei's troops. But the specific situation still needed Yu Fei himself to send someone to report. General Yu's troops have successfully landed on the Zhujiang River. During this period, although they also encountered the enemy's half-crossing attack, General Yu was well prepared. Not only did he repel the enemy, but he also won a small victory. Wang Ming smiled and told all the intelligence from the front line, with a little appreciation for Yu Fei in his tone. To deal with the enemy's half-crossing attack, the commander needs to make a calm judgment of the situation. Even a great man like Yang Su also fell on this. Yu Fei was able to solve this problem, which also reflects Yu Fei's ability to lead and command. Of course, Yang Zixing, Wei Qing and with Xubing and Yu Fei's formation are also a great help. With them, they can relieve a lot of pressure for Yu Fei. Li Ji nodded slightly, and was slightly relieved to know that nothing happened to Yu Fei. After all, Yu Fei was facing Wei Xiaoquan, a famous general of the northern and southern dynasties, who was good at defeating the opponent with strategies. Although Li Ji had full confidence in Yu Fei, Wei Qing, and Hu Xubing, he was still a little worried. At this time, he was able to hear that Yu Fei was safe and sound, and even won a small victory, and Li Ji showed a satisfied expression. Pingju and his men successfully landed on the Zhujiang River, which means that they can threaten the safety of Shi County at this time. Wei Xiaoquan did not choose to station his troops in Shi County next to the Zhujiang River, but chose Jing County, which was closer to Wanling. Jing County was far away from Shi County. Once Shi County went to war, Wei Xiaoquan would not be able to support the county in a short time. Wei Xiaoquan was a famous general and definitely knew this. He did this because he felt that the pressure of defending Shi County was too great. So he could only retreat to Jing County and rely on the blood transfusion of Wanling and the dangerous terrain around it to block Yu Fei's troops. Although this was conducive to the reduction of troops and consolidation of defense, his concession meant that he had to give up the two county towns in the south of Danyang County. Once Yu Fei took these two county towns, Li Ji could gain a foothold in these two county towns, and through them continuously transport troops to Danyang County, threatening Wanling County from the south. My lord, you are right. If I am not mistaken, General Yu and his men are attacking Shi County at this time, Wang Ming said truthfully. As Wang Ming said, Yu Fei had already cleaned up the mess at this time. After sending some people to repair the ferry, he rushed to Shi County without stopping. Although he said before that he would not compete with Yang Su, they were all famous generals with extraordinary talents, and they must have a lot of pride in their hearts. How could he choose not to fight back when provoked by others? So he did not rest on the spot like Yang Su, but continued to attack Shi County, trying to take the county town before planning to rest. Shi County was built by relying on the Zhujiang River. The place where Yu Fei chose to land was also not far from Shi County, so it did not take too much time for everyone to appear at the foot of Shi County. The magistrate of Shi County stood on the city wall, his 10 fingers firmly clasped in the bricks of the city wall. He seemed not to feel the blood and pain oozing from his fingers. At this moment, all his attention was on the dark army of dragon birds under the city. Previously, he received an order from Wei Xiaoquan, asking him to adopt the strategy of fortifying the city and clearing the fields. Although he mobilized all the people in the county to cut down all the trees around as much as possible, Yu Fei came too fast, and the so-called clearing of the fields could not be fully carried out. Later, he followed a troop sent by Wei Xiaoquan and led a small number of county soldiers to attack Yu Fei's troops with them. The result can be imagined. These dragon birds showed their power and defeated Wei Xiaoquan's troops. If it weren't for the fact that the quality of the county soldiers was a little worse, he led the county soldiers at a slower speed and could not closely follow the elite from Wanling, so he had to hang behind and watch from afar. I'm afraid that he, the county magistrate, would also die under the enemy's front and become a cold corpse. The god-demon postures of Yu Fei, Wei Hua, Yang Zixing and others were firmly imprinted in his mind. The fear in his heart could not be shaken off for a long time, and his body still shook unconsciously. Although the county magistrate of Shi County asked Wei Xiaoquan for support, the county was besieged by the enemy at this time, and the teleportation array could not work at all. If Wei Xiaoquan wanted to come, he could only walk here. If this is the case, Then his county needs to hold on for a while, under the enemy's fierce attack before it can wait for support. He has no confidence that he can defend the city under the enemy's fierce attack. After all, he can still remember the enemy's brutality in the previous riverbank battle. Moreover, he doesn't know whether Wei Xiaoquan, the new commander, will choose to rescue them. General, we have arrived in Shi County. Yang Zixing guarded Yu Fei and said respectfully, there are similarities between military generals, such as Wei Qing and Hu Zibing, whose tempers are opposite, and there will be basically no conflicts when they get along. The same is true for Yu Fei and Yang Zixing. Historically, Yang Zixing surrendered to Yu Fei and worked with Yu Fei for several years, forming a deep friendship. This friendship turned into a hidden favorability. So when Yang Zixing was sent to Yu Fei by Li Ji, Yang Zixing not only did not feel any displeasure, but was even somewhat happy. Chapter 474 Unexpected Person. They seemed to have chosen to clear the fields. But the time was too short, and the surrounding dense forests were not completely cleared. Wei Qing grabbed the reins and urged the warhorse, looking back and forth at Shi County and the surrounding environment, but found that most of the trees and weeds had been cleared. But a few trees were still standing firmly on the ground. With Wei Qing's wisdom, he instantly judged the opponent's previous actions. They want to take the strategy of clearing the fields to delay us here. Could it be that Wei Xiaoquan, who is far away in Jing County, will send troops here? Yang Zixing's mind was obviously not as flexible as others, so he had to ask out loud. Just when they landed from the Zhujiang River not long ago, they were attacked by Wei Xiaoquan's troops. But the leader was not Wei Xiaoquan, but Yun Tianbiu, who claimed to be from Yuzhong County. Yun Tianbiu's strength was pretty good, but facing a fierce general like Yang Zixing, it was obviously not enough. Under Yu Fei's command, Yang Zixing defeated Yun Tianbiu without spending too many rounds. If Yu Fei hadn't been worried about an enemy ambush, Yang Zixing would probably have chased the fleeing Yun Tianbiu alone. Now that Shi County was surrounded and the teleportation array could not be used, how could Wei Xiaoquan's troops stationed in Jing County come to support in a short time? Even Yang Zixing felt that the other party's commander seemed to have the intention of abandoning Shi County and withdrawing his troops to the Jing County area. There are many high and low mountains around Jing County, and the geographical dangers are much more than Shi County. It is much easier to defend here than in Shi County. Maybe not. Yu Fei was not sure about Wei Xiaoquan's thoughts. After the first half-crossing attack and Li Ji's kind reminder, Yu Fei had become cautious and regarded Wei Xiaoquan as a commander of the same level as himself. So at this moment, although he had some guesses in his heart, he still did not dare to arrogantly determine what the other party would do in the end. General Yu, it's getting dark today. Should we attack Shi County now? Or should we rest for a night before attacking Shi County? Hu Zibing asked uncertainly, looking at the clouds dyed red in the distance. Zibing, what do you think? Yu Fei liked this bold and talented young man very much, so he did not tell him his plan, but turned to ask him. After hearing Yu Fei's question, Hu Zibing pondered for a while, and then replied, we have fought a big battle with the enemy during the day, and then marched here in a hurry. The soldiers are already a little tired physically and mentally, and fighting at night may not be a good thing for us. So I prefer to rest for a night before talking about it. Hu Zibing's fighting style is a more radical one. Although he likes long-distance raids, he also knows that it is only a matter of time before they take Shi County. For things that are sure, he is more conservative. He would rather rest for a night than choose to launch an attack at this time. Besides, Wei Xiaoquan's troops were still eyeing the area around Jing County. If they suddenly came to support during the siege, wouldn't they end up in a disastrous defeat? After hearing what Hu Zibing said, Yu Fei nodded in approval, then turned his head to Wei Qing and asked, Shongqing, do you think so too? Yes, General. I also think that a night's rest is the best choice. Wei Qing nodded in response, but when he finished speaking, there seemed to be something else on his face. Yu Fei noticed this and asked Wei Qing, Shongqing seems to have something else to say. But it doesn't matter, General. I think we need to send an envoy to persuade the county magistrate of Shi County to open the city gate and surrender to us. Shongqing, do you think the probability of persuading surrender is high? Yu Fei didn't expect the other party to have such an idea, and a curious expression suddenly appeared on his face. Shixian, Yuxian and Lingang are all southern counties of Danang County, but Wei Xiaoquan stationed his troops in Jingxian. I think he wants to give up these 3 counties. Wei Qing paused and continued. Although he sent troops to attack us, the number of troops was small, and they were not Wei Xiaoquan's main force. He attacked us just to see if he could make us lose some troops. However, His wishful thinking has failed. Not only did we successfully land on the shore, but we also repelled them at a very small cost. So I think Wei Xiaoquan will pay less attention to these 3 counties. Zhongqing means that Wei Xiaoquan's attack on the half-crossing is just to test us. To see if he can get some advantage from us? Yang Zixing understood Wei Qing's words, and his eyes widened slightly. Wei Qing nodded. If I were Wei Xiaoquan, if I really stayed in Jing County, I would definitely not have the intention to save Shi County. I understand what you mean. Yu Fei touched his chin and began to think about Wei Qing's assumption in his mind. As Wei Qing said, Yu Fei had also considered the idea that Wei Xiaoquan would not support Shi County. But because Li Ji reminded Yu Fei that Wei Xiaoquan was a famous general, who was good at using strategies to defeat the enemy, he had always been cautious, and did not dare to make any rash moves. But Wei Qing's words also made some sense. If Wei Xiaoquan really did not come to support, and they were always on guard against the other side's support, this would invisibly waste a lot of time and energy, and ultimately delay the progress of the strategy. In fact, sometimes being a little radical may not be without harm. How confident do you think you are in persuading the magistrate of Shi County to surrender? Yu Fei asked. Wei Qing shook his head and replied, if I were to persuade them to surrender, I might not be able to do so. But if there is someone who is good at speaking, I think I have a 70% chance of success. Yu Fei's army is full of rough men, and there is no one who is eloquent. Unless they ask Li Ji to send someone to persuade them to surrender, there is no possibility of persuading them to surrender. But Shi County is far away from Luoke City. Even if they can return to Kuaiji County by going downstream along the Zhejiang River, they may not be able to make it in time. Instead of waiting for others to come, Yu Fei and his men might as well wait until tomorrow to attack Shi County. At this time, there was a commotion behind Yu Fei, and then a Confucian scholar appeared in front of everyone under the protection of the Luoke army soldiers. Yu Fan, Yu Xingxiang, meets the general. The man who came was Yu Fan, a native of Yuyao, Kuaiji, who came from a prominent family in Kuaiji. How did Yu Zhongxiang come here? Aren't you helping the lord with government affairs? Yang Zixing asked curiously. Yu Fan had led his aristocratic family to join Li Ji when Li Ji first took over Kuaiji, so he had been serving Li Ji in important positions. Yu Fan was also very capable, and the first aristocratic family to join Li Ji, so Li Ji also valued Yu Fan very much. Not long ago, he replaced Kanzei's position and became the Gongqiao of Kuaiji County, and Kanzei rose to become the county magistrate of Kuaiji County. But it was unexpected that the third in command of Kuaiji County would appear here at this time, which really surprised Yu Fei and others. Yu Fan couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his face after hearing Yang Zixing's amazed tone, and then said, last night, I used the Najia method to predict the future for the 2 generals, but found that the generals needed me here. So I went to find the lord overnight, and asked him to send me here to assist the generals. Najia method. What is that? Hua Zubing asked curiously. It's just a little trick of mine. Not worth mentioning. Yu Fan did not explain too much about it. After all, this thing is related to divination, and it is quite troublesome to explain. In simple terms, even if Yu Fan explained the Najia method, he felt that Yu Fei and others might not understand it. Rather than saying that they don't understand, it's better not to explain it, so that they can still look like a master. Seeing that Yu Fan had no intention of explaining, everyone just closed their voices in boredom. Since Zhongxiang used the Najia method to calculate that we need your help, did he calculate what kind of help we need? Hua Zubing snorted. He didn't like Yu Fan's pretending to be a master, so he came up with this method to test whether the other party was playing tricks. After hearing Hua Zubing's implicit provocation, Yu Fan laughed and said arrogantly, if I hadn't calculated it, I wouldn't have appeared in front of you. If I didn't calculate it wrong, you should need someone who is eloquent. So accurate? After hearing this, Yang Zixing blurted out. And then Hua Zubing glared at him fiercely. Hua Zubing was finally testing the other party. Why did you, Yang Zixing, directly help the other party to determine the answer? If there was a component of bombing, how could he find it out? General Hua seems a little dissatisfied? Yu Fan noticed the change in Hua Zubing's expression, and smiled a little angrily. In this case, let me say a little more. You are actually missing someone to persuade the county magistrate of Shi County to surrender. I didn't expect that the master's Najia method had been calculated. Before Hua Zubing could speak, Wei Qing stood up first and praised him. That's natural. Yu Fan smiled with some pride. Yu Fei on the side raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had joined Li Ji's forces for a short time, he had heard of Yu Fan's reputation in the army. The Confucian scholar in front of him was a disciple of a great Confucian scholar and had great prestige. But he was criticized by many people because of his talkativeness. Even when Yu Fan was facing Li Ji, he could always find an angle to say something bad. If it weren't for Li Ji's good temper, if it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have been unable to tolerate Yu Fan's poisonous tongue and directly sent him to the periphery of the political core. Although Yu Fan has some flaws in his character, he is also very eloquent, even among Li Ji's civil officials. If Yu Fan really acted as an envoy, there would be a chance to persuade the magistrate of Shi County to surrender the city. If you don't show up in front of us today, I'm afraid we will have to attack Shi County tomorrow. Shi County is just a small county town, and its military force is less than ours. If we attack it, we will not only lose soldiers and horses, but also cause casualties to the people in the city. As the saying goes, there is no eye on the sword on the battlefield, and we don't want to see the soldiers and civilians die here. Please come forward and explain our intentions to the magistrate of Shi County. Yu Fei said to Yu Fan sincerely. After hearing these sincere words, Yu Fan immediately smiled with satisfaction. I didn't expect the general to have such a kind side, which really makes me happy. Please rest assured, I will definitely persuade the other party to surrender. Understood. When will you leave? Immediately. Seeing that Yu Fan had no intention of stopping, Yu Fei nodded, and then instructed Yang Zixing, you stay with the master to protect his safety, and please be sure to follow the master's instructions during the process. In the previous landing battle, the county magistrate on the opposite side should have seen Zixing's strength. If he follows me, I'm afraid that the county magistrate will not let me enter the city. Yu Fan shook his head and rejected Yu Fei's kindness, and then said confidently, I only need one person to enter the city to persuade the other party. Yu Gongchao may not be a little careless in doing this. Although Wu Zibing didn't like Yu Fan's character very much, he couldn't help but speak out after hearing Yu Fan's words. After all, in his eyes, the other party's behavior was no different from committing suicide. If Yu Fan's big mouth accidentally angered the other party during the negotiation, Yu Fan's small body would probably not be able to withstand a few swords from the other side's soldiers. Humph! When I followed my lord to conquer the barbarians, I used a spear to kill my way out of the encirclement of the Russians and beheaded dozens of people. How could I be afraid of the county magistrate of Shi County to kill me? When Yu Fan heard Hu Zibing's doubts about him, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. His face was a little gloomy. He was really right. In the First National War, he also followed Li Ji into the battlefield and successfully persuaded Tsarist Russia to unite with China. It was just that because of Tsarist Russia's temporary change of mind, Yu Fan encountered the backstab and pursuit of the Tsarist Russia lord. But he still relied on his own skills to kill his way out and return to Li Ji. It's a pity that Yu Fei and other generals here did not participate in the national war with Li Ji, and they didn't know the specific situation of conquering the barbarians. In that case, please be careful, sir. Seeing that he could not convince the stubborn Yu Fan, Yu Fei had to take a step back and agree to the other party's single-handed action. Of course, Yu Fan hummed with satisfaction, then picked a spear, selected 2 or 3 strong soldiers to serve as guards, and headed straight for Shi County. Looking at Yu Fan's confident background, Yu Fei sighed suddenly. What do you mean, General? Although Mr. Yu is quite talented, he has some flaws in his character. I'm afraid he will have an accident. This. Yang Zixing scratched his head helplessly, and said uncertainly, if there is an accident, what should we do? Organize the troops and break through Shi County tomorrow. Chapter 475 Persuading to Surrender. Shi County was surrounded by Yu Fei's troops, and the county's people and officials were like birds in a cage, with no possibility of escape. As the county magistrate of this county, he was as anxious as an ant on a frying pan, because once the county was breached, he would definitely become the target of the other parties killing chickens and monkeys. At this time, the county magistrate of Shi County was sitting in the county magistrate's mansion, praying that Yu Fei's troops would not start the attack so quickly, and expecting Wei Shuquan's troops to support in time. My lord, there seems to be someone outside the city who wants to see you, saying that he can save your life. At this time, the chief clerk of Shi County rushed in and said angrily, who is so arrogant and dares to speak like this? The thief Chow next to the county magistrate said indignantly. The county magistrate rarely kept a clear mind. He waved his hand and said, do you know where he came from? He claimed to be Yu Fan, the Gongchao of Kuaiji County. The 2 soldiers guarding him were wearing Han-style armor, just like the soldiers under Yu Fei's command. The chief clerk of Shi County answered truthfully, just like Yu Fei's soldiers. The county magistrate fell into deep thought. And then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He said uncertainly, "Could it be that this man was sent by Yu Fei to persuade us to surrender? Persuade us to surrender?" After hearing this, the thief Chow under his door suddenly widened his eyes, as big as copper bells. "I have heard a little about Yu Fan. It is said that he comes from a big family in Kuaiji County, and his father was once a prefect of a county. Yu Fei sent him here, and obviously determined that we would be afraid of his identity and would not harm him." The county magistrate of Shi County muttered to himself, "Since he is here to persuade us to surrender, should we summon him?" The chief clerk looked at his county magistrate and asked. His tone was a little weak. If the county magistrate summoned Yu Fan, it would mean that the other party had the intention to surrender. And if he did not choose to summon him, it would mean that he had to defend the city and wait for support. For the chief clerk, he was actually more inclined to surrender. After all, the other army was extremely fierce and far beyond the ability of a small county to resist. Moreover, his family and most of his family property were in Shi County. If the county was breached, he would not be able to escape. The county magistrate of Shi County did not answer in a hurry. Instead, he looked back and forth at these senior officials of Shi County, and found that most of them showed some expectations. He suddenly understood that these officials had no intention of defending at all. Instead, they hoped that he could summon Yu Fan and accept the other side's persuasion to surrender. It is no wonder that these people have such thoughts. After all, there is no benefit in defending. On the contrary, choosing to surrender will not fall into any bad end. It is human nature to have such thoughts. Soon, the county magistrate noticed that the eyes of these people fell on him one by one. He could only sigh and said, "Then please invite him in quickly." "Got it, Sir County Magistrate." The chief clerk breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly left the county magistrate's mansion. Not long after, when the senior officials of Shi County were getting impatient, Yu Fan walked in with the protection of 2 soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Yu Fan's arrogant attitude immediately made the senior officials of Shi County feel a little unhappy. However, due to Yu Fan's status, they did not show any dissatisfaction. "You are all going to face a disaster," the first sentence Yu Fan said, when he came and made everyone present unable to sit still. A Shi County official on the left stood up and asked, "I don't know what the so-called disaster is. The troops of the governor are at the gate of the city, trying to settle accounts with the governor Zhou Xian, who disobeyed the order. You did not open the city to welcome our troops. Isn't this a disaster?" Yu Fan glanced at the other party with a sidelong look and answered disdainfully. This question made the other party a little difficult to answer. Zhou Xian was nominally the governor of Danyang County and a subordinate of Li Ji, the governor of Yangzhou. However, because he did not obey the governor's transfer orders many times, Li Ji directly labeled him as a traitor with the name of the governor, as county officials under Danyang County. Although Zhou Xian was labeled as a traitor, as long as they did not clash with Li Ji's army, they would not be liquidated by the other side. But after all, they were also officials managed by Zhou Xian. Because the county governor and the governor of the state had a conflict, they had to choose one side as their position. Once the war was over, if their side was defeated, they would also be liquidated by the victorious side. So why did Yu Fan say that they were in great trouble? In fact, Li Ji had already marked them as the same faction as Zhou Xian, and they were one of the targets of liquidation. Since Yu Gongqiao said that we were in great trouble, how can we solve this disaster? The county magistrate of Shi County, who was sitting in the first seat, asked. "Of course, just surrender to our army." Yu Fan did not hide the purpose of his coming here, and directly stated that he came here to ask them to open the city and surrender. The county governor and the governor are in conflict. What does this have to do with our county? How can it be a disaster? Besides, Wei Shuquan's troops are in Jing County. Are you sure your troops are really a disaster? Humph. What a bunch of idiots. Do you really think Wei Shuquan is willing to send troops to rescue you? Yu Fan's curse instantly aroused the dissatisfaction of many people, and they all stood up and glared at Yu Fan. Yu Fan seemed to be accustomed to it. He ignored the eyes of these people who seemed to be able to eat me. Then his eyes fell on the magistrate of Shi County. At this time, the magistrate of Shi County had a gloomy face, and he obviously had some opinions about Yu Fan's words. But what everyone didn't know was that he didn't care about Yu Fan's stupid curse. But the sentence Wei Shuquan will not support. What do you mean? The magistrate of Shi County asked in a hoarse voice. Wei Shuquan chose to station his troops in Jing County from the beginning, rather than Shi County or Yu County. It is obvious that his intention is to give up the 3 southern counties of Danyang County. Don't you understand? Yufan said with a wink, with a hint of surprise in his expression, as if he was surprised that the other party did not guess Wei Xiuquan's intention. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why would Zhou Taisho give up Shi County? Yu County and Ling'an County? There is no reason for this. Some people did not believe Yufan's words and questioned directly. The 3 counties in the southern part of Danyang County are far apart. If we choose to defend, wouldn't it be a waste of manpower? Jing County is closer to Wanling. Whether it is used as a barrier or waiting for support, it is the best choice. Tell me, what are the benefits of stationing here? Yufan sighed lightly and looked at these people with some sadness. They have all been sold by Wei Xiuquan as human barriers. But these people know nothing. It's no wonder that these people can't understand Wei Xiuquan's mind. After all, these people have been in the officialdom for a lifetime and are only in a small county. How can such a narrow vision understand the twists and turns outside? The officials who just held the opposing opinion fell silent instantly after hearing Yufan's words. A look of understanding appeared on their faces. They always felt that what Yufan said made sense. But they didn't know where the so-called reason was. General Yu has sympathy for the people in the county. He knows that once the war starts, there will be a lot of casualties. So he specially sent me to persuade you to surrender. As long as you open the city and surrender, I promise that General Yu will never hold you responsible. Yufan said. His eyes fell on the magistrate of Shi County. The magistrate in front of him is the #1 figure in Shi County. Basically, this person's attitude represents the attitude of all the people in Shi County. If he says to surrender, then surrender. If he says to hold on, then hold on. Whether Shi County can open the city to welcome Yufei's troops into the city depends on this person's attitude. If Wei Xiuquan did not abandon us as you said, but sent troops to support us, if we choose to hold on and wait for support, you should have no way. The magistrate of Shi County did not choose to surrender directly, but assumed another situation and said to Yufan, do you think you can hold on to support with just a small county? Yufan sneered. Then slowly said, I wonder how your talent compares to that of the governor. Li Anming can become a governor, while I am wasting my time in a small county like Shi County. I am naturally not as good as him. The magistrate of Shi County answered with a slightly puzzled tone. Li Ji is only in his 20s now, and he is about to enter his 60s. He is not as good as the other in terms of age or official position. Such an obvious gap can be seen clearly by anyone with a discerning eye. And Yufan continued to ask, I wonder if Shi County's food and soldiers can compare with those of Kuaiji County and Wu County? Kuaiji County and Wu County are both large counties in Yangzhou, and Shi County is just a small county. Whether it is food or soldiers, it is far inferior to these 2 counties. The magistrate of Shi County said truthfully, you said that you are not as talented as the governor, and this is something everyone knows. And you said that the number of food and soldiers is not as good as ours, which is also your truth. In the past, my master followed General Lu Zhonglan to pacify the powerful Yellow Turban bandits and suppress the Liangzhou rebels that swept across half of the Sili area. I believe you have heard about it. Of course, the governor was able to be named the general of rebellion by the court because he made many military achievements for the court. Although the county magistrate of Shi County had never seen Li Ji in person, he had heard of Li Ji's military exploits and reputation in the north, and knew that Li Ji had absolute strength to serve as the governor of Yangzhou. To be honest, he was not optimistic that Zhou Xian and others could resist Li Ji's army. If his family business was not in Shi County, he would have run away with his family as soon as he heard that Li Ji was coming to attack Danyang County. You know that you are not my master's opponent and cannot resist our army. So why do you still insist on staying in this small county? Now you are defending an isolated city with insufficient food and soldiers. If you don't make plans, you will regret it. Yufan looked at the magistrate of Shi County, and then said, the Lord's troops are already at the gate of the city. I have conveyed General Yu's intention. I will leave the city and return immediately. If you do not choose to open the city gate to welcome our army into the city before dawn tomorrow, then wait for death here. It's too short to choose whether to surrender or not before tomorrow morning. Some people felt that Yufan gave them time to think, so they spoke out and hoped that the other party could give more time. One night will let you figure it out. As for whether to surrender or not, it has nothing to do with us. After saying that, Yufan threw a face and led 2 Dragon Sparrow soldiers to leave the county magistrate's mansion and headed towards the city gate. And the officials of Shi County did not expect Yufan's attitude to be so firm. He left without giving them a chance to stay. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on the magistrate of Shi County, hoping to know from the #1 figure in Shi County where Shi County and them should go. The war between the county governor and the governor is far beyond the ability of our small county to intervene. Whether it surrenders or not, Shi County will eventually be conquered by Li Ji. The magistrate of Shi County said slowly. Wei Xiaoquan may not give up on us. He may send troops to support us. Some people still have hope for Wei Xiaoquan's troops far away in Jing County. What if they can support us? Can we wait for their support under the strong attack of Li Ji's troops? Someone immediately refuted this. Many people have heard of Li Ji's reputation, and know that Li Ji's troops are not easy to mess with. Their combat effectiveness is at the forefront of the princes in Guangdong. Soon, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere in the mansion became particularly solemn. Li Ji's prestige was like a mountain, which made them unable to breathe. The title of Yangzhou Mu and the general who suppressed the rebellion was really too intimidating. And these titles were actually based on military merits. Not everyone participated in the two battles of pacifying the Yellow Turban bandits and suppressing the Liangzhou rebels. Seeing that no one was going to speak, the magistrate of Shi County spoke up. As early as when they sent Yufan over, I noticed that many people were thinking about surrendering. The reason why I summoned this person was also for the sake of these surrenderists. But after listening to Yufan's words to persuade us to surrender, I also felt that what he said was unreasonable. If Wei Xiaoquan did not abandon us, why didn't he station some troops in Shi County or Yu County, but in Jing County instead? I'm afraid that when Li Ji started the war, Wei Xiaoquan had already abandoned us. The tone of the magistrate of Shi County was a little heavy, with a hint of helplessness. However, after he said this, it was rare that no one spoke up to refute. The struggles of these upper-class people have put us, the lower-class people, in a dilemma. After listening to Yufan's words, I have already thought about retreating. I will open the city gates to welcome them into the city tomorrow morning. So you should be ready. Chapter 476 The Marshal of Jing County. Report to the general. The gate of Shi County is open. Before dawn, the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army, who were monitoring the movements of Shi County, suddenly discovered heresy, and immediately found Yufei's tent, and reported the news to the other party. At this time, Yufei happened to wake up, and was wearing armor. After hearing the news, he immediately showed a happy smile, and said happily, I didn't expect Mr. Yu to really convince the other party to surrender. It seems that this person's reputation is far from as bad as the rumors. The talents who can be entrusted with important tasks by Li Ji are all outstanding. Although Yufan's ability is not as good as Wang Meng and Zhang Juzhen, he is at least the backbone of the Sun Wu regime. Whether it is political means or eloquence, it is far superior to others. It's just that Yufan's mouth is too vicious. Except for Li Ji, other people basically don't have much good feelings towards Yufan. He usually offends many people and calls few people. So naturally his reputation in the market is not very good. Yufei also had little contact with Yufan and had not deeply understood his character. So he naturally expressed some doubts about Yufan's overconfidence. However, now that the magistrate of Shi County has obediently opened the city gate to welcome them into the city, it also shows that Yufan's previous big talk was not bragging about himself. And Yufan is a real talent. Call Wei Qing, Hu Cubing, Yang Zixing, and Yufan for me, and notify the soldiers to wake up and prepare to enter the city. Understood, General. After receiving Yufei's order, the soldiers immediately withdrew from the tent of the commander and walked quickly towards the tents of other generals. Not long after, Wei Qing, Hu Cubing, and Yang Zixing entered Yufei's tent shoulder to shoulder and met with Yufei. As for Yufan, Yufei waited for a while, but did not see him. Where is Mr. Yu? General. Mr. Yu returned to our army last night and took a boat to cross the Zhejiang River and returned to Kuaiji County overnight. After hearing this, Yufei immediately showed an expression of admiration and exclaimed, I didn't expect Mr. Yu to be so confident in his eloquence that he didn't even wait for the city to surrender and return directly to Kuaiji County. Could it be that, as Yufan said, he had persuaded the magistrate of Shi County to surrender? After hearing Yufei's tone, Wei Qing's thoughts became clearer. So he asked, That's right. Shongqing, Xubing, Zixing, we will immediately gather our troops and enter Shi County. I understand. The three looked at each other, and then they all bowed to Yufei in response. When the sky was completely bright, Yufei's troops were ready to go. Every soldier was wearing armor, holding a weapon in his hand, and set up a military formation in front of the camp. Then, Yufei led Wei Qing, Hu Cubing, and Yang Zixing to the front, and then with an order, they headed straight towards Shi County. Shi County was not too far from Yufei's army camp. When Yufei was reorganizing his troops, The magistrate of Shi County had already led all the civil and military officials in the county to the city gate, waiting for the arrival of Yu Fei and others. Mr. County Magistrate. They are coming. After being reminded by someone around him, the magistrate of Shi County, wearing a hemp scarf and casual clothes, looked into the distance. A thin black line rose on the horizon in his field of vision, and then quickly expanded and turned into a rolling torrent. The ground beneath their feet also began to vibrate unusually, and even the surrounding space gradually became sticky with the appearance of Yu Fei's army. The murderous aura swept in with the air flow and wind, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Their faces seemed to be pierced by needles, and trembled unconsciously. They were very shocked by the terrifying army, and at the same time a little relieved. After all, they chose to surrender, and did not have to fight this army head-on. But the magistrate of Shi County is in person? Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted their thoughts. They did not know when a burly general with a spear in his hand suddenly appeared in front of them. With an extremely strong aura, the magistrate of Shi County quickly replied, "I am the magistrate of Shi County. I wonder which one is General Yu." He noticed that in addition to this general, there were several equally extraordinary generals behind him. "It's me," Yu Fei answered softly, then handed the Li Chuan gun in his hand to his personal soldiers, turned over and dismounted, and walked quickly to the magistrate of Shi County. "I can't recognize General Yu at first sight." The magistrate of Shi County had never seen Yu Fei's face, and even hadn't heard of Yu Fei's reputation. If Yu Fei hadn't mentioned Yu Fei's name last night, he might not know which general of Li Ji led the troops until his death. Although he didn't know the other party, the magistrate of Shi County knew the principles of being a man, and he had done all the etiquette he could do to show his status as a surrendered general. "Don't be so polite." Yu Fei grabbed the magistrate of Shi County, and pulled up the old man, who was over 50 years old, with a little effort. After feeling Yu Fei's strength, the magistrate of Shi County did not dare to neglect it. He took out the official seal of the magistrate of Shi County from his arms, and presented it to Yu Fei like a treasure. "This is the official seal of the magistrate of Shi County. Please accept it, General. Although you said you opened the city to welcome our army out of the city, after all, you attacked our army with the traitor Wei Xiaoquan before, which is a stain no matter what. I will send someone to give this official seal to the Lord. As for how to deal with it, it depends on him to decide." Yu Fei was not polite either. He directly took the official seal from the other party, and handed it to his personal soldiers, asking them to quickly send it to Li Ji. Li Ji's goal was not only to deal with Lu Yao, Zhou Xian and others, but also to clear out the officials of all sizes in these counties. Except for some capable people, they all needed to be replaced by people that Li Ji trusted, so that he could quickly calm the people's hearts and implement his own policies. As for how to fill so many vacancies in official positions, Li Ji was not very worried. After all, he could still hold an imperial examination to win over all the talents in Yuzhong, Danong and other counties. After hearing Yu Fei's words, the eyes of the magistrate of Shi County dimmed a little. He naturally understood what Yu Fei meant. It was obvious that his official career would end today. "I am afraid that under Li Ji's governance, he will have to retire and return home, relying on his family property to spend the rest of his life." He had thought about this outcome last night, but he also had a fantasy, hoping that Li Ji would not be too ruthless, and would not replace these small officials. However, the facts were not as he wished. After confiscating the official seals of these people one by one, Yu Fei led the generals into Shi County, and entrusted Wei Qing and Wu Xubing to temporarily preside over the defense of Shi County. For them, Shi County is the bridgehead for attacking Wanling from the south. If they are not guarded against, they will be attacked by Wei Xiaoquan's surprise troops. I am afraid that they will not only lose the county, but also lose most of their troops. Wei Qing and Wu Xubing also understand this truth. The first thing they did when they presided over the defense was to let the Long Ke army replace the county soldiers in the county, and form a new defense system. At the same time, they also selected qualified people from this group of county soldiers, and dispersed them into the various troops of the Long Ke army. Doing so can not only enrich the number of the Long Ke army, but also reduce the internal threat of the county soldiers to Shi County. After sending Wei Qing and Wu Xubing to garrison the city wall, Yu Fei was not idle either. Accompanied by Yang Zixing, he entered the Shi County magistrate's mansion, and checked the financial situation and household registration of Shi County. This kind of thing was a bit difficult for him, but it didn't matter. Before he set out, he sent people to Kuaiji County to ask Li Ji to send officials to Shi County to be responsible for the development of Shi County's government affairs. Shi County has fallen into our hands. There are only Yu County and Lingyang left from Jing County. As long as we take this county, we can seize the southern part of Danyang County, and then threaten Jing County and its deep Wanling. Yu Fei spread out a detailed map of Danyang County. His eyes kept scanning back and forth, thinking about his opponent's next move. He didn't know what Wei Xiaoquan's military style was, but he learned from Li Ji that Wei Xiaoquan was better at defensive warfare and strategy. Therefore, if Yu Fei wanted to continue to attack Danyang County, it would be best to advance step by step and steadily towards Wanling to avoid falling into Wei Xiaoquan's tricks. Yang Zixing on the side chuckled and said, I don't know if Yangsu has taken Jiancheng County. It is said that they suffered a defeat at the hands of the opponent. The competitiveness of Yangsu and Yu Fei before was seen by many people, and Yang Zixing, who was closer to Yu Fei, obviously hoped that Yu Fei could win this contest. Yu Fei glared at Yang Zixing fiercely and scolded, If your words are heard by the Lord will never let you off easily. Moreover, General Yang and I are all under the Lord's command. Are you happy to see the Lord suffer a defeat? I dare not. I dare not. Yang Zixing also understood how treasonous his previous words were, and hurriedly lowered his head to apologize. General, are you going to attack Yu County? At this time, the county magistrate of Shi County, who assisted Yu Fei in management, suddenly asked, Do you have any ideas? Yu Fei looked at the other party curiously, and from the other party's tone, it seemed that he had a different opinion on Yu County. The magistrate of Shi County immediately put down the work in his hands, cleared his throat and said, To be honest, General, I have an old relationship with the magistrate of Yu County. He is from Shi County. Over the years, I have been taking care of his family business, so we have always had a lot of contact. You said so? Yu Fei touched his chin, and a gleam of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Yes, General. I am sure I can convince the other party to open the city and surrender. If the general trusts me, you can send 3 or 2 soldiers to accompany me to Yu County, and I will personally convince him to surrender. The magistrate of Shi County said confidently. Are you sure? I have chosen to surrender to the governor. There is no reason to deceive the general. After hearing this, Yu Fei nodded slightly. If, as the other party said, the magistrate of Yu County is from Yu County, Danong, then the lifeline of the family's foundation will fall into his hands. Even if the other party failed to persuade the magistrate of Yu County to surrender, Yu Fei has the confidence to hold this lifeline to threaten the other party and force the other party to surrender. For a small magistrate like Shi County and Yu County, they are older and often pay more attention to the development of the family and the expansion of the foundation. To put it bluntly, whoever can keep their family business, they will lean towards that side. And they are definitely fence-sitters. Therefore, it is not impossible for the magistrate of Shi County to persuade the other party to surrender. If the other party is successfully persuaded, then they don't need to attack the county of Yu County, and they don't need to spend manpower and energy on it. This is definitely a good thing for Yu Fei and others. Thinking of this, Yu Fei nodded and said, Since you are so sure, then this task is handed over to you. I hope that as you said, you can successfully persuade the other party. If you succeed, I will report your achievements to the Lord truthfully. The man in front of him is not as eloquent as Yu Fan. If Yu Fan is sent over, Yu Fei must be more confident. However, Yu Fan left and returned to Kuaiji County before he could stay. Thank you, General. When the magistrate of Shi County heard that Yu Fei would still ask for credit for himself, his heart rekindled hope. If he really got the credit, wouldn't he be able to rely on these credits to ask Li Ji to keep his position as the county magistrate? Although it is possible that he will not continue to serve in Shi County, at least he can still get a county magistrate, which is much better than being a rich man at home. By the way, General, if you want to attack Jing County, you must not only be careful of Wei Xiaoquan, but also the Marshal of Jing County. Marshal of Jing County? Who is that? Yu Fei had never heard of this name, so he had to ask the local in front of him. The Marshal of Jing County is called Zhu Lang, a Shanyu in the Jing County area, with tens of thousands of people. Even Zhou Xian dared not provoke him. At this point, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on the face of the magistrate of Shi County. Obviously, he thought of some not-so-good memories. It's not just Zhu Lang. There are also Shanyu leaders Fei Zhan and Jiao Yi. The number of soldiers under their command ranges from tens of thousands to tens of thousands, and their strength is extremely terrifying. There is such a thing. After hearing the other party's words, Yu Fei's expression gradually became solemn. The Shanyu and Yangzhou are rampant. even in Kuaiji County under Li Ji's rule. There are many. If Li Ji hadn't often sent Zhao Kuo, Li Jinglong and others into the mountains to clear them out, I'm afraid they would have made a big fuss in Kuaiji County. The Shanyu in Danyang County were equally rampant, and even Zhou Xian's government had no way to deal with them. They could only turn a blind eye and let them develop freely. So this also created a situation where a mere general could gather tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, posing a great threat to the prefectures and counties. General, don't you know that there are also Shanyu in our Shi County area? The nearest Shanyu Jinchi is on Anil Mountain. Didn't you send someone to negotiate? I have never heard of them. So it is naturally impossible to negotiate. Yu Fei shook his head and said, That's strange. Since there is no negotiation, they didn't take advantage of the fire and rob the people down the mountain. The county magistrate of Shi County was also puzzled and could only scratch his head and make a fuss. After hearing the other parties mumbling, Yu Fei seemed to have thought of something, and rubbed his teeth helplessly and said, If they gather together, it will be a big trouble. Chapter 477 Gathering People. Ambush. Report to the general. The enemy has taken Shi County and Yu County. Pang Wanchun rushed into Wei Shuquan's mansion and said loudly. As expected, Wei Shuquan replied lightly, and there was no fluctuation on his face, as if it was natural for Yu Fei to take these two counties. He then stood up from his seat. His eyes fell on the map in front of him, and asked, They should be attacking Lingyang at this time. If I am not wrong, they should have reorganized their troops and marched to Lingyang County. General, Lingyang is not in our hands. Do you think there will be any changes? Pang Wanchun asked cautiously. Since they set out from Wanling to Jing County, except for sending some troops to attack Yu Fei's army, they have not made any other moves. At most, Wei Shuquan personally met with Zhu Lang, who was known as the commander of Jing County. Li Ji's method of dealing with Shanyu means that there will be no variables in this war. As long as Zolong and others don't want to die, they will never give up Lingyang County. The general has a good plan. He uses Lingyang County to lure them to attack each other, so as to deplete their troops. When the right time comes, we can. Pang Wanchun looked at Wei Shuquan, who was in control of his wisdom, and suddenly laughed. Wei Shuquan was very smart. He did not choose to forcibly station in Lingyang County, but retreated to Jing County, so that there would be a certain strategic buffer zone between them and Yu Fei. At the same time, he also secretly met with Zolong and others, claiming that as long as they joined forces, they would split Lingyang County and make it the only county for Shanyu to survive. Most of the Shanyu nobles lived in deep mountains and old forests, and the living environment was extremely poor. When they heard that they could go down the mountain and live in a safe county, basically no one could resist this temptation. The same was true for Zhu Lang, the great commander who dominated the Jingxian area. Even though he knew that he would be used by Wei Shuquan to resist the enemy's attack, he still took this risky pie. Now Zhu Lang not only stationed his troops in Lingyang County, but also relied on his prestige to summon most of the Shanyu leaders in Danyang County and invited them to join the action. Almost half of the Shanyu in Danyang County gathered in Lingyang County, making the county's military force almost more than 100,000, which is much more than the troops led by Yu Fei. After hearing Pang Wanchun's laughter, Wei Shuquan also smiled unconsciously, touched his chin and continued, I heard that Yu Fei was a new general recruited by Li Ji, although I don't know his background. From the Battle of Zhejiang River, I can see that this person is quite capable. Zhu Lang may not be his opponent. As Wei Shuquan spoke, his face suddenly darkened. As an expert in espionage, Wei Shuquan would not ignore the intelligence of this battle. Before the battle, he sent a large number of scouts to infiltrate Kuaiji County in an attempt to obtain useful intelligence. However, he was met with failure from Li Ji. Not only did the scouts he sent out not bring back much intelligence, but they were also fooled and brought back a lot of wrong intelligence. However, he also learned that the intelligence organization in Li Ji's hands seemed to be called Jinyui, but he still didn't know who the opponent was. The intelligence was cut off, which made Wei Shuquan unable to anticipate the enemy's moves. He could only make judgments according to the current situation and make the next move. By the way, have Wenda and Yun Tianbu set out? Report to the general. They have set out. Wei Shuquan nodded, and then said, Tell them not to act rashly and wait for the opportunity to attack. I understand. Danong County, Lingyang County area. With the help of the county magistrate of Shi County, Yu Fei successfully captured the two county towns of Yu County and Shi County. Then he left some troops to garrison here, and he took everyone to Lingyang County. Lingyang County straddles between Jing County and Shi County, located in the lower reaches of Jingshui River. If Yufei can successfully capture this county town, he can use the waterway to go upstream and reach the vicinity of Jing County. Of course, Wei Xiuquan's troops can also use the Jingshui River to quickly reach Lingyang County, providing quick support. Wei Xiuquan is right. Yufei has really come to our Lingyang. Just as Yufei was marching to Lingyang, dozens of agile men retreated from the dense forests on both sides of the army, ran briskly to the ambush site of Zhu Lang and others, and told them all the situation. Zhu Lang's words instantly caused a sensation among many people. Many people became confused and began to move. Fei Zhan beside him whispered, "Lingyang will not be handed over no matter what. At least we took it from Wei Xiuquan and others. Whether it is Yufei or Wei Xiuquan, if they want to take Lingyang, they should ask my spear first." Fei Zhan was already active in the Lingyang area and had an alliance with Zhu Lang and others. But when he heard that Zhu Lang could get Lingyang County from Wei Xiuquan, he led his 20,000 to 30,000 people to join the other side, without saying a word. The other Shan Yu leaders present were similar to Fei Zhan. They all heard that there was a county town where they could live. So they directly took their clans to Zhu Lang, and lived in Lingyang County. For them, Lingyang County was their new hometown. Whether it was Yufei or Wei Xiuquan, they would not allow anyone to get involved in this county town. Therefore, when they heard the news that Yufei was marching into Lingyang, the leaders summoned their men and formed an army to protect the safety of Lingyang County. As the leader, Zhu Lang was the main commander of this war. After all, the title of Jingxian Marshal was not a bluff. It was earned by Zhu Lang. Of course, Zhu Lang's ability was not weak. In history, he had defeated Sun Tzu many times, and even almost killed the little tyrant of Jiangdong. Be patient. Compared with others, Zhu Lang's mood was relatively stable. He knew that the army coming this time was much stronger than Zhou Xian's army, even though they had the advantage in numbers. Zhu Lang didn't think they could resist the famous Li Ji on the front battlefield. So, at his suggestion, each Shan Yu tribe sent some troops to participate in this ambush. And under the guidance of Fei Zhan, Zhu Lang's troops ambushed in a wild forest. Most places in Yangzhou have not been fully developed. The further south you go, the more desolate the environment is. From Yuxian to Lingyang, there are poor mountains and bad waters along the way. So these places are perfect places for ambushes. Zhu Lang was able to think of this. And Yufei, a famous general of the southern Song dynasty, also knew this. No matter when, the wild and uninhabited wild mountains and forests are very dangerous places. These are not only good places for ambushes, but also contain countless birds, beasts, poisonous insects and snakes. If an army wants to pass through these places, it is impossible not to suffer losses, especially for large-scale marches. Their degree of danger will be several times higher if the army rashly enters these places. The commander is already prepared for the loss of troops. Yufei is the same. So during his march, he asked the army to slow down and increase vigilance, so that not only can he avoid the enemy's ambush, but also reduce unnecessary losses. Zixing, you lead a troop to explore the situation in the front. Remember, you must send scouts to explore the surrounding environment. Yufei suddenly felt a little uneasy, so he sent his capable generals to act as pioneers to deal with emergencies. After receiving the order, Yang Zixing immediately took a troop to lead the army, took the initiative to speed up the march, and acted as a vanguard to sweep the front. At the same time, he obeyed Yufei's order and sent a large number of scouts to explore the surrounding situation. After maintaining this formation and marching forward for several miles, a burst of birds suddenly started in the dense forest not far away, and countless birds and beasts flapped their wings and rose into the air. Not good? Seeing this sudden change, Yufei suddenly became alert in his heart, and his face changed slightly. Xubing, you lead a troop to help Zixing. Just as he finished speaking, a shocking shout of killing came from a distance, and countless figures flashed from the dense forest on both sides and rushed out in the blink of an eye. The rain of arrows that covered the sky and the sun instantly enveloped the vanguard troops in the front row. The dense arrows tore through the air with a roar, and shot through all the soldiers around Yang Zixing. Boom! Yang Zixing reacted very quickly. The moment the enemy appeared, he activated the strong true qi in his body, wrapping around his body to form a transparent body armor. The flying arrows hit Yang Zixing, and the arrows were stopped by the body-protecting true qi before they touched Yang Zixing's flesh. After making a ding-dong sound, they fell to the ground. Ha! Yang Zixing shouted loudly, and the tiger-headed spear in his hand swept forward with the movement of his arms, raising a large amount of airflow to form hurricanes in front of him. The arrows flying in the air seemed to be sucked by infinite gravity, and were swept into the hurricane, making a continuous crackling sound of breaking. With Yang Zixing's help, the survival pressure of the vanguard troops was immediately reduced. They quickly stabilized their formation and prepared to meet the enemy's attack. Kill them! Zhu Lang led his troops out of the dense forest, roaring like a tiger coming down the mountain, and suddenly charged into the middle of the army. The spear swung and hit a soldier in front of him fiercely, like a boulder falling into the water, instantly stirring up thousands of feet of waves. Zhu Lang was like a sharp sword, and his powerful strength was unstoppable. All the soldiers and generals of the Dragon Sparrow army who stood in front of him were blown away by his spear. He almost killed Sun Ce before, so there was no need to say more about his strength. Zhu Lang, who rushed into the battle formation himself, was like a magic weapon, and suddenly cut a hole in the middle of the army. The neat layers of the Dragon Sparrow army formation were torn apart by Zhu Lang's spear. In the blink of an eye, he led Fei Zhan, Jin Qi and others to kill into the interior of the Dragon Sparrow army, and killed in the direction of Yu Fei and others. Shoot the horse first when shooting a person, and capture the king first when capturing a thief. This ambush has been successful. The enemy's reaction did not seem to expect that they would ambush here, and they were caught off guard. Zhu Lang's mind became more and more active, and he began to focus on Yu Fei. If he could kill the enemy's main general in this ambush, the safety of Lingyang County would be solved instantly. Don't be so arrogant, thief. Zhu Lang rushed back and forth in the Long-Ke army like a wolf, obviously angering the generals in the army. Zhao Penu, who was transferred to Wuxibing by Li Ji, immediately took action and swung his spear towards Zhu Lang's face. Boom! Facing the opponent's attack, Zhu Lang did not show the slightest timidity. Instead, he swung his spear directly, turning into a dazzling rainbow light, tearing open the space in front of him in an instant, and bombarded with terrifying power. A trace of horror suddenly emerged in his heart. When Zhao Penu faced the opponent's attack, a cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The arm turned over, and the spear that was stabbed forward was retracted, and was blocked by Zhao Penu in front of him. The next moment, the rainbow light flashed and suddenly hit the center of the spear. The heavy power like a mountain burst out like a flood, and suddenly pressed the spear to bend an extremely exaggerated arc. Zhao Penu clenched his teeth tightly, and immediately urged all his strength, shaking his arms, and finally swung Zhu Lang's weapon away. Come and fight! Zhu Lang suddenly killed two Shan Yu generals on his left and right, one named Mao Gan, and the other named Jin Qi. They were both Shan Yu active in Shi County. Although they were not as strong as Zhu Lang, they were enough to resist Zhao Penu for a while. The three people and three long spears were entangled together, like two horned dragons besieging a real dragon. The three figures intertwined with each other, and bloodlines appeared in the air from time to time. Jin Qi and Mao Gan had known each other for a long time, and had a certain tacit understanding. So they joined forces to besiege Zhao Penu, showing signs of suppression. And Zhu Lang, Fei Zhan and others, without Zhao Penu's obstruction, became more fierce. And several weapons were like the sickle of the god of death, madly harvesting the lives of the surrounding Long-Ke soldiers. I didn't expect the enemy to ambush here. It seems that they are very familiar with the environment here. Wei Qing, who was in the central army, looked at Zhu Lang and others not far away, and frowned. However, Yu Fei shook his head slightly and said, this should be an ambush by the Shan Yu in Lingyang County, not Wei Shiquan's troops. Abandoning the city and coming to the wild to ambush is an extremely dangerous action for the Shan Yu. After all, the quality of the Shan Yu soldiers is far inferior to Yu Fei's troops. Even if they take the initiative to ambush, they may not completely defeat the Long-Ke army. Just like now, although the Long-Ke army is still in some chaos, under the dispatch of Yu Fei and Wuxibing, it has begun to gain a foothold, and the formation is running again. Zhao Penu was stopped by their people, and the leading general seems to be killing us. Wei Qing's sight moved from Zhu Lang to Yu Fei. What a wrong choice. Yu Fei took the Lichuan gun from the hand of the personal soldier, grabbed the reins, and urged the warhorse, his eyes fixed on Zhu Lang who was approaching. Chapter 478 Encircling Lingyang. Kill! Yu Fei watched Zhu Lang and the others rushing towards him, and immediately shouted in surprise. The blood in his body surged like a river, and a stream of condensed true energy gathered around his body, and then transformed into an extremely terrifying might. The might of infinite murderous intent swept through the space. causing Yu Fei's momentum to burst out like a mountain in fire. With a swish, Yu Fei was surrounded by rainbow light, and the dazzling divine light engulfed the sunlight projected on the earth. The moment his figure moved, he tore the nearby space into pieces. The Lichuan spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a real dragon, stabbing in the direction of Zhu Lang through the air. And the boundless divine light suddenly burst out, and the extremely sharp murderous intent firmly locked Zhu Lang's whole body. The next moment, the surging bombardment broke through the void like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye it crossed the distance between the two and stabbed over suddenly. In the chaos, Zhu Lang's spear trembled slightly, and the soldiers pierced by the spear blade flew backwards like a worn-out sack. And then the hair stood up, and a sense of horror suddenly emerged in his heart. Then he felt a strong sense of crisis, and his exposed face was involuntarily stung. Damn it! How could the enemy have such a powerful general? Zhu Lang misjudged the strength of Yu Fei's generals, thinking that there were no other powerful generals except Yang Zixing and Zhao Penu who were the vanguards. He thought Yu Fei was just an ordinary general with some commanding talent at most. But it turned out that he was far better than them. The Shan Yu, in terms of martial arts and commanding soldiers. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and Zhu Lang took a deep breath, and the true energy and blood in his body surged like boiling water, bursting out with strong power. The long spear shook, and instantly turned into endless spear light in the void, like the stars in the night sky, and turned into an impenetrable spear array in front of Zhu Lang. His arm swung violently, and the shaking spear flowers bloomed in the air. The cold murderous intent filled the entire space, and with Zhu Lang's movements, it roared towards Yu Fei and killed him. Rumble. In an instant, the space was turbulent, and circles of visible ripples rose in the void with the collision of the two people. The earth centered on the two people quickly spread out winding cracks. I can't die. Zhu Lang's face was shaking in the wind. He forcibly caught Yu Fei's spear move, and the blood in his body kept churning, and kept pouring out with his 7 orifices. His eyes were full of bloodshot. Under Yu Fei's pressure, he roared desperately. His disordered breath was forcibly suppressed by him. He urged all his strength once again, poured it into his shaking arms, swung up the spear, and smashed it towards Yu Fei's head like a landslide. Facing the enemy's murderous move, Yu Fei seemed too relaxed and comfortable. He saw the edge of the Lichuan spear turned, and the whole body burst out with dazzling golden light, and instantly pierced Zhu Lang's fierce spear. The two weapons collided with each other in an instant, and suddenly a deafening roar was heard. Countless sparks splashed in the air, and the surging force pushed the air to raise invisible waves. The aftermath of the waves in the air squeezed the air, and bursts of explosions in the void exploded. The soldiers fighting around were instantly shocked to bleed after hearing this harsh explosion, and their faces twisted in pain. After the explosion, a heart-wrenching sound could be heard. Yu Fei swung his spear and dodged Zhu Lang's weapon at an extremely strange angle, like a poisonous snake showing its fangs, staring at the opponent's shoulder socket. And the powerful force crushed Zhu Lang's entire arm. The next moment, Zhu Lang was thrown out by Yu Fei's spear, and his bloody face suddenly turned pale. He knocked over several people in succession, and fell to the ground after a deep pit was smashed on the ground. Zhu Lang, Feijan and others who were nearby saw that Yu Fei had seriously injured Zhu Lang with 2 shots, and they immediately showed panic. The Shan Yu leaders, who could be called by name, swept in like a swarm of wasps, and rescued the seriously injured and unconscious Zhu Lang in a breath. Zhu Lang is their core figure, the one who connects all the Shan Yu together. If he dies here, the Shan Yu people in Lingyang County will sooner or later fall apart and scatter, and the Hardwon County will also be handed over. Zhu Lang is seriously injured and unconscious, and the enemy's army is powerful. It is better to withdraw to Lingyang County and make plans. Feijan's eyes scanned the surrounding environment, but found that the soldiers of the Longke army had already gained a firm foothold, and with their strong military quality, they began to push the raiding Shan Yu bandits to the periphery of the battlefield. Although the Shan Yu were fierce, they had not undergone formal training after all. Facing the well-organized Han army, the Shan Yu people basically could not defeat them on the front battlefield, and Zhu Lang was seriously injured and unconscious, unable to continue to command the army to fight. Feijan made a prompt decision and decided to withdraw to Lingyang and make plans. Fortunately, before the ambush, Zhu Lang had mentioned the situation of a failed ambush, and he also knew the strength of the Dragon Sparrow army. So once the situation was not favorable to them, they had to let the troops retreat to Lingyang. They had finally cut Lingyang County from Zhou Xian and Wei Shaoquan, and they couldn't let the enemy take it because of the upper. Don't run. Yu Fei raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the enemy would actually plan to retreat at this time. He shouted and urged the warhorse to rush over. However, Fei Zhan was afraid of Yu Fei's powerful strength and didn't dare to confront him head-on. He quickly dispatched the nearby Shan Yu soldiers to surround and kill Yu Fei. The wall made of flesh and blood. Even Yu Fei couldn't kill hundreds of enemies in one breath. The long spear was waving like a madman, and countless bloodlines splashed in the air. But Fei Zhan and others had achieved their goal. Before Yu Fei rushed out, they took Zhu Lang and disappeared in the chaos. We'll go too. Mao Gan and Jin Qi, who were surrounding Zhao Penu, looked at each other and immediately abandoned Zhao Penu, although they could suppress Zhao Penu together. As time went on, Zhao Penu began to gain the upper hand and gradually suppressed them. Now that Fei Zhan ordered to retreat, they just breathed a sigh of relief. After the two of them forced Zhao Penu back at the same time, they disappeared into the crowd like slippery loaches. The enemy ordered to withdraw, and the Dragon Bird army would never let the other side leave safely. Yu Fei immediately ordered to pursue the enemy, who was fleeing in a panic. However, Zhu Lang seemed to be prepared. After the Dragon Bird army chased for only a few hundred meters, a group of archers emerged from the dense forests on both sides. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows pierced through the air, making a harsh noise, forming a dense rain of arrows in the air, covering the Dragon Bird army in the middle. The sudden change caught them off guard, and the Dragon Bird army, which had just stabilized its position, was once again in chaos. And the chaos appeared again. Yu Fei and Wei Qing, who were at the back of the central army, suddenly looked gloomy. They underestimated Zhu Lang and the Shan Yu, but they didn't expect that the other side still had such a trick. Zhu Lang is a man of strategy, and I actually suffered 2 losses at his hands. Yu Fei only hated that he didn't kill Zhu Lang with a shot just now, so that he wouldn't have to worry about the war later. And he only needed to attack Lingyang fiercely. Wei Qi nodded while holding the Han sword, and replied, I heard that there is a great general in Kuaiji County, named Pan Lin. This man is very thoughtful. If it weren't for the Lord's hidden trick, even Long Ke City would be in danger. They had been in Li Ji's tent for a short time, so naturally they didn't know much about Li Ji's situation before he became rich. They could only learn a little from other generals, after experiencing the enemy's ambushes and sneak attacks one after another. Even the army led by Yu Fei began to lose morale. It was a pity that this army was not Yu Fei's Yu family army. Otherwise, it would not have lowered its morale after being attacked. Fei Zhan and others had the disturbance of the archers. With the help of their familiarity with the road, they quickly led the remaining Shan Yu bandits to escape to Lingyang County. Yang Zixing and Huitsibing, who served as the vanguard, also returned to Yu Fei at this time. But their situation was quite embarrassing, and their armor was full of various holes. Obviously, they had been targeted by Zhu Lang's archers, and most of the arrows were aimed at the 2 men. I was ambushed by the enemy by mistake. Please punish me, General. Yang Zixing was so ashamed that he knelt down in front of Yu Fei and confessed his guilt. Yu Fei shook his head, grabbed Yang Zixing by the arm, and pulled him up, comforting him. This matter has nothing to do with you. It was my negligence that led me to fall into the enemy's ambushes one after another. The leader of an army took the initiative to take responsibility, which made the nearby soldiers admire him. But not many generals could take the initiative to take responsibility like Yu Fei. And more people would push the responsibility to their soldiers and scold and beat them. There are more than 100,000 Shan Yu gathered in Lingyang, and Wei Shaoquan is in charge of Jingxian. The Jingshui River between them is like a lifeline connecting the 2 counties of Lingyang and Jingxian. It seems that we will have to spend a lot of effort to take them down. Yu Fei suddenly felt that Zhu Lang's occupation of Lingyang County was actually Wei Shaoquan's strategy. The other party wanted to use these more than 100,000 Shan Yu to drag them to death under Lingyang County. He estimated that once the 2 forces were about to decide the winner, Wei Shaoquan's forces would definitely attack them from the south of the Jingshui River like a mantis catching a cicada, and the Oriole behind would attack them. If this is the case, Yu Fei must attack Lingyang while guarding against Wei Shaoquan and others in the upper reaches of the Jingshui River. Wei Qing replied, but fortunately, Zhu Lang has been seriously injured by the general and cannot recover in a short time. Without Zhu Lang's command, the strength of the Shan Yu in Lingyang County may drop to a lower level. Lingyang County is just a small county after all, and it is not as big as Luoyang and Chang'an, let alone Wanling County, even if there are more than 100,000 Shan Yu gathered in this county. So what? The productivity of Shan Yu is extremely low. living in the deep mountains and old forests. They have little land to cultivate. Zhu Lang and his men cannot supply more than 100,000 people with food and grass for a long time. Besides, there are many women and children among these more than 100,000 people. They basically cannot join the battlefield as soldiers. At most, they can help transport various materials. Therefore, Yu Fei and others only need to face a small county and tens of thousands of troops. The upper reaches of Jingshui are Wei Shiquan's territory. When we attack, they are likely to send troops to attack us. We need to set up a line of defense on this waterway. Xubing, you lead a troop to defend Jingshui to prevent Wei Shiquan's army from attacking. Yu Fei was still worried about Wei Shiquan, so he ordered Hu Xubing to lead a troop alone to set up a line of defense on Jingshui. Unfortunately, the Jingshui River is not connected to the Zhejiang River. Otherwise Yu Fei could mobilize the ships of the Zhejiang River and rely on the strength of the Longke Navy to control the lower reaches of the Jingshui River. Several consecutive ambushes made Yu Fei more vigilant, and the Longke army gradually and steadily advanced towards Lingyang under his command. During this period, Feijan also sent troops to ambush Yu Fei on his way. But Yu Fei suffered 2 losses. So how could he be fooled by Feijan? Feijan's ambush not only did not have much effect, but was also used by Yu Fei, and a lot of troops were lost in Yu Fei's hands. The Longke army moved forward steadily, and the heavy defense line set up by Shan Yu outside Lingyang had no effect at all in front of this powerful army. It was like an egg crushed by a boulder, and it was crushed into a human shape in an instant. Seeing that they were no match for Yu Fei in the field, Feijan, who had been beaten so many times, finally got smart and decisively recalled the remaining soldiers and horses to the city, and sent people to secretly burn the surrounding dense forests to prevent them from being used by Yu Fei and his men to build siege equipment. It was just a pity that the weather was relatively hot at this time, and Feijan and his men could not use cold water to irrigate the city walls to achieve the effect of fortifying the walls and clearing the fields. Soon, Yu Fei led a large army to appear at the foot of Lingyang County and approached Lingyang. At this time, most of the Shan Yu leaders in Danyang County gathered in Lingyang County, including Feijan, Jin Qi, Mao Gan. The only missing person was Zhu Lang, the most core figure. Zhu Lang was seriously injured by Yu Fei and fell to the ground. Even now, with Yu Fei and his men approaching the city, Zhu Lang has not woken up from his coma. Doctors in Shan Yu are scarce, and there are no doctors with superb skills. It is a blessing in disguise that Zhu Lang can be saved. According to the doctor's judgment, even if Yu Fei took over the entire Lingyang County, Zhu Lang's injuries would not be completely healed. They are coming. Feijan held the bricks on the wall tightly with both hands, and the pain of his fingers sinking into it could not bring him back to his senses. In his sight, the camps of the Dragon Sparrow army in the distance were connected to each other, and the cold and murderous aura rose into the sky, making the whole world dark. Chapter 479 2 Battle Reports. On the wall of Lingyang County, several Shan Yu leaders and Feijan appeared on it. Their faces were extremely solemn. In their eyes, Yu Fei's camp stretched out like a giant dragon hovering in the wild of the county. The Yu Fei camp in the distance was connected to each other in a certain formation. The murderous aura in the army seemed to be linked together by an invisible chain, rising straight up to the sky, making the void above turbid. The changes between heaven and earth made these Shan Yu leaders unconsciously feel a little terrified. They had never encountered such a terrible army. Even if they had seen Wei Shiquan's army from a distance, it was still slightly inferior to the army in front of them. Jin Qi heard Feijan's mumbling, and then responded with a trembling voice, Feijan, now Zolong is seriously injured. Can we really repel Yu Fei's army? Yu Fei's brave and fearless figure is still vivid in their minds. The leaders who have faced the sharp edge know how terrible Yu Fei is. Zolong, the strongest among the Shan Yu leaders, is not a three-way opponent of the other party. Not to mention that their strength is much worse than Zolong. Moreover, among this group of leaders, Zolong is the best at dispatching troops. Now that Zolong's command is missing, and the opponent's commander is a talent who is good at commanding troops, Shan Yu is at a disadvantage in any aspect. The generals and troops are not as good as the other side. Even if they occupy Lingyang County, Lingyang is just a small county town. How can they stop Yu Fei's troops? Some pessimistic Shan Yu leaders think how long they can hold out under the opponent's strong attack. Although Li Ji's army is strong, we are not pushovers. Yu Fei has already suffered 2 defeats in our hands, which shows that they are not invincible. Besides, if we count women, children, the elderly, and the weak in Lingyang County. There are more than 100,000 people in total, while the enemy's army is only tens of thousands. We are defending the city, and they will have to pay a huge price to take it down. When they can't afford the price, they will definitely negotiate with us. And then we still have room for maneuver, Fei Zhan said unwillingly, with a fierce look in his eyes. Obviously, according to Zhu Lang's previous instructions, he planned to hold on to Lingyang and not choose to surrender. On the wall of Lingyang County, there were not only his Fei Zhan Shan Yu, but also Jin Qi from Shi County Shan Yu, Mao Gan from Yu County, and these people responded to Zhu Lang's call and led their clansmen to take root and survive in Lingyang County. Yu Fei's attack on Lingyang was undoubtedly digging out the living place of their generation and even their descendants. No one would agree to it. Following Fei Zhan's roar, they all expressed their determination to fight to the death on the city wall, and decided to confront Yu Fei head-on. All the leaders were like this, and their passionate fighting spirit infected the nearby soldiers. It seemed as if a blazing fire was burning in their chests, which made their fighting spirit also rise. In the camp of the Dragon Sparrow army not far from Lingyang, a high platform had been built under Yu Fei's instructions, and its height was even higher than the city wall of Lingyang County. Yu Fei led Wei Qing and Yang Zixing to the high platform. Due to the advantage of height, the three of them could easily see the internal situation of Lingyang County, and the reactions of the Shan Yu leaders were also seen by them. It looks like they are here to stay. Shongqing, how is the siege equipment going? Yu Fei said this, but his expression seemed very relaxed, as if he had expected the enemy to unite. Report to the general. The enemy has burned many dense forests in the wild, and we need to collect trees from farther away. Fortunately, the general has foresight and brought a batch of equipment. Now we just need to wait for tomorrow, and we should be able to assemble enough siege equipment. Wei Qing on the side replied with a bow. Yu Fei learned from the magistrate of Shi County that the Shan Yu and Danyang might gather together. So while he led the troops to attack Lingyang, he also asked the rear army to carry a batch of detachable siege equipment. Zhu Lang's ambush was mainly aimed at the vanguard and central army of the Long Ke army, and Yu Fei had not used the power of the rear army, so the rear army did not suffer much loss. Similarly, the siege equipment carried was not destroyed by the enemy, so Yu Fei could assemble a batch of usable siege equipment in a short time. After listening to Wei Qing's report, Yu Fei nodded slightly, and then asked, how is the defense line set up by Tsubing near the Jingshui River? According to the information he sent back, he has followed the general's order and blocked part of the land bank of the Jingshui River. If the enemy comes down from the Jingshui River, they will definitely be discovered by our army. After Wei Qing finished his report, Yu Fei said in a deep voice, since everything is arranged, let the soldiers rest well tonight and attack the city tomorrow. We understand. Wei Qing and Yang Zixing looked at each other and then responded loudly. While the army was resting and waiting for the attack tomorrow, the envoy sent by Yu Fei had already rushed to Wuqing County and passed the general's battle report to Li Ji. After receiving Yu Fei's battle report, Li Ji immediately summoned all his civil and military officials to discuss matters in the court. I didn't expect Pingji to take Shixian and Yuxian without bloodshed. I guess this situation was not expected by Wei Shaohuan. But Wei Shaohuan seems to have abandoned Shixian and Yuxian. We took these two counties, and it was in line with his expectations. After reading the battle report sent back by Yu Fei, Li Ji immediately passed it on inside. In fact, long before the war started, Li Ji asked Liu Bing to take the lead in the Jinui that had been formed to enter Danyang County to carry out various tasks and activities. But the opponent Wei Shaohuan was also a master at spy warfare, and Liu Bing could not take much advantage of the opponent. The enemy could not infiltrate Kuaiji County, and Li Ji could not infiltrate Danyang County either. So Liu Bing did not bring back much intelligence. However, this did not have much impact on the situation of the war. After all, he had counselors such as Wang Ming and Shi Shicai around him up to give him advice, and Yu Fei, Yang Su and others to capture cities and territories for him. The only people Wei Shaohuan had were Zhou Panlong and his uncle Zhou Feng, and the rest of the generals were just slightly more powerful thugs. The magistrate of Shi County helped our army capture Yu County without any effort. I wonder how to reward him. Yu Fei kept his promise and did not swallow up the merits of the magistrate of Shi County. Instead, he emphasized it in the battle report so that Li Ji had to see it. The magistrate of Shi County was a member of the original team under Zhou Xian of Danyang County. To be honest, if it weren't for Yu Fei's battle report, Li Ji wanted to turn a blind eye and try to deceive him. After all, he was not one of his own people. He surrendered to him out of helplessness. His loyalty was not guaranteed at all. If he was promoted, it might shake the minds of grassroots officials. But Yu Fei finally submitted this achievement. Li Ji couldn't even pretend to be blind. The magistrate of Shi County helped our army to conquer Yu County. Although he was a surrendered general, his contribution should not be ignored. The Lord can restore his magistrate status and reward him with more money. Wang Ming, who was standing aside, had already thought about it. After hearing Li Ji's question, he immediately answered, "Rewarding money is of course possible. But is it debatable to restore a county magistrate? The Lord can't do this. If you only reward money, I'm afraid this person will be dissatisfied." Shi Jisai reminded immediately. Jisai is right. The former king of Western Chu was like this. He had many talented people under his command in the early days. But he was stingy with his power and never awarded his subordinates official positions, which led to many talented people like Xiang Yu to defect to Liu Bang. If the Lord is stingy with a county magistrate, there will probably be a lot of trouble in the future. Guijia stood up slowly and continued in a loud voice. There are dozens of counties under the jurisdiction of Wujuan, Kuaiji and Danong. Just letting this person serve as a county magistrate will not affect the overall situation at all. On the contrary, if the Lord is willing to restore his official position, it will just show the Lord's magistrate. In the future, when conquering cities and conquering surrendered generals, the Lord has such a reputation, which will make them more loyal. Even you said so. Li Ji did not expect that his advisors had such consistent ideas. So he readily accepted this suggestion and agreed to restore the position of the county magistrate of Shi County. However, it was obviously impossible for the other party to serve as the county magistrate of Shi County. At the suggestion of Wang Ming and others, Li Ji assigned the position of Shi County magistrate to a small county town in the south of Kuaiji County. Although the environment was better than Shi County, it was not much better. After dealing with the battle report of Yu Fei's army, Li Ji took out another battle report from his arms and passed it on for his generals and advisors to review. This battle report was sent by Yang Su not long ago, because it was almost delivered at the same time as Yu Fei's battle report. Li Ji dealt with it here with everyone. You all have read the battle report sent by the governor. What do you think? Wang Ming took the lead in receiving Yang Su's battle report. After checking it, he passed it to Shi Jisai. He touched his chin, showed a slightly meaningful smile, and said, "The governor has already approached Jiancheng County, but Zhou Panlong and others are not stationed here. I think it is Wei Shiquan's order. Jurong County is short from Jiancheng County, which is far from the Shi County and Yu County that Yu Fei faced. Zhou Panlong chose to station here, which seems to be a pincer attack with Jiancheng County." The content of Yang Su's battle report was very brief, only describing the situation of the counties in the northern part of Danong County. They have not yet launched a war, so there is no victory or defeat in the war. Obviously, Yang Su's idea is consistent with Wang Ming's. He is quite afraid of Zhou Panlong and others in Jurong County, and he is reluctant to launch a strong attack on Jiancheng County. This is why Yu Fei insisted on launching an offensive from the south of Danong County to Wanling County through the Zhejiang River. There is no other reason. The counties in the north are too dense. The counties are densely distributed in the north of Danong County, like a well-woven net. Once an outsider attacks from here, it is like a punch on the net, and the nodes on the net will disperse the power of the fist. The reality is the same. If Yang Su wants to attack Jiancheng County, he must deal with the reinforcements from Jurong County or even the counties behind. However, due to the sparse counties in the south, Yu Fei basically only needs to deal with the troops of one county. Why it is difficult to unify the dynasty from the south to the north in history is that the development level of the north is higher than that of the south. The cities are dense, and the distance between them is short. So a large number of troops can be mobilized in a short time to deal with the enemy's attack. But the governor is a bit arrogant. He didn't ask us for reinforcements in the battle report. It seems that he can still deal with such a situation. Li Ji pinched his eyebrows and couldn't help but feel funny. Yang Su had a quarrel with Zhou Panlong and his men. Or perhaps Yu Fei. Even though they were facing a difficult situation, they had not asked Li Ji for help. Wang Ming smiled slightly, touched his chin and replied, "Since General Yang did not ask for help, the Lord can ignore it. Moreover, if the troops are mobilized to support him, the pressure on Guzhan will be greatly reduced, which is not a good thing for us." Yang Su's temper was somewhat flawed, not to mention Li Ji. Even Wang Ming, the second in command of the Dragon Sparrow army, wanted to take this opportunity to torture him, so as to avoid any trouble in the future. If the Lord dislikes the stalemate in the Northern War, He can spread Pingju's battle report to Chu Dao. With Chidao's temper, he will obviously not sit and wait for death and give up. Wang Ming turned into a master of fanning the flames and suggested to Li Ji. Li Ji replied hesitantly, "Will this put Chu Dao and his men in an unfavorable situation?" "My lord, don't worry. Even if we lose Chu Dao, it won't hurt us. Maybe there will be a miracle." After listening to Wang Ming's words, Li Ji obviously knew that the other party wanted to torture Yang Su. It happened that Li Ji also had this plan. So Li Ji nodded and sent someone to pass Yu Fei's battle report to Yang Su. Yang Su was frustrated, but Li Ji still had Yu Fei and his own troops, and the power to attack Danyang County still existed. Soon, the messenger sent by Li Ji was very fast. Without spending much time on the road, he used a boat to cross the Yangtze River and found the army led by Yang Su through the simple ferry set up by Yang Su. "General Yang, the Lord has checked the general's battle report. Please continue to attack Wanling County. In addition, the Lord has something to give you." "Oh, the thing the Lord gave me?" At this time, Yang Su, who was sitting in the first seat, had a gloomy face because of the stalemate in the war. After hearing the words of the messenger, his tightly locked brows loosened slightly, and then he took the battle report from the messenger. When he opened it, Yang Su found that it was the battle report submitted by Yu Fei, and he also saw that Yu Fei had successfully taken Shi County and Yu County, and his troops were approaching Lingyang County. Yu Fei was only away from Wanling County, Lingyang and Jing County, and his progress was many times faster than him. "What does the Lord mean? Are you dissatisfied with my slow attack speed?" Yang Su's gloomy face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 480 Attack. Why did my lord suddenly send a battle report from a rival? Yang Su initially guessed that Li Ji might be dissatisfied with him, because Yu Fei was making rapid progress while he was stuck here. But he thought about it calmly. He had been with Li Ji for a short time, and knew that Li Ji would not urge his generals to forcibly attack cities and seize land. He would continue to advance as long as he was sure Li Ji could not be unaware of the situation Yang Su was facing now. After all, he had clearly described the situation in the northern part of Danyang County in the battle report he sent up. Even if Li Ji did not understand, wise men like Wang Ming and Shi Shisai would definitely see Yang Su's dilemma and would definitely not let Li Ji urge them to advance. However, what Yang Su didn't know was that the idea of passing on Yu Fei's battle report was actually proposed by Wang Ming. Yang Su rubbed his swollen eyebrows, then passed the battle report to the generals under his tent and asked, "Tell me, why did the Lord do this?" Shi Jingxi, Li Guang and others were all warriors, so how could they know these twists and turns? After the generals looked at each other, they clearly saw the confusion on each other's faces. The Lord sent Yu Fei's battle report, in addition to informing them that there had been a lot of progress. Was there any other meaning? Seeing the expressions of the generals below, Yang Su shook his head unhappily and sighed helplessly. Finally, he set his sights on Li Shunshan, wanting to know his thoughts from him. Li Shunshan was a smart general in the Lonke Navy. He not only had certain wisdom, but also had good command ability. On the day Yang Su first joined the Lonke Navy, he understood why Li Ji arranged a foreign general to be his deputy. Seeing that the commander fell on him, Li Shunshan pondered for a moment, and then replied, "General, no matter what the Lord means, now General Yu is making good progress, and we should celebrate for him. I am a general under Li Ji, just like Yu Fei. It is impossible for me to show an unhappy expression when I hear that my colleague is making good progress. If this is caught by someone with ulterior motives and passed to Li Ji's ears, it will not only endanger the relationship between myself and Li Ji, but also destroy the unity among colleagues. No matter which one. It is not good for Yang Su and Li Shunshan." The reason why Li Shunshan said this is nothing more than to secretly remind Yang Su that even if he is unhappy, he must hide his expression. And who is Yang Su? How could he not understand the meaning of Li Shunshan's words? He immediately realized that he had fallen into a misunderstanding and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. In the past, he was obsessed with competing with Yu Fei, but he put the task of conquering Danyang County behind his mind. He marched very impatiently and failed to take down the county town. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Li Ji sent Yu Fei's battle report. Li Ji knew that competition between military commanders was a good thing, but it would not be good if competition delayed and affected strategic plans. Therefore, why did Li Ji agree to Wang Ming sending Yu Fei's battle report to Yang Su? It was nothing more than that he was dissatisfied with Yang Su's obsession with competition. So he did this to warn Yang Su so that Yang Su would withdraw his mind. I didn't expect that. I was confused and forgot the high hopes that the Lord had placed on us. Yang Su sighed and finally figured out the mystery. After hearing what Yang Su said, Shi Jingxi, Li Guang and others below were even more confused and didn't understand what Yang Su meant at all. Only Li Shunshan understood that Yang Su had let go of his knot, and immediately stood up and said loudly, General, you has already taken Shi County and Shi County, but we are stuck in Jiancheng County, which is a loss to the dignity of our army. That's right, General. It's time for us to take Jiancheng County and show Zhou Panlong and others a good color. Although everyone didn't know what happened, they understood Li Shunshan's meaning. So they stood up and asked for battle. Seeing his generals full of fighting spirit, Yang Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said, I signed a military order in front of the Lord in the past, but I never thought that Yupingji would take the lead. I admit that I lost the first round of this competition, but next time I will let them see our strength. Zhou Tsang, Dong Shi, listen to my orders. I am here. Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi stood up and said, You two lead 10,000 soldiers and horses to serve as the vanguard and set up the military formation under Jiancheng County. Li Shunshan, here. I will lead a part of the soldiers and horses to serve as the central army to support Zhou Tsang and others. And you will lead a part of the soldiers and horses to serve as the rear army to carry siege equipment. When the time comes, we will force the attack on the city. Yang Su immediately issued 2 orders and assigned the task of attacking Jiancheng County. The senior generals in the Long K Navy all had tasks, but Shi Jingxi and others who came to support had no tasks, and they were immediately anxious. They came to support under Li Ji's order. But you, Yang Su, only sent your own generals to fight, but ignored them. Are you trying to exclude dissidents? Zhu Yi, who was most eager for credit, stood up first and said loudly, General Yang, although the first-line soldiers are not good at attacking cities, I, Zhu Yi, have good martial arts and am willing to serve as a pioneer with Zhou Tsang and others. He came here to get credit, but he couldn't enter the battlefield. Wouldn't this make his wish come to nothing? I know General Zhu's martial arts, but it's not the time for you and the first-line soldiers to appear. Yang Su pressed his arm in the air, then looked at Shi Jingxi and Li Guang, and continued, General Shi and General Li, please be patient. Your opponents should be Zhou Panlong and others, not the small Jiancheng County. Shi Jingxi and Li Guang were about to get angry, but when they saw that Yang Su had other tasks to arrange, they suddenly fell silent. Then, the silent camp finally started to move, like a ferocious beast slowly rising up. Under the command of Yang Su, the camp began to leave the camp in a line under the leadership of various generals. Yang Su's actions could not be hidden from the defenders of Jiancheng County. The generals defending here immediately made a decision and immediately asked Zhou Panlong and others stationed in Zhirong County for reinforcements. At the same time, they also began to urge the county defenders to climb the city wall and defend the city. Because Yang Su had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhou Panlong before, he was afraid of the strength of the defenders of Zhirong County and did not launch an attack on Jiancheng County. Therefore, this was the first time that Jiancheng County faced an attack from the Dragon Sparrow Army. Although the garrison commander had heard of the Dragon Sparrow Army's reputation, he had never seen its combat power on the battlefield. So he seemed a little relaxed under the command. Just as he relaxed, he had just sent an envoy to request reinforcements, and Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi led the vanguard troops to Jiancheng County. For a moment, the mighty army led by Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi appeared on the outskirts of Jiancheng County, like an unstoppable steel torrent, and seemed to be able to swallow up the small county in front of them in an instant. Send a message to Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi to attack the city immediately. Yang Su's army was not harassed by the enemy along the way, and arrived at Jiancheng County smoothly. After the central army and the rear army were in place, Yang Su immediately ordered to attack the city. Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi acted as the vanguard, roaring and leading a group of soldiers and horses, carrying various huge siege equipment, and attacking the walls of Jiancheng County like a tide. The garrison commander of Jiancheng County was really frightened by the momentum of the Dragon Sparrow Army at first. But fortunately, he had followed Zhou Panlong's instructions before, and collected a lot of rolling logs and stones, and other city defense equipment. A large number of rolling logs and stones, pushed by the defenders, made a thunderous noise and roared into the Dragon Sparrow Army on the city wall, instantly crushing a large number of soldiers into a pool of meat paste. As the vanguard generals, Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi were also the main targets of the defenders. A large number of rolling logs and stones fell on their heads, But they were well prepared. They roared and swung their weapons, using thunderbolts to destroy these threats. In the Dragon Sparrow army, a large number of catapults were pushed to the front line by soldiers, constantly throwing huge stones at the city wall, tearing the air in the air like a meteor shower, and falling heavily on the city wall with gusts of wind. There was also a continuous rain of arrows falling on the walls of Jiancheng County, suppressing the defenders so that they could not raise their heads. A large number of soldiers were pierced through the chest by arrows and nailed to the top of the wall. Kill! 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 The soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army burst into earth-shaking shouts of killing, and almost everyone's eyes were full of murderous intent. Although the defenders' resistance was very stubborn, they relied on the cover of arrow rain, catapults and other equipment, and soon landed on the wall through ladders under the leadership of the generals. In an instant, a bloody fight broke out on the wall. The soldiers of the two armies fought hand to hand, roaring and swinging their weapons vigorously to cut at the enemy. Every minute and every second, there were soldiers who made heart-wrenching screams, and at the same time, a lot of blood flowers appeared on their bodies. They stumbled and fell from the wall to the ground, and in an instant they were shattered and lost their lives. The soldiers of the two armies were fighting fiercely on this small section of the city wall. But the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army had begun to gain a foothold on the city wall with the advantage of their weapons and armor. Moreover, they had two great generals, Zhou Cong and Dong Shi, in front of them. Boom! Zhou Cong and Dong Shi attacked at the same time, crushing the surrounding environment with their powerful force. And the weapons in their hands were like meat grinders, tearing the enemies in front of them into countless pieces of meat. The mess on the city wall was indelible, and the two of them had indelible contributions. There was no general in Jiancheng County, and it was impossible to stop the attack of Zhou Cong and others. The defender had to constantly mobilize the troops in his hands to delay the enemy's attack as much as possible. But every time he dispatched troops, the Dragon Bird army could always find his loopholes, and then attack frantically to gain greater results. In the wild of Jiancheng County, Yang Su stood on a simple high platform, holding a command flag in his hand, and his eyes fell on the wall of Jiancheng County. As a top commander, he could always react in time when the enemy's troops were dispatched, and wave the command flag accordingly to snipe the enemy's troops. Yang Su's ability was much higher than that of the enemy's defenders. Sometimes he didn't need to wait for the enemy to react. He could predict the enemy's actions and make changes first. The attacking Dragon Bird army would also follow the command and constantly attack on the wall to destroy the enemy's front and block the troops dispatched by the enemy. Facing such an opponent, the defender of Jiancheng County was beaten to a state of no temper. Every time he changed, it seemed as if he was stuck in a quagmire, and the speed of the troops was extremely slow. General, it seems that Jiancheng County is not so difficult to attack. Li Shunchen saw that everything was going very smoothly, and his face suddenly showed a relaxed expression. In Jiancheng County, Zhou Cong and Dong Shi joined forces to attack the city wall. The enemy could not stop them at all, and could only use their lives to delay their speed. In Li Shunchen's eyes, such a move was just to increase casualties. When the enemy lost a certain number of soldiers, they would definitely collapse and be defeated. If there is no accident. It is true. Yang Su also showed a relaxed smile. But when he thought of the scene of Zhou Fengshu's attack on the army before, his face suddenly darkened. He had never been attacked by someone in his life, and he was beaten by the enemy to the point of saddle holding and spitting blood. This was simply a shame. Li Shunchen took Yang Su's expression into his eyes, and instantly understood his thoughts. Then he asked, "Are you worried about Zhou Panlong and others? Didn't you ask General Shi to ambush them? Why are you still worried? Before, Zhou Fengshu almost defeated us. The Lord sent news that Zhou Panlong's strength is not weaker than Zhou Fengshu. With the help of Harlan Sheng and Zhu Qingqing, I am afraid that Shi Jingxi and others will not be able to intercept these guys." Yang Su was indeed traumatized by Zhou Fengshu, and he didn't trust Shi Jingxi and others to withstand the support of Zhou Panlong and others. Compared with Yang Su's distrust, Li Shunchen recognized Shi Jingxi and others a lot. After all, he had seen Shi Jingxi's terrible strength in the national war. "General, don't worry. The first batch of soldiers are rare elite soldiers in the world. Even the Lord admires this army. Now with the help of Shi Jingxi and Li Guang, how can we not stop Zhou Panlong and his men? What's more, we are ambushing them, and Zhou Panlong may not think of this," Li Shunchen said confidently. After hearing what Li Shunchen said, Yang Su was relieved. Although he made the ambush plan, he did not have high self-confidence in this plan. After all, He did not know whether Shi Jingxi's strength could resist Zhou Fengshu and his men. Just as the two were talking, a personal soldier came on horseback and said, General Shi sent a message that they found the enemy's reinforcements. After hearing this, Yang Su and Li Shunshan looked at each other with a hint of joy in their eyes. Finally here. Chapter 481 Attacking the Reinforcements. While Yang Su was attacking Jiancheng County, on the official road from Jurong County to Jiancheng County, a large number of soldiers were marching. These soldiers gathered into a battalion with hundreds of people, and dozens or hundreds of battalions gathered into a large army. This large-scale army was already what Zhou Panlong could mobilize, and the rest could only guard the cities of Jurong and other counties. How far is it from Jiancheng County? The leading general Harlan Sheng held a one-legged bronze man weighing 75 kilograms in his right arm, but raised his whip with his left arm and pointed to the front and asked. This army was the army sent by Zhou Panlong from Jurong to support Jiancheng County. However, Harlan Sheng was only the vanguard general of this army, and the subsequent army was led by Zhou Panlong and others. While he was speaking, there were faint sounds of fighting in the distance, and the ground under his feet also transmitted unusual amplitudes. Any experienced veteran could tell that their vanguard was approaching the center of the battlefield in Jiancheng County. General, we are only a few miles away. Many personal soldiers gathered around Harlan Sheng. One of them rode his horse forward to look forward and then echoed. Has the scout returned? Has anything happened ahead? If Yang Su had not ambushed the troops in advance to wait for them to fall into the trap, Zhou Fengshu's assault would have been a great victory. Therefore, before sending out troops to support the troops, Zhou Panlong explicitly asked Harlan Sheng to send more scouts to avoid being ambushed by others again. When the personal soldiers around him heard this, they looked at each other, and their expressions became a little solemn. They had also heard some of Zhou Panlong's instructions from Harlan Sheng, but Harlan Sheng said this at this sensitive time. Could it be that he discovered something? Someone immediately urged his horse forward and personally led a team of scouts to the front of the team. After a while, he returned safely and reported, General, I personally led a team of scouts to explore hundreds of meters and found nothing wrong. And the scouts we went out for a walk have returned safely and also found nothing unusual. What are you worried about? General? Harlan Sheng frowned, then shook his head. I just remembered what General Zhou said. I thought Yang Su would ambush us on the road to support us, but I didn't expect that there was no one. After hearing this, the personal soldier immediately smiled with ease and replied, General, isn't this better? This way we can advance quickly. Yes, General. The enemy is now attacking Jiancheng County. It is said that Yang Su has sent out all his generals. How can he spare the energy to ambush us? What's more, the general is extraordinary in martial arts. No general in the enemy's camp can resist the general. Hearing the flattery of the personal soldiers around him, even if Harlan Sheng was cautious, he showed a smug look at this time and laughed. You flatter quite comfortably. But you were right. Last time, General Zhou Fengshu was able to severely injure their generals. And I, Harlan Sheng, can do the same. But we should still be careful. After all, it's better to be careful. Pass my order and let everyone be vigilant. As Harlan Sheng said this, several of his personal soldiers were sent out to drive their horses to the rear to convey Harlan Sheng's order. As the order was passed, the soldiers on the periphery of the army began to hold their weapons tightly. The fatigue on their faces due to the rapid march was soon replaced by a solemn expression. The vigilance flashed from time to time in their eyes, and they kept scanning the surroundings. Seeing his soldiers in such a posture, Harlan Sheng felt proud. However, Harlan Sheng's pride did not last long, and they encountered very difficult troubles. Just as they were marching rapidly, the space in front of them suddenly twisted into a ball, and the air was instantly stirred like paste by the eruption of evil spirits. In Harlan Sheng's field of vision, not far away, a group of soldiers suddenly tore off their camouflage and appeared in front of this group of soldiers as if they had drilled out from the ground. Thousands of elite soldiers were covered in weeds, and their auras were extremely subtle, but they were as terrifying as the devils of H.L. These soldiers held Chong short crossbows and pulled the trigger in the direction of Harlan Sheng. In an instant, the dense crossbow arrows turned into golden streams, piercing through the space and instantly piercing all the soldiers in front of Harlan Sheng. The golden stream of light that penetrated the body brought out bloodlines, and then continued to cover Harlan Sheng's fatal parts with undiminished power. Before the stream of light arrived, Harlan Sheng felt a series of tingling pains in his body, and a terrifying sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. If I don't block it, I'm afraid I will die. Such a thought suddenly appeared in Harlancheng's mind. In an instant, he mobilized the true energy in his body and turned it into an invisible gale in front of him. The one-legged giant bloomed with divine light and rolled up gusts of wind under the impetus of strange power. Boom! The golden light swept in like a downpour. But with Harlancheng's movements, most of the crossbow arrows were immediately attracted by the strong wind and flew backwards to both sides, brushing against his body. A small number of crossbow arrows tore through the strong wind and waves, and suddenly hit Harlancheng's wind armor. In an instant, Harlancheng felt like a reef in the raging waves, and was constantly hit by the waves and grinned. In the moment when he was distracted, several crossbow arrows tore through the armor, and the strong force madly crushed Harlancheng's body, making him gasp in pain. Damn it! Harlancheng casually broke the crossbow arrow nailed to his body, and then his eyes swept around, only to find that the nearby soldiers were all shot and killed by the enemy's crossbow arrows, and countless pieces of flesh and blood were all over the ground. Before, he said that there would be no ambush, but in the blink of an eye, he encountered Yang Su's ambush, which almost slapped his face swollen. However, when Harlancheng was having some wild thoughts, a very powerful aura suddenly erupted from the first batch of dead soldiers like a volcanic eruption, and with a cover of golden light, they rushed towards Harlancheng with murderous intent. Rumble! The figure held a knife in his right hand and a short crossbow in his left hand. While rushing forward, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger towards Harlancheng's face. In an instant, the sky was torn apart by the rainbow light, and the wind and thunder rose out of thin air, roaring in this space. Harlan was horrified, and the alarm bells in his heart rang wildly. He squeezed his whole body to burst out the power around him, and immediately shook the one-legged giant in his hand, barely blocking the attack before it pierced his heart. The sprinting figure took in the scene of Harlan blocking the crossbow arrow under his eyes, and unconsciously let out a surprised murmur from his throat. He didn't seem to expect that the other party could actually react. Who is coming? Harlan experienced a life-and-death moment, and finally recovered his mind. He roared and swung the strange weapon in his hand, and smashed it towards the figure in front of him. Ju Yi of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Ju Yi introduced himself, swung the big knife in his hand, and turned it into a divine light, and confronted the one-legged giant head-on. In an instant, the void shook and set off a wave of air, and the divine light that pierced the void was instantly crushed into powder. Ju Yi frowned. He didn't expect the opponent to be so strong and suppressed him in one round by relying on brute force. It turns out that he is a useless guy. Harlancheng tested Ju Yi's strength with one move and couldn't help laughing. He originally thought that the general named Ju Yi in front of him was so good at archery, so his martial arts were also quite good. As a result, after such a collision, he found that Ju Yi's martial arts were just so-so. While laughing wildly, Harlancheng used his strength to defeat Ju Yi. He swung the one-legged giant and smashed Ju Yi's head. The extremely powerful force suppressed Ju Yi so much that he couldn't raise his head at all. He could only support himself under Harlancheng's unreasonable attack. Although Ju Yi fell into a disadvantage, his first-line soldiers were elite. Even without the command of the general, they still shot and killed all the enemies who wanted to rush up. The vanguard troops led by Harlancheng had already suffered a lot of losses at this time. More and more soldiers were nailed to the ground. The battlefield had already been in a mess, and bloody corpses were everywhere. I have to kill this man quickly. Otherwise, no matter how many people there are, they will be shot by this crossbowman. Harlancheng used the side light to take in the surrounding situation. He was immediately anxious and swung his weapon a few points faster, making Ju Yi miserable and distorted. Quick! Quick! Raise your shield. Harlancheng was eager to defeat and kill Ju Yi, so he had to hand over the command to the next level of generals. However, their soldiers were suddenly ambushed by the enemy. With their ability, how could they quickly reorganize the troops? No. Look over there. At this moment, someone suddenly yelled in panic. Many people looked up and looked in the direction of the sound. At some point, a terrifying thin line appeared in their field of vision. In the distance, a thin black line was seen expanding rapidly, and in less than a few seconds it quickly turned into an unstoppable torrent. Woo! Woo! The dull and powerful sound of the horn resounded through the sky and the air, and was transmitted to the battlefield along the airflow. Boom! Boom! Countless horses' hooves trampled on the ground, making a deafening roar and causing the ground to vibrate unusually. Yang Su's ambush was certainly not just Ju Yi's first-line soldiers. In fact, he had kept the two top generals, Shi Jingxi and Li Guang. Hidden until this moment. Shi Jingxi and Li Guang came to support at a very clever time. They came to Yangsu almost on the second night after Yangsu was defeated. In addition, Li Ji's Jinui was secretly covering. So Zhou Panlong and others had no idea when the two men came here. At the same time, Harlan Sheng saw the appearance of the Dragon Sparrow Army Cavalry. His brows were furrowed, and the movement of his hands paused for a while. Zhu Yi immediately took advantage of this flaw, immediately mobilized all his strength, and suddenly swung his full force to forcefully escape from Harlan Sheng's attack. Damn it! Harlan Sheng came back to his senses, but found that his prey had already left, and he couldn't help cursing. But this was not a good time for him to vent his emotions. He had to gather troops to meet the attack of the enemy cavalry. Ask for help. Go find Zhou Panlong for support. Harlan Sheng roared, gathering the remaining troops at his hands, and sending soldiers to the rear army to find Zhou Panlong and others, hoping to get support from Zhou Panlong and others before he died in battle. While Harlan Sheng was commanding the troops to line up, the Dragon Bird Army Cavalry approached quickly like a ghost. The two leading generals, Shi Jingxi and Li Guang, looked at the enemy's formation full of loopholes, and a hint of joy appeared between their eyebrows. The more chaotic the enemy's formation, the greater the power of their cavalry can show. And then, they can get more credit. You go first or me? Shi Jingxi held a silver spear, and suddenly looked at Li Guang beside him, and asked. They both saw Harlan Sheng's extraordinariness at a glance. After all, not everyone can suppress Zhu Yi, and he almost killed Zhu Yi. To have such strength, he must be an important general in the opponent's formation. In other words, Harlan Sheng's head is the most precious among these enemies. Li Guang glanced at Shi Jingxi and replied, If I say I will go first, will you definitely not make a move? Haha. I'm just being polite. Whoever kills or captures him first will get the credit. Shi Jingxi laughed and immediately urged his horse to sprint towards Harlan Sheng. You are so polite, Li Guang said unhappily, and also urged his horse to follow closely beside Shi Jingxi. The two figures suddenly turned into rainbow light and penetrated the void. Each of them held a weapon and launched a full-scale charge towards Harlan Sheng. The momentum of a mountain and fire suddenly erupted in the void, and it soared into the sky with a bang. The murderous aura emanating from the whole body filled the entire battlefield. Most of the soldiers under Harlan Sheng's command trembled involuntarily. When did Yangsu's general have such strength? How could Zhou Fengshu defeat them? Harlan Sheng faced the terrifying pressure, as heavy as a mountain, and he couldn't help but roared with gritted teeth, facing two extremely fierce auras rushing towards him. Harlan Sheng's expression changed drastically. Just by judging the two auras, he knew that the strength of these two people was far superior to Zhu Yi, who had just fought with him. Not only that, Harlan Sheng felt that the strength of these two people was even stronger than his. Facing the simultaneous attack of these two people, he had no confidence to stop them. He only hoped that before he was killed by these two people, he could wait for the support of Zhou Panlong and others, so that he could have a chance to survive. Kill! In the blink of an eye, Shi Jingxi and Li Guang rushed in front of Harlan Sheng, and the soldiers who blocked them along the way were like watermelons bursting, and their bodies exploded into countless pieces of blood and flesh splashing around. Under such heavy pressure, Harlan Sheng had to launch a desperate attack, swinging the one-legged giant and smashing it towards Li Guang's face. Chapter 482 Battle Slash. It's nothing but a chicken and a dog. Facing the enemy's fierce moves, Li Guang showed a trace of disdain between his eyebrows, and with a roar, he suddenly swung his ring-handled sword and chopped down. In an instant, the sword light turned into a sharp streak, and violently collided with Harlan Sheng's one-legged giant, and a large number of sparks suddenly splashed in the void. The moment the two weapons collided with each other, the strong wind that rolled up in this space was shaken away by the aftermath, and dozens of unlucky soldiers were affected around the two people fighting. The flesh covered with armor was torn into pieces and scattered around along the wild flow. This was because the two people deliberately controlled their own strength and did not let the aftermath cause greater damage. If they fought each other without scruples, no soldiers around the two people fighting would survive. Shi Jingxi, let me kill this man. You defeat his army. Li Guang finally met a decent opponent, and he was full of fighting spirit. While colliding with Harlan Sheng, he used words to stop Shi Jingxi, who wanted to rush up. Shi Jingxi took a look at the battle between the two men and found that Li Guang had successfully gained the upper hand in just a few rounds. So he had to turn his horse's head and lead the Dragon Bird army to kill the enemy's horses. Harlan Sheng was suppressed by Li Guang, and no one in the remaining vanguard troops could withstand the impact of Shi Jingxi, a top general. Kill! 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 The battlefield erupted with earth-shaking shouts of killing. And the Dragon Bird army that joined the battlefield later quickly took over the situation and gained the upper hand. Not only that, Zhu, who was forced to retreat, also followed Shi Jingxi's footsteps and rejoined the battlefield with the first batch of death soldiers. Shi Jingxi, Zhu, and a group of middle and senior officers of the Dragon Sparrow army personally charged forward, like a sharp sword, and their indestructible edge quickly split Harlansheng's troops into countless pieces. Harlansheng wanted to escape from the battle and stabilize his army, but his strength was not enough to support him to retreat safely from Li Guang's ring-headed sword. He had to grit his teeth and be suppressed by Li Guang, barely saving his life. Damn it! When did Yang Su have these two powerful generals? Harlansheng roared and tried his best to block Li Guang's killing move, but the armor on his body had long been scrapped, and the exposed flesh continued to ooze blood. The whole person seemed to be fished out of a pool of blood, with blood flowing all over his body. He was suppressed by Li Guang and almost couldn't breathe. He could only watch the Dragon Sparrow army disperse his army, and felt a sense of powerlessness as the army gradually lost, only by waiting for the support of Zhou Panlong, Zhou Fengshu and others. They will have a chance to stabilize the current situation and recover the losses as much as possible. But Shi Jingxi also knew this, and the fierce attack obviously did not want to wait for Zhou Panlong's support. He was thunderous at the first move, trying to defeat Harlansheng's vanguard in a very short time. To deal with Harlansheng's troops, Shi Jingxi and Zhu each led a troop to weave back and forth in the enemy's formation, tearing the enemy's formation into pieces like threading a needle. As long as the Dragon Sparrow army exerted a little force at the end, it would strangle this troop to death on the spot, and eventually quickly collapsed. Finally, after reaching a certain limit, Harlansheng's army suddenly exploded, and a heart-wrenching cry like fireworks was heard in the center. A large number of soldiers were frightened by the Dragon Sparrow army, and finally could not withstand the pressure, crying and fleeing around. Tens of thousands of troops were like a bunker built on the ground. But under the devastating attack of the Dragon Sparrow army, a shock instantly caused it to collapse like a building tilting. Help! Help! I don't want to die. I am willing to surrender. The soldiers who were beaten to a mental breakdown wailed like crying for their parents, and the fear of death spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Then the already fragile army collapsed like a broken string. However, Shi Jingxi did not show mercy to the enemies begging for surrender, but a trace of violent expression flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xian did not respect Li Ji as the governor of the state, but instead raised troops to resist. Although Li Ji did not say anything about this, Shi Jingxi and other generals under Li Ji's command would not tolerate these people's recklessness. When to be ruthless and when to be merciful first. This does not require the Lord to speak out, but requires the political sense that they, as generals, understand. Yang Su also understood this truth. So before the war began, he had secretly reminded Shi Jingxi and others, and Shi Jingxi also understood the truth. This battle must scare the enemy to death, so that the next city can be successfully recovered. Kill! Shi Jingxi roared, and immediately urged his horse to charge forward, wrapped in an extremely terrifying aura. The long spear in his hand seemed to transform into a dragon, and at the moment of the change of heaven and earth, he suddenly fired a shot, and the extremely sharp edge tore through the void and blasted the enemy in front of him. Without any reservation, Shi Jingxi's shot has already mobilized all the power that can be mobilized in his body. Rumble. Above the defeated army, there was suddenly a star-like cold light, and the cold light connected to form a silver dragon. At the moment of wide-open eyes, the void exploded, and endless strong winds rolled up from the ground. Under such pressure, countless enemies covered by the sharp edge screamed and wanted to escape. But the pressure brought by Shi Jingxi would not allow them to move their legs easily. In an instant, the spear light fell like a meteor rain, and the rolled-up gale seemed to be an invisible big hand that caught everyone in it. In just a breath, hundreds of soldiers screamed miserably, and countless blood holes appeared all over their bodies in the blink of an eye, and they flew out from both sides like tattered sacks. How dare you, thief? When Harlansheng saw this scene, his eye sockets were about to crack. His eyeballs were full of bloodshot, and the corners of his eyes were so red that blood was about to drip out. Most of the soldiers in Xianfeng County were trained by the lord he followed, and many of them had followed him to fight for several years. However, whether they were elite veterans or young recruits, they all lost their lives under Shi Jingxi's spear. In anger, Harlansheng risked getting hurt and forcibly broke free from Li Guang's encirclement. Holding the one-legged giant and rushing toward Shi Jingxi. The culprit. A strong wind blew from behind, and the killing intent pierced his body like a needle, causing Shi Jingxi to frown slightly. The silver spear that had originally thrust forward suddenly turned around, and Shi Jingxi blocked Harlan Sheng's weapon in the posture of Qin Qiong carrying a sword on his back. And then his waist and abdomen twisted violently like a giant python, bursting out amazing power while shaking his shoulders to shake the one-legged giant away. Li Guang, if you can't handle it, leave it to me. Shi Jingxi frowned and said. Li Guang, who came later, turned the ring-handled knife and suppressed Harlan Sheng within his attack range again. After hearing Shi Jingxi's words, he trembled and replied, I was just careless for a moment. I must take the credit for killing this man. Li Guang's stubborn temper obviously exceeded Shi Jingxi's imagination, making him frown unhappily. Although Li Guang's strength is better than Harlan Sheng, it is obviously impossible to achieve a kill or capture in the chaos of the army in a short time. But what they lack most now is time. If they spend a lot of time on Harlan Sheng, so that the other side waits for reinforcements, then the victory they gain will not be so great. Unless Shi Jingxi takes advantage of the battle between the two to find a good opportunity and kill Harlan Sheng with a shot. But if so, it may cause Li Guang's dissatisfaction. Shi Jingxi weighed the pros and cons in his heart. However, while Shi Jingxi was hesitating, the situation had already changed. At the edge of the battlefield, a cloud of yellow sand and dust was rolled up at some point, and an unknown army, led by a general holding a Fang Tianhua Ji, quickly approached the battlefield. It's reinforcements. It's reinforcements. The soldiers who were still struggling seemed to see hope, and suddenly cheered like a tsunami. They recognized the origin of this army, which was the rear army led by Zhou Panlong. And the general who came to support first was Zhu Yongqing, who had extraordinary strategy and good martial arts. Haha. My support is here. You just surrender. Harlan, who was beaten by Li Guang and vomited blood, laughed crazily, and the expression on his face changed from fearless to ecstasy of survival. He seemed to think that Zhu Yongqing's appearance could save him safely from the siege of Li Guang and Shi Jingxi. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Shi Jingxi, who had been hovering on the edge, roared, and the moment he urged his warhorse, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The long spear in his hand burst out with boundless dazzling silver light, piercing the void and rolling up a strange wind that could tear flesh and blood. Then Shi Jingxi's body gushed out true energy, like an invisible big hand kneading the sweeping airflow into a point, turning it into an extremely sharp cold light. Bang! There seemed to be a roar in the void, as the Taibao second only to Li Xuanxiu among the 13 Taibao under Li Qiong. Shi Jingxi's strength was also one of the top military generals in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. The silver spear in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the abyss, and its invincible power penetrated the space. The cold light piercing through the air instantly made Harlan feel a terrifying sense of death. Shi Jingxi? You? Li Guang didn't expect Shi Jingxi to attack at this time. He had suppressed the opponent so much that he couldn't even raise his head. If he was given more time, he could kill Harlan Sheng on the spot. Shi Jingxi attacked at this time. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to forcibly take away his credit? Harlan Sheng, who was locked by Shi Jingxi, felt cold all over his body. He felt as if he was being stared at by a cold and poisonous snake. The cold light that pounced on him was like the fangs of a poisonous snake tearing open its mouth, forcing him to react. The one-legged giant in his hand burst into divine light. Harlan Sheng pushed all his strength to the extreme as much as possible. The true energy in his body gushed out like a volcanic eruption, and instantly turned into a giant phantom in the void behind him. The evil spirit diffused on the battlefield was constantly drawn into the giant phantom with his thoughts. In an instant, the giant's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and 2 very cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. The dragon-like spear vibrated the air and roared, and pierced the space in front of him like a long rainbow piercing the sun, and had already arrived in front of Harlan Sheng. The raging wind and air waves blew Harlan Sheng so hard that he couldn't open his eyes at all. He had to rely on his bone-deep reaction and the strength obtained by madly squeezing his whole body to barely resist Shi Jingxi's spear. Clang! The 2 weapons collided, and a sharp collision sound broke out instantly, and countless sparks splashed in the void, like gorgeous but deadly fireworks. General Ha, be careful! Before Harlan Sheng recovered from Shi Jingxi's shot, Zhu Yongqing, who was about to arrive at the battlefield, exclaimed. Although Zhu Yongqing did not participate in the center of the battle, his eyes clearly saw Li Guang, who was watching from the side, and he suddenly moved like a tiger descending from the mountain. The next second, a majestic figure appeared in front of Harlan Sheng like a ghost. The ring-headed knife in his hand suddenly turned with the movement of his arms, and instantly cut out a sharp blade light, and the surrounding void was suddenly cut into a gap. Under the impetus of the indestructible power, Li Guang pushed the ring-headed knife in his hand with a cold face, breaking the scrapped armor on Harlan Sheng's body in an instant, splitting his chest with a knife, and then pushing forward to tear the beating heart into pieces. Blood gushed out from Harlan Sheng's chest like a spring column, forming a bloody storm. Harlan Sheng finally came back to his senses after being stabbed by the pain in his chest. But it was too late. He stared at the hideous wounds on his body, and his consciousness quickly collapsed. Boom! Harlan Sheng fell from the horse's back and splashed some dust on the mud. The light in his pupils gradually disappeared as the blood gushed out. Shi Jingxi, what did you mean just now? Li Guang had a gloomy face. After cutting off Harlan Sheng's head, he stared at Shi Jingxi with a bad look, and he was determined to get a satisfactory answer from him. Shi Jingxi certainly knew what Li Guang meant. He just wanted to know why he suddenly intervened in the battle between Li Guang and Harlan Sheng. However, he did not want to explain too much. He just set his eyes on a group of soldiers coming from a distance, and then said, if you don't want to be punished, you can continue to entangle with Harlan Sheng. After hearing Shi Jingxi's words, Li Guang followed the other party's line of sight, and finally found Zhu Yongqing soldiers. Li Guang was so engrossed in the fight with Harlan that he only realized that Zhu Yongqing had come to support him at this time. Zhu Yongqing's coming to support him meant that Zhou Panlong and Zhou Fengchu's main forces would also arrive at this battlefield. As Shi Jingxi said, it was indeed not appropriate to continue to entangle with the enemy's general at this time. So Li Guang reluctantly forgave Shi Jingxi's sudden move. I will settle accounts with you after the war. Li Guang looked at Shi Jingxi coldly. Although he knew the reason, he did not seem to let Shi Jingxi go, and Shi Jingxi did not indulge him. He looked back at Li Guang with a squint and replied, it's up to you. Chapter 483, Ruthless Yang Su. General Zhou has ordered us to abandon the vanguard troops and retreat to Jirong. Watching Harlan Sheng die tragically under the joint siege of Li Guang and Shi Jingxi, Zhu Yongqing could not remain completely calm. But the soldiers sent by Zhou Panlong persuaded him at the right time. Compared with Harlan Sheng's impulsiveness, Zhu Yongqing's style is more inclined to be a general. He not only has good martial arts, but also has the ability to mobilize troops. This is a bit similar to Yu Fei under Li Ji. But Zhu Yongqing's ability is much worse than Yu Fei in any aspect. After hearing this, Zhu Yongqing had to grit his teeth and follow Zhou Panlong's instructions. He led the troops responsible for supporting this place, and quietly retreated from the edge of the battlefield. The enemy's reinforcements are retreating, and our army can take advantage of this opportunity to kill them and gain greater military merit. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed with a look of eagerness. As if staring at prey, his eyes were fixed on Zhu Yongqing's slowly retreating troops. However, his suggestion was soon opposed by Li Guang. The enemy's troops are retreating too easily, and it is obvious that there must be another army behind them to support them. Maybe this army is just part of the main force sent by Zhou Panlong, and there may be another main force behind them. Although Li Guang's command value is not very good, he has left a mark in history. From Zhu Yongqing's reaction, he knew at a glance that the other party had a lot of confidence. What Li Guang said was also almost the same. The main force led by Zhou Panlong was nearby, but because most of the troops were infantry, the marching speed was relatively slow, and they always fell behind Zhu Yongqing. Zhu Yongqing also understood this. So he was fearless and retreated from the edge of the battlefield to the periphery while maintaining his formation. If the chief general of the Dragon Sparrow army gets angry and leads his troops to attack him, Zhu Yongqing, with Zhou Panlong as his backing, will not be afraid of the enemy's continued siege. Moreover, if the Dragon Sparrow army sieges and attacks him, it will be exactly what Zhu Yongqing wants. He was holding his breath because of Harlan Sheng's death before. He can't bend his emotions unless he kills a few enemy generals. I see that the weapon of the opponent's general is Fang Tianhuaji. It's a pity that I have never fought with him, and I don't know how much difference this person's strength is with that of Lu Bu. Shi Jingxi didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhu Yongqing's retreat. What he regretted more was that he had not been able to fight with Zhu Yongqing, and he didn't know how strong his opponent was. He was obviously a little itchy because he didn't let go of his strength. In this battle, he has been leading his troops to harvest the lives of enemy soldiers. At most, he interfered with Harlan Sheng for a while, and did not show his true strength at all. And the generals who can freely use Fang Tianhuaji as a weapon naturally don't need to doubt their strength. I heard that Lu Bu is much stronger than Li Xuanxiu. Li Guang. Also want to see how strong Lu Bu is. Li Guang did not participate in the Battle of Hulao Pass. He was left behind by Li Ji in Kuaiji County. Naturally, he did not know how much trouble Lu Bu made in front of Hulao Pass. At most, he just heard that even someone as strong as Li Tsuingxiu was no match for Lu Bu. However, his statement was a bit outdated. He seemed to be unaware that Li Tsuingxiu had already completed the breakthrough mission and beat up Lu Bu. Generals, General Yang Su has ordered you to gather your troops and return to the base camp. Li Guang and others repelled Zhou Panlong's army that came to support. And soon the news reached Yang Su's ears. Yang Su would naturally not let these two top fighters hang around outside. So he sent messengers to summon them back. After the three received Yang Su's summons, they did not delay too much. They directly ordered people to clean up the battlefield and escort the prisoners to Yang Su's camp. At this time, the setting sun emerged. Seeing that it was about to enter the night, Yang Su could not take Jiancheng County in one breath. So he had to call back the troops and wait until the next day to attack. On the walls of Jiancheng County, blood was splattered, and a large number of soldiers who had lost their lives were carried down by civilians. Many women, children, the elderly, and the weak recognized their relatives who died in the battle and cried with their faces covered. Under the city wall, the Dragon Sparrow Army's soldiers and horses were like a retreating tide, taking away the dead soldiers and the siege equipment that had not been destroyed. In the military camp, Yang Su narrowed his eyes slightly, listening to the casualties reported by the soldiers below. On both sides sat Dong Shi, Shou Tsang and others who smelled blood, as well as Shi Jingxi, Li Guang and Zhu Yi who rushed back. I didn't expect that this small Jiancheng County would be beyond my expectations. I couldn't take this city within a day. After the casualties were reported, Yang Su opened his eyes and spoke with a tone of disbelief. It's no wonder that Yang Su was surprised. If today's battle report was passed to Li Ji would also find it incredible. After all, Yang Su was a famous general in the Sui dynasty, and he had Dong Shi, Zhou Tsang and other fierce generals under his command. And Jiancheng County was just an inconspicuous county, but it was able to forcefully hold on for a whole day. Li Shunshan stood up and said, General, we all know the casualties just now. The enemy has the advantage of occupying the city, but the casualties are far higher than our army. As long as we attack Jiancheng County step by step, we can take this county in a few days. Yes, General. Not to mention that the general also deliberately sent troops to ambush Zhou Panlong's support, causing us to lack troops on the front battlefield. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can take this city today. Dong Shi on the other side also answered this way. After listening to the advice of the two warriors, Yang Su smiled and replied, You are all right. We can take the city step by step, and then we can use it as a center to attack other counties. In this way, we can gradually erode the counties in the north of Danyang County. However, when he said this, his voice paused, and he continued in a somewhat radical tone, but our army is not only aimed at taking the northern part of Danyang County, but also at taking the entire Danyang County, Yuzhong County, and even Lujiang County and Jiujiang County north of the Yangtze River. And our opponents are naturally not just Zhou Panlong of Jurong and Wei Shaoquan of Jing County, but Zhou Xian of Wanling County, Wang Ao of Yuzhong County, and even Lu Yao of Jiujiang County, and the princes outside Yangzhou. Although Li Ji did not have any wise men around Yang Su who could give advice, Yang Su himself was also a powerful official with good strategic vision, so he always understood what Li Ji wanted, even though he was a little angry because of the competition with Yu Fei before. After a defeat and the secret torture by Li Ji, Wang Meng and others, Yang Su had already put himself in the right position at this time. Jiancheng County was only the first step. The next Yurong Zhou Panlong, Jing County Wei Shaoquan, Wanling Zhou Xian. These are the top priorities for the attack on Danyang County. If this small goal was forced to delay the attack speed, Yang Su was obviously not satisfied. Li Shunshan frowned slightly. He understood Yang Su's meaning and said immediately, I agree with the general's point of view. But Jiancheng County is in a state of fortification and defense, and Zhou Panlong's main force is stationed in Jurong, which is close at hand. If we want to take this county in 1 or 2 days, we need to come up with other methods. Attacking a city has always been a time-consuming and laborious task since ancient times, especially when the opponent is in a strict defense, which makes many famous generals scratch their heads. Yang Su is the same, but he is lucky that Jiancheng County is not as strong as Luoyang and Xiangyang, and he has Shi Jingxi and Li Guang, two top players under his command. It is only a matter of time to take Jiancheng County. It's a pity. If Zhou Panlong is besieged in Jiancheng County by us, then we only need to besiege Jiancheng County, and then divide our troops to capture other cities. Li Guang slapped his thigh angrily, and said with gritted teeth. If it was true as Li Guang said, Zhou Panlong had not listened to Wei Xiuquan's advice, and had forcibly stationed in Jiancheng County. Once Yang Su was forced to land on the Yangtze River, then with Yang Su's ability, he would definitely be able to surround Jiancheng County. And Zhou Panlong and others would naturally not be able to escape from the cage of Jiancheng County. However, Wei Xiuquan also saw this point, and suggested that Zhou Panlong be stationed in Zhirong County, which would not only avoid such a situation, but also form a pincer attack with Jiancheng County, and involve Yang Su's troops. We must take Jiancheng County in a very short time. But to do so, Yang Su hesitated, then mentioned the results of Shi Jingxi and others, and changed the topic to ask. And Shi Jingxi and others did not dare to exaggerate the results, and then told what they saw and gained. Afterwards, after everyone discussed the results of today's battle, Yang Su waved his hand, and asked everyone to go down and rest, waiting for the next day to continue the attack. Soon after, all the generals left the camp one after another, leaving only Yang Su and Li Sunsen. Yang Su sat in the first seat and thought for a long time, and finally sighed slightly, then waved to a messenger, handed the prepared battle report to him, and asked him to deliver it to Li Ji, who was in charge of Wucheng County. If it were in the past, Yang Su would not pass the daily battle report to Li Ji before taking the city, unless there was nothing important that day. He would usually collect the situation of several days, and write it together to send to Li Ji. However, since he got Li Ji's hint, he also understood his position in the Dragon Sparrow army, so he dared not be as casual as before. Moreover, today he successfully ambushed Zhou Panlong's reinforcements, and won a beautiful victory. It was natural for him to report to Li Ji in order to gain Li Ji's praise and respect for him. General, I saw you want to take Jiancheng County in a short time just now, but you hesitated to speak. I thought about it, and couldn't guess the general's idea. I wonder if the general has any ideas. Seeing that everyone had left the camp, Li Shunshan, who had been silent, finally waited for the opportunity and asked. Li Shunshan has also worked with Yang Su for a long time, since Yang Su was appointed as the commander of the navy in the army by Li Ji. Li Shunshan has served as Yang Su's deputy general. Although the relationship between the two is not particularly good, Li Shunshan has more or less understood Yang Su's character because he has been with Yang Su for a long time. Although Yang Su has some flaws in his character, he has always talked about his own ideas on major issues. However, this time is different. Yang Su did not say all his ideas. Yang Su looked up at Li Shunshan, pursed his lips, and then replied, You also know that if you want to take Jiancheng County, you not only need to divide your troops to attack the county on the front battlefield, but also to divide your troops to deal with Zhou Panlong's support. But in this way, they can delay our army's progress, so that our army can capture Danong County at a much faster speed. I understand this, but with the general's intelligence, he naturally knows that we only need to follow the steps to take down this city, which will only take a few more days. Li Shunshan didn't understand why Yang Su was so anxious to take down Jiancheng County. From his point of view, the fall of Jiancheng County was only a matter of time. As for the bet between Yang Su and Yu Fei that they raced to Wanling County, Li Shunshan didn't take it to heart. After all, Li Shunshan would not choose to take risks and use troops because of the so-called bet. Yang Su said, Actually, I have a plan to take Jiancheng County tomorrow, but it's a bit cruel to do so. Cruel? I wonder what the general's plan is. Li Shunshan asked puzzledly. Do you know how many enemy soldiers we have captured since the war started? After hearing Yang Su's question, Li Shunshan thought about it and replied. During the landing battle, although our army was attacked by the enemy, the general led General Zhou Tsang and others land in advance, which allowed our army to capture a lot of enemies. And just now in the ambush battle of General Shi, we successfully killed the enemy generals and captured a large number of soldiers and horses, conservatively estimated to be thousands of people. General, I don't know what you think about these prisoners. Do you want to distribute these people to various armies and departments? Although this can replenish the troops, these people are all pitiful soldiers, and their combat effectiveness is less than 1 or 2. The general needs to think about it. Li Shunshan thought that Yang Su was worried that the lack of troops would lead to a disadvantageous siege, and wanted to recruit prisoners to replenish the troops, although doing so can get thousands of soldiers at once. These people are still captives after all. Their morale has been beaten to a pulp by the Dragon Sparrow army. So how can they fight on the battlefield? After hearing what Li Shunshan said, Yang Su shook his head and denied Li Shunshan's words, and then replied, "Of course, I understand what you said. So I don't want to fill them into various troops. But I want to drive these people to serve as the vanguard of the siege. I don't know if those captives will risk their lives to attack the city. And I don't know if the defenders of Jiancheng County dare to kill their former colleagues." Chapter 484 Kindness is not good for the army. General, are you imagining that when we attacked Qiantang County that day, we would first order the captives to attack the county town, so as to undermine the morale of the enemy soldiers? Li Shunshan opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of panic. As a person on the scene, he naturally saw clearly the strategy used by Yang Su when he was appointed by Li Ji to attack Qiantang County in the past. Each time he attacked the city, he only sent 100 or 200 people to attack the city. If he could take it, he would naturally receive a generous reward from Yang Su. If he failed to take it and fled back, Yang Su would not hesitate to use his sword to kill all the soldiers who fled back. With such a cruel method, Li Shunshan could not find anyone who could compare with Yang Su even if he looked for it in the Dragon Sparrow army. It is said that kindness is not good for the army. But the method Yang Su used to treat his soldiers was also unheard of by Li Shunshan, which was really beyond his imagination. Treating the soldiers so harshly. Is Yang Su really not afraid of blowing up the camp on the spot? However, in fact, no camp bombing incidents occurred. Although Yang Su was very ruthless in his use of troops, even his own soldiers were the same. But Yang Su never spared rewards. As long as the soldiers could complete his tasks, they would definitely get the most generous rewards. Needless to say, the rewards were generous. Those who made contributions could also be quickly promoted to higher positions by Yang Su, crossing levels in a very short time and becoming a phoenix. Therefore, the soldiers of the Dragon Bird Navy were willing to work hard for Yang Su's ruthless use of troops. And there was no retreat. Yang Su said, "You are right. I naturally want to imitate what happened that day and drive those captives to serve me. Jiancheng County has lost a lot of soldiers. As long as I use this psychological strategy again, even if Zhou Panlong's army comes here, I am sure to take down this county." Fratricide is a very cruel thing no matter which era it is placed in. Not to mention that there are many locals from Jiancheng County among these captives. The garrison commander of Jiancheng County may ignore the identities of these captives, but it is absolutely difficult for soldiers from Jiancheng County to fight on the same battlefield with their blood relatives. There is no need for Yang Su to send more troops to attack. Jiancheng County will be forced to fall without attacking. General, the matter of your attack on Qiantang County that day was reported to the Lord. Although the Lord did not have too many objections to this, the reward was much reduced than before. If this happens again, I am afraid it may anger the Lord. Li Shunshan's throat moved a little, and finally uttered a few words. As a deputy general, he certainly knew that Yang Su had been secretly instructed by Li Ji. In fact, it was he who passed on the battle report of Qiantang County. It's just that he thought Li Ji would be angry because of Yang Su's ruthless use of troops. But in fact Li Ji only made a vague suggestion, and did not take any action except reducing the reward. But these things are enough to prove that Li Ji is quite unhappy with Yang Su's use of troops. If it happens again and again, Li Ji will be angry and punish them. So when Li Shunshan heard that Yang Su wanted to use this trick again, he had to express his concerns to the other party. I understand. Of course, I know that the Lord has always been quite displeased with my style of using troops. And I also know that many of my colleagues have complained about me and have impeached me from time to time. But so what? I am still sitting here. When Yang Su said this, a trace of violence flashed in his eyes. And then he continued, I am still the commander of the Dragon Sparrow Navy, which means that the Lord still values me very much and still appreciates my talents. In this case, even if the rewards will be reduced, it doesn't matter, as long as the Lord still appoints me as the general. It's okay. General, have you accepted it happily? After hearing this, Li Shunshan had to sigh and quietly withdrew from the camp, leaving only Yang Su in it. The next morning, Yang Su led the army to the wilderness outside the city of Jiancheng County as scheduled, and set up a large formation as if ready to attack. On the blood-stained city wall, the defender of Jiancheng County looked at the enemy under the city wall with a solemn face, and he had no confidence to hold on. After all, the fierce attack of the Dragon Sparrow army yesterday caused most of the soldiers in Jiancheng County to be injured or lost their lives. And he also heard that the troops supported by Zhou Panlong seemed to be repelled by the enemy general. and a general was lost. There were not enough soldiers to guard inside, and no reinforcements to come to support outside. As Li Shunshan said, as long as Yang Su attacked the city step by step, he could easily take down the city in front of him within a few days. But Yang Su couldn't wait, and today he had to use his means to take down the bridgehead of Jiancheng County. They attacked. The personal soldiers around him exclaimed, and instantly pulled back the scattered thoughts of the defender. Under the order of the personal soldiers, the defenders on the city wall quickly grasped the weapons in their hands, and stared at the enemy who was about to attack. In the Dragon Sparrow army, the ancient horn symbolizing the attack was blown, and the dull sound spread over the battlefield. The defenders on the city wall held their breath, and waited for the enemy's attack in a serious battle array. However, things were somewhat unexpected. The enemy army did not launch the attack as expected, but suddenly broke a gap in the front of the formation. And then dozens of soldiers were pushed out sparsely. There was still a little panic on the faces of these soldiers, and a trace of confusion flashed in their eyes from time to time. The style of their armor seemed familiar to the defenders of Jiancheng County. Are these soldiers captured by the enemy? The pupils of the Jiancheng County garrison commander suddenly shrank slightly, and the tone of his speech was uncertain. What exactly do they want to do? At the same time, at the forefront of the Dragon Sparrow army, Yang Su, surrounded by many personal soldiers, appeared in front of this captive. Give them weapons. As Yang Su's voice sounded, a spear was forcibly stuffed into the hands of the captives present, and everyone couldn't stop trembling. Someone asked boldly with a trembling voice, "What are we going to do?" Yesterday they suddenly learned from the soldiers of the Dragon Bird army that they had a chance to survive tomorrow. But no one knew how to get this chance to survive. Then they were escorted to the front of the general, and were forced to wear tattered armor and hold the cold weapons. Hearing the captives' questions, Yang Su smiled coldly, and then said, "If you want to survive, you have to work hard for our Dragon Sparrow army. As long as you can survive, you can survive. Work hard. How to work hard? Is it to go on the battlefield and kill the enemy?" Some people finally understood why they were assigned weapons by Yang Su. It turned out that Yang Su wanted to recruit them as soldiers to charge for the Dragon Sparrow army. But if they appeared here at this time, their only enemy was the defenders of Jiancheng County. "You, take this city in front of me." After Yang Su said this, he suddenly showed a cruel smile. All the captives followed the direction pointed by Yang Su, and the outline of Jiancheng County suddenly appeared in their sight. I don't want to," someone suddenly said in a trembling voice. Jiancheng County was the county where he was born, and the defenders in the city also had his brothers from the same father and mother. If he followed Yang Su's order to attack Jiancheng County, wouldn't he be killing his brothers? Yang Su didn't say anything, but just looked at the other party silently. Instead, the personal soldiers around him suddenly swung their weapons. At the moment when the knife fell, a huge head flew up into the sky, like a spring column. It splashed in the air, and a bloody rain fell on the faces of many captives. The warm breath stimulated the senses of these people like a hot iron, and the bodies that fell to the ground made these people feel sick and dizzy. Some people couldn't help screaming. A sharp cry came from his ears, which made Yang Su frown. The personal soldiers who were observing the words and expressions acted quickly, drew their weapons one after another, and cut off the heads of all the screaming captives. Under such bloody suppression, the surviving captives finally stopped crying. Although the miserable scene made them scream subconsciously, the threat of death made them suppress their psychological nausea. Attack. If you don't die, you can live. If you don't attack, you will die on the spot. Yang Su said this sentence indifferently, as terrible as the death god of H.L., and his cruel smile was deeply imprinted in the minds of these captives. Finally, someone couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground with a plop, begging, "I attack. I attack." Some people took the lead in swearing allegiance to Yang Su, and the others couldn't stand the heavy pressure in their hearts like a mountain, and they knelt on the ground and begged for their lives. Then, "Let's see your performance." Yang Su waved his hand and ordered these newly surrendered captives to attack immediately. The continuous sound of horns continued to spread over the battlefield, and the thunderous sound of war drums suddenly sounded, like thunder flashing in the void, shaking the earth-shaking roar. The defenders on the city wall finally saw the new move of the Dragon Sparrow army. In their sight, the captives were forcibly driven by the Dragon Sparrow army soldiers and approached Jiancheng County with great reluctance. They want to take Jiancheng County with just 100 or 200 people. This is too much of a disdain for us. The garrison commander of Jiancheng County was so angry when he saw this scene that he almost laughed out loud. However, he could not laugh when he thought about how he was suffocated by Yang Su's troops yesterday. Shoot the arrows. Although he knew that these captives were wearing their own armor and were once his comrades. Since these people worked for Yang Su, they were enemies in terms of their stance. And he would not let the enemy go easily. However, his order did not receive much response. The arrows shot at the enemy from the city wall were sparse. And there was almost no possibility of shooting and killing the enemy. What are you doing? Seeing this, the garrison commander shouted angrily. What are these soldiers doing? The enemy has sent troops to attack them. Even if there are only 100 or 200 people, they cannot respond so passively. What's more, he is the garrison commander of this county. And his soldiers do not obey his orders. Isn't this ignoring his identity as the commander? However, when his eyes fell on a soldier beside him, he found that the other person's expression was filled with death. What happened? The guard of Jiancheng County suddenly felt a pang in his heart and felt something was wrong. The soldier turned around and saw the guard, and then said in a hoarse voice, General, those enemies attacking the city have my brothers. After hearing this, the guard seemed to understand something and stopped talking. However, the previous disdain turned into a little fear. He seemed to understand why Yang Su sent these captives to the battlefield. At the same time as Yang Su attacked Jiancheng County, the tightly closed gate of Zhejiang County opened, and Zhou Panlong led the troops to rush out of the gate like a stream. The news of Yang Su's attack on Jiancheng County naturally could not be concealed from Zhou Panlong's eyes and ears arranged in Jiancheng County. Once Yang Su left the camp and attacked the county, the soldiers who were monitoring this place would rush to Zhejiang County at full speed to inform Zhou Panlong who was sitting there. This is the benefit of having intelligence, without the need for the garrison commander of Jiancheng County to send support to Zhou Panlong. Zhou Panlong can quickly obtain information about the war in Jiancheng County and support Jiancheng County as soon as possible. Although Zhou Panlong suffered a defeat at the hands of Yang Su yesterday and lost a great general, Harlan Sheng, Jiancheng County is of utmost importance to them. Even if more troops and generals are lost on this, Zhou Panlong will go to support without hesitation. This is the essence of siege and attack. Although Zhejiang County and Jiancheng County are in a pincer position, no matter which of the two cities Yang Su attacks, the troops of the other city can rush to support at any time. But if Yang Su adopts the strategy of siege and attack, on the surface, he besieges one of the cities. But in fact, he deploys a large number of troops to snipe and ambush the troops coming from another city to support. He can eliminate the advantage of the enemy's pincer position. Yang Su could see this. And Zhou Panlong, a famous general in the northern and southern dynasties, could also see this. So he considered that the enemy would adopt such a strategy early on. Because of yesterday's carelessness, Harlan Sheng and the vanguard troops were lost to Yang Su. So today's support will be led by Zhou Panlong himself. Not only that, he also took Zhou Fengshu and Zhu Hiqing to lead the troops of Zhejiang County to go out in full force, trying to defeat the enemy's troops ambushed on their way in one fell swoop. As long as they can defeat the enemy's main force in one blow, they can naturally perfectly solve Yang Su's strategy of besieging and attacking the reinforcements. In this way, Zhou Panlong can relieve the siege of Jiancheng County, and even have the opportunity to drive Yang Su's troops back into the Yangtze River. Chapter 485 Jiancheng County falls. Report to the general. We have found an enemy ambush. Zhou Panlong led the army to march rapidly towards Jiancheng County. He learned from Harlan Sheng's lesson and sent scouts along the way to explore the surrounding area and eliminate the threat of the enemy's ambush. As a famous general in the northern and southern dynasties, even though Zhou Panlong's command level was not as outstanding as Han Xian and Yu Fei, he also knew the most basic movements of the enemy. If Yang Su wanted to take Jiancheng County in one go, he had to stop the defenders of Zhejiang County. And the simplest way was to lay an ambush on their support route. Just like the last time he dealt with Harlan Sheng. As long as the general, who was advancing, was not careful, he would probably end up like Harlan Sheng. They really lay an ambush. After hearing the news reported by the scout, Zhou Panlong immediately smiled knowingly. But the smile was replaced by a cautious expression after a few seconds. But how could they reveal their true colors so easily and be discovered by our scouts? Since Zhou Panlong knew that the other side would set up an ambush, Yang Su could also guess that Zhou Panlong would know that Yang Su would set up an ambush. Zhou Panlong felt that Yang Su deliberately leaked the ambush to Zhou Panlong, which made Zhou Panlong a little confused about the other side's intentions. The generals of both sides were playing a game. Zhou Panlong didn't know whether Yang Su did this intentionally, which made him feel a little dilemma. If Yang Su deliberately revealed his true colors, and it was just a trap, then Zhou Panlong would need to consider whether to attack this ambush. But if Yang Su accidentally revealed his true colors, and Zhou Panlong spent time on this ambush, it would be very likely to delay the opportunity to support Jiancheng County. Zhou Fengshu, who was standing by, saw Zhou Panlong's hesitation and immediately suggested, no matter whether this was intentional or not, we just need to defeat this army. No. What if this is a trap set by the enemy to deliberately lure us to attack, and actually bury another army in the rear to attack us from the flank while we are fighting? I'm afraid we will be defeated and retreat. Zhu Yongqing knew a lot about military affairs. When he heard Zhou Fengshu's reckless idea, he immediately spoke out to dissuade him. After listening to the two people's speeches, Zhou Panlong nodded in approval and replied, in fact, I was also worried that the enemy would have a backhand, so I didn't make a decision on the spot. General Zhu, since you see this, do you have any countermeasures? Zhu Yongqing frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he continued, how about this? General Zhou Fengshu and I will lead a small number of troops to test the enemy, and you will lead the army to follow behind. Once we engage in battle and test the enemy's means, please rescue them immediately. His method is very ordinary. It is nothing more than using a part of the troops to lure out the ambush troops, and then use Zhou Panlong's main force as a backhand. When something unexpected happens, Zhou Panlong can lead the troops to support them. In this method, Zhu Yongqing's situation is the same as Harlansheng's last time, except that Harlansheng did not get Zhu Yongqing's support in time, while Zhu Yongqing can get Zhou Panlong's support. What's more, Zhu Yongqing was not alone. He was accompanied by the great General Zhou Fengshu. Last time, Zhou Fengshu severely injured the enemy's general, and almost drove the enemy's navy down the Yangtze River. After listening to Zhu Yongqing's suggestion, Zhou Panlong immediately showed a gratified smile, and then said, your method is very good. In this case, let's do it according to your method. Fengshu, you follow me. With Zhou Fengshu in charge, Zhou Panlong really didn't have to worry about the safety of this army. After all, Harlansheng's strength was far inferior to Zhou Fengshu. The enemy's general could kill Harlansheng, but he might not be able to deal with Zhou Fengshu. After Zhou Fengshu and Zhu Yongqing were appointed by Zhou Panlong, they immediately led a part of the army to leave the army and rush to the place where Yang Su was ambushed. After Zhou Panlong led the army alone to follow their vanguard troops, they attacked slowly in the direction of Jiancheng County. I don't know how long it took. Zhou Panlong, who was leading the army alone, suddenly heard a thunderous shout of killing in the distance, and 1,000 feet of dust suddenly rose in his field of vision. Without thinking too much, Zhou Panlong's keen sense of smell immediately determined that Zhu Yongqing and others had already engaged in a battle with the enemy. The enemy's ambush has been sent out. We quickly follow up to support. Zhou Panlong roared, raised the horse spear in his hand, and immediately urged the warhorse to move forward at a high speed in the direction of the battle. Yang Su's ambush troops were all out, and this was the most chaotic time for both sides. As long as he arrived in time to join the battlefield, he would definitely win the battle and quickly defeat this army. At the same time, indeed, as Zhou Panlong guessed, Zhu Yongqing's army played a complete role of lure, and all the soldiers and horses ambushed by Yang Su here were lured out at once. The first to appear, like a torrential rain of crossbows piercing the void, fell in the direction of Zhu Yongqing and others. Fortunately, Zhu Yongqing had seen the horror of the Xianding death soldiers last time, and had greeted his soldiers in advance, so that they did not lose too many people under the sudden attack of the Xianding death soldiers. Zhu Yi, who was hiding in the Xianding death soldiers, frowned when he saw that the enemy did not lose their composure. This happened because the enemy commander must have reminded their soldiers, so that the Xianding death soldiers did not cause greater damage. Two generals. It seems that the enemy has been prepared for a long time. Please be careful. Zhu Yi secretly retreated to Shi Jingxi and Li Guang, and roughly told them the situation on the front line, and then reminded them again. However, the two did not take it seriously, waved their hands and answered in unison, don't worry. Please ask General Zhu Yi to cover us, and see how we kill the enemy general. After that, the two men immediately urged their horses, each holding a weapon, and led the soldiers and horses to rush out of the ambush, like a surging tide, quickly pouring towards the enemy. Zhu Yongqing, who was leading the army in a battle and retreat, felt his heart suddenly palpitate. The next second, two fierce auras suddenly erupted from a small hill not far away. Suddenly, in his vision, A mountain torrent of soldiers and horses rushed towards them at a rapid speed. The enemy's main force has been dispatched, forming a circular formation for defense. Zhu Yongqing felt these two very familiar auras and determined that the two generals who rushed over were the murderers who killed Harlan Sheng that day. His strength was similar to Harlan Sheng. Even Harlan Sheng could not survive the joint attack of these two people. So he could not survive either. He immediately mobilized all his strength, and his blood and chi surged and shook the void, forming a vague but divine shadow behind him. Zhu Yongqing forced himself to calm the fear in his heart, and the shadow behind him suddenly burst into dazzling lightning with his movements. The next moment, Shi Jingxi's figure arrived in an instant, and the silver spear in his hand changed like a real dragon, causing bursts of deafening dragon roars in the void, gathering earth-shaking power and stabbing towards Zhu Yongqing's throat. In just a moment, the void caused bursts of explosions, as if something was broken. As the enemy's front was approaching, Zhu Yongqing immediately urged the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand, and the sharp blade was moving with lightning like a silver snake, and the crackling sound of thunder suddenly exploded in the void. Boom! 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 The two weapons collided with each other, and countless lightning exploded in an instant. There was a faint sound of ancient dragon in the void. Zhu Yongqing urged all his strength to stop Shi Jingxi's killing move. However, it was not only Shi Jingxi who charged. Flying General Li Guang suddenly appeared at the side of Zhu Yongqing like a ghost, and the ring-headed knife in his hand turned into a silver streak. The extremely sharp edge tore through the void, and the endless air waves flew backwards and swept, suddenly cutting towards Zhu Yongqing's throat. Although Li Guang was quite unhappy because of Shi Jingxi's sudden intervention, Shi Jingxi did not compete with him for the credit, which made Li Guang not very resentful. Moreover, Yang Su heard about this matter and specially reprimanded Li Guang, which made Li Guang calm down. Because of the competition for credit, the generals had a disagreement, and Yang Su, as the main general, had to eliminate such signs. So Shi Jingxi and Li Guang joined forces to deal with Zhu Yongqing. Facing Li Guang's deadly blade, Zhu Yongqing wanted to resist, but he was unable to withdraw his weapon from Shi Jingxi's suppression and couldn't help but sigh. However, despite this, his expression was not panicked at all, which surprised Li Guang. Just as Li Guang was surprised, a personal soldier following Zhu Yongqing suddenly burst out with a momentum as fierce as a mountain, and the murderous aura rose to the sky, instantly rising to the sky and changing the sky. You are really strong. No wonder you can kill Harlan Sheng. Zhou Fengshu, dressed as a personal soldier, sneered and swung the lance in his hand. Suddenly, a fiery divine fire rolled up in the air and stabbed Li Guang in the face. The sudden change made Li Guang's expression change suddenly. The ring-headed knife that was slashing towards Zhu Yongqing suddenly turned, and the blade turned, and then blocked Zhou Fengshu's powerful attack, like a river breaking through a dam, and like a mountain falling on the earth. Li Guang felt the violent and strong impact from his arms, and his shaking face twisted slightly, revealing a painful expression. Li Guang was strong. If he fought with Zhou Fengshu on the front battlefield, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. But now, he was caught off guard by the enemy, and fell at a disadvantage in one move, and was suppressed by Zhou Fengshu. Zhou Fengshu's sudden appearance did surprise Shi Jingxi and Li Guang. But if that was all, it would be fine. Li Guang was resisting Zhou Fengshu, although he was beginning to lose the upper hand. His strength should not be underestimated. As the two fought more rounds, Li Guang's disadvantage became smaller and smaller. On Shi Jingxi's side, Zhu Yongqing was no match at all. Under the fierce spear of Shi Jingxi, he had wounds of all sizes on his body, and blood dripped down his flesh to the ground. Not only that, Zhu Yongqing and Zhou Fengshu were entangled, and the soldiers under his command lacked the command of the generals. It was not enough to rely on the support of the middle-level generals. On Shi Jingxi's side, there was also the great General Zhu Yi. Although his command ability was not excellent, it was obviously more than enough to command more than 10,000 people. Zhu Yi has temporarily taken over the command of the troops, and mobilized his troops to rush towards the enemy soldiers, like wolves and tigers. In an instant, a bloody storm was set off, killing countless enemies. Without the command of the general, the troops led by Zhu Yongqing obviously had a much lower combat effectiveness. Facing the attack of the Dragon Sparrow army, they were quickly defeated in several square formations. As time went on, they showed signs of collapse. Our support has arrived. Just when Zhu Yi was about to completely penetrate the enemy's army formation, a huge dust suddenly rose at the edge, and a small-scale army appeared in it. With the exclamation of the soldiers, followed by a deafening shout of killing. Zhou Panlong took the lead and rushed out of the dust with a horse spear in hand. The weapon smashed the Dragon Sparrow army soldiers in front of him, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. The strong force immediately exploded these people into countless blood clots, which were swept around by the wind and waves. With eyes like lightning, Zhou Panlong instantly locked onto Zhu Yi, who was charging in the formation. He turned his horse's head suddenly, and the lance turned into a rainbow light, piercing Zhu Yi's chest. Bang! A sharp and exciting sound rang out instantly, and the lance with infinite killing intent came instantly. Zhu Yi turned his arms, and used all his strength to barely stop the enemy's attack. As if he was crushed by a powerful chariot, Zhu Yi could not resist the subsequent power at all. He could only roll on the ground for several times before he stopped his retreating figure. This man's strength is comparable to Li Guangshi, Jingxi and others. I am not his opponent at all. I must retreat to avoid being killed. Zhu Yi panted and his thoughts kept flashing in his mind. He immediately pulled his legs on the ground and disappeared into the crowd in 3 or 2 steps. Seeing Zhu Yi disappear in the crowd like a loach, Zhou Panlong reluctantly retracted the horse spear in his hand, his expression as dark as coal. He did not expect the opponent to be so decisive. After just resisting a move, he ran away without giving him a chance to kill. However, Zhou Panlong would not be upset. After all, it was just a general who escaped. The most important thing now was to defeat the enemy in front of him. With Zhou Panlong's joining, they quickly stopped the decline. And then under Zhou Panlong's leadership, they began to launch a counterattack against the Dragon Sparrow army. Shi Jingxi and Li Guang frowned slightly, seeing that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived. The two looked at each other, immediately abandoned their opponents, and led the troops to withdraw from the battlefield. The enemy's reinforcements had arrived, so their ambushed troops had no ability to stop the attack of this army. Gather the troops and prepare to march into Jiancheng County. Zhou Panlong did not choose to pursue Shi Jingxi's retreating troops, because the enemy's troops retreated in a very orderly manner, and it was very likely that someone would support this army's retreat. At this time, the soldier who was monitoring the battle in Jiancheng County suddenly found Zhou Panlong and said, "Report to the general. Jiancheng County has been breached." Chapter 486 Visitors from Jingshui. What did you say? Jiancheng County was actually captured by Yang Su? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Zhou Panlong heard this unexpected news, he immediately felt absurd. Although Yang Su had strong troops and horses, and the defenders of Jiancheng County suffered a lot of losses, Zhou Panlong, as soon as he heard that Jiancheng County was attacked, he led the reinforcements to support without stopping, even though he encountered an ambush by Shi Jingxi and others along the way. Zhou Panlong also used a strategy to force the other party to withdraw his troops. It didn't take too much time during this period. Unless Yang Su had the ability to know everything, he would definitely not be able to capture this county in such a short time. If he really had that ability, how could it be Zhou Panlong's turn to arrive for reinforcements? Yang Su had already captured this county yesterday. So, when Zhou Panlong heard this news, he seemed to think it was a big joke. The scout who reported the news immediately knelt on the ground and continued to insist, "General, this is true. I saw the general of the Dragon Sparrow army leading his troops into Jiancheng County and planting flags on the walls of Jiancheng County." The soldier's repeated insistence finally made Zhou Panlong retract his mocking expression. His face gradually became solemn. And then he asked, "Really? I am willing to guarantee with my life that this news is absolutely true." After observing the soldier's expression, Zhou Panlong finally accepted this unacceptable reality. Zhou Panlong walked back and forth on the spot. His eyebrows and eyes suddenly twisted together. He could never guess that Yang Su could take Jiancheng County in such a short time. Jiancheng County, as the gateway to the north of Danang County, plays a vital role in the northern defense line. Moreover, Jiancheng County and Zhirong County form a horn with each other. The loss of Jiancheng County means that the defense they arranged in Zhirong County is not very useful. A single move can affect the whole body. The loss of Jiancheng County is an illustration of this truth. How did Jiancheng County fall? Did you see it clearly? Zhu Yongqing, who was standing by, did not think the news was true at first, just like Zhou Panlong. However, the soldier used his life as a guarantee, so it was hard not to be convinced. The soldier nodded, and then replied, "Although I did not see the overall situation clearly from a distance, I also knew part of the situation. When the Dragon Bird army attacked Jiancheng County fiercely, it seemed that there was civil strife in Jiancheng County, which gave the enemy an opportunity to break through the gate of Jiancheng County in one fell swoop. Civil strife? But there is a ghost in the county? Zhou Panlong touched his beard, and a look of confusion suddenly appeared on his face. He had clearly ordered the garrison of Jiancheng County to close the city gates these days to prevent the enemy's spies from sneaking into the city. Unless the garrison did not listen to him, it would be difficult for civil strife to occur. The soldier shook his head and said, "I don't know. Most of the defenders in the city have been controlled. If the general wants to know the details, he may need to send someone to investigate. Forget it. Jiancheng County has been lost. There is not much use in investigating this matter." Zhou Panlong waved his hand, dismissed the soldiers, and said to Zhou Fengshu and Zhu Yongqing, "The loss of Jiancheng County has a serious impact. We must report this matter to General Wei Xiaoquan and let him decide our coming and going." "General, what you said is very true. In my opinion, it is meaningless for us to defend in Zhurong County after Jiancheng County is lost. However, General Wei Xiaoquan is the commander, and it is up to him to decide whether to defend or not." Zhu Yongqing said so. The three of them discussed it, and then commanded their troops to clean up the battlefield, and then led the troops back to Zhurong County, without thinking about Jiancheng County. At the same time, Yang Su led his troops to successfully enter Jiancheng County. He ordered Li Shunshan and others to lead a troop to completely control the important places in the city, and he also summoned the leaders of the rebel army in the city. Zhou Panlong's idea of closing the city gates was good, and the defenders of Jiancheng County also strictly adhered to it. Even the Jinui formed by Liu Bing did not have too many people in the city. Of course, the civil strife in Jiancheng County was not directly caused by Yang Su, but the sudden civil strife in Jiancheng County had a lot of indirect relationships with Yang Su. Before, Yang Su forced the captives to attack Jiancheng County. Although many of the defenders in the city were soft-hearted and unwilling to fight with their former colleagues, the defenders were not soft-hearted. The other party was as ruthless as Yang Su. If the soldiers were unwilling to fight, then the defenders would directly fight, leading his personal soldiers to personally go on the field and kill the captives, who rushed to the city wall one by one. Although the defenders couldn't bear to see their colleagues being killed, they were also afraid of the identity of the defenders. So they could only watch their colleagues die under the blade of the defenders and become cold corpses. However, Yang Su would not watch the enemy general kill his captives so wantonly. If the other party killed 100 people, he would send 200 people. If he killed 200 people, he would send 300 people. If he killed 300 people, he would send 400 people. In this cycle, when Yang Su was about to use up all the captives in his hand, the people in the city and the defenders finally couldn't hold on, and they put down their weapons one after another to express their unwillingness to defend the city. His commander kept killing his brothers and friends on the spot. Even people with strong psychological pressure could not withstand such an impact. Yang Su also seized this opportunity keenly. While ordering his soldiers to shout "Kill the enemy general, and you can spare his life," he commanded his generals, who were well rested, to attack from both inside and outside and take down the county in one go. His calculations finally came true. When the overwhelmed defenders in the city heard that they could survive by killing people, they started a rebellion and ignored the attack of the Dragon Sparrow army and killed the defenders of Jiancheng County in groups. In the end, Yang Su got his wish and entered Jiancheng County, and the defenders of Jiancheng County also died in the chaos. Meet the general. The rebel leader knelt on the ground in fear and did not dare to look at Yang Su. After all, Yang Su had forced the captives to attack Jiancheng County on the battlefield before, and as surrendered soldiers, if the other party broke their promise, they would probably have to repeat the same mistakes. Yang Su motioned for the other party to stand up, and then threw a bloody head in front of him. The blood that had not yet coagulated splashed on the ground, and as the head rolled, a long blood-red mark was left on the ground. The rebel leader looked down at the head that rolled to his feet, and felt that this hideous head was very familiar. After a closer look, he suddenly found that the owner of the head was the Jiancheng County garrison commander who had been hacked to death by their army. His body trembled unconsciously. Seeing the other party's fearful performance, Yang Su immediately showed a satisfied smile, and then said, "Where are you from?" "I am from Jiancheng County, Danom County." The voice of the rebel leader was a little trembling. "Local people." Yang Su hummed lightly, and then continued, "I said that as long as you can kill this person, you will definitely spare his life. I don't know who killed him. But you? I don't know. It was too chaotic at that time. Many people rushed up, and I didn't see clearly who killed him." When the rebel leader first heard Yang Su's words, He suddenly felt that the other party seemed to only want to spare one person's life. Although he also wanted to claim this credit. He thought about it in a flash. This credit requires the lives of all the defenders in the city. The remaining conscience made him subconsciously choose not to do so. Therefore, he could only say that he did not see it. Many people went to kill the Jiancheng County garrison commander. In other words, many people had the credit for killing the garrison commander. Is that so? Yang Su obviously understood the meaning of the other party's words, and immediately revealed a meaningful meaning. He scratched his chin and said, "It's a pity that no one is willing to claim this credit." "General, you mean, not to kill us surrendered soldiers?" the rebel leader said in surprise. "I never said I would kill you guys. You go down first." Yang Su waved his hand to send the rebel leader away, and the other party came to his senses and instantly regretted his previous righteous behavior. Killing the Jiancheng County garrison commander was a great achievement. If he claimed this credit, he could not only instantly wash away his identity as a surrendered soldier, but also be promoted to several positions in the Dragon Sparrow army with his military exploits. The battle in Jiancheng County had come to an end. Yang Su did not immediately lead his troops to continue marching southwards towards Wanling, but rested in Jiancheng County and sent troops to monitor Zhou Panlong and others in Jurong County. Yang Su estimated that Jurong County, which had no horns, was obviously not in the defensive direction of Wei Shaoquan, Zhou Panlong and others. It was very likely that in the next period of time, he would not need to attack, and the opponent would directly retreat to the rear, as long as the opponent withdrew his troops to the counties further behind. Yang Su could divide his troops and generals to capture those counties without spending much effort and manpower. The news of Yang Su's battle report that he had captured Jiancheng County and opened up the situation in the northern part of Danyang County soon reached Li Ji. "Report to the Lord. General Yang Su has successfully captured Jiancheng County and defeated Zhou Panlong's troops in several battles, beheaded a general of the enemy, beheaded thousands of people, and captured tens of thousands of people." The soldiers in the mansion sang the details of the battle report. Whether it was Wang Ming, Shi Jicai, or Li Tsuinxiu, Huang Zong and others, all the civil and military officials showed happy smiles. There are many counties in the north of Danyang County, and the difficulty of the strategy is much more difficult than Yufei's route. Yang Su was able to successfully capture Jiancheng County despite Zhou Panlong's obstruction, which undoubtedly showed Yang Su's extraordinary talent. Li Ji appointed Yang Su as a general and transferred Shi Jingxi, Li Guang and Zhu Yi, which was undoubtedly the right choice. Very good. Very good. It seems that Yang Su's progress is also on track. It seems that it is only a matter of time to take over all the counties in the northern part of Danyang County. Although Yang Su's capture of Jiancheng County was just a done deal in Li Ji's eyes, the good news was enough to make him laugh. The civil and military officials below responded that there was no shortage of capable ministers and generals like Wang Ming and Li Tsuinxiu, who had made great contributions. However, Li Ji dared to appoint a newcomer as the main general. It was obvious that he was not restricted to one person as the general. This showed that as long as he had the ability, he might be appointed as a general by Li Ji, and then gain military merits and climb to a higher position. Serving under such a lord, the future is obviously brighter. After a while, when the excitement of the crowd subsided a little, Li Ji said again, "Since the progress of the north and south routes is very smooth, should we take action here? What do you think?" "My lord, do you mean that we are finally going to take action?" Li Tsuinxiu immediately stood up and said happily. He has been in Wucheng County for a long time, and the whole person is almost rusty. Before, he was depressed because Li Ji did not transfer him to Yang Su. Now that Li Ji mentioned that he was going to mobilize troops, he immediately asked for battle. He also glanced at the generals behind him, as if to warn them that he must be the vanguard in this battle. Li Ji nodded slightly, which was considered to be an answer to Li Tsuinxiu's meaning, but he did not speak, and his eyes fell on Wang Ming, Shi Shicai and other counselors. Jing Lu, Shicai, Fo Xiao, Wen He. What do you think? The four people named by Li Ji looked at each other, and Wang Ming was pushed out and said, "General Yang Su and General Yufei's north and south routes have made progress respectively. Even if Wei Shaoquan has 3 heads and 6 arms, I am afraid he will have to worry about this time. The 2 routes have already involved a lot of his mind. Ming thinks that this is the best time to attack Guzhong. Okay. In this case, we will launch a surprise attack on Guzhong tonight." Li Ji was in a hurry at this time. The mood was very good, and he slapped the table in front of him. His eyes immediately fell on Li Tsunqiu. And then he ordered, Tsunqiao, you lead a troop to attack the east gate tonight. Hanxing, you lead a troop to attack the south gate. Shuji, you lead a troop to attack the north gate. Yanming, you lead a troop to attack the west gate. Xiangxing, Gongmia, you lead a troop to ambush in the wild. And make sure not to let anyone leave Guzhong. I obey your order. Many generals named by Li Ji immediately stepped out, bowed and answered loudly. The area of Jingshui near Lingyang County. The news that Yang Su captured Jiancheng County, and Li Ji was about to attack Guzhong County, had not yet reached Yufei's ears. And Yufei was still galloping to attack Lingyang County. Although there was no general in Lingyang County who could match Yufei, the only bandit leader Zhu Lang who could command was also seriously injured by Yufei, and the entire Lingyang County was leaderless. However, there were too many Shanyu in Lingyang County. The Shanyu used the human wave tactics to hold onto Lingyang. Even Yufei had no good solution. He had to adopt different offensive methods to reduce the enemy's strength as much as possible. However, just as Yufei attacked Lingyang County and began to make progress, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared on the Jing River. In the early morning, this group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared on the Jing River under the cover of the water mist on the river surface that had not yet dissipated, and with the help of the rapid water flow, they approached Lingyang County. Chapter 487, to lure the enemy. On the calm surface of the Jingshui River, countless warships and boats, hidden in the mist, under the command of Yun Tianbu and Wen De, were speeding towards Lingyang County. As early as when Yufei took Shi County, they received an order from Wei Xiaoquan to lead a group of soldiers and horses to the battlefield direction of Lingyang with the help of the Jingshui River system. The purpose of their coming here was not to support Lingyang. In fact, they did not unite with Zhu Lang and other Shanyu to form the same camp. They came here just because of Wei Xiaoquan's order to find an opportunity to defeat Yufei. In Wei Xiaoquan's view, Yufei's Dragon Sparrow army was much more threatening than Zhu Lang. Although Zhu Lang had more than 100,000 Shanyu people under his command. In Wei Xiaoquan's view, they were just a large mob. As long as he wanted, he could suppress these Shanyu bandits in a minute. But Yufei was different. Wei Xiaoquan was actually dealing with Li Ji of Kuaiji County, a general who had many military achievements and was good at suppressing rebellion. He had many powerful soldiers and generals under his command. Wei Xiaoquan was not sure that he could resist the opponent's edge with only Danyang County. Therefore, he sent Yun Tianbu and Wen De to the Lingyang battlefield, hoping to suddenly defeat Yufei's troops when Yufei and Zhu Lang were fighting, so as to repel Li Ji's temptation. Yun Tianbu and Wen De appeared on one of the warships, looking into the distance with eyes that seemed to be able to see through the mist on the river surface and see the situation in the distance clearly. I heard that Yufei had fought with Zhu Lang, and Zhu Lang and his men seemed to be defeated by Yufei and forced to retreat to Lingyang County for defense. Although Wen De and others had been leading troops to Lingyang on the Jing River, Wei Xiaoquan continued to send scouts so that they could always get news from the Lingyang battlefield in time. Yun Tianbu was silent for a while, then said, Li Ji has many brave generals under his command. Zhu Lang is just a man from the mountains. It is normal that he is not his opponent. Unlike Wei Xiaoquan, Wen De and others, he was one of the first generals recruited by players. But his village was destroyed by the Yellow Turban army in the early stage, and his lord also died in the chaos. After losing his lord, he wandered for a long time and went south to Yuzhong County, and was recruited by the current lord player. From the suppression of the Yellow Turbans to the battle against Dong Zhuo, he heard of Li Ji's great reputation in this battle, and heard of many of Li Ji's brave generals. It was not that Yun Tianbu was afraid before the battle, but that the strength of Li Tsunqiao, Huang Zong and others was too terrible. Although the generals who came this time were not famous generals under Li Ji, which general who could be entrusted with important tasks by Li Ji did not have full ability. Therefore, Yun Tianbu has always been pessimistic about Zhu Lang's ability to withstand Yufei's attack, and he even felt that their surprise attack this time might not be fruitful. Wen De, who was standing by, did not notice Yun Tianbu's disappointment. Instead, he continued to talk, but this is also good. Zhu Lang has retreated to Lingyang County. Then Yufei can attack Lingyang with all his strength, and will inevitably neglect the control of the Jing River. Once they lose control of the Jing River, we can take the opportunity to land, and when Yufei attacks Lingyang, we can suddenly attack and defeat their troops. When he said this, Wen De's eyebrows suddenly showed a look of joy, as if he had seen himself defeating Yufei and achieving fame. Yun Tianbu looked at Wen De, who was so optimistic beside him. and he could only shake his head silently, not quite agreeing with his words. If Yufei's troops could be defeated easily, then Yufei would not have easily taken the two counties of Shi County and Yu County, nor would he have easily forced Zhu Lang, the commander of Jing County, into a state of embarrassment. Moreover, even if they could defeat Yufei, there was another army of Li Ji in the north of Danong County, and Li Ji himself was personally stationed in Wucheng County, and the troops stationed here threatened the safety of Guzhong County at all times. Once Yufei retreated, there was no need to guess that the troops from these two places would instantly be there, and directly kill into the belly of Danong County. Glancing at Yun Tianbu's reaction, Wen De immediately knew that the other party did not agree with his point of view, and he also lowered his voice slightly. The two of them fell silent in tacit understanding, and did not speak to each other. The Jing River flows southward, carrying warships to Lingyang County. As time goes by, the sun gradually climbs to the sky, and the rising temperature makes the mist on the river's surface dissipate a little. The two people standing on the deck of the warship looked at the distant river bank, and the outline of the water fortress wall suddenly appeared in their field of vision. It seems that Yufei has not lost control of the Jing River. I am afraid that they will know about our presence. Yun Tianbu picked up the crescent-shaped sword in his hand, put on the green robe and golden armor with the help of the soldiers, and narrowed his eyes, and fell on the water fortress in the distance. Wen De on the side was not very worried. His speed was even faster than Yun Tianbu. He was ready to go in 3 breaths. Afterwards, Wen De said to Yun Tianbiao, "General Yun, since the enemy has built a water fort, we just need to take it down. Besides, if we take down this water fort, we will have a ready-made place to stay. I want to lead a vanguard to attack this water fort, and I hope General Yun will lead the army to support us in the rear." "I understand. Please be careful, General Wen. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot." Even if Yun Tianbu always feels that something is not right, he has to agree to Wen Da's request. After all, there are only 2 ways in front of him. Either agree to Wen Da's words and take down this water fort, or lead the troops to turn around and go back upstream to Jingshui. Whoa! It was said that it was too late. And it was too late. Wen Da led hundreds of thousands of people on warships and boats, broke away from the army, and rushed towards the water fort in the distance, like wolves and tigers. And the soldiers in the water fort in the distance seemed to find that this army was coming towards them, which immediately caused a commotion. Fortunately, the general who was in charge of the construction of the water fort appeared. He commanded the soldiers to build a line of defense against the wall of the fort, and sent scouts to the camp of Yufei's army to ask for support. The warship where Wen De was flying on the river like an arrow from a bow. He held a big knife in one hand and pressed the edge of the warship with the other hand. He kept his whole body as low as possible to the warship, and kept observing the situation of the water fort. He saw that the water fort quickly stabilized, and he felt a pity in his heart. If the enemy was still in chaos at this moment, then their chances of a surprise attack on the shore would be greatly increased. But now is not the time to regret. Wen De must break through the water fort as quickly as possible, and block the news of their arrival as much as possible. Following Wen Da's charge, there is also a large force led by Yun Tianbu. Although the scale of their fleet is far less than that of Li Ji's Dragon Sparrow Navy, and the largest warship among them cannot be compared with the behemoth like the Weiyao warship. But these are all the warships that Wei Shaquan has put all his efforts to gather, and the combat effectiveness is still worth seeing. Swish! Under the command of the generals, the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army hiding under the wall of the fort threw a rain of arrows at the enemies who rushed up. In an instant, countless piercing sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and a rain of arrows that covered the sky and the sun suddenly formed, falling on Wen De and others like a mountain torrent. Wen De, who was leading the troops, roared and swung his sword, causing a violent storm. The infinite gravity pulled the arrows flying to both sides. He stood in the warship like a god of war, and the arrows could not cause any damage to him at all. But the soldiers behind him were not so lucky. The strength of these soldiers was not very good. Facing the impenetrable rain of arrows, they could only raise their shields and lower their bodies as much as possible to reduce the exposure of their bodies. Despite this, there were still many unlucky soldiers. Their shields were pierced by arrows. The sharp arrowheads pierced their flesh, and the barbs on the arrows tore their flesh and blood. Countless bloodlines suddenly appeared in the air, as countless screams continued to rise and fall. The soldiers covered by the rain of arrows were shot like hedgehogs, and fell into the river from the warship with lifeless eyes, and finally turned into a blood-colored wave and no longer made any sound. After just a few rounds of arrow rain, the vanguard troops led by Wen De had lost many good players. But in return, they were rapidly approaching the river bank of the water fort, and they could successfully rush to the river bank in just one breath. The generals in charge of the water fort seemed to have insufficient warships and troops, and seemed to have chosen not to send troops to fight with Wenda's troops on the river because of the orders of the upper generals. So Wenda's vanguard troops used their lives as the price, and they forcibly survived several rounds of arrow rain, and quickly approached the river bank, while the soldiers of the Dragon Bird army watched the other side come up. Wenda's eyes scanned the enemies under the wall of the fort like a beast in the forest, and the boundless murderous aura emanating from his body made the soldiers present pale, and almost most of them were trembling with fear, as if they were walking on ice. And the morale and fighting spirit of the army quickly declined. Kill them quickly, leaving no one alive. Wenda roared loudly, and the sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a fierce golden rainbow light. The moment the true energy in his body was activated, a streak of light suddenly appeared, containing a violent and sharp edge. The sword light split the wall of the water fort. The seemingly solid wall exploded instantly under the action of Wenda's unreasonable force. Countless mud and rocks splashed around, and many unlucky soldiers were hit and screamed. A gap was split in the wall of the fort. Wenda rushed into it like a tiger coming down the mountain. As the sword light flashed, huge heads flew upside down into the air, and blood like a fountain gushed from the incision on the neck into the air, forming a bloody storm. The soldiers who followed closely behind saw that Wenda was so brutal, and the scarlet blood stimulated their spirit and emotions, and they immediately let out excited roars. Wenda was in front, and the soldiers were behind, like a magic weapon inserted into the belly of the Dragon Sparrow army. Lacking a general who could resist Wenda, the Dragon Sparrow army could only barely stabilize its formation under the command of the generals, and quickly retreat to the periphery of the water fort. For them, the water fort here was just to monitor the situation of the Jing River. They had now passed the news of Wenda and others' appearance to Yufei, which meant that this water fort was not very useful, as long as they could keep their troops as much as possible and evacuate. Even if they lost the last battle, it would not be a big deal. Not to mention that Witsubing, who was in charge of the defense line here, had not appeared yet. Wenda looked at the enemy's fighting and retreating movements, and instantly guessed part of the enemy's thoughts. He moved his body and rushed to the belly of the Dragon Sparrow army like the wind. He had to kill the enemy's general in charge first, so that he could completely control the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army, so that he could block the news as much as possible and prevent it from leaking out. Quick! 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 At the same time, Yun Tianbu's army had already arrived near the water fort. He didn't expect Wenda's actions to be so agile, and he actually broke through the water fort in one go. Rather than saying that he was a little surprised by Wenda's strength, it was better to say that he was a little surprised by the speed of the Dragon Sparrow army's retreat. It was obviously Li Ji's troops. How could they have the upper hand in a single collision? Yun Tianbu was puzzled. At this moment, while he was commanding his troops to go ashore, Yun Tianbu seemed to find that there was a sudden roar like thunder in the distance. I don't know when a cavalry appeared near the water fort and was killing towards the center of the battlefield at an incredible speed. Not only that, Yun Tianbu also found that Wenda, who had led the troops to charge, was unconsciously surrounded by the enemy's army. Even if Wenda was strong, he could not break out of the siege for a while when facing the siege of dozens or hundreds of people. Kill! The young general led by the cavalry held a long spear in his hand. With his roar, the space around him emerged with the power of wind and thunder, and the speed of his sprint suddenly increased by several points. Witsubing was like a god controlling wind and thunder. His long spear shook and broke through the void in front of him. His eyes like lightning were firmly locked on Wenda, who was trapped in the siege. He was seen galloping on his horse. The Dragon Bird army soldiers in front of him were like waves that were split apart. They consciously made way for him, tearing a gap in the tight formation to provide space for Witsubing to sprint. At lightning speed, Witsubing seemed to kill in front of Wenda. With a shake of the spear in his hand, Witsubing pointed at Wenda's chest. It seemed that he was just raising the spear and stabbing, but it contained an unparalleled strong edge. A sharp divine light to the extreme tore through the void and exploded countless sparks, like a flying fire meteor, entangled by infinite wind and thunder, and hit Wenda's chest heavily. Crack! The expected scream did not sound, but a sound of metal breaking sounded instead. Witsubing raised his eyebrows, but found that the big knife in Wenda's hand had exploded, and countless broken blades were swept around in the wind. Chapter 488, Hold On or Break Out. It turned out that Wenda, between life and death, held the weapon across his chest and barely blocked Huitzubing's killing move. But the price of survival was that the weapon in his hand was smashed into pieces by Huitzubing. Wen De was not Huitzubing's opponent in the first place. Now that the weapon in his hand was destroyed, how could he survive under Huitzubing's spear without any weapons? The long spear, like a poisonous tongue, swung in the air with Huitzubing's movements. The extremely sharp spear light instantly tore Wen De's armor like rags, and it could not play any defensive role at all. After several spears pierced the void, Wen De's whole body was covered with scars and blood, as if he had just been fished out of a pool of blood. Like a bloody man, the expression in his eyes gradually collapsed, and Wen De kept rolling on the ground to avoid Huitzubing's attack in a panic. But no matter how much Wen De tried to dodge, he knew that unless something unexpected happened, he would never escape from Huitzubing's grasp. The reason why he had not been killed by Huitzubing yet was because Huitzubing was playing with him in a cat-and-mouse mentality. I am willing to surrender. In the end, Wen De could not stand the pressure and had to roar to surrender to Huitzubing. However, before he could finish his words, Huitzubing's spear turned and pierced his throat directly. It was obvious that Huitzubing did not want to beg for surrender from Wen De at all. He was just teasing him. Once Wen De died, the remaining soldiers had no intention of resisting, without the need for the Dragon Bird Army soldiers to take action. Many of them had already knelt on the ground and surrendered. Yun Tianbiu, who was far away, saw Wen De die in Huitzubing's hands, and immediately realized that this was a trick of the other party. The purpose was to lure them ashore, and then kill all the soldiers who landed. This was similar to their previous attack halfway across the river, except that they were the ones who were attacked by surprise. Fortunately, Wen De volunteered to lead a vanguard troop ashore, and he led the army to hurry behind. Otherwise, if the main force landed, it would not be just Wen De and the vanguard troops who would die. Yun Tianbiu had a gloomy face, obviously knowing that their whereabouts were not only predicted by the enemy, but also set a trap here waiting for them to enter. Not only did they lose a vanguard troop, but they also lost Wen De, a brave general. No matter how stupid Yun Tianbiu was, he knew that this was definitely not a good time to land. So he decisively commanded the remaining soldiers to return to the warship, and use the warship to return to Jing County upstream and pass the news to Wei Shaoquan. The enemy wanted to retreat, so Huitzubing would not let them go easily. He immediately led his troops to rush towards the enemies, who were still in the water fort, and killed them in the crowd. Yun Tianbiu, who left on the warship, looked at the soldiers who were constantly killed by the enemy, and his heart became fierce. They could have a chance to survive by surrendering, but Huitzubing killed them on the spot without giving them a chance to surrender. This was too cruel. However, he had no other choice. He couldn't get off the boat and fight with Huitzubing himself. If he did, he would probably end up like Wen De and lose his life here. As Yun Tianbiu led the remaining troops away, the soldiers who did not board the warships were like lambs to be slaughtered. They were either killed on the spot by the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow Army and became military merits, or they were directly driven into the Jing River and became wronged souls in the water. Anyway, Huitzubing did not give them a chance to surrender. With the offensive like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, Huitzubing quickly pacified all the enemies in the water stronghold. General, this is the head of the enemy general. The deputy general commanded the soldiers to collect the corpses on the battlefield, while personally cutting off Wen De's head and presenting it to Huitzubing like a treasure. A bloody head appeared in front of Huitzubing. He did not mind any dirtiness and directly hung Wen De's head on the horse's head. And then his eyes fell on the distant warship. What a pity. There should be a general of the enemy on those warships. Otherwise, they would not have withdrawn from the battlefield so quickly. Huitzubing felt a little pity. If they had prepared warships, he could rush into the enemy's warships and kill the enemy's general, so that he could continue to expand his military exploits. The deputy general on the side bowed and smiled, but the general killed the enemy's general and defeated the enemy's troops. In any case, it is a great achievement. You are right. Huitzubing couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and then asked the deputy general, by the way, how is the situation on General Yufei's side? And how is the progress of the attack on Lingyang County? He has been responsible for the defense of the Jingshui area, in addition to the news sent by the scouts. Huitzubing has no other sources of news about the Lingyang battlefield. Moreover, he has been leading troops to ambush outside these days, using the water fort as bait to lure the enemy to attack. And the news of the Lingyang battlefield has lagged behind a lot. Therefore, after the battle of Jingshui was over, he asked the deputy general beside him. The deputy general nodded slightly and answered, General, General Yu Fei's progress is very smooth. Although Lingyang County has not been completely taken, the progress is very impressive. I am afraid that Lingyang County will be taken in a few days. There are more than 100,000 people in Zhongshanyu in Lingyang County. Even if women, children, the elderly, and the weak are excluded, there are tens of thousands of people who can be used. Almost the same as the number of our army. In addition to the defense of the city, it is not surprising that Lingyang has not been taken until now. Hua Yubing also knew the difficulty of Lingyang County. Even if he was replaced in Yu Fei's position, he might not be able to do better than Yu Fei. Moreover, he was better at commanding cavalry to fight against the enemy in the field. And it was not a head-on siege battle. Clean up the battlefield here. I guess they dare not send troops here for the time being. Leave some people to guard here, and the rest will return to the camp with me. Hua Yubing waved his hand and decided to lead the troops to join the Lingyang battlefield, leaving only some troops to garrison the somewhat scrapped water fort here. They already knew that Wei Xiaoquan might send troops to test them from the Jingshui waterway, but they successfully repelled Wei Xiaoquan's test. Wei Xiaoquan, who had been frustrated, might need to consider whether to continue attacking them from the Jingshui. Under Hua Yubing's order, some soldiers stayed in the water fort, and the rest returned to Yu Fei's camp under the leadership of Hua Yubing. In the camp of General Yu Fei, as the horn of retreat was blown, the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army retreated from the wall of Lingyang County like a tide. Large bodies of Shanyu people were thrown on the wall, and blood flowed like a river. Although they failed to capture Lingyang County, they killed and injured many fresh troops of Shanyu bandits. After many sieges, even if Shanyu had more than 100,000 people, they could not withstand Yu Fei's attack. Until now, the number of Shanyu people killed has exceeded tens of thousands, and there are not many young and strong people left. Not only that, Yu Fei also received the news that Hua Yubing forced Wei Xiaoquan's troops to retreat, which made him even more happy. As he had guessed before, since Wei Xiaoquan chose to stay in Jing County and gave Lingyang County to Zhu Lang and other Shanyu, this means that Lingyang may have other meanings. As expected, when Yu Fei attacked Lingyang, Wei Xiaoquan of Jing County sent troops to the vicinity of the Lingyang battlefield through the Jingshui River. Yu Fei estimated that the appearance of this army was not to support Zhu Lang and others, but to target their army, and the ultimate goal was to find an opportunity to defeat their army. Therefore, he sent Hua Yubing to lead troops to defend the Jingshui area, and Hua Yubing lived up to expectations and directly repelled Wei Xiaoquan's troops. Report to the general. I repelled the enemy's troops and killed a general of the enemy. Hua Yubing strode into Yu Fei's tent with a bloody head in his hand and presented Wen Da's head. Yu Fei smiled and nodded, then waved his hand to let the soldiers deal with Wen Da's head, and ordered them to quickly deliver the head and the battle report to Li Ji. Yubing is really young and promising. Your talent is no less than mine. I am afraid that after unifying Yangzhou, the Lord will entrust you with important tasks and let you lead an army alone. Hua Yubing was only 17 or 18 years old, obviously much younger than Yu Fei and others. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably have greater achievements than Yu Fei and others after he grows up. Hua Yubing, who was at the head, couldn't help but smile when he heard that he had the opportunity to lead an army alone. Even though he was young and mature, leading an army alone is something that many generals cannot do in their entire lives. And Hua Yubing can sit in this position at such a young age, which is much better than most military generals. After Yu Fei praised Hua Yubing a little, he let him enter the side of the camp. Hua Yubing successfully repelled Wei Xiaoquan's temptation and returned to support them, which was exactly what Yu Fei wanted to see. He shared Hua Yubing's opinion and guessed that Wei Xiaoquan would not send troops from Jingshui again during this period, which meant that they could free up Hua Yubing's troops and expand the number of troops on the Lingyang battlefield. The Shanyu and Lingyang had suffered heavy casualties under Yu Fei's repeated attacks. Now with Hua Yubing's joining, Yu Fei was very confident that he could completely take Lingyang County within a few days. General, now that we are free of the threat of Wei Xiaoquan, we can go all out to attack the Shanyu in Lingyang County. But I heard that Zhu Lang can get out of bed and walk, so I'm afraid something will happen. Wei Qing stepped out and said, "What does Zhongqing mean? I think these Shanyu will choose to abandon Lingyang and flee into the mountains when necessary." Wei Qing expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Yu Fei nodded in agreement and replied, "Although Lingyang is a city they have obtained with great difficulty, after all, this city will not be moved. If the casualties are too heavy, I am afraid they will choose to escape into the mountains to recuperate and wait for the time to make a comeback. If so, even if the Lord takes Danyang County, it will take a lot of effort to deal with these Shanyu. What Xubing said with some concern. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the government was in chaos, and many people fled to the mountains to become bandits to avoid war. In Yangzhou alone, there were countless Shanyu in the territory. Their existence caused great trouble to the governor of the state to govern the state. Even for Li Ji, when he first entered Kuaiji County, the Shanyu generals in the county caused him a lot of trouble. And even the base camp of Longke City was threatened. Now that Li Ji has become the governor of Yangzhou, the number of Shanyu bandits he has to face is countless. If he fails to deal with them, whether it is for domestic governance or subsequent external wars, these Shanyu will always cause trouble for Li Ji. Yu Fei and others also know the troubles of Shanyu. The Shanyu in Danyang County are finally concentrated in a small county town. If they are allowed to escape, it may cause a lot of obstacles to the next action. I also know this. So when I attacked Lingyang County, I paid more attention to injuring and killing them. But even so, there are still about 100,000 Shanyu in the city. If they escape, it will definitely shake the foundation of Danyang County. So, we have to find an opportunity to surround and kill them in this county. Yu Fei looked calm, then looked at Wei Qing and Hu Xubing, his two right-hand men, and asked, "Do you two have any ideas?" The two looked at each other, and after a while of silence, they did not think of any tricks. Although they are the two pillars of the Han Dynasty, their ability to command troops can rank among the top generals in Chinese history. But their advice is really average. If Yu Fei really wants to get a proper way to deal with the Shanyu in Lingyang County, the best way is to go to Wuqing County in person and ask Wang Ming, Shi Cai and other wise men for advice. Let's encircle Lingyang first. Even if the enemy wants to break out of Lingyang, we must kill them as much as possible. Yu Fei rubbed his eyebrows, then dismissed the meeting and asked all the generals to return to their tents to rest. At the same time, in Lingyang County, Hu Xubing's victory over Wei Shuquan's troops also reached the ears of the Shanyu in Lingyang County. Zhu Lang, who was barely able to get out of bed and walk, summoned all the surviving Shanyu leaders in the city. Compared with before the war, the number of Shanyu leaders has been reduced a lot. In addition to Feizhan, Mao Gan, Jinqi and other Shanyu leaders with good martial arts, some weaker leaders have died in the chaos. And these Shanyu clans that lost their leaders were either fortunately annexed by other Shanyu clans to strengthen themselves, or unfortunately pushed to the front line by other Shanyu leaders as cannon fodder. The Shanyu and Lingyang are not a monolithic group, but at this time they gathered together, and everyone was shocked by the news from outside. Chapter 489 Breakout. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing, except for Zhu Lang. The other Shanyu leaders present did not dare to breathe, fearing to disturb the atmosphere at this time. Originally, they had been beaten to a pulp under Yu Fei's high-pressure attack. Now they learned that Wei Shuquan's troops were defeated by the other side. Under the continuous blows, even the most optimistic Shanyu leaders were so depressed that they could not speak. The Yu Fei army outside the city was as heavy as Mao Tai to them. They were neither Yu Gong who could move the other side, nor wise men who dared to ignore Yu Fei and others. Even if Zhu Lang, the backbone, reappeared in front of everyone, it did not bring them any peace of mind. Zhu Lang, who was sitting in the first place, lowered his brows and secretly observed the reactions of others, but found that almost everyone was frowning, and even a very small number of people did not show any joy. Although he was barely able to get out of bed and walk after recovering from a serious illness, he had been conscious for several days, even though he had not witnessed Yu Fei's siege methods with his own eyes. The roars and fighting sounds coming from the city walls every day were enough to let him know the tragic degree of the attack and defense of Lingyang. Moreover, he had witnessed Yu Fei's strength that day. His martial arts, like the vast galaxy, were enough to crush all the bandit leaders, including him. To put it bluntly, if the Shanyu people had not exceeded 100,000 people, relying on the defensive walls made of flesh and blood, Yu Fei would have captured Lingyang long ago, and he would have fallen into the hands of the enemy. But even so, in the successive offensive and defensive battles, Yu Fei took advantage of them all, and the enemy was often able to injure and kill their soldiers to a great extent at a very small cost. To this day, the young and strong people who can fight in Lingyang City have lost nearly half of them compared to before. Under external pressure and internal panic, Zhu Lang, who barely got out of bed and walked, had to stand up and gather everyone to discuss the future of Danyang Shanyu regardless of his physical safety. General, even Wei Shuquan is not Yu Fei's opponent, let alone us. How can we resist Yu Fei's offensive? When you were unconscious, countless men died in Yu Fei's hands. Some Shan Yu leaders had already been frightened by Yu Fei's killing. Even though no one dared to speak now, he was the first to stand up and express his thoughts. His words quickly caused many people to nod in agreement. But Zhu Lang, Fei Zhan and other core figures of the Shan Yu leaders did not nod in agreement. Zhu Lang had a calm face, and his finger bones tapped the table lightly, making a crisp sound. And then his eyes fell on the Shan Yu leader who had just spoken. Do you mean that we are not Yu Fei's opponents? His voice was a little hoarse, and his face was morbidly flushed from time to time. It was obvious that Zhu Lang's illness had not been completely cured. The Shan Yu leader who feared Yu Fei was stunned. He did not expect Zhu Lang to ask him such a question. Isn't it obvious that they are not Yu Fei's opponents? Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed by Yu Fei in Lingyang City and beaten, and lost tens of thousands of young and strong men. However, he did not dare to say the exact answer, so he could only answer hesitantly, "That's not what I meant. I just think that General Yu Fei is powerful, so we'd better look for other." But before he finished speaking, Zhu Lang rudely interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Zhu Lang pressed his hands on the table in front of him, forced himself to stand up, and scanned everyone with his eyes. Finally, he asked with pursed lips, "Do you also think we are not Yu Fei's opponents?" "Marshal, we don't mean that. It's just because of Yu Fei." "Enough." Someone wanted to answer quietly, but was interrupted by Zhu Lang's roar. Then, the mansion was silent, leaving only Zhu Lang's rapid breathing and sick cough. "Do you think I don't know what happened during this period?" Zhu Lang's face suddenly showed a bitter expression, holding his forehead, and continued, "Tens of thousands of men died on the walls of Lingyang, and only less than 100,000 people are left here. Besides, the injuries on my body were caused by Yu Fei's one move. In fact, when you said that we were not Yu Fei's opponents, did you have the idea of evacuating Lingyang in your heart?" Fei Zhan stood up and replied, "General, as long as you give an order, if you want to defend Lingyang City, then I, Fei Zhan, will lead my clan and will never retreat even if I die here." After saying that, his eyes also deliberately scanned the faces of the leaders who just nodded. And such a gesture was obviously warning these people. The Shan Yu leaders who met Fei Zhan's eyes couldn't help but lower their heads and no longer dared to look at each other. However, Fei Zhan's words did not resonate with Zhu Lang. Instead, Zhu Lang shook his head slightly and disagreed with the other party's point of view. "Marshal?" Fei Zhan said in surprise. "They are all right. We are indeed no match for Yu Fei. Even Wei Xiaoquan is no match for Yu Fei. So how can we, a mob, be his match?" Zulang's tone was a little sad. "What are you talking about? Marshal? Even if we are no match, we still have more than 100,000 people. As long as everyone wears armor and holds a gun, we can instantly transform into an army of 100,000 people. With such a large army, even if Yu Fei has the ability to reach the sky, he will have to retreat." "You mean we still have to continue to defend Lingyang City? What else? Lingyang City was obtained by us with a lot of effort, and our descendants will all live here." Fei Zhan's words immediately moved many people. Why did they take so much effort to get Lingyang County from Wei Xiaoquan? Isn't it just to take root and survive here? If they can reproduce in the county, then at some point in the future, their descendants may be registered in the Han dynasty, and they will be transformed from ruthless people into Han people. Moreover, living in the county, whether it is safety or daily necessities, it is easier to guarantee these things than living in the mountains. But now, Yu Fei will obviously not let us go. When we first came to Lingyang County, there were more than 100,000 people, but now we have lost tens of thousands of young and strong people, leaving less than 100,000 people. How long will these 100,000 people be enough for Yu Fei to fight?" Zhu Lang's words instantly shut Fei Zhan's mouth. Fei Zhan wanted to stay in Lingyang County, but the premise was to repel Yu Fei's army outside the city. But they all admitted that they were not Yu Fei's opponents. So how could they repel Yu Fei? Besides, even if they could repel Yu Fei, Wei Xiaoquan in Jing County, and even Li Ji in Kuaiji County would never tolerate Shan Yu surviving in Lingyang County. From the beginning, their desire to take root in Lingyang County was just a beautiful idea. What does the commander really mean? Give up Lingyang County and move into the mountains to wait for the opportunity to make a comeback? Zhu Lang said loudly and decisively. But some people wanted to continue to defend in Lingyang County, but were glared at by Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang sighed lightly, and then said, "I understand your thoughts. But now is the life and death of our clan. If we stick to this place, it will inevitably lead to the demise of the clan. Although we may lose a lot of people in the clan when we flee back to the mountains, we can at least leave a spark. As long as time goes by, the glory of the clan will reappear one day. I understand what the commander means. I agree to evacuate Lingyang. Fei Zhan finally recognized the current situation and agreed to the idea of retreat. The others either regarded Zhu Lang as their backbone or had no other ideas in their minds. And then, they all expressed the idea of retreating. But General, if we want to break through, Yu Fei outside the city will not watch us leave. If we break through, they will definitely send troops to stop us. It is already very difficult for us to defend the city. If we abandon the city and get entangled with Yu Fei, it is very likely that the whole army will be wiped out. The speaker was Mao Gan. When Shan Yu discussed matters internally, Zhu Lang was basically the core. And Fei Zhan, Mao Gan, Jinqi and other major leaders were the main figures. Mao Gan and Jinqi were both brave but not wise. So basically when discussing matters, Zhu Lang and Fei Zhan made the decisions. But this was an extremely urgent time, and Mao Gan had to express his opinion. After listening, Zhu Lang nodded slightly. So we should have something to gain. I plan to use Lingyang County and the main force of the army to attract Yu Fei's attention, and then lead a small number of elite troops to escape. As long as we escape back to the mountains, we still have hope. Who will be the commander-in-chief of the main force of the army? Fei Zhan's question directly silenced all the Shan Yu leaders present. No matter how stupid they were, they knew how dangerous it was to stay behind to cover the retreat. If they were not careful, they would end up in a very miserable end. Either they would be captured alive by Yu Fei and become prisoners, or they would die in the chaos of the army. Report to the commander. At this moment, soldiers suddenly broke in from outside the mansion. Report to the commander-in-chief. The army outside the city suddenly left the camp with a large number of torches, and Yu Fei personally led the troops to fight. After hearing this news, Zhu Lang's face became solemn and said, Yu Fei just retreated, and it was only a short time before he sent out the troops. And it was already dark at this time. It seems that Yu Fei is afraid that we will run away. The commander-in-chief means that Yu Fei guessed that we would abandon the city and leave. So do we still need to break out of the city? Fei Zhan asked. We must break out. If we wait until Yu Fei completes the encirclement, it will be much more difficult for us to leave. Zhu Lang waved his hand and said, There is no time to lose. Each of your clans should quickly dispatch elite troops to prepare for the breakout. As for the others, I will personally lead them to stay here and cover you. But Marshal, your illness has not been completely cured yet, so you cannot go on horseback to fight, Fei Zhan said worriedly. However, Zhu Lang shook his head and said, It is because I have not recovered that I cannot break out with you. Besides, with me here, I will definitely be able to confuse Yu Fei's sight. Seeing Zhu Lang's decisive expression and unquestionable tone, Fei Zhan, Mao Gan, Jinqi and others knew that the other party had made up his mind to cover their retreat, so they did not dissuade him again. Understood, Marshal. Everyone immediately accepted the order and bowed to Zhu Lang. Soon, just as Fei Zhan and others were dispatching elite troops to prepare for the breakout, Yu Fei had already led the army out of the camp and approached Lingyang County. Unlike the previous siege, this time Yu Fei adopted the tactic of besieging the city on all sides, with the aim of preventing important people in the city from escaping. Adopting such a siege offensive might force the Shan Yu in the city into a corner, thus causing greater losses to the side. But Yu Fei also knew that this battle should be the last stop of their attack on Lingyang. If they were lucky, they might capture important figures such as Zhu Lang. The soldiers of the Longhai army set up a large number of torches outside the city, almost illuminating the entire county. Under Yu Fei's command, Wei Qing led his army to attack the north gate. Hu Zubing attacked the east gate. Yang Zixing attacked the west gate, and he personally attacked the south gate. Dong dong dong. The sound of war drums roared like thunder in the sky above the battlefield. Only at Yu Fei's command, the Longhai army, which surrounded Lingyang County tightly, suddenly launched an overwhelming offensive. The flame shot up into the sky and the smoke billowed. But under the cover of the night, there was no trace of disobedience at all. Zhu Lang appeared on the city wall under the protection of his personal soldiers, commanding the Shan Yu soldiers who had no way to retreat, and fought bloody battles with the enemy. The soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army continued to charge up the wall, even though many of them were knocked over by the enemy and fell under the wall. More and more soldiers followed closely behind, controlling one section of the wall after another. Yu Fei held the Lichuan spear in his left hand, and the command flag in the palm of his right hand waved from time to time. With the help of the light of the fire, His sight fell on the wall where Zhu Lang was. Why is there only Zhu Lang alone? Where are the others? Is he preparing to break out? Yu Fei muttered to himself. In the past, Fei Zhan and others came forward to command the troops to defend. But today it was the seriously ill Zhu Lang who came in front of him. And it was hard for Yu Fei not to suspect that there was some conspiracy. Boom! Just as he was guessing Zhu Lang's purpose, a gate in Lingyang County suddenly opened. And Fei Zhan, Mao Gan, Jin Qi and others each held a weapon and personally led the elite troops out of the city. The general of the Dragon Sparrow army, who besieged the gate here, was Yang Zixing. How brave! Yang Zixing looked at the enemy's elite rushing towards him like a tide. But he was not afraid at all. Instead, he roared excitedly, picked up the spear in his hand, and smashed it forward. Like a meteor from outer space dragging a rainbow light. It smashed into the crowd in an instant. Yang Zixing seemed to be able to push the power of a mountain, and directly smashed a deep pit in the crowd. In the deep pit, dozens of soldiers were blown up, and countless blood and flesh were broken in it, flowing all over the ground and turning into a mess. Chapter 490, secretly breaking Guzhong County. Yang Zixing's thunderbolt attack was extremely explosive. The Shan Yu bandits had never seen such a great power. In their worldview, Zhu Lang was already the most powerful leader among them. Now that one of the enemy's generals was so powerful, their trembling fighting spirit was instantly shattered. Don't run! Yang Zixing rushed into the Shan Yu army like a wolf and a tiger, rushing left and right to kill the enemy soldiers without leaving a single piece of armor. In a very short time, he had already broken through one military formation after another. How could the many Shan Yu leaders responsible for breaking through dare to fight with such a ferocious Yang Zixing head-on? They had to shield their breath and hide in the crowd in shame to break out with the crowd. But how could Yang Zixing let these people go easily? He shouted loudly, and his figure rushed into the depths of the crowd. The tiger-headed spear in his hand was pushed out with a whistling sound, and the air immediately caused a sound of tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. The face of the Shan Yu leader, who was targeted by Yang Zixing, changed drastically in an instant. He had no time to think and got into the crowd in a panic, trying to use the flesh and blood wall made of soldiers to block Yang Zixing's desperate charge. Yang Zixing was the first general in Yu's army, and his military strength was even ranked among the top generals in the southern Song dynasty. How could a Shan Yu leader, who couldn't even leave his name in history books, be Yang Zixing's opponent? Feeling the fatal threat, the Shan Yu leader left his soldiers and fled alone. Just an instinctive expression of survival. But Yang Zixing would never miss the opportunity to kill the enemy general. The long spear in his hand pierced through the flesh and blood walls in front of him, like a rainbow piercing the sun. Yang Zixing's figure kept flashing in the crowd, accompanied by bursts of shrill screams, whistling and smashing the space, and suddenly came behind the Shan Yu leader, raised his hand, and stabbed forward. The Shan Yu leader, who was firmly locked in, felt a chill rising in his heart. He was enveloped by Yang Zixing's powerful aura, as if he was in an icy cage with nowhere to escape. Unable to move forward or backward, he could only roar desperately, and swung the broadsword in his hand violently to block Yang Zixing's spear. However, Yang Zixing's strength was extremely strong. He pushed the spear forward like a bulldozer, crushing the space in front of him in an instant. The dazzling divine light, wrapped in the edge, shattered the broadsword blocking in front of him within a breath, and also crushed the body of the Shan Yu leader. Boom! There was a roar of explosion on the ground. As Yang Zixing's figure passed by, the Shan Yu leader, who was pierced through the chest, let out a wail, and the whole person was like a watermelon bursting, and countless flesh and blood burst and swept around with the wind. After killing one of the Shan Yu leaders, Yang Zixing did not get complacent. He just collected his spoils, and then picked up his gun to look for other Shan Yu leaders who wanted to break out. Fei Zhan, Mao Gan, Jin Qi and others led the elite troops out of the city, just to gather strength to break out, and never thought of joining forces to defeat Yang Zixing's troops. Yang Zixing only killed one of the Shan Yu leaders, but there were still many leaders who were leading their troops to charge into the battle formation, and Yang Zixing needed to continue to fight and eliminate these leaders one by one. Too strong. Zhu Lang, who was commanding soldiers on the city wall, saw Yang Zixing easily kill a leader, and his calm face shook unconsciously. Before breaking out, he was also worried that the generals who broke out would be killed by Yu Fei's army. But Yang Zixing killed a Shan Yu leader like a pig, which shows the difference in strength between them. Now Zhu Lang is a little worried that Fei Zhan and others who lost the defense of the city will not be able to break out. but will die under the attack of Yu Fei's army. General. The enemy's troops are mobilized to hunt down the troops of Fei leader. The exclamation of the personal soldiers around him immediately attracted Zhu Lang's attention. Zhu Lang looked outside the city, and saw Yu Fei waving the flag. And the troops besieging Lingyang on all sides immediately separated a lot of troops, and rushed to the area where Yang Zixing was, intending to hunt down Fei Zhan and others who wanted to break out. If they are allowed to unite, Fei Zhan and his men will be dead. Although the enemy's division of troops will greatly reduce the pressure of defending Lingyang, their goal this time is to cover Fei Zhan and his men to break out, and retain the hope of Shan Yu and Danyang. If Yu Fei and his men succeed in besieging and killing Fei Zhan, the last spark of Shan Yu will be extinguished directly, and those who are trapped in Lingyang will not be able to escape successfully. Thoughts flashed through his mind. And Zhu Lang, who had figured out the reason, slapped the wall and roared loudly, "Pass my order." The whole army abandons the city, and attacks the troops besieging Lingyang. It is an extremely unwise decision for the whole army to give up the advantage of defense, and fight Yu Fei's army in the field at any time. But Zhu Lang has no other way at this time. If the army in the city and Lingyang city are not used as bait, Fei Zhan and his men will never be able to break out. As for whether Yu Fei would fall for his conspiracy, Zhu Lang knew it without guessing. As long as the other party was not stupid, he would know the importance of Lingyang and the main force of Shan Yu, which was much more important than the elite Shan Yu who wanted to break out. General, you have just recovered from a serious illness. Why do you want to fight on horseback? After the personal soldiers passed on Zhu Lang's order, they found that Zhu Lang had already picked up the weapon in his hand, and called for someone to bring a warhorse. It was obvious that he was going to fight on horseback. Zhu Lang's injury had only improved a little, and he could only lift the gun with difficulty. If he went to the battlefield in this state, even if there were countless personal soldiers around him to protect him, facing the attack of the enemy general, Zhu Lang's chance of survival would be very small. Therefore, when the personal soldiers saw Zhu Lang's appearance, they couldn't help but exclaim. However, Zhu Lang waved his hand disapprovingly and replied, "If the whole army cannot lure Yu Fei, then my appearance will definitely attract Yu Fei's attention. As long as Yu Fei's attention is attracted, Fei Zhan and his men will definitely be able to break out." General, facing Zhu Lang's attitude of not fearing death, the personal soldiers knew that they could not use words to pull Zhu Lang back, so they could only silently wish Zhu Lang and themselves peace in their hearts. The general personally charged into the battle, and he, as a personal soldier, also had to go into battle to kill the enemy. Boom! As the tightly closed city gates opened again, all the Shan Yu in Lingyang city rushed out like a tide under Zhu Lang's shocking roar. Under the protection of his personal soldiers, Zhu Lang urged his warhorse to pick up his gun. He looked around the battlefield for a while, and after discovering Yu Fei's flag, he charged in that direction. The enemy suddenly left the city with great momentum, which could not be hidden from Yu Fei's eyes and ears. Yu Fei frowned, first glanced at the battlefield where Yang Zixing was, and then fell on the army that rushed up. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face, and then he turned the flag in his hand and commanded his troops to fight with Zhu Lang's troops. As Zhu Lang guessed, for Yu Fei, the main force of Shan Yu and Lingyang County were much more attractive than Fei Zhan's breakout troops. When Yu Fei attacked Lingyang County, a fierce war had already taken place in Guzhang, a county town in the east of Danyang County. The winner of the war was Li Ji, who had been keeping his troops in Wucheng County. The night Li Ji learned that Yang Su had taken Jiancheng County, he appointed Li Cunxiao, Wang Zhong and others as generals, and took advantage of the night to besiege Guzhang County from all sides. The defenders of Guzhang County were somewhat relaxed psychologically because of Li Ji's previous inaction. Therefore, until Li Ji completed the siege of Guzhang from all sides and began to launch a general attack, he found that the enemy had long left Wucheng County and crossed the river to attack his city. Facing the attack of Li Cunxiao, Wang Zhong and other peerless and top generals, and the command of Wang Ming and others, even if the defenders of Guzhang County had the ability to reach the sky, they could not resist this extremely luxurious lineup. And relying on the help of so many powerful generals and counselors, it was natural for Li Ji to take down an ordinary Guzhang County. Under the command of Li Ji, Li Cunxiu led his troops to clean up the battlefield, while Lu Xiangxing, He Qi and others led a group of troops to sweep outside the city and chase the enemies fleeing in the wild. It was not enough to just take Guzhang. Li Ji sent Huang Zhong, Yin Xing, and others to uproot the villages around Guzhang County and forcibly move the population of the villages into Guzhang County so that they could count the number of people and complete the household registration. We have taken Guzhong County, which means that the eastern gate of Wanling has been opened. Jin Lu, when do you think we will go directly to Wanling County and take down Zhou Xian? Li Ji entered the mansion of the county magistrate of Guzhong County. On the one hand, he sent Shi Jisai, Guijia and others to sort out the household registration and government affairs in the county. On the other hand, he called Wang Meng and Jia Su to seek their opinions. Wanling County is located in the hinterland of Danyang County and is surrounded by many county towns to form a solid defense line. To reach the city of Wanling County, one must either attack the northern county of Danyang County from the Yangtze River like Yangsu did, or attack Shi County and Yu County from the Zhejiang River like Yufei did, and then reach Wanling County, or cross the river to attack Guzhong County like Li Ji did, and directly take down the gate of Wanling County. And Li Ji has completed the task of this route. Wanling County, which has lost Guzhong County, is like a family mansion that has lost its gate, and it may be robbed by Li Ji, a bandit, at any time, as long as Wei Xiaoquan does not react. Li Ji may take down Zhou Xian in front of Wei Xiaoquan before he reacts. Of course, under this premise, the news that Guzhong was taken down should not be heard by Zhou Xian and Wei Xiaoquan, which is why Li Ji has always asked to block the news of Guzhong, just to deceive Wei Xiaoquan and Zhou Xian. In addition to chasing the bandits who fled from the city, Li Ji also needed to deal with the scouts deployed by Wei Xiaoquan here. These things had to be done by Liu Bing and Jin Yui, who were hiding in the dark. The Lord's successful sneak attack on Guzhong means that we can directly reach Wanling County where Zhou Xian is. Now Wei Xiaoquan is stationed in Jing County to guard against General Yufei, and Zhou Panlong is stationed in Zhurong County to guard against General Yang Su. There are no other generals in Wanling County except Zhou Xian. If you want to take Wanling County, attacking now is the best opportunity. After a little hesitation, Wang Meng expressed his thoughts. He had the same idea as Li Ji, and they all wanted to take advantage of Wei Xiaoquan and Zhou Panlong's failure to react and directly attack Wanling County, without Wei Xiaoquan and Zhou Panlong as his left and right arms. How could Zhou Xian resist Li Ji's attack? Li Ji nodded in approval, and then turned his eyes to Jia Su, who had been silent all the time, and obviously wanted to hear his opinion. Jia Su stroked his mustache and said, "Mr. Wang's idea is naturally my idea. But the Lord needs to pay attention to the fact that Wei Xiaoquan is now in Jing County, and has not fought with General Yufei. Once he learns that Guzhong County has fallen, he will definitely abandon the defense line of Jing County, and go directly to Wanling County for support." When his words make sense. If Wei Xiaoquan is really allowed to go back to Wanling County for support, with his ability, it may slow down our speed of attacking Danyang County. Jia Su's words are not without reason. As a famous general in the north and south, Wei Xiaoquan may not be as good as Yufei, Wang Meng and others, but Wei Xiaoquan is better at defending the city and alienating people. In the Battle of Yubian history, Wei Xiaoquan alone dragged Gao Huan's Eastern Wei army outside for more than 50 days. No matter what means Gao Huan used, Wei Xiaoquan could always deal with it safely. In the end, Gao Huan was forced to retreat due to serious losses in troops, and died of illness after returning to the army. Not only that, countless generals died because of Wei Xiaoquan's counter-espionage plan. And the most famous one was the famous general of northern Qi, Hulugu. As a result, this famous general was killed by Gao Wei in Lianfeng Hall because of a folk song woven by Wei Xiaoquan. For such an opponent, Li Ji certainly would not take it lightly. According to your two opinions, should we attack Wanling County as soon as possible? Li Ji asked. Not only that, my lord, we also need to use the two armies of General Yang Su and General Yufei. My lord can order the two generals to increase the intensity of the attack on the county during these days, so as to attract Wei Xiaoquan, Zhou Panlong and others. Even if our news is leaked, with the strong attack of Generals Yufei and Yang Su, they may not be able to split their minds to deal with it. Jia Su's words made Li Ji feel very agreed. So Li Ji ordered soldiers to be sent on the spot to convey his meaning to the two. Wang Meng on the side also suggested, "General, since we are going to attack Wanling County, we need to pay more attention to the movements of Lu Yao of Zhejiang County and Wang Eo of Yuzhong County, since the three of them have united together. If we threaten Danyang County, the two of them will definitely take action." Jin Lu is right. So how should we respond?